In the 21st century, Qianxia was a diligent worker, but one fateful day, while returning home after a long shift, she was struck and killed by an out-of-control vehicle. To her astonishment, when she next opened her eyes, she found herself in a vast, dark cave. The cave was damp and foreboding, and she was clad only in tattered animal skins resembling a strapless top and a short skirt. Confused and frightened, she pondered how she could have died, yet ended up in this unfamiliar place. Today marked the 20th day since Qianxia had arrived in this beastly world. She was by a small stream, preparing to fish. The fish here were large and plump, with a single catch sufficient to sustain her for an entire day. Observing her reflection in the water, Qianxia sighed. Despite her efforts to eat, she remained painfully thin, with no sign of gaining weight. Her stomach grumbled, and for reasons unknown, she had been feeling increasingly hungry since yesterday, compelling her to venture out early to catch fish. She retrieved a small piece of beast meat, a meager portion allocated to her by the tribe, and decided to use it as bait, knowing it wouldn't suffice for her own meal. Soon, a couple of fish were drawn to the scent of the raw meat. They hesitated at the entrance of her woven basket, circling cautiously until they felt it was safe to enter. Qianxia's eyes sparkled at the sight of two fish. Once they swam inside, she swiftly pulled the vine tied to the basket, causing it to stand upright. The fish, realizing their peril, began to thrash about. Qianxia rushed forward to secure the basket with all her strength. After a prolonged struggle, silence finally fell. The fish had exhausted themselves, just as she had. She covered the basket and tightly bound it with some sturdy grass. Once assured that the fish could not escape, she collapsed onto the grass beside her, utterly spent. Wah, she could not help but sob. In the prime of her youth, she had met her demise in a tragic accident, only to awaken in this savage realm. This body was not her own, yet, curiously, the face bore a striking resemblance to her own, albeit far too gaunt, with sunken cheeks. Upon her arrival, she had found herself in a vast cave, where she was soon visited by a figurino, a beast man. He tossed her a large, bloody piece of meat, which startled her greatly. Noticing her fear, he furrowed his brow. Then, as if struck by an idea, he raised his hand, and flames enveloped the meat before her. Qianxia was taken aback. This must be the supernatural abilities she had read about in Beast World novels. When the flames subsided, a savory aroma filled the air. Starving, she approached to grab the meat, only to burn herself on the freshly cooked surface, eliciting a yelp and tears that flowed freely as she recalled her plight. Suddenly, frost enveloped her burned hand, numbing the pain. Through tear-filled eyes, she gazed at the towering beast man, who coldly remarked, "Ugly and foolish, it's ready to eat," before turning and exiting the cave. Once he was gone, Qianxia attempted to eat the meat, only to spit it out after the first bite. Though cooked, it was overwhelmingly fishy and lacked flavor. Nevertheless, driven by hunger, she forced herself to eat until she was full. The meat was substantial, leaving her with a sizable portion even after satisfying her hunger. Qianxia fashioned a makeshift mat from straw and placed the remaining meat atop it. Just as she settled the meat, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through her head, causing her to faint. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in a scorching embrace, accompanied by a throbbing pain beneath her. Realization dawned on her, and she began to cry and struggle, but her efforts were in vain, and she endured this ordeal for what felt like an eternity. The memory of her initial agony still made her tremble. She had entered this world as an innocent maiden, only to lose her purity on the very first day. Yet, in this beastly realm, such purity seemed to hold little significance. Upon awakening, fragments of memories from this body flooded her mind, granting her insight into the beast world. This body also bore the name Qianxia, currently residing in the Lion King tribe. The term currently was significant, for she had sought refuge here, not belonging to the Lion King tribe by birth. She and her family had been scattered by wild beasts and subsequently rescued by a beast man from the tribe while he was hunting. In this world, frail females were deemed undesirable, as their weakness implied an inability to reproduce. The males favored plumper females, seeing them as symbols of health and fertility. This body had just reached adulthood and undergone the comingafage ceremony, which primarily involved selecting a beast husband. The choice of the first husband was crucial, as a strong mate would ensure dominance over any subsequent suitors. Regrettably, this body was too frail, and no males had expressed interest in her. Without a lion partner, she could not be considered a true female of the Lion King tribe, thus receiving no proper care from the tribe. To join the tribe, a female had to find a partner from within it. Though this body yearned for companionship, no beast deemed her worthy. The tribe provided her with minimal meat to prevent starvation, but to obtain more food, she had to join the other females in foraging. Unfortunately, her frail health prevented her from doing so effectively. She had ventured out with a foraging group once, but due to inadequate nourishment and lingering ailments from her escape, she succumbed outside. Tragically, her absence went unnoticed. Even the beastmen delivering meat did not realize she was missing. Thus, this unfortunate beast perished alone, and Qianxia found herself inhabiting her body. Following this, she had stealthily fled while the beast man was away, retracing her steps along a hidden path back home, a route the original owner had discovered by chance. Upon arriving at what was supposed to be home, Qianxia was taken aback. There was no home, only a dilapidated cave with nothing but a straw nest inside. Tears streamed down her face as she mourned the plight of this body. It was a tragic existence, unable to find a mate due to its frailty, thus barred from joining the tribe and receiving proper care. How could she gain weight without nourishment? She fought valiantly to survive, or she wouldn't have endured the hardship of foraging alongside the tribe. Alas, fate had dealt her a cruel hand, and she could not persevere. With a heavy heart, Qianxia placed her hand over her chest and softly vowed, "Do not worry, I shall live on for both of us." Chapter 2. Striving for self-sufficiency. 2 days have elapsed since she last caught 2 fish, and it has been 22 days since her arrival in this world. This once barren abode has now transformed into a cozy sanctuary. In her childhood, Qianxia delighted in learning weaving techniques from her grandparents in the countryside, skillfully crafting bamboo and rattan baskets. What began as a playful pastime unexpectedly proved invaluable in her current circumstances. Although bamboo was absent, an abundance of resilient vines allowed her to create numerous baskets for storage. Qianxia discovered that the narrow path behind her home seemed untouched by any wild creatures, and her cave dwelling lay at the edge of the tribe, secluded and tranquil. With no neighbors, she found solace in her solitude. Behind her residence, a stream meandered, which, to Qianxia, was anything but small. The water was crystal clear and refreshingly sweet, indicating its superior quality. All her household water was sourced from this stream. In truth, there was an array of flora surrounding the area, and fish inhabited the stream, yet the tribe's inhabitants had never ventured to this hidden gem. However, Qianxia had never truly explored beyond her confines. In the realm of beastkind, this stream was considered minuscule. It was not that the Lion King tribe had overlooked it. Rather, they deemed the modest body of water beneath their notice. The male beastmen were predominantly tall and robust, consuming substantial quantities of food daily. While there were indeed frail males, their survival was seldom assured. In a tribe, if a frail male exists, it is highly likely that his mother beast dotes on him excessively, and the strong mates of the mother beast are capable of sustaining him. However, such occurrences are nearly non-existent in the beast realm, which venerates strength. Most mother beasts would abandon weak offspring. Qianxia often sneaks out of the tribe via a hidden path, yet she only dares to forage for food on the outskirts, for her frailty prohibits her from venturing far. Her sole ambition now is to gain weight. After all, in her previous life, she was a striking beauty. This visage bears an uncanny resemblance to her former self, with features that are identical in contour. She is determined to grow plump, to demonstrate to the other beasts that she, Qianxia, is no unattractive female but rather a radiant beauty. Reflecting on this, Qianxia silently sighed. Despite her diligent efforts to eat and nourish herself over the past several days, she has yet to gain any weight. Her face remains gaunt and sunken, which is indeed unappealing. Curiously, her appetite has surged in recent days. Previously, a single fish would suffice for an entire day, yet upon catching 2 fish, she consumed them both in one sitting. For the past few days, she has been incessantly searching for food. Her hunger grows insatiably, having exhausted the fish supply behind her home. This particular day, after having breakfast, she ventured to the rear mountain of her home in search of sustenance, determined to explore deeper into the wilderness, as she had already scoured the periphery. With a wicker basket slung over her shoulder and a sturdy stick in hand, she walked while tapping the ground, and along her path, she stumbled upon a chestnut tree, and to her delight, there were many such trees. Qianxia picked up a stone, and then gathered the fallen chestnut balls from the ground. With a swift strike of the stone, she revealed the round, shiny chestnuts that were reminiscent of those from her previous life. In this beastly world, everything was oversized: the fish, the chestnut balls, and indeed, the chestnuts themselves. Qianxia held in her hand a chestnut the size of her fist and exclaimed with joy. In the past, chestnuts were merely a snack, but now they served as her staple food. With so many chestnuts, particularly one so large, she could indulge in a hearty meal today. Heaven knows how long it had been since she had eaten her fill. The only time she had truly satisfied her hunger was with a piece of beast meat from one of the orcs. She glanced at the chestnuts scattered on the ground. Some were still in their hairy husks, while others had burst open. Thus, she decided to collect the already split chestnuts first, saving herself the effort of smashing them open. The chestnuts were so enormous that after gathering only a small portion, her basket was already full, prompting her to return home and prepare for a chestnut lunch. In the span of this short time, she had begun to feel hungry again. Her stomach truly craved sustenance. As Qianxia walked back, she gently rubbed her hungry belly, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. In this beastly realm, a female could possess multiple beast husbands, while a male could only have one female partner. Once bonded, the male was responsible for hunting and caring for the female, centering his life around her wishes. After returning to the tribe, she had taken a discreet stroll around the settlement. As she meandered through the area, she was astonished to find that no other beastmen had noticed her presence. It then dawned on her that nearly every adult female in the Lion King tribe had multiple partners, with one female boasting as many as 20 mates. This particular female was also the wealthiest among the tribe, as 20 males provided for her, ensuring she was robust and well-fed. However, for Qianxia, who possessed a modern spirit, she found the beast rather unattractive, estimating her weight to be over 180 pounds, unsteady on her feet. With such formidable male partners, there was no need to worry about sustenance or clothing. The females merely needed to tend to the young at home. In reality, the majority of childcare responsibilities fell to the males. Viewed through a contemporary lens, the men of this beastly world appeared nearly perfect. The males provided for the household, raised the children, while the females indulged in leisure, free to conceive or refrain at their whim. Here, companions took precedence, with children trailing behind in importance. The more she contemplated this situation, the more despondent she became. She had accepted the fact of her transmigration and her existence in this beastly realm. Yet now she found herself unable to sustain even her own life, unable to find a husband to care for her. Lost in her thoughts, she could not help but burst into tears once more. Oh, how difficult this was. Watching them feast on meat only intensified her longing. Eventually, amidst her weeping, she made her way home. Chapter 3. The Serpent's Astonishment. In the blink of an eye, it had been over a month since he arrived in the southern continent, a place he found far more appealing than the eastern continent. One day, Xuanqi, as per his usual routine, hunted for sustenance and returned to his cave to slumber. Coiling his massive serpentine body, he had just closed his eyes, intending to drift into sleep when, in an instant, he opened his eyes in astonishment. His pupils elongated in surprise. Xuanqi was utterly incredulous. He had just experienced a sensation. He felt the power of his bloodline. Indeed, it was his own lineage. Suddenly, he recalled the absurd mating encounter from a month prior, right within this very cave. That day, while hunting, he had come across a prey imbued with a touch of intelligence, which led to a prolonged chase until he found himself in a sea of flowers. A vibrant expanse of crimson blooms filled the air with intoxicating fragrance. After capturing his prey and indulging in a hearty feast, he returned to the cave, ready to rest and digest. Since there was a female present in the cave, he took on his human form to sleep. As he dozed off, an inexplicable heat enveloped his body, and a certain part of him throbbed painfully. The sleeping female beside him inexplicably drew his attention, and ultimately, he succumbed to his desires. He vividly recalled how that frail female had cried and pleaded beneath him. Xuanqi's expression turned peculiar. He never anticipated that such a singular encounter would result in her bearing his bloodline. He was, after all, a royal serpent. The royal serpent lineage faced tremendous challenges in nurturing offspring. Even if eggs were successfully laid, the possibility of them hatching remained uncertain. Xuanqi closed his eyes, focusing intently on the sensation of his bloodline power. This revelation left him even more astounded. He hurriedly transformed into his human form, storing the items he intended to take from the cave into his spatial abilities, and then swiftly shifted into his beast form to hunt. His speed had doubled compared to previous days. He aimed to hunt the largest beasts and also sought to capture another with the most tender meat. He had just sensed the power of 3 bloodlines, indicating that the frail female was carrying 3 of his serpent eggs. What a miracle this was! The Xianwang serpent clan had never heard of a female being able to bear 3 eggs. It had always been 1 egg per pregnancy, yet she had 3. In the beast realm, after 30 days of gestation, the father beast could sense the bloodline, and by 60 days, it would be possible to discern whether the offspring were male or female. The reason for Xuanqi's urgency stemmed from his fear that his offspring might perish in the womb. The Xianwang serpent clan is powerful, and a pregnant female requires a substantial amount of food and nutrition to sustain her offspring. Should the energy be insufficient, they would consume the energy of the mother, and if the mother could not replenish her energy, she would perish, leading to the inevitable death of the offspring. The mere thought of that exceedingly frail body left Xuanqi feeling quite conflicted. How could such a weak frame bear my lineage and yet be carrying 3 at once? He found himself at a loss for words. Xuanqi murmured to himself. It must be said that he was feeling quite anxious. Today marked the 30th day of gestation. Had she eaten enough? Never mind. Why was he contemplating such foolish questions? If she were adequately nourished, how could she remain so emaciated? Lost in her thoughts, Xuanqi resolved to hunt a couple more beasts. Meanwhile, Qianxia sat at home, gazing forlornly at the chestnuts beside her. She had food, yet lacked a pot. How could she possibly consume these chestnuts? It was a situation that left her on the verge of tears. Contemplating her predicament, Qianxia picked up a smaller wicker basket nearby, intending to venture to a water source in search of shrimp or perhaps suitable stones to bring back home for use as a frying pan. Today, she chose not to take the narrow path. Instead, she planned to exit through the main gate. She was uncertain where the beasts of the tribe went to bathe and use water, and by using the main entrance, she could inquire with the gatekeeper beast. In the past, she had stealthily taken the back routes to avoid contact with other beast men. After all, having just arrived in this world, she was still pondering and adapting, fearful of encountering a beast man without knowing how to engage in conversation. Now, however, she felt acclimated and was no longer intimidated by the prospect of communication. Perhaps it was indeed the remoteness of Qianxia's home that led her to hear an increasing chorus of cheers and screams as she walked further, as if a celebration were underway. Upon reaching the front, she beheld the central clearing of the tribe, filled to the brim with beastmen. The males wore expressions of exhilaration and excitement, while the females gazed with adoration and infatuation. Following their enamored gazes, Qianxiao observed the chief standing in the heart of the clearing alongside a strikingly handsome male. This male stood approximately 6 feet tall, his physique a sculpted marvel, boasting 8 well-defined abdominal muscles and a head of stylish, short golden hair. He bore a resemblance to a youthful Leonardo DiCaprio. Qianxia glanced sideways and gently tapped the most familiar-looking female beside her, inquiring, "Hello, what is happening here? Has something delightful occurred?" The sudden pat on her shoulder startled Coral, prompting her to turn towards the newcomer, only to be taken aback once more. How could there exist such a frail female within the tribe? Her entire frame resembling a mere skeleton cloaked in skin? "Who are you?" "I have never seen you before," Coral asked, her gaze filled with pity. It was evident that such a frail female had no males vying for her affection. Without a male to hunt and provide sustenance, she must rely solely on herself for food. Her emaciated form suggested she struggled to procure even meat. Qianxia felt a wave of embarrassment under Coral's scrutiny, scratching her head awkwardly as she confessed, "My name is Qianxia. I reside at the far end of the tribe. I seldom venture out, as my health prevents me from traversing long distances. It is not surprising you have not seen me. I apologize for intruding." Coral's heart ached upon witnessing Qianxia's demeanor. She recognized the frail female before her, a being who had been brought back to the tribe, relegated to the farthest cave. During the coming-of-age ceremony, she was the only beast to have been overlooked by males, thus failing to integrate into the tribe. Yet, Coral had not anticipated that this female's existence would be so dire, resembling a mere cub in her emaciation. Everyone is celebrating. The tribe has recently welcomed a 7th-tier warrior. Among the surrounding tribes, only our Lion King tribe has produced a 7th-tier warrior, hence the chieftain has called for a celebration, Coral explained, her eyes glistening with emotion. Chapter 4. The first friend. Upon listening to the words of the beast before her, Qianxia contemplated for a moment and recalled a brief segment regarding the hierarchical power dynamics among the male beasts in this world. Most male beast men are born into a certain power tier, typically ranking from the 1st to the 2nd level, while those of the 3rd tier are considered exceptional. As they mature, their strength can be enhanced through hunting and absorbing energy. Each tier represents a significant chasm, The higher the tier, the more formidable the power. To achieve the 7th tier at such a young age is indeed remarkable. Qianxia affirmed this thought, and then promptly inquired about a more pressing matter. What shall I call you? I am curious about where you all bathe. Upon hearing this, Coral felt a pang of sympathy for her. She did not even know where to wash. My name is Coral. Are you heading to the water's edge? I am as well. Let us go together. Upon hearing her response, Qianxia's eyes lit up. It was indeed fortuitous to have a guide. However, the next moment, Coral called out, Q-Eyes, hurry over. We are going to the water's edge. Qianxia then beheld a tall and handsome figure approaching them, and as he reached Coral, he transformed into a gigantic golden lion. Qianxia was momentarily stunned. Q-Eyes, look at her. She is so slender and wishes to go to the water's edge. Could you assist her? Coral asked the majestic lion. In this beastly realm, it is considered a betrayal for a male with a partner to allow another female to ride upon his beast form. However, it was now at the request of her partner, and the sight of the female was simply too pitiable, so Qi's expressed his agreement. Thus, Qianxia managed to catch a ride. Along the way, Coral gazed at her with a sympathetic look, which made Qianxia feel somewhat awkward, yet her heart was warmed. I have scarcely seen you in the tribe. You should venture out more often. Who knows? Perhaps a beast might take a liking to you, Coral gently remarked. Qianxia found herself momentarily at a loss for words, lowering her head until, after a long pause, she softly replied, I am too thin. No beast would find me appealing. If there were, it would have happened on the day of the coming-of-age ceremony. Coral was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit awkward. But then she brightened her expression and said to Qianxia, then let us focus on getting you a bit plumper. I have 5 beast husbands, all of whom are quite formidable. I shall instruct them to bring back an extra portion during their hunts and deliver it to your home. Upon hearing her words, Qianxia abruptly lifted her head to look at her, perhaps having suppressed her emotions for too long, as tears cascaded down her cheeks. She had lived alone in this beastly world for nearly 30 days, devoid of friends or companions, always worrying about insufficient food and inadequate clothing, waking each day with the sole concern of finding sustenance. Now, a beast she had just met was offering to have her partner bring her a share of the hunt. It felt as if she were being graced by an angel. Hey, please don't cry. Please don't cry. I won't send anything if it makes you weep, Coral hurriedly reassured her. The mere statement of not sending anything managed to halt Qianxia's tears. What? What did you say? Qianxia responded in surprise. Seeing that she had stopped crying, Coral quickly added, Please don't cry. I won't send anything. Qianxia's lips twitched slightly. However, she had never intended to rely on someone else's husband for her own sustenance. That would be quite awkward. What Qianxia did not anticipate was the imminent arrival of her husband. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Qianxia gazed at the magnificent waterfall in the distance, her lips twitching again as she turned to Coral and exclaimed, Is this what you call a waterside? This is a waterside? The surrounding tribes draw their water from here. Come on, let us wash up. Coral suggested that her partner come to fetch her later, and then led Qianxia towards a more level area ahead. As she beheld the crystal-clear water, Qianxia could not help but marvel. Indeed, this was an untainted beastly realm. Not only was the air fresh, but the water was also pristine, and the flourishing plants bore exceptionally fine fruits. Qianxia set her basket aside and began to diligently wash the 2 tattered pieces of beast hide she had been wearing. While washing, she sighed inwardly. Today, she would not be catching any shrimp. She had not expected this waterside to reveal such a grand waterfall. From her current position, she was not far from the base of the waterfall. There would be no shrimp to be found here. After finishing her washing, Qianxia emerged onto the shore without a stitch of clothing, hanging the beast hides on a nearby thicket to dry. With no other beastmen around, it was just her and Coral. There was no need for her to feel shy. After all, what she had, Coral possessed as well. As she gazed at her silhouette, Coral covered her mouth, her eyes reddening. Having shed her beast skin garments, the bones on her back were starkly visible. Coral spoke, her voice laced with a slight tremor. It was the first time she had encountered such a creature. Qianxia, come to my home for dinner tonight. My beast husband has hunted a magnificent cow beast. And even with a few beast husbands, we cannot consume it all. You should join us for the meal. Qianxia's eyes sparkled with delight. This was splendid news, as it meant she would not have to go hungry tonight. Of course, thank you, Coral. I will bring you some delightful treats another day. Qianxia replied with a smile. What she failed to notice was that as soon as she uttered these words, Coral turned away, her body quivering slightly. At that moment, Coral's eyes could not help but well with tears. She had just mentioned bringing her some good food, yet she herself was so emaciated, her beast skin attire tattered and worn. Despite her own hardships, she still offered to share something good with her. How truly kind she was, sobbing quietly. Unbeknownst to Qianxia, she had unwittingly captured a heart filled with affection. As Qianxia washed, she kept an eye out for suitable stone slabs, intent on crafting a stone griddle. Just yesterday, she had discovered that fish had begun to appear again in the mountain's rear. She had set her trap, uncertain if she would be successful. If she could find a stone slab, she could prepare fish on her stone griddle. Alas, by the time Coral's companion arrived to escort them home that evening, Qianxia had yet to discover any fitting slabs. While there were plenty of large pebbles, she had no means to chisel them into a cooking vessel. Chapter 5. Astonishing all beasts. Perhaps it was the customary hour for returning from the hunt, coupled with the ongoing celebrations, that left many orcs congregated in the heart of the tribe. As they entered the village, Qianxia felt the weight of numerous gazes upon her. Coral, what is the meaning of this? You allow another female to sit upon your mate's back? Exclaimed a disdainful black-furred female, her expression one of contempt directed at Qianxia. Mind your own business. I have no objections, nor does my partner. It is rather amusing that you, an outsider, would be concerned, Coral retorted icily, her demeanor unapologetic. Yet the black-furred female persisted. Who is this? I've never seen her before. She is so emaciated, utterly unattractive. Where is your mate? Wait. I recall now. Isn't she the one residing at the village's edge, the one no beast desired even for a coming-of-age ceremony? Coral, you are among the most beautiful females in the tribe. How did you end up associating with such an eyesore? China disparaged Coral, her scorn evident. At that moment, Coral, infuriated atop the lioness' back, gestured for it to set her down. Qianxia swiftly leapt from the lowered lioness body. However, what Qianxia did not anticipate was Coral's immediate advance towards the offending female, delivering a resounding slap, followed by a swift kick that sent her tumbling. Coral then mounted her adversary, intent on delivering further blows. The sudden turn of events prompted China's partner to rush forward, attempting to separate the two, but Qi's interposed himself, his eyes glinting with menace. In the realm of beasts, it is permissible for females to engage in combat, yet males must refrain from intervening on behalf of the females. The moment one party exhibits any intention to strike, the male counterpart of the opposing side will promptly step forth to confront them. The quarrel between females is of no concern to you males. Mushin, what is your purpose here? Are you merely going to stand by and watch me get beaten? China exclaimed, as her partner Mushin found himself immobilized under the weight of Qi's. Upon hearing the commotion, China's other partner rushed over, only to be halted by Qi's icy remark. Have you all forgotten the rules? If you, Lingxi, dare to lay a hand on Manhwa, be wary of Silverwind severing your legs. Silverwind, the foremost beast husband of Manhwa, is a 6th-tier beast man. Lingxi, filled with anguish at the sight of his partner being overpowered, turned his gaze aside, his fists clenched tightly. The rules must be upheld and moreover, he could not contend with Silverwind. Manhwa sat atop her adversary, one hand pinning down both of her hands while the other swung mercilessly. You brought this upon yourself. I could overlook your jealousy. But do you truly believe I fear you? I usually refrain from engaging with you, yet now you dare to overstep? Let us see if I can bring you to your knees today. You may insult me, but dare to speak ill of Qianxia, and it shall truly infuriate me. As Manhwa struck and scolded, her fury was palpable. At that moment, she resembled a protective mother beast, fiercely defending her cub, Qianxia. If you are dissatisfied, let your beast husband face mine, and I shall see how much bravado you possess. Manhwa's confidence was unwavering. Her first beast husband is a 6th-tier beast man, while the other 4 husbands are all 5th-tier, rendering her a formidable force within the tribe. Yet, there is one unfortunate soul who dares to provoke her. Qianxia is utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Coral, who appears gentle and soft, turns out to be fiercely aggressive. Oh, dear, what is she even thinking? She hastily rushes forward to mediate. The crowd of onlooking beast men continues to swell. Qianxia quickly grasps Coral's arm, exclaiming loudly, Coral, stop fighting, please. Oh my, get up. Get up. The sudden pull causes Coral to cease her assault, fearing she might inadvertently harm Qianxia. She rises, casting a cold glare at the spectators, declaring with fierce authority, "From this moment forth, I, Qianxia, shall protect her. Should I discover anyone daring to bully her, regardless of whether they are male or female, I shall not show mercy." At that moment, tears brim in Qianxia's eyes. How incredibly heroic. Oh, what a sweetheart, and she has already gone to such lengths for her after just meeting. Listening to her partner's words, Quiz glances at Qianxia with a furrowed brow. As Coral stands, Kina's partner immediately rushes to embrace her, concern etched across his face, as her own visage is swollen from the blows she endured. Unexpectedly, however, Kina retaliates by slapping each of her partners across the face. Useless. You couldn't even protect your own partner. The two beast men are left in shock, their eyes filled with hurt, never having expected such treatment from her. Seeing Coral about to charge forward again, Qianxia quickly restrains her. This truly infuriates her. What a wicked female. China, are you out of your mind? Don't you understand the rules? Why blame your partner? It was clearly your own reckless words that provoked this situation. Was I truly without cause in striking you? Or do you wish to be struck again? Coral glared fiercely at her. China, intimidated by her gaze, huffed and turned to leave, with her two companions silently trailing behind. Qianxia observed the retreating figures of the companions, shaking her head with a sigh. In truth, many males found themselves in a predicament. It was not that they were unaware of the nature of their female counterparts. However, in a world where males outnumbered females, their desire for offspring compelled them to acquiesce. After this incident, Qianxia felt too embarrassed to seek a meal, declining Coral's enthusiastic invitations despite their allure. She felt content enough for the day. Upon returning home, Qianxia first went to the small creek in the back mountain to check on her situation. Fortunately, she found a fish in her woven basket. Ensuring dinner was secured for the evening, she lifted the basket, discarded the fish, and dispatched it with a stone before commencing the task of scaling it. The tool for scaling was a small stone shard she had fashioned into a knife. Once she had efficiently prepared the fish, Qianxia carried it home and began to drill wood to create fire, preparing to roast her catch. At that very moment, the males outside the Lion King tribe felt the oppressive aura emanating from a high-ranking beastman. The chief and his son, Han Chuan, the 7th-tier warrior, who were in the midst of their meal, immediately halted their actions. Just as they were about to step outside, they encountered a beastman bearing a message. "Chief, there is a beastman at the tribe's entrance who wishes to see you." Lion Mountain and Han Chuan hurried towards the tribe's entrance, the former's heart pounding with anxiety. Given the intensity of this pressure, the opponent's rank surpasses that of his son. However, how could such a formidable individual possibly arrive at their tribe? Chapter 6. A beast tamer falls from the sky. Unbeknownst to Qianxia, the atmosphere outside was fraught with tension. At that moment, she was diligently roasting her fish, having recently realized that she could toss chestnuts into the fire to cook them. This discovery brought her immense joy. Once the fish was ready, she squatted down to savor each bite. However, her peaceful meal was abruptly interrupted by a distant commotion that grew nearer. Xuanqi could hardly believe his eyes when he next beheld her in such a pitiful state. She appeared emaciated, crouched on the ground, clutching a roasted spiny beast in her hands, nibbling at it bit by bit. Who would resort to eating a spiny beast? Only those unable to catch prey or afford proper sustenance would resort to such fare. It was the most inferior choice of sustenance in the beastly realm. In an instant, his heart ached at the sight. Behind him, Shershan stood frozen in shock. Despite having arranged for meat to be delivered, the female remained gaunt, reduced to eating a spiny beast to stave off hunger. Is this how your tribe treats females? She is with child. You allow her to subsist on spiny beasts. Xuanqi was genuinely incensed, unleashing a formidable pressure that rendered Shershan and the accompanying Han Chuan immobile, forcing them to bend under its weight. The chieftain, Shershan, was taken aback. This beastman was undeniably a 9th-tier beastman. 7th-tier beastmen were already considered exceptional in this land, but a 9th-tier beastman, it was beyond his imagination. Han Chuan was equally stunned upon setting eyes on Qianxia for the first time. How could there be such a frail female in the tribe, reduced to the desperate measure of consuming prickly beasts to sustain her existence, and furthermore, she was pregnant? He pondered that it was imperative for him to conduct a thorough patrol of the tribe. Recently, his preoccupation with advancing his status had prevented him from adequately overseeing the well-being of the tribe, resulting in a female living in such dire circumstances. Qianxia had been relishing a plentiful catch of fish, but this sudden interruption startled her. She glanced up at the newcomer, nearly dropping her fish in fright. Yet she managed to steady herself. Observing her frantic efforts to shield the prickly beast and noticing the abundance of furball fruits scattered on the ground, she was even resorting to consuming those. As a solitary wanderer, he had never contemplated the notion of pairing or procreation. Thus, when he returned from a hunt that fateful day to find her absent, he felt no particular inclination to search for her. Yet now, witnessing her current state, he found himself regretting his earlier inaction. After all, she was indeed his mate. What brings you here? Qianxia stammered, sensing an air of trouble in his presence. Upon hearing her words, Xuanqi retracted his imposing aura and swiftly approached, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Qianxia. Then, he placed his hand upon her abdomen, gradually infusing it with energy. Instantly, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her, alleviating much of her hunger. Xuanqi then produced a substantial portion of wild beast meat from his spatial storage and addressed the chieftain. Arrange for me a spacious and suitable cave, prepare all necessary provisions, and summon your tribe's shaman immediately. Lion Mountain gazed at the immense beast meat before him, his eyes wide with astonishment. This was the flesh of the colossal bull beast from the Misty Forest, infused with potent energy. The Misty Forest was fraught with peril, and few beasts dared to venture within its depths, for it was perpetually shrouded in toxic mists, inhabited by ferocious creatures. Such a substantial piece of energy-rich beast meat could easily fetch 300 blue spirit stones. Truly, it was worthy of a 9th-tier beast man. However, Lion Mountain did not accept the meat. He had his own considerations. Given that this female was pregnant, he felt compelled to remain by her side, which meant he would stay within the tribe. If a 9th-tier beastman were to take residence in the tribe, the Lion King tribe could very well become the most formidable tribe in this forest. Tuaner, you are responsible for tidying up and preparing the cave. And then promptly summon the shaman, he commanded. Han Chuan acknowledged the order and swiftly transformed into his beast form, darting away. Turning to Xian Qi, Lion Mountain continued, You may keep this meat. It is my fault for failing to manage the tribe effectively, resulting in such hardships for a female like you. Your name is Qianxia, is it not? I apologize. It is my negligence. From this day forth, you shall reside comfortably in the tribe to nurture your body and your unborn child. I will have my son, Han Chuan, bring you provisions. Xian Qi scoffed lightly. Who cares for your offerings? With me around, no prey is beyond reach. You need only ensure that my requests are fulfilled. Lion Mountain felt a flush of embarrassment and forced a smile. Indeed, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Throughout this exchange, Qianxia remained utterly bewildered. Why was this beast man here? And why did he embrace her upon arrival? To her astonishment, the chieftain was bowing and scraping before him. As she was consuming fish, she overheard them discussing something about a pregnant female. Qianxia abruptly glanced at her abdomen. What? Pregnant? With a quiver in her voice, she inquired, What did you just say? Am I pregnant? Sensing her trembling frame, he embraced her a little tighter and replied, Yes, my dear, you are carrying 3. Qianxia rolled her eyes back and fainted, her mind echoing one thought before darkness enveloped her. It's over. When Qianxia regained consciousness, she found herself cradled in the arms of a man, while an elderly female was examining her pulse. The shaman was somewhat astonished. She gazed at this exceedingly frail female, still taken aback, for this delicate being possessed an astonishing reproductive capacity. Despite her emaciated form, she was nurturing 3 lives within her. As a shaman, she already knew that the high-ranking beastman before her belonged to the Xianwang snake clan. The difficulties of reproduction in the Xianwang snake clan were well known to her. Typically, they bore 1 offspring at a time, yet this petite female was astonishingly expecting 3, each with a robust vitality. The shaman smiled gently, looking at her and saying, You are nurturing your children wonderfully. They are very healthy. I will prescribe some medicine for you, to be taken for 4 consecutive days, which will be beneficial for both you and your little ones. Qianxia felt a twinge of frustration, realizing that her incessant hunger and inability to gain weight were likely due to the fact that all her nourishment was being consumed by those little lives within her. Thank you, dear elder, Qianxia expressed gratefully. In the next moment, the elderly witch beamed at them, inquiring, Would you like an imprint? I can provide that for you. What is an imprint? Asked Qianxia, bewildered. Ultimately, in a state of confusion, Qianxia received the imprint, resulting in a serpent's mark appearing on her chest, while the orc bore an additional mark of a rabbit on his heart. Am I a rabbit? The elderly, which observed the beastly marks on both of them, her smile deepening with intrigue. Chapter 7. A beast with a husband. Qianxia, in a daze, found herself in the unexpected position of having a partner, and to her astonishment, her husband possessed remarkable strength. However, upon discovering that her husband was a serpent beast man and that she was carrying 3 little snakes, she fainted, rolling her eyes in disbelief. When Qianxia regained consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar cave. She lay upon a fragrant, soft nest of grass, adorned with a plush animal hide. Her belongings were neatly arranged nearby, and in the cave stood a large, flat stone table laden with an assortment of fruits, including the familiar green apples and snow pears. Typically, upon awakening, she experienced intense hunger, often to the point of stomach pain, yet today she felt none of that, which piqued her curiosity. Could it be that the presence of the father of her children was the reason for this change? Qianxia, Qianxia, are you awake? It was Coral calling her name. Qianxia stepped out of the cave, where Coral and her partner awaited her at the entrance. This was not the same partner from before. Upon seeing her emerge, Coral joyfully approached and entwined her arm with Qianxia's, exclaiming, "Do you like the cave? I decorated it for you. I heard Han Chuan mention he would arrange a cave for you, so I volunteered to take on the task myself." "Thank you. I am quite comfortable here. I really like it," Qianxia replied with a smile. Suddenly, Coral leaned in, her voice conspiratorial. "Wow, Qianxia, you found such an impressive beast husband. From now on, no one will dare to bully you." Impressive? Just how impressive? In her recollections, it seemed as though there was a complete absence of memories regarding this matter. Could it be that she had simply forgotten? Let us put it this way. One could traverse this forest with ease, and it would not be an exaggeration to assert that one could wander across the southern continent just as freely. Coral remarked with utmost seriousness. Really? That's impressive. Qianxia, falling into the habit of her previous life, inadvertently uttered the phrase national essence. What does really mean? And what is impressive? Coral inquired, puzzled. Qianxia awkwardly touched her nose, realizing she had yet to adapt to her new life. "Oh, it's nothing really, huh?" Suddenly, Coral took her by the hand and led her towards a nearby cave, saying, "You must be hungry. Your beast husband informed our family that you would dine with me today. You can eat to your heart's content. Your beast husband has provided me with a substantial portion of wild game, mentioning he would return shortly with some items and requested that I look after you." Ah, how delightful. Coral was indeed her neighbor. Upon arriving at Coral's abode, they found 4 males engaged in cooking and tidying up. Upon their entrance, the beast husband, Q-Eyes, whom they had encountered previously, promptly announced, "Coral, the meal is ready." Coral eagerly ushered Qianxia to take a seat, while the other 5 beast husbands settled beside them. Qianxia speculated that the individual who had stood with her at the cave's entrance must be her first beast husband, Silver Wind. As they dined, the scene transformed into an amusing spectacle. The beast husbands catered to Coral while she attended to Qianxia, leaving her both amused and bemused. Was this not the quintessential bond of close friends? Tonight, they feasted upon roasted beast meat, which, much like before, lacked flavor and was rather gamey. Nevertheless, Qianxia persevered and consumed it. In the realm of beasts, the males predominantly feast on raw flesh, while some females partake as well. However, most females are delicate and cannot stomach raw meat. Thus, on numerous occasions, the males would roast it for them. Qianxia surveyed the offerings in Coral's home and discerned that they only understood roasting. The concept of boiling food seemed foreign to them. "Do you all exclusively consume roasted fare?" Qianxia inquired, to which Coral nodded affirmatively. The other beast men exchanged puzzled glances, clearly perplexed by Qianxia's question. As this was the norm for them, "I shall teach you a novel method of preparation, but first, we require a stone pot. With a stone pot, we can boil food, creating delightful soups that warm the body during the cold season. It is simply splendid." Upon hearing this, the eyes of all present beasts sparkled with excitement. Warmth during the cold season? How marvelous! "Qianxia, what is a stone pot?" Coral's question momentarily stumped her. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Your beast man should possess the ability to carve stone with his powers, correct?" "Of course. My first beast man, Silverwind, is a 6th-tier warrior. His ability is wind, which can slice through anything. Coral said, all the while embracing her partner's arm. Silverwind smiled sweetly at the tender display of affection from his mate. Hearing this, Qianxia felt a surge of joy. It was as if a pillow had been provided just as she dozed off. Coral, let us venture to the water's edge, where we bathed last time. I have already identified several large stones suitable for crafting pots. Thus, Qianxia, along with Coral and her beast husband, made their way to the shore. Initially, Qianxia intended to wade into the water to retrieve the stones herself, but Coral resolutely prevented her from doing so. Instead, Coral commanded her beast husband to transport the 2 large river stones designated by Qianxia to the bank. Once they were in place, Qianxia began directing Yinfeng in the art of cutting and shaping the stones into pots. After completion, she polished them to a smooth finish. Consequently, 2 exceptionally fine stone pots were created. Qianxia even fashioned a complete set of stone utensils, including spoons, plates, rice bowls, and soup dishes, meticulously arranged. Observing that the sky had yet to darken, Qianxia proposed a leisurely exploration nearby in search of other treasures. Remarkably, she stumbled upon both chili peppers and ginger. The small millet chili of this beastly world was impressively large, with each pepper measuring the size of 3 of her fingers. The ginger was even more astonishing, exuding a potent aroma, with one root as large as a watermelon. However, after a brief search, she discovered merely 2 or 3 chili plants along with a single ginger root. At that moment, Qianxia's heart brimmed with excitement. With ginger in her possession, she could relish meat devoid of any fishy taste. She harvested some chilies and instructed Coral's other beast husbands to carefully extract the ginger roots, intending to take them back for cultivation. Although she had never planted before, she thought it worth a try. Qianxia introduced these 2 plants to Coral and her beast husbands, and the group hurried homeward with their freshly crafted stone pots and the precious chili and ginger. Chapter 8. The first taste of Earth's delicacies. A group hurried back home with great enthusiasm. Coral's beastmen each had their designated tasks. One swiftly kindled a fire. Another meticulously cleaned the stone pot, while yet another prepared the meat, ginger, and chili as instructed. Qianxia observed the beastman washing the pot, and with a slight flick of his fingers, he summoned water to fill the stone vessel. She couldn't help but marvel at the utility of such water manipulation abilities. Indeed, she resolved to find a beast man with water powers in the future, alleviating her concerns regarding water procurement. As the raw meat was submerged in cold water, she added a couple of slices of ginger. Once the water reached a boil, froth began to rise, which Qianxia diligently skimmed off, resulting in a clear broth. During their journey home, Qianxia learned that salt existed, albeit a rare and costly commodity, typically consumed only in small amounts to satisfy cravings. At that moment, Coral presented the salt, a coarse yellow variety. Better than nothing, indeed. Qianxia pinched a small amount and sprinkled it into the broth to enhance its flavor. Initially inclined to add chili directly, she reconsidered, fearing that some beasts might be unable to tolerate it. Thus, she opted for them to add it individually. Qianxia ladled a bowl of broth for each beast man, who expressed their intrigue. They rarely indulged in cooked food, and what little they did partake was often leftovers from the females, without any proper vessels to hold it. More often than not, they waited for their meals to cool before consuming them. The meat possessed a strong odor, but abstaining was not an option, as hunger was a relentless foe. Each individual took a sip of the broth, their eyes widening in astonishment. The meat, unexpectedly devoid of any fishy taste, was remarkably fresh. Qianxia added a touch of chili to her dish, and after letting it steep for a brief moment, she sampled it again, finding the flavor quite delightful. Observing Qianxia's addition of chili, the others followed suit, as if a new world had been unveiled to them, their eyes sparkling with excitement. One male, having added an excessive amount of chili, was left gasping for breath. Who? My mouth feels as though it's on fire. It burns and stings, he exclaimed. Who? This is what is known as chili. You've added far too much. What you are experiencing is called spiciness, a reaction of our taste buds, Qianxia chuckled. Seeing that Qianxia had only added a modest amount of chili, the others followed her example, resulting in a pleasantly stimulating yet mildly spicy sensation that was just right. This culinary approach, once deemed nonsensical in her previous life, had transformed into a rare delicacy in this world. Qianxia, you are truly remarkable, possessing such knowledge, Coral said, admiring her while sipping the meat broth. I should venture out more often to see if I can discover anything else. Oh, by the way, Coral, What happened to those furball fruits from the cave I had before? Qianxia suddenly recalled her chestnuts. Now that we have a pot, we can finally enjoy them. Coral pointed to the corner of the cave entrance, saying, I was going to throw them away, but I hadn't gotten around to it yet. Thank goodness you didn't throw them away. Those are food. Qianxia sighed in relief. The moment she mentioned food, the other 5 beasts immediately sat up straight, their demeanor turning serious. In this world, food reigns supreme. The discovery of new edible sustenance is indeed a boon for the orcs, deserving of exaltation. Silverwind, with utmost seriousness, turned to Qianxia and inquired, Are you truly saying that this furry fruit can be consumed and will satiate our hunger? Of course, Qianxia replied, otherwise, why would I have brought it back? This is called a chestnut. Before it ripens, it resembles a fuzzy ball. Now, let me teach you how to prepare it. Bring a pot of water to a boil. A flurry of activity ensued as they washed the pot and boiled the water. After Qianxia instructed Silverwind to make an incision in the chestnuts, they were cast into the boiling water. After a significant period, once the chestnuts had split open, they were retrieved and plunged into cold water. Qianxia picked up one chestnut, removed its shell, and took a bite. Ah, how sweet and fragrant. The familiar flavor nearly brought tears to her eyes. The others mimicked Qianxia, indulging in the chestnuts, only to be met with 6 pairs of astonished eyes in unison. Qianxia smiled and remarked, So, how does it taste? Isn't it delightful? You can even cook it in meat broth for an exquisite flavor. I absolutely adore these chestnuts. They're soft and sticky, with an aroma that's simply divine. Coral exclaimed as she savored them. Upon hearing her praise, her beast man exchanged knowing glances. It was clear that for the foreseeable future, Coral's household would be enjoying chestnuts daily. Qianxia also taught them how to extract oil, emphasizing that without oil, cooking lacks flavor. Even frying meat would result in it sticking to the pan. The oil was rendered from the most succulent parts of the beast's flesh, and as it sizzled, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing the other creatures outside who curiously inquired about the source of such delightful fragrance. Eventually, Qianxia skillfully utilized the freshly rendered beast oil to saute a tender piece of meat, seasoning it with the scant amounts of salt and chili available. The assembly of beasts relished their meal with utter satisfaction. They were astonished by the exquisite flavors, realizing how coarse their previous meals had been. Qianxia, you are truly remarkable, Coral exclaimed, her belly round from indulgence. It was her first encounter with such delectable food, the meat devoid of any gamey taste, tender and aromatic, unveiling a new culinary experience. Qianxia is truly impressive, she thought. With a smile, Qianxia responded to Coral, if you enjoy it, do indulge further. She then turned to Coral's several beast husbands, saying, since Coral relishes this so much, you all ought to learn well. The males nodded in agreement. After a long day of labor, Qianxia felt weariness settle in. Once they had feasted and quenched their thirst, drowsiness enveloped her. And just as she contemplated returning home for a restful sleep, Coral intercepted her. Before her beast husband departed, he had entrusted Coral with the medicine given by the shaman, requesting her to ensure Qianxia took her medicine. Thus, Coral directed her beast husbands to prepare the concoction for her, and after Qianxia consumed it, Coral escorted her back home, displaying a remarkable thoughtfulness. Indeed, it was true that a pregnant woman could hardly resist the allure of sleep. She drifted off, only to awaken in the dead of night, feeling a warm embrace enveloping her, a gentle hand caressing her belly. Yet her fatigue was overwhelming, and she soon succumbed to slumber once more. Chapter 9. Commencing the fattening plan, Qianxia was fortunate to have enjoyed a restful slumber. As she sat up in her nest and stretched her limbs, she abruptly realized that the attire adorning her was not the animal hide from the previous day. Instead, she was clad in a garment reminiscent of a corset and a short skirt, yet fashioned from a gossamer, black fabric. This was undeniably more comfortable and refreshing than the coarse hide. Suddenly, Qianxia halted in her thoughts. Could it be that the beast had changed her clothes? He is my husband, it's perfectly normal. She reassured herself as she tidied her bed and made her way outside. At that moment, Coral was seated at the cave entrance, observing her friend's beastly husband, who possessed long black hair and was draped in a black serpent-skin skirt, as he engaged in learning alongside her own husband. What were they studying? They were acquiring knowledge on how to care for their partners. Xuanqi had returned the previous night. By the time he arrived, she had already succumbed to the embrace of sleep. Gazing at the figure beside him, an inexplicable sensation welled up within his heart. Now he too had a partner and offspring. He had been solitary for far too long. Since his birth, his paternal beast had shown no concern for his well-being, and his maternal beast had been equally indifferent. From a tender age, he had learned to fend for himself, relying solely on the legacy of their serpentine lineage to hunt and enhance his power. Fortunately, he had indeed proven to be formidable, achieving the 9th tier at a young age. Throughout the central continent, the eastern continent, and now the southern continent, only within the eastern sea of the eastern continent was there a 9th tier merman. The northern continent, however, remained shrouded in mystery. The climate of the northern continent is unsuitable for him. The summer season is fleeting, while the winter is exceedingly prolonged. As a serpent beast, would he not spend most of his time in hibernation upon venturing to the northern continent? He has never traversed the western continent and remains unaware of its nature, having only heard whispers of a formidable race residing there. As Qianxia emerged, she spotted Coral seated on a large stone at the mouth of the cave, her expression serious as she gazed ahead, following Coral's line of sight. Ah, is that not her husband and Coral's formidable husband, Silverwind? Qianxia, you're awake. Are you hungry? There's meat simmering in the pot. I will serve you a bowl, Coral exclaimed, promptly descending from the stone upon noticing her. Hearing Coral's words, Xuanqi turned around. From his vantage point, he beheld her silhouetted against the light, donned in the serpent-shed garment he crafted, her raven hair cascading over her shoulders, backlit by the sun. In that moment, he found her rather enchanting. He swiftly approached, wrapping his arms around her waist. His voice a deep murmur. Did you sleep well last night? Are you hungry? Qianxia, captivated by the resonant timbre of his voice, felt herself nearly swoon. A sudden warmth crept to her cheeks as she shyly nodded, I'm hungry. Suddenly, Coral seized Qianxia's hand, leading her into the cave. As they walked, she animatedly remarked, Let me tell you, today's pot of meat is exceptionally fragrant. Your partner and Silverwind caught it this morning. It is far tastier than what we had yesterday. The shaman also advised you to indulge in this meat. It's nutritious, and you are too thin. Yin Feng observed as his companion wrenched herself from Qianqi's embrace. A pang of unease struck him, leaving him with no choice but to offer an awkward smile. I apologize. My partner tends to be rather boisterous in her ways. She simply grew anxious seeing Qianxia's hunger and wished to hasten her meal, he explained. Qianqi nodded silently, offering no further comment. At that moment, Yin Feng was acutely aware of the perspiration on his palms. Facing a 9th tier beast man was undeniably daunting. Meanwhile, Coral had seated Qianxia beside a stone pot, within which simmered a mouth-watering assortment of meat. Qianxia couldn't help but notice how the contents bore a striking resemblance to chicken, both in appearance and aroma. A layer of golden fat floated atop the broth, while the succulent chunks of meat below appeared tender and inviting, igniting a voracious appetite within her. Coral eagerly ladled a heaping bowl and placed it before her. Qianxia, do hurry and eat. This meat is highly nutritious. The shaman advises the partners of females in our tribe, especially those with health concerns or expecting young, to fetch this for them as a means of nourishment. She exclaimed with excitement. Qianxia, somewhat perplexed by Coral's enthusiasm, nonetheless prioritized her meal, determined to gain weight. Coral, brimming with joy, had just learned that Qianxia was indeed expecting. She had kept her so busy yesterday, and with that thought, Coral called out towards the cave entrance Yin Feng. Yin Feng. Moments later, Yin Feng entered, followed closely by Qianxia's beast husband. What is it, Coral? Yin Feng inquired gently. Do you have that white fox pelt? I wish to gift it to Qianxia, Coral declared with great generosity, causing a sudden jolt of surprise within Yin Feng. His partner has taken quite a liking to the white fox pelt, having hesitated to use it for clothing until now. Yet she has directly expressed her intention to gift it to another. Why would you want to give me the pelt? Qianxia inquired while eating. Oh dear. I had no idea you were expecting. Just yesterday, you were bustling about with us, teaching us how to make a stone pot, how to cook food in it, how to rid beast meat of its gamey flavor, and even how to refine oil, not to mention discovering new dishes. What is a mere white fox pelt compared to all that? My beast husband is truly remarkable. I believe he would catch more for me. Just accept it. Coral earnestly insisted. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng wholeheartedly agreed and promptly retrieved a sizable piece of white fox pelt from his spatial storage, handing it to Xuanqi, who stood nearby. At that moment, Xuanqi appeared somewhat stunned. His female is so impressive. Upon waking that morning, He had discovered a stone pot in their home and was utterly perplexed by its purpose. As he stepped outside, he happened to see the neighboring cave using a similar stone pot to cook meat. He approached to inquire. And then Foam began to instruct him on how to prepare meat broth in that pot, even demonstrating how to pan-fry meat. He tasted a piece of the fried meat, and it was simply divine. He had never realized food could be so delicious. Then, this male began to teach him how to prepare dishes for females, and Xuanqi earnestly engaged in learning. After all, he was no longer just a beast. It is said that females are delicate, and he lacked experience in caring for them, so he must learn well. Suddenly, he recalled the moment when he had tossed beast meat to her in the cave. Such a slender female is clearly undernourished. Even when he tossed her a piece of meat, she would only consume it once it was thoroughly cooked. Is she not rather finicky? Chapter 10. No one could disdain the little one. Qianxia did not refuse. She turned to her husband, offering a gentle smile, and said, "Then do accept it. Take good care of it. Wearing this fox fur in the cold season will surely keep you warm." At that moment, Qianxia realized just how extraordinarily handsome her husband truly was. During their first encounter, and over the past couple of days, she had hardly paid attention. Upon their first meeting, she had just arrived, still in a state of shock, with little inclination to admire a handsome man. Their second meeting occurred when the chief came with him. She was in the midst of her meal when she suddenly caught sight of him and was taken aback, fearing he had come seeking vengeance for her secretive departure. In the beast realm, there existed an unwritten rule. If a male found a female while out, and he was single, the female became his partner. If he was already in a relationship, he would bring her back to the tribe, allowing the female the choice to join. Typically, females would select a male partner from within the tribe. However, Qianxia was an exception, as no beast wished to accept her. It must be said, as she scrutinized him closely now, that her husband was devastatingly handsome. How had she not noticed this before? Perhaps it was due to her hunger, which had left her dizzy. With a prominent nose, deep golden eyes, and thinly pressed lips, his waist-length black hair framed a chiseled face. And his height was likely around 6 feet 3 inches. Moreover, he possessed a well-defined physique, adorned with a set of abs and a strikingly muscular form, complemented by a skirt made of the same exquisite material as her own, with a visage that was quite ordinary and a physique reminiscent of a comic book character. Qianxia's gaze inexplicably drifted toward a certain direction. If her senses had not deceived her, there were indeed 2 figures present. A blush crept onto her cheeks. In the 21st century, having been solitary for over 2 decades, she had, in this beastly realm, acquired an extraordinary husband within just 20 days. Suddenly, something warm brushed against her lips. As she instinctively reached out to touch it, she found herself enveloped in a man's embrace. Coral, witnessing the swift disappearance of the 2, gasped, her voice caught in her throat before she could utter a sound. After a moment, she turned to Silver Wind and inquired, "Is this the speed of a 9th-tier beastman?" Silver Wind nodded, a mix of astonishment and embarrassment on his face. When Qianxia finally stood before the shaman, she became aware of the blood staining her hands. Oh dear, how could one become so flustered by a handsome face that it led to a nosebleed? "You must examine her at once. Why is she bleeding so suddenly?" Xuanqi implored the shaman, cradling her with urgency and trepidation. At that moment, Qianxia felt an overwhelming urge to find a rabbit hole to hide in. She tugged at his arm and whispered, "I'm fine. I just got a bit too excited." Excited? What could possibly cause such excitement? Is this beast meat truly that delectable? "I shall gather more later," Xuanqi replied, his eyes still brimming with concern. At this juncture, Qianxia felt utterly exasperated. One of the drawbacks of the beast realm was the occasional difficulty in communication. After pondering for a moment, she shyly gestured for him to lower his head. Then she whispered in his ear, I just found you too handsome, and I became overwhelmed with excitement. I'm fine. Let us hurry back." Qianqi, upon hearing her words, was truly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It was the first time he had heard of a beast bleeding from merely admiring beauty, and yet, he couldn't help but let a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. The herbalist, observing the interaction between the 2, smiled affectionately, feeling gratified by the young beast's blossoming emotions. Since they were already here, she thought it best to observe a little longer. The herbalist spoke kindly. Qianqi obediently held the person in his arms and knelt before the herbalist, ensuring that the one he cradled was more comfortable. Qianxia also stretched out her hand for the herbalist to take her pulse. Surprisingly, Qianxia was quite curious. It seemed this world still practiced pulse diagnosis, indicating that the herbalist belonged to the lineage of traditional Chinese medicine. Indeed, the profundity of Chinese culture is remarkable. I digress. She had previously suffered from malnutrition, resulting in some depletion. Moreover, now that she was carrying a child, as you well know, the fetus requires substantial nourishment, and it is imperative to ensure that she is well fed every day. The medicine I prescribed must be taken daily without interruption. Her current frailty is due to insufficient energy replenishment. Good child, you too must consume more food, as long as you do not overindulge. The herbalist directed these words to both individuals.
Grandma,
Do you mean to say that my current nutritional intake is insufficient because the nutrients I consume are being absorbed by the fetus, resulting in my failure to gain weight? Qianxia inquired. The shaman withdrew her hand and gazed at her kindly, saying, Indeed. You may comprehend it in this manner. Your beast husband belongs to the Xianwang snake lineage, a species endowed with exceptional innate abilities. Even in their infancy, they require a significant amount of energy. If they do not absorb enough, they will begin to draw from the maternal energy. However, do not be overly concerned. Your beast husband is remarkably powerful, and you need not fret about sustenance. It is imperative that you do not develop an aversion to the offspring due to their unconscious absorption of energy. Offspring despised by their maternal figures are likely to be born deformed. Once your energy levels are replenished and the offspring have absorbed enough, you will gain weight. Thus, it is essential for you to consume ample food. Simultaneously, Xuanqi tightened his embrace, feeling a surge of anxiety and fear within him. He had ultimately overlooked a crucial fact. Their union was not a natural occurrence, but rather a forceful one. Although in the beast realm, he had found a female and was a solitary beast, it could be said that she was indeed his mate. Yet, mating should always require the consent of the female. Initially, he had merely perceived that she still had breath in her and did not wish for her to perish outside, which is why he had brought her back to the cave. Though uncertain of her survival, he realized that she would not endure out there. It was later that he learned the flowers in that vast field were called yuqing flowers. The fragrance of these blossoms could incite intense desires in beasts, and it was not uncommon for beast men to pluck one or two for the purposes of mating and seduction. He had never encountered these flowers before, and thus, when he went hunting, he had paid no heed to their presence. The overwhelming scent of the yuqing flowers had ignited a surge of desire within him, causing his energy to become tumultuous. Later, he succumbed to the overwhelming force of desire, compelling her. As she felt the man's grip around her slowly tighten, Qianxiao assumed he was concerned that she might harbor disdain for the little ones. She placed her hand atop his and gazed into his eyes, saying, You need not worry. I could never dislike the little ones. They are my treasures, and I cherish them dearly. Upon hearing her words, Xuanqi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. A pang of emotion swelling within him. He softly murmured in agreement. She was truly remarkable. Chapter 11. The unveiling of Xuanqi's heart as they made their way back. He held her close. In his embrace, Qianxia felt an odd sense of incompleteness, as if she had overlooked something significant. After much contemplation, it dawned on her. She did not even know her husband's name. You haven't told me your name, and here I am, inexplicably pregnant. I don't even know the name of the father of my child. Can you believe this? Qianxia pouted, displaying her displeasure. The one in her arms felt as light as a feather. Xuanqi, amused by her grievances, let a smile play upon his lips. Thus he introduced himself once more, this time with a touch of formality. I apologize for my oversight. My name is Xuanqi, a 9th-tier beast man, and my beast form is that of a serpent.
Ah.
What was that delightful sound called in my previous life? Uncle voice, yes, indeed uncle voice. It was truly melodious. She adored it. I am Qianxia. Yes, I know. You know? How do you know? Xuanqi found himself at a loss for words once again. It was not as if he were deaf. The female named Coral had been calling her name incessantly. When we switched caves, she mentioned to me that she was your close friend and came to assist in arranging things. I allowed her to help, and later, I also asked her to keep an eye on you. Oh. Qianxia thought to herself that perhaps her pregnancy had dulled her wits, leading her to ask such a foolish question. Xuanqi's expression darkened, and he tightened his embrace around the person in his arms. Remorsefully speaking, I apologize for forcing you into mating. It was my fault. However, I wish to explain that it was not my intention. I found you in the forest, where you were on the brink of death. A precious female such as yourself. I was uncertain if you would survive. But I knew that if I left you there, you would surely perish. Thus, I brought you back to my cave. The day we mated, I had ventured out to hunt. The beast I encountered possessed a certain intelligence, and I struggled with it for quite some time, eventually chasing it to a field abundant with crimson flowers. The air was filled with their fragrant aroma. Having journeyed from another continent, I had never seen such blossoms, and thus I paid them no mind. After concluding my hunt, I returned to the cave, intending to rest and digest, and then everything transpired. Today, while hunting with Feng, I passed by that sea of flowers once more. Upon inquiring, I learned that these flowers are called manhwa. Their fragrance possesses aphrodisiac qualities and, typically, beast men would pluck one or two for mating and flirtation. I had inhaled an abundance of that floral scent. As Xuanqi spoke, his voice dwindled to a whisper. Therefore, I beg your forgiveness, Qianxia. Please do not harbor any disdain for our offspring. I am remarkably strong and capable of providing for both you and our child. His voice trembled with emotion as he buried his head in Qianxia's shoulder. Qianxia felt the dampness on her shoulder as she gently reached out to stroke his head, softly saying, I understand. Perhaps I should even thank you. You have, in a sense, saved my life. As I mentioned earlier, I could never harbor disdain for my cubs. After all, they are my children. What mother could ever despise her offspring? Look at our encounter. It must be the blessing of the beast god. I was on the brink of starvation in the wilderness when you found me, brought me back to the cave, and even provided me with food. And then, I became pregnant with your cubs. Perhaps this is fate. For no beast in my tribe desired me. Maybe the beast god took pity on me and sent you my way. This cursed talk from a past life. Qianxia chuckled to herself. Upon hearing her words, Xuanqi lifted his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with an indescribable array of emotions. At that moment, he silently vowed to cherish and protect her for the rest of his life, ensuring she would never face injustice. She deserved nothing less. As they walked back, Qianxia and her companion garnered quite a few curious glances. Who would have imagined that the least favored, most fragile female in the tribe could possess a legendary high-ranking beast husband? Moreover, she was expecting triplets. The fact that she carried 3 cubs was indicative of her remarkable fertility. Who would have thought that such a frail creature, seemingly nothing more than a walking skeleton, could bear 3 at once and exhibit such extraordinary reproductive capabilities? In the beast world, conceiving was no simple feat. Females did not become pregnant merely by going into heat. The challenges of reproduction made the beasts of this realm place great importance on their descendants. The strength of a tribe is determined by the might of its males and the abundance of its females. A powerful male signifies ample protection, which in turn attracts more individuals to join the tribe, leading to its natural prosperity. In this forest, the Lion King tribe exemplifies formidable strength. Beyond the golden lion orcs, it has welcomed numerous other orc types such as eagle orcs, bear orcs, snake orcs, and wolf orcs. A higher number of females indicates a robust reproductive capacity, enticing more males, for females are rare and precious, and males aspire to propagate their lineage. The formidable protective force draws beasts into the tribe, while the presence of females lures in males. As the number of males increases, so does strength, leading to the birth of offspring, who will eventually grow up. This interdependence is evident. Take, for instance, that slender female. She was underestimated. Indeed, during the coming-of-age ceremony, no beast selected her. Who could have anticipated that her frail frame could bear 3 offspring? In our tribe, only Muna has given birth to 3 at a time, but her physique cannot be compared to that of this slender female. Is this the power of a 9th-tier orc? Such beauty, combined with formidable strength, what incredible fortune for this slender female. Had I known of her remarkable reproductive prowess, I would have chosen her at the coming-of-age ceremony. Yet now, this male hesitated to utter those 3 words, for his strength was merely 4th tier. Amidst whispers of quiet speculation, Qianxia returned to the entrance of her den. Chapter 12. The gratitude of the many. As Qianxia returned to the entrance of the cave, she discovered that the entrance to Coral's abode was teeming with creatures. Puzzled, she was soon greeted by Coral's voice explaining, "This is a stone pot, this is a stone bowl, this is a spoon, and this is a plate," all intended for serving food. At that moment, Coral was diligently educating the gathering of beasts. After Qianxia departed, she began to enjoy her meal. Before long, a few more creatures arrived, drawn by the enticing aroma emanating from the stone pot, which was currently simmering with meat. Confused, she inquired why they had come to her home. They all responded that they had followed the delicious scent to her dwelling. Upon seeing the stone pot preparing the meal, their curiosity piqued. They eagerly bombarded Coral with questions regarding every aspect of the stone pot. Coral, in turn, explained it all to them. Meanwhile, upon spotting the returning Qianxia, one of the beasts shouted, "Coral, Qianxia is back." In the Lion King tribe, the name Qianxia was undeniably well known. Hearing that Qianxia had returned, Coral dashed out, and the creatures parted to create a path. "Come quickly, Qianxia. They are all here to learn. They wish to have stone pots and bowls as well," Coral exclaimed, pulling Qianxia into the cave. Qianxia gazed at the throng of creatures filling the cave, her surprise evident. "You all desire stone pots?" she asked. "Indeed. We all wish for them," they chorused. "We also wish to learn the art of cooking. Indeed, we desire to master the stone pot technique as well." A chorus of beasts nodded in agreement. "Qianxia, the method you taught me for cooking meat produces delectable results. Do you know how they arrived here?" "They came drawn by the tantalizing aroma," Coral exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she found herself gazed upon with admiration by so many. It filled her with unparalleled joy. It then dawned on Qianxia that these orcs had no knowledge of using utensils. The females would not consume raw meat, while the males simply roasted their catches over an open flame before presenting them to the females. The males had it even simpler, as they devoured their prey raw, and the young ones relied on milk. They lacked even the most basic containers for food, often opting to place it directly on stones to cool before eating. Reflecting on this, Qianxia mused, "How intriguing. In my previous life, I devoured countless novels set in beastly realms, where the heroine taught the orcs to utilize and create tools. Now, it seems the role of the heroine has fallen to me. Who could have anticipated that I would truly traverse the fabric of time? Nevertheless, I shall embrace this fate. Let me, a being with a millennium of cultural heritage, impart my knowledge to all. All right, call your husbands, and we shall gather by the water's edge. I must first have my meal, and once I am satiated, we shall embark." The crowd responded in unison, understood, and dispersed to summon their mates. Coral sat nearby, her eyes filled with admiration and excitement as she watched her. Qianxia felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze and inquired, "Why do you look at me so? Is there something amiss with my face? Flowers? What flowers?" "You lack flowers upon your visage," Coral replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. Qianxia realized her oversight. She had unwittingly uttered words that a beast would not comprehend. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely wonder why you gaze at me so intently." As she ladled the broth from the pot, she savored the enhanced flavor it had developed during her absence. "I am simply delighted. They just approached me, expressing their desire for a stone pot, wishing to exchange their prey for my recipe. I informed them that it was you who crafted the stone pot, as well as these utensils." Their astonishment was palpable. Just envisioning their expressions fills me with joy. She truly felt exhilarated. Previously, the females of the tribe had looked down upon the slender Qianxia, yet now she not only possessed a formidable beast husband, but also the enviable ability to reproduce robustly. Even the stone pot and utensils they coveted were of Qianxia's own invention, delivering a resounding blow to their pride. What a thrill, an exquisite thrill. Qianxia smiled and said, "As long as you are happy, there will be even more to teach you in the future." Hearing her words, Coral's eyes sparkled with excitement. From this day forth, she would be Qianxia's foremost devotee. Just as Qianxia was enjoying her meal, a commotion arose at the cave entrance. "Quick, bring this pelt to Qianxia. Hurry. This prey belongs to her. You can hunt later." Coral and Qianxia exchanged glances before Qianxia, bowl in hand, stepped outside alongside Coral. The entrance was filled with beasts, the very females who had expressed their desire for a stone pot, accompanied by their husbands. The entrance was piled high with an assortment of items, prey, animal hides, an array of unfamiliar fruits, and several objects resembling sapphires. What is all this?" Qianxia asked, somewhat taken aback. "This is our token of gratitude. Please, do not hesitate to accept it. We cannot allow you to teach us for free. Indeed, we have heard you are with child. You must eat well, especially since you appear so slender. Look at this piece of meat. It is quite nourishing," they continued. "We have run out of game at home, and it is too late to hunt now. The remaining hides are not particularly beautiful, so I shall not take those." Here are 10 blue spirit stones. Please accept them. Their expressions were filled with joy, each one radiating happiness. Qianxia, do accept this. It is from all of us, Coral chimed in, to which Qianxia nodded in agreement. She, too, would not receive this gift without intention, for she planned to teach them many things in the future. Then, thank you all. I will have Coral inform you when to gather at the tribe's entrance. I haven't had my fill yet, Qianxia said with a smile. No rush, take your time eating. We shall return home first, they replied. Yes, eat at your leisure, and we will wait for news, they added before bidding farewell. Once alone, Qianxia gazed at the bountiful provisions strewn about, feeling a twinge of melancholy. So much. How shall I store it all? Coral, do you see anything you fancy? If you like something, take it, she suggested. Upon hearing this, Coral quickly waved her hands. No. I lack for nothing. This is a gift from everyone to you. What would I need? Thank you. She knew that Qianxia was the best of all. Observing her troubled expression from the side, Qianxi smiled gently and inquired, Xia, are you concerned about how to arrange these items? Presently, he gazed at Qianxia with profound affection. Although she remained quite slender, her cheeks still sunken. He found her to be exceedingly beautiful. Indeed, our cave cannot accommodate so many things. It was unexpected that one day, she would fret over an excess of supplies. Chapter 13. The marvelous abilities. Xuanqi approached her from behind, wrapping one arm around her waist. Upon feeling the slight bulge of her abdomen, he was filled with joy. With a casual wave of his other hand, the previously scattered materials vanished in an instant. Qianxia stared in disbelief at the scene before her, her eyes wide open. What is this? Is this the space described in novels? He just stored everything away in a heartbeat. With her eyes sparkling, Qianxia looked up at him, who towered over her by two heads, and excitedly asked, Is this a spatial ability? Xuanqi found her reaction amusing. She resembled a curious cub discovering something delightful. Indeed, I possess 3 abilities: ice, fire, and space, he replied with a smile. At that moment, Yin Feng, standing beside the coral, was taken aback by these words, his pupils trembling and his lips twitching. He actually has 3 abilities. In the beast realm, males are destined to awaken abilities, a blessing from the beast god, enabling them to thrive. The timing of the awakening and the potency of the abilities depend on individual talent. The earlier one awakens, the stronger their innate gifts. For instance, he himself awakened his abilities at the age of 5, which was considered quite early. Han Chuan awakened just a bit earlier, at 4 years old. Among the awakened abilities, the power of natural elements is notably stronger than others, such as wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, and ice. Within the realm of natural elemental power, there exists a particularly extraordinary ability known as the power of nature. This ability embodies the forces of natural restoration and healing, enabling plants to flourish rapidly and allowing them to replenish their energy. It can be said that as long as there are plants, healing and restoration can perpetually occur. Typically, this capability is possessed by advanced sorcerers who reside in the esteemed super tribes and earn the respect of all orcs. Generally, an orc awakens but a single extraordinary ability, while those blessed with dual abilities are considered exceptionally gifted. The awakening of multiple abilities indeed signifies remarkable talent, yet it does not diminish the prowess of those who awaken only one. Such distinctions vary among individuals. The son of the tribe's chieftain, Han Chuan, has awakened dual extraordinary abilities, both tied to the forces of nature. His extraordinary talent has allowed him to attain the rank of a 7th-tier warrior at a young age. He himself has also awakened dual abilities, wind and spatial powers. Though he may not rival Han Chuan's exceptional gifts, he remains a standout within the tribe. Initially, he believed Han Chuan to be immensely powerful, yet he was taken aback by Qianqi's even more prodigious talent, who possesses 2 natural elemental abilities alongside a spatial ability. It is no wonder that he is a 9th-tier orc. The spatial ability is highly coveted among the orc populace. With such an ability, one can store vast quantities of food, which is fundamental for survival. Spatial abilities are further categorized into lower and higher tiers. Lower-tier spatial abilities allow for time to stand still within a confined space, only permitting the storage of inanimate objects. In contrast, higher-tier spatial abilities feature a more expansive base space and can accommodate living entities. Regrettably, his spatial ability falls within the lower tier. Fortunately, through his diligent efforts, he is now on the verge of advancing to a higher realm of space. In this elevated realm, while time does not stand still, one possesses the ability to manipulate it. You can choose to preserve your food in its current state indefinitely, or you may opt to hasten its ripening. Moreover, the freedom to enter and exit this space allows one to evade numerous dangers. This extraordinary ability is subject to evolution. As the inherent strength of the beast man increases, the lower realm of space will transform into a higher one, expanding in size along with this enhancement. Wow, that is truly remarkable. Is your space the kind that can eternally maintain the state of whatever is placed within it? At that moment, Qianxia was genuinely exhilarated. She had encountered such concepts only within novels, and now, unexpectedly, she was witnessing it firsthand. I can indeed preserve it indefinitely. My space bends to my will. Xuanqi replied with a smile, lifting her gently and proceeding into the cave. Meanwhile, Yin Feng lamented, "Damn it, this is truly the favored of the beast god. Two elemental powers combined with a high-level spatial ability. It's a competition of beasts that could drive one to madness. First, let us enjoy a meal. Eat heartily. I can now prepare food in a stone pot, and I shall cook for you this evening." He set her down by the pot, took the bowl from her hands, and filled it anew. Coral had prepared a substantial pot of stew, having consumed some herself, while leaving a generous portion for her. Qianxia was astonished to realize that she had devoured an entire pot of meat soup. Upon witnessing Qianxia finish her meal, Shanga stood up with exuberance and said, "Qianxia, I shall proceed to inform everyone to gather at the entrance of the tribe. You tidy up and join us shortly." "All right, I will be there in a moment," Qianxia replied. As Shanga turned, Yin Feng swiftly transformed into his beast form, a majestic lion, poised and regal, awaiting Shanga to mount him. Once she climbed aboard, he leaped forth from the cave. "Wow, this lion is truly magnificent," Qianxia mused to herself. She turned her gaze toward Xuanqi, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she said, "I wish to see your beast form." Xuanqi was amused by her playful demeanor and, with a fond acknowledgement, transformed into his beast form. He deliberately diminished his size considerably. Otherwise, given his rank and inherent species traits, the cave would scarcely accommodate him. "Wow, your beast form is stunning," Qianxia exclaimed in awe. It was indeed breathtaking. His ebony, lustrous scales shimmered, revealing iridescent colors when illuminated. This must be what one refers to as a kaleidoscopic black. In his beast form, his golden pupils were remarkably wide, reaching the height of her shoulder. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch him. This spot must correspond to his nose in human form? She giggled, relishing the delightful texture. It would be wonderful to have him transform into his beast form to sleep at night. How refreshing. As if suddenly reminded of something, Xuanqi reverted to his human form and produced several objects resembling sapphires. It was then that Qianxia noticed these stones emanated a bluish glow. "What is this?" she inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Xuanqi gently took her hand and placed 10 luminous blue stones upon her palm, followed by a bag brimming with more of these precious gems. Qianxia examined the stones closely, noting their beauty. These stones, known as blue spirit stones, serve as currency among the orc tribes. During our hunts, some prey possess these spirit stones within their bodies. When utilized by males, these stones facilitate advancement. For females, they bolster physical vitality. The more advanced spirit stones can even extend a female's lifespan, although their application requires assistance from a male, as females typically lack extraordinary abilities. Xuanqi elucidated. Qianxia seized upon a significant phrase, typically females. This implies that some females are indeed capable of awakening extraordinary powers. While such occurrences are rare, those females who do awaken such abilities usually become shamans, and the more gifted among them ascend to the ranks of high shamans, predominantly dwelling in the super tribes. Super tribes? Qianxia suddenly felt a pressing need to delve deeper into the cultural intricacies of the beast realm. Her inherited memories contain no such descriptions. Chapter 14. The stone bowl is too heavy. Let's exchange for a wooden one. Take this bag of blue spirit stones. If it is insufficient, I shall provide you with more, for I possess an abundance in my space, as well as numerous purple spirit stones, Qianqi said with a hint of indulgence. Purple spirit stones? She was bewildered, her expression reflecting confusion. Noticing her state, Qianqi felt a pang of sympathy. How could this female not even know what blue and purple spirit stones were? Typically, in a tribe, when a beast gives birth to female offspring, it is a matter of great honor. Both the male and female beasts would shower their offspring with affection. One could only wonder how her parents cared for her. With a thought, a purple spirit stone materialized in his hand. He gently placed the stone in her palm, meticulously explaining, "Blue spirit stones are of the lowest quality, commonly found within ordinary beasts. In contrast, purple spirit stones are possessed by beasts of a slightly higher tier. 10 blue spirit stones equal 5 purple spirit stones. Beyond that, we have red and black spirit stones. 10 purple spirit stones equate to 1 red spirit stone, while the value of a black spirit stone is incalculable. In terms of beastman hierarchy, blue spirit stones correspond to a 3rd-tier beastman, purple spirit stones to a 5th tier, red spirit stones to an 8th tier. And as for black spirit stones, it is said they are equivalent to a 12th tier. In the continents I have traversed, not to mention 12th tier, there are only 2 9th-tier beastmen, and I am one of them. The elevation of a beastman's level becomes increasingly arduous. Thus in this land, one can tread with confidence. For I am invincible." Qianxia gazed at him, her heart swelling with a myriad of complex emotions, though she could not comprehend their origin at that very moment. She yearned to kiss him. "Lower your head," she instructed. Xuanqi obediently bowed his head. In the next instant, a warm pair of lips met his, causing his serpent-like pupils to contract sharply. He swiftly embraced her, deepening the kiss.
"Who could understand?"
He uttered, "You may walk sideways, for I am invincible," which was undeniably exhilarating for a beast's heart. When they finally parted, both their faces were flushed with crimson. "We should leave, or else Coral and the others will be waiting too long." Indeed. Qianxia placed the spirit stone in his hand, and with a mere thought, he returned it to his spatial realm. Transforming into his beast form, he coiled his serpentine tail around her and gently set her atop his head before swimming outward. The sensation of having a companion was truly delightful. Upon seeing Qianxiao approach, Coral began rallying everyone to head towards the water's edge. This time, their number had increased, as they had gathered at the entrance of the tribe. When the bewildered beasts inquired about their destination, they shared the news with others. This dissemination of information spread like wildfire, and soon, all available beasts had joined. While the others set off, Coral waited at the tribe's entrance for Qianxia to arrive so they could proceed together. So many beasts? Indeed, the news spread far and wide. And now the entire tribe is aware. All the available beasts have come. Coral replied with a cheerful smile. Upon reaching the water's edge, Qianxia stood aside, beginning to instruct everyone on how to select stones suitable for crafting stone pots. "Have you noticed that enormous rock? Whosoever possesses a greater number of beasts should take hold of this substantial piece, for it is ample enough to prepare your meals. Over there, yes. That one. Those with fewer beasts may opt for that chunk." Once everyone has selected a suitable stone, Yin Feng commences the lesson on cutting, while Qianxia provides explanations. It is crucial not to carve too deeply, as the base must endure the flames. If it is too thin, it may easily be damaged, and if too thick, it will prolong the cooking time of the food. Pay close attention to Yin Feng's cutting technique. After the cutting is completed, the process of polishing begins, requiring mutual assistance. For some males lack this particular ability, Yin Feng employs his wind powers to create a whirlwind for the polishing, while those endowed with such abilities assist others who are unable to polish their stone pots. Thus, through collaborative effort, each individual possesses a smooth stone vessel. Observing the towering trees by the water's edge, Qianxia's mind begins to conceive an idea. The stone bowls are rather heavy. Wooden bowls would indeed be much more convenient. Judging by the immense tree before her, it is ample enough to craft bowls for everyone. Darling, fell that tree from this position, then split it in half. Others, quickly step aside. Darling? What does that mean? Although Xianqi is puzzled, he understands that Qianxia is addressing him. He raises his hand slightly, and a razor-thin ice blade swiftly slices through the air, causing the massive tree to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. Another ice blade cleaves the tree into 2 halves. The stone bowls are still somewhat cumbersome, hence today, I shall teach everyone how to make wooden bowls. Qianxia directed her husband to divide the tree into various sizes of pieces, while simultaneously instructing Yin Feng to craft wooden bowls as one would mold stone bowls. The group of beasts looked on in bewilderment. Soon, an exquisite set of tableware was completed, each piece polished to a remarkable smoothness, thanks to Yin Feng's gentle breeze. Have you all taken note? Do you understand the process? Then, it is time for you to take action. Engage with one another and consider the size of the bowls you wish to create, she encouraged. This time, she made an extra pair of cups, designing 2 styles, one tall and one short, for she was utterly enamored with this tableware set. Wasn't this truly a splendid example of rustic wooden tableware? It was undeniable that Xuanqi was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a creation. His partner was truly remarkable, and he felt a swell of pride. The tree was indeed colossal, and after everyone had finished, a significant portion of wood remained. Xuanqi seized that leftover wood and, following Qianxia's instructions, crafted another set of tableware. Qianxia had intended to make another set herself, as the initial one served merely as a demonstration, with only one piece. After all, she had two beasts to cater for, and her partner deserved a bowl as well. Xuanqi, in a playful gesture, secretly carved a small rabbit onto the set he was crafting. Chapter 15. She may be on the verge of a new era once everyone had prepared their bowls. Qianxia initially intended to return to the tribe. However, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. For the past couple of days, she had dined in the Coral Cave. One of Coral's companions possessed water-based abilities, making access to water quite convenient, alleviating any concerns. Yet, Xuanqi did not possess such powers, nor did they have any means of water storage at home. If she were to feel thirsty in the middle of the night, she would have to venture out in search of water. Observing those around her, Qianxia inquired, "How do you typically manage your water needs? What if you feel thirsty at night?" "Well, we usually go to the water's edge for our needs. Bathing and processing our catch are done there, and once we're clean, we return to the tribe. If we feel thirsty at night, we simply send the beast men to fetch water," one replied. "Indeed, during the day, we come here to drink, and while we're at it, we take a bath. If we feel thirsty at night, the beast men will fetch water for us," chimed in another female voice. Qianxia's lips twitched slightly as she realized her oversight. They roasted their meat directly and bathed at the water's edge. It seemed they had no pressing need for water elsewhere. A glance at the males present revealed they appeared unperturbed by this arrangement. Even if it meant traversing some distance in the dead of night to fetch water for the females, it seemed they regarded it with a hint of pride. In the beastly realm, being needed by the females and laboring for them is regarded as a profound honor. At this moment, Qianxia feels that she may be on the brink of ushering in a new era. "Do you not find this inconvenient?" she inquires. "Look, the distance from the water's edge to the tribe is not exceedingly far, yet it still poses a challenge. Our thirst can only be quenched by a few sips of water, and we must traverse this distance each time. To go back and forth merely for a few mouthfuls is quite a task. In the dead of night, when thirst strikes, the beastly husbands must venture out to fetch water for you. Now that you have been taught to create vessels for holding food and water, one must ponder how your husbands managed to procure water before these innovations. I imagine they must have resorted to finding large leaves to carry it back, correct?" Qianxia gazes at the crowd, who exchange glances and nod in agreement. While the distance to the water's edge may seem trivial for the beast men in their animal forms, it becomes a formidable challenge once transformed. I suspect they would have ventured in their beastly forms to gather water, only to return to the tribe in their human shapes, cradling the water. These thoughts are merely conjectures, yet it is evident that they lacked proper tools. Leaves were likely their only means of carrying water. In her childhood, Qianxia had played in the countryside in much the same manner. Moreover, how could the beast men manage to hold a leaf filled with water after transforming? Thus, they must have carefully cradled the makeshift vessels, taking painstaking steps to return home. As Chica spoke, she couldn't help but express her admiration for the males of this beastly world. The moment her words left her lips, several females turned to their partners with astonishment and heartfelt emotion in their eyes. "So, this is how you bring water back, Xiangshan?" one female asked, her gaze filled with concern for her companion. She recalled a night when thirst had compelled her to seek water, prompting her partner to venture out on her behalf. After a prolonged wait, she finally received the water, which had led her to unleash her frustration upon him. Reflecting on it now, it dawned on her that he had indeed returned with the precious liquid in hand. "It was my slow pace that made you wait too long. I am to blame," Xiangshan said, gently grasping her hand and smiling. His words brought tears streaming down Dorley's cheeks as she realized her own misjudgment. She had never contemplated the effort he exerted to fetch the water, and she had even questioned why he took so long when his beastly form was so swift. "No, no, no. You are wonderful. It is my fault," Dorley exclaimed, unable to restrain herself any longer as she embraced her partner, burying her face in his chest while sobs escaped her lips. Xiangshan felt a surge of guilt, wondering how he could have caused his beloved such sorrow. His gaze shifted to Chica, who stood at the forefront, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Nearby, another female appeared to have a sudden realization, covering her mouth with trembling hands, tears brimming in her eyes. Chinka, she began, recalling a night when her own thirst had prompted her beast husband, Chinka, to fetch water for her. He had initially stepped out but unexpectedly returned, calling upon another beast husband to assist him. Not long after, the water was retrieved, but it was held by another beast man. Her beast man, Chinka, was an eagle beast, the ruler of the skies, possessing remarkable speed. The beast man who accompanied him to fetch the water was a rabbit beast man. If her conjecture was correct, it was likely Chinka who had allowed him to mount his beast form while carrying the leaves that held the water. She remarked on the necessity of two beasts to fetch a mere bucket of water. She and the Xiangshan family were neighbors. On that day, when Xiangshan returned late from fetching water, Dory had become quite irate, to the point that even she, in the neighboring cave, could hear her fury. No wonder Chinka had needed two beasts for the task. In the beast realm, it was a severe humiliation for a partner to mount another's beast form. She had not anticipated that her beast man would go to such lengths for her. She resolved to reward him handsomely. Perhaps she would first bear him a little eagle beast. The expressions of the surrounding beasts varied. The females were predominantly moved or sympathetic, while the males wore expressions of delight. Their joy stemmed from the recognition of their partner's sacrifices. They were truly grateful to Qianxia. Qianxia surveyed the assembly of beasts and let out a silent sigh. In the beast realm, females were scarce and precious, and it was a matter of course for males to care for their partners. However, the females had grown accustomed to enjoying the benefits of the males' efforts, often taking them for granted without ever acknowledging their contributions. Fortunately, the females before her seemed to possess the potential for growth. Xuanqi could not help but pull her into his embrace once more. His partner was truly remarkable. Moreover, she undoubtedly acknowledges the contributions of males towards females, a sentiment he has never encountered before. At this moment, she radiates an extraordinary beauty. Strangely, he recalls the time spent in his cave when he had called her ugly and foolish. He feels remorse and shame. Xia. I am truly sorry for my words. I called you ugly and foolish. Please forgive me. You may strike me if you wish. After uttering these words, he tightened his embrace around her. Qianxia turned to him and playfully pinched his muscular chest. I shall pinch you to death. Chapter 16. The image elevated well. Well, I share this with you in hopes that you may comprehend the convenience of having tools. I also wish for you, the females, to acknowledge the contributions your partners make for you. You must believe that your partners love you more than life itself, so treat them with kindness. Qianxia inexplicably recalled the female named China. Her attitude towards her partner was undeniably contemptible. She was a creature fundamentally flawed, unable to change. As this thought crossed her mind, Qianxia's stature in the eyes of those present instantly soared, especially among the males, whose eyes now gleamed with tears of emotion. They had been taught from a young age how to care for females, to revere them as divine. They even believed that all their efforts for the females were merely their duty as males. Yet now, someone was affirming that their sacrifices deserved recognition, that their partners should appreciate their endeavors. How could they not be moved? All right, everyone, let us temper our emotions. From now on, treat your partners with greater kindness. Now, I shall teach you how to create a water storage tool. We cannot afford to linger any longer, or darkness will descend upon us. Thank you, Qianxia. The crowd of creatures echoed in unison. Qianxia selected a robust tree and instructed Xuanqi to fell it using the same method, subsequently dividing it into several segments. She then directed Yinfeng to hollow out the center of the wood in the same manner. Thus, the appearance of a large wooden barrel was created, followed by the process of polishing. Before long, a completed large wooden barrel was fashioned. Qianxia even directed them to craft a lid and a wooden ladle for scooping water. Once finished, this vessel, designated for holding water, is known as a wooden barrel, while the lid serves to prevent small insects or dust from contaminating the water, as unclean water sources can lead to illness among beasts. The ladle, referred to as a wooden scoop, is used for drawing water. Qianxia meticulously explained each component and even demonstrated the process. She skillfully scooped a full ladle of water from the edge and poured it into the barrel, repeating the action several times until the barrel was thoroughly rinsed. There we go. Now we have a clean wooden barrel suitable for storing water. I trust everyone understands how to do this. Now it's time to put your knowledge into practice. Remember to carefully select the trees before cutting them down. Do not recklessly fell trees and damage the forest, Qianxia cautioned. In truth, she wished to convey the importance of maintaining ecological balance. But she considered that the beasts might not grasp such a concept. In the beast world, the trees towered exceedingly high and were impressively large. For each household of beasts, a single barrel would likely require only 2 or 3 trees, and she had already felled one. Although the area was replete with trees, by instructing them on tool-making, she hoped they might later innovate and create other tools from wood. Thus, indiscriminate tree felling was not acceptable. She took the initiative to remind them that reckless cutting would indeed threaten the integrity of their forest. A group of beasts meticulously selected trees, while Xuanqi busied himself assisting them in felling the chosen timber and subsequently segmenting it into desired sizes. Indeed, it was a collective effort, as the males understood the needs of their households more acutely. However, the undertaking was relatively uniform. The primary task was to collect water, and once it ran low, they would simply refill it. A few households with a greater number of beasts, particularly those with a daily requirement for washing their young, opted for larger containers. Coral, gleefully wielding the water ladle crafted by Silverwind, rushed to the water's edge to fill it, her eyes alight with excitement. Qianxia is truly brilliant. She diligently filled the wooden barrel, ladle by ladle, while Silverwind, wishing to spare her the labor, could have employed his wind abilities to expedite the process. Yet, Coral declined his offer, relishing the sense of accomplishment that came from her own efforts. Other females, inspired by Coral, similarly filled their barrels with curiosity, ladle by ladle. At this moment, Qianxia began to feel the pangs of hunger. In truth, she had been hungry for some time, planning to wait until their task was complete before returning. However, her patience was wearing thin. She glanced at the man beside her, who promptly wrapped his arms around her waist and gently inquired, "Are you tired? Are you hungry?" Nodding in his embrace, Qianxia replied, "I am hungry. I wish to eat grilled meat." Upon hearing this, Xuanqi immediately released her, transforming into his beast form. He placed her atop his head with his serpentine tail, and then used the same tail to lift the barrel into the water, filling it effortlessly. Alas, he had forgotten to retrieve the lid and ladle from the barrel. Qianxia felt a pang of hunger, so I decided to take her back for a meal. "Yin Feng, could you kindly fetch that lid and wooden ladle for me? I shall take my leave now." Qianxia hurriedly added, "If you wish to learn, remember to come to my home later, and bring your bowls." With that, she vanished like a serpent into the depths. Yin Feng remarked, "What an eager beast." After all the beasts had filled their containers with water, it became apparent that in their beast forms, the buckets were rather cumbersome to carry. Only the bear from Dory's family could manage it. The other beastmen were either eagle or lion forms, making it quite the challenge. Ultimately, Yin Feng suggested they carry it back first, and everyone agreed. The strength of the beastmen was formidable, rendering the weight of the buckets trivial. However, the males felt a twinge of regret, wishing they had summoned another beast to assist. This way, their partners would not have to accompany them on this journey. The females, on the other hand, were unconcerned about the walk back. They were rather delighted. For so long, they had been accustomed to riding atop their partners' beast forms and had not truly walked in ages. Seeing their companions shoulder the water buckets sparked a long-forgotten feeling of excitement within them. "Chinka, you shall sleep with me tonight. Bear Mountain, you too shall share my bed." The other females echoed similar sentiments. A wave of exhilaration washed over the males as they blushed, carrying the water back to the tribe. Chapter 17. Setting trends. The gatekeeper of the Lion King tribe observed a group of beasts approaching from afar. Each male bore a large wooden post upon his shoulder, while in the other hand, they clutched sizable stones. Two gatekeepers exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the sight. "Is that not Chinka? What purpose does he have in shouldering such a large timber? Why does each male carry one?" inquired the gatekeeper Lan Feng. "I am unsure. Perhaps we shall inquire later," replied his companion, the gatekeeper Bauman. Soon, the large contingent arrived at the entrance of the tribe. "Chinka, what is the purpose of that hefty log you are carrying so carefully?" Lan Feng questioned, his confusion apparent. "This is a water bucket, designed to hold water for convenience at home," answered Chinka's partner, Lily, who stepped forward first. "A water bucket? To hold water?" Lan Feng's bewilderment deepened. "Oh, there's no point in explaining. You wouldn't understand. We must return home now," Lily declared, striding in the direction of their dwelling, with Chinka closely following behind. The sight of each male laboriously carrying a large log captured the attention of those who remained behind, their faces etched with curiosity. What could they possibly be doing? Carrying a hefty piece of wood and clutching a large stone? I do not know, but I notice Lily's home has one, and Dory's home has one as well. Let us go and inquire, came the response. Thus, the news of the beasts returning with their substantial timber and stones swiftly circulated throughout the tribe, sparking widespread curiosity. Those unaware of the truth sought out familiar faces to learn more. What is happening outside? It is quite lively, inquired Chief Lion Mountain. I shall go and see, father, replied Han Chuan, who promptly exited the cave. Upon stepping outside, he chanced upon the formidable Bear Mountain, who was laboriously carrying a substantial log towards his abode. The commotion within the tribe stemmed from the other orcs who had gathered to observe their efforts in transporting the large timber. Han Chuan followed in Bear Mountain's footsteps until he reached his home. He witnessed Bear Mountain first placing a hefty stone down, followed by the careful lowering of the log from his shoulder. The log was polished to a sheen, piquing Han Chuan's curiosity even further. Bear's Mountain, what purpose do you serve by bringing back such a large stone and log? Han Chuan inquired from behind, unintentionally startling Bear Mountain. Oh, dear.
Han Chuan.
When did you arrive? You startled me without a sound, Bear Mountain grumbled. Observing Bear Mountain's startled reaction, Han Chuan found it inexplicably amusing. Such a large beast frightened by his presence was truly a sight to behold. You are a bear, and yet you were taken aback. Now, please answer me. I see your group has all carried back a large log, Han Chuan chuckled. This is not merely wood. It is a water barrel, meant for storing water. In the future, there will be no need to run to the water's edge for a drink. When it is empty, we shall refill it from the source. Bear Mountain explained. This is a stone pot, suitable for cooking meat, making broth, or frying. These are wooden bowls and spoons, intended for serving food. Upon hearing Bear Mountain's elucidation, Han Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. A water barrel? A stone pot? How does one prepare meat soup? This notion intrigued Han Chuan, for he had never encountered the idea of consuming meat soup before. Throughout his life, he had either eaten raw meat or had indulged in meat roasted over an open flame. The concept of drinking meat broth was entirely foreign to him. I am uncertain, he replied, but shortly, we shall seek out Qian Xia. She will enlighten us. Xiong Shan lifted the lid of a wooden barrel and scooped a ladle of water into the stone pot, meticulously cleaning both the pot and the wooden bowl as he spoke. On his way back, a flying beast had fortuitously relieved itself, resulting in an unsightly addition to the stone pot, necessitating a thorough wash. Observing Xiong Shan's actions, Han Chuan felt a sense of novelty. Yet he pondered what this had to do with the rather emaciated Qian Xia. What does Qian Xia have to do with this? Han Chuan inquired once more. Of course, it is relevant. This water barrel, stone pot, and wooden bowl were all crafted under her guidance. She is yet to instruct us on the proper use of the stone pot, Xiong Shan responded, proceeding to wash the pot and bowl a second time. Your curiosity is palpable. Why not accompany me to witness it firsthand? Xiong Shan suggested. Han Chuan nodded, casting another glance at the large wooden barrel filled with water. It was indeed fascinating, yet he felt it unnecessary. This barrel hardly contains enough water to clean our spoils. Bathing is done by the water's edge. What purpose does this serve? He queried, bewildered. Upon hearing his words, Xiong Shan shot him a disdainful glance before retorting, You, a solitary beast, understand nothing. After tidying everything, Xiong Shan took a wooden bowl and prepared to head towards Qian Xia's abode. After some contemplation, he decided that he could not venture out empty-handed. So, he retrieved the fresh beast hide he had prepared the previous day. Off he went. At that moment, Qian Xia was at home savoring a delectable pan-fried beef. Once again, she marveled at the exquisite quality of the meat in this beastly world. The beef, known as mukau, was truly succulent and tender. Simply seasoned with a dash of chili and a sprinkle of salt during frying, it was utterly divine. In her previous life, she had tasted numerous steaks, yet none compared to this. She attributed this exceptional flavor to the fact that the cattle in this realm feasted on pure, untainted grass. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that her reasoning was somehow flawed, though she couldn't pinpoint why. Regardless, it was simply delicious. It seems you have quite a fondness for this beastly meat, Xuanqi remarked with a smile, flipping the meat in the pan while watching her with amusement. She ate with a look of sheer satisfaction. This meat is so delightful, rich and tender. I shall take some more for you to enjoy. as she beheld the handsome man cooking for her, sweetly uttering words she considered romantic. She suddenly felt that the hardships she had endured were not in vain. Indeed, having a husband was wonderful, as it ensured that she could enjoy hearty meals every day. Chapter 18. The chef training class has commenced. Qianxia was savoring her meal with great delight. Unbeknownst to her, many beasts had gradually arrived outside. At that moment, Coral was stationed at the entrance of Qianxia's cave, detaining them. Please wait a moment. Qianxia is with child, and is likely still eating. I shall enter first, and once she is finished, I will come out to call for you. The beasts nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Qianxia continued her efforts to dine. In truth, she was nearly full, yet recalling the words of the shamaness, she decided to consume a bit more, ensuring she did not overindulge. This was not only for the sake of her unborn offspring, but also to put on some weight. After all, she was a beauty, and she could not bear her current skeletal appearance with sunken cheeks. Qianxia, how is your meal? Are you satisfied? Today, my beast husband discovered some milk fruits. I asked him to gather more, and he will bring them to you later, Coral said cheerfully as she approached her side. Milk fruits? What are those? Qianxia inquired, her mouth still full of meat. They are fruits whose juice resembles milk, white and creamy, with a sweet and tangy flavor. They are beloved by the females and young ones. Qianxia's eyes sparkled with interest. It sounds somewhat akin to a yogurt beverage, doesn't it? Thank you, Coral. Come share this delicious meat with me, she invited, but Coral quickly waved her hands in refusal. I have already eaten. You enjoy your meal. By the way, everyone is waiting outside. Once you are full, I will go out and inform them, Coral said excitedly. Seeing Coral's exuberance brought a sense of amusement to Qianxia. She resembled a radiant little sun, perpetually brimming with energy. Ha ha, Coral. Why are you so excited? You seem so joyful. Qianxia inquired with a beaming smile. Ha ha. I cannot quite explain it. I just find you so impressive and remarkable. It brings me immense satisfaction to see those who previously underestimated you now gaze upon you with newfound respect. Coral replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. Qianxia understood. This was a display of protective affection, and she chuckled heartily. Thank you, darling. I am quite full now. Could you please bring out some more meat? Qianxia said to Xuanqi, while instructing Coral to usher the beasts inside. Meanwhile, Xuanqi's thoughts were racing. What does darling truly mean? Why does my partner keep addressing me in this manner? Though perplexed, he resolved to accept whatever his partner said. Quietly, he retrieved the meat, already cut into small pieces and cleaned, placing it aside. As Xiongxan and Hanchuan arrived, they saw Coral emerging to beckon everyone into the cave. What perfect timing, Xiongxan remarked as he hurried inside, eager to secure a prime spot. Hanchuan followed closely behind. Before long, the cave was filled with beasts, standing shoulder to shoulder. Qianxia sat amidst them, her view obscured by the throng. Most of the newcomers were male, accompanied by a few females trailing behind their partners. Now listen to my instructions. Please arrange yourselves in a circular formation, standing on either side. Females squat down in front, while males stand behind. No beasts should occupy the front. If they block the light, we shall see nothing at all. After issuing her commands for their positioning, Qianxia commenced her teaching. Qianxia picked up a stone bowl beside her, filled with solidified grease, and scooped a spoonful into the stone pot. Look, everyone, your stone pots should be arranged just as I have done, allowing us to kindle a fire beneath. The white substance I am adding is known as grease, rendered from the fattiest portions of animal meat, enhancing the flavor and aroma of our dishes. Most importantly, when we fry the meat, it will not stick to the pot. As the grease melted completely, the entire cave was filled with a tantalizing fragrance. How delightful! It makes me crave several pieces of meat. Wow! I never realized that fatty meat could be utilized in such a way. How foolish we were to discard so much of it before. Qianxia truly astounded everyone with her ingenuity. Who would have thought that this ordinarily uneaten fat from beasts could be transformed into something so exquisite? A flurry of discussions ensued. Now that the pot was heated and the grease had liquefied, it was time to fry the meat. Qianxia spoke while deftly flipping the meat using 2 twigs. She suddenly realized she had forgotten to fashion chopsticks and decided to ask Xuanqi to make her a pair later. Even the twigs they had just used to eat the meat were hastily fashioned. When Qianxia glanced up, she noticed that everyone seemed intrigued by her makeshift chopsticks. With a gentle smile, she said, "Allow me to introduce you to this. It is called chopsticks, though a rudimentary version. Later, I will have my partner craft a proper pair for me. You males can learn from my partner how to make them as well, while we continue to practice frying meat. Xuanqi, momentarily taken aback, couldn't suppress a smile that crept across his face. The communal life is quite delightful. Why did he wander aimlessly before? Oh no. It is because he encountered her that it has become so pleasant. The flame for frying the meat must not be too fierce. Otherwise, the meat becomes tough and chewy, rendering it unpalatable. If you are unsure of how to control the heat, it is best to cook it slowly, over a gentle flame. As Qianxia spoke, she flipped the meat and added a few pieces of chili. In an instant, a stimulating aroma filled the entire cave. Cough, 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 cough. Qianxia had added only a small amount, yet unexpectedly, someone reacted to the scent. She recalled reading somewhere in her previous life that drinking milk could lead to an upset stomach, and that the taste of dragon fruit resembled laundry detergent. These are all signs of allergic reactions. She had merely added a few small pieces of chili, which hardly imparted a strong flavor, yet it seemed a beast was reacting. Better safe than sorry. She quickly spoke up. You beast, go outside for some fresh air. My water bucket is at the cave entrance. Go drink some water and wash your face, then come back in. After all, your partner is here. He can learn. And if you have questions, you can ask him. The one coughing was a female, and her partner stood nearby. Although she did not understand why this was happening, she promptly exited as Qianxia suggested, feeling a bit unwell herself. Chapter 19. Truly delicious. Once the females had exited, Qianxia sprinkled a pinch of salt into the pot and resumed her culinary instruction. This salt had been graciously provided by Coral. She instructed Xuanqi to retrieve an entire plant of chili peppers. In recent days, she had been preoccupied with crafting tools and had not yet found the time to plant the chili peppers. Fortunately, Xuanqi's spatial abilities allowed him to manipulate time, and the peppers appeared as fresh as if they had just been unearthed. Behold, she proclaimed, holding up a cluster of vibrant red fruits. This is called chili pepper, a seasoning plant that enhances the richness of flavors in food. However, some beasts may find it unpalatable. Now that the meat is ready, dear, please cut it into smaller pieces. Otherwise, there may not be enough to go around. Upon hearing Qianxia's command, Xuanqi deftly gestured, and the meat in the pot was expertly divided into bite-sized portions. The convenience of their abilities was indeed remarkable, Qianxia mused. Come, everyone. Step forward. Did you all bring your bowls? She inquired as she began to dish out the meat. Thankfully, she had remembered to ask them to bring bowls, or they would have been at a loss for how to share the meat. As soon as the beasts received their portions, they eagerly began to eat. In an instant, the succulent tenderness of the meat, complemented by the saltiness and the slight kick of the chili, transformed their preconceived notions about meat. To them, meat had never been considered a delightful food. Rather, it was merely a means to satiate their hunger. They had never imagined that meat could be so delectable. Previously, they had only consumed it raw, while the cooked variety was typically reserved for the females. Even well-cooked meat is merely subjected to fire, devoid of any flavor, retaining its fishy essence and proving difficult to chew. Yet, the piece of meat that Qianxia has prepared today is both fragrant and tender, completely free of any unpleasant taste. With each bite, a burst of juices envelopes the palate, an exquisite delight. Han Chuan, lacking a bowl, resorted to using Xiangshan's bowl to savor a piece of meat. Upon taking a bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. How remarkable it is that meat can be enjoyed in such a manner that it can be both aromatic and tender. Han Chuan glanced at the frail figure still focused on frying the meat, his gaze subtly shifting. Qianxia, could you kindly grant me another piece of meat? My partner is waiting outside the cave, and I wish for her to experience such delectable fare. Lu Ming spoke hesitantly, only to be met with Qianxia's firm refusal. No. This spiced meat cannot be shared with your partner. No sooner had Qianxia articulated her stance than the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent, with the beasts exchanging puzzled glances. They found it curious that despite Qianxia's generous nature, she was unwilling to spare even a single piece of meat. After all, several creatures had just received extra portions moments ago. Their attention then shifted to Lu Ming. Did you and your partner inadvertently offend Qianxia in some way? Indeed. Qianxia is not one to be miserly. There must be a reason she is withholding the meat from you, they murmured. Precisely. Lu Ming, flustered, waved his hands in frantic denial. No, I did not, nor did Qiqi. This is our first encounter with Qianxia. We merely followed everyone to the water's edge. How could we possibly do anything ill towards Qianxia on our first meeting? Qianxia was taken aback. She had refused Luming, but before she could articulate her reasons, the situation escalated. She quickly interjected, "Stop, stop, stop. You have misunderstood." Upon hearing her voice, the crowd fell silent, while Luming's eyes brimmed with tears. Observing Luming's woeful expression, Qianxia felt a pang of sympathy. The sight of this little puppy-like face, with reddened eyes glistening with tears, truly tugged at her heartstrings. She addressed Luming. "I apologize for causing you distress. It is not that I withheld meat from you, nor do I harbor any grievances against your partner. When I was frying the meat earlier, I used only a modest amount of chili. Your partner was not seated very close to me, yet she was still affected, coughing persistently, correct? However, the others did not react in the same manner, which indicates that the chili was particularly irritating to your partner. I feared she might fall ill from consuming it, which is why I declined to give you the meat." After listening to Qianxia's explanation, those who had previously criticized Luming felt immense guilt and hastened to apologize. "I am truly sorry, Luming. I acted impulsively and misunderstood you. My sincerest apologies." Wiping away a tear, Luming smiled at everyone, saying, "I accept your apologies." Then, turning to Qianxia, he expressed, "Thank you, Qianxia. You're welcome. Just remember to prepare meat for your partner when you return, to make up for what was missed today." Qianxia replied with a smile. At this moment, she couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What an adorable little puppy. Upon a careful glance at the males present, she discovered that they were all quite handsome, each possessing their unique charm. There were the dapper types, the puppy-like ones, and the strikingly handsome, among whom one bore a striking resemblance to a certain Yen. Truly, it was a face worthy of modeling. This beastly world was undoubtedly a paradise for women. Qianxia then turned her gaze to Xuanqi, who stood behind her. Unable to suppress a smile. There were many handsome men, but the most striking and formidable of them all was hers, a delightful find. Internally, she chuckled. This is too amusing. When Xuanqi noticed her smiling back at him, he assumed she wanted to say something. With a smile, he asked, "Is something the matter? Do you need me to do anything?" That infernal bass voice. "No, I was just admiring you." Xuanqi stepped forward, crouching before her with a playful smile, saying, "Then do take your time to admire." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, shattering the pink bubble of the moment. "Qianxia, where can I find that chili pepper?" "I adore its flavor," a female inquired. "This chili pepper, I discovered it by the water's edge, having only found a few plants. I dug them up with the intention of planting them somewhere to see if I could cultivate seedlings," Qianxia replied. On that day, she and Shanhua hadn't ventured far. Having located only 2 or 3 plants, it was quite possible that further along the water's edge, more could be found. Qianxia presented the chili pepper before the assembled beasts, ensuring they could clearly observe this remarkable plant. "Take a good look at this plant. When it is unripe, the fruit appears a tender green, and when fully matured, it transforms into a vibrant red." She continued, "Coral and I discovered this plant by the waterside. You may search along the bank for it. Once you find it, simply pluck the ripe fruits without damaging the plant. Allow it to mature once more for future harvesting." As she spoke, Qianxia demonstrated the proper technique for harvesting, concerned that these robust creatures might mishandle the delicate plant. Chapter 20, Chef Training Episode 2. The instruction on frying meat was nearly complete, and Qianxia was about to commence teaching everyone how to prepare meat broth. "Shanhu, please fetch your stone pot for use. It is still too hot to clean at this moment." "All right, I shall have Yin-Feng retrieve it," Shanhu replied with a smile, turning her gaze towards her partner, who stood side by side with the beast-man friend. Receiving the signal, Yin-Feng turned and made his way outside the cave. "Everyone, take heed. The temperature of the stone pot post-fire is exceedingly high, so exercise caution while cooking to avoid burns. For those endowed with ice or water abilities, remember to extinguish the fire after cooking, and you may add a bit of water to hasten the cooling process of the stone pot. However, do not use ice abilities to cool the scalding stone pot, as the combination of ice and fire can easily lead to it shattering." At this moment, Qianxia felt an undeniable affinity for her role as an instructor, articulating her teachings with both clarity and finesse. Meanwhile, Xuanqi, feeling inexplicably awkward, discreetly wiped his nose. When Qianxia mentioned that the stone pot was still hot, he had contemplated using his ice abilities to cool it down. Fortunately, that thought was averted. Once Yin-Feng returned with the stone pot, Qianxia instructed him to construct another stove for boiling. This stove was merely 3 stones arranged in a triangular formation, upon which the stone pot would be placed. Subsequently, Xuanqi prepared to assist from the side. Now, let us embark on the delightful journey of crafting a savory meat broth. First and foremost, we shall fill the pot with water. I am currently adding a generous amount to accommodate everyone's portions. However, when you prepare it for yourselves, adjust the quantity based on your appetite. It is advisable to add slightly more water than you anticipate needing, as some will inevitably evaporate during the cooking process, resulting in a lesser volume. Next, we shall introduce the meat into the pot. As Qianxia speaks, Xuanqi is diligently assisting, for all the ingredients reside in his possession. This method of preparation may be unfamiliar to many, yet regardless of how you choose to consume it, the essence of the meat's gaminess will be apparent. Will it not? At this moment, Qianxia resembles a kindergarten teacher, stifling a laugh at the sight before her. Indeed, although the orcs before her are imposing in stature, they appear as Na'vi children, eager to learn and obediently attentive. While preparing the broth, it is important to note that certain herbs can effectively mitigate the pungent aroma of meat. Recently, I stumbled upon a marvelous plant known as ginger, which excels in banishing the meat's strong scent. As Qianxia elaborates, she gestures, and Xuanqi presents a piece of ginger for her to showcase. Naturally, it is cut into 2 sizable slices. Here in my hand lies the ginger. Regrettably, I could only find 1 specimen. Thus, I cannot provide you with the entire plant for your observation. However, it is quite substantial, and I shall ensure that each of you receives a small portion to take home. How wonderful!
Thank you, Qianxia.
You are truly kind. Thank you. The atmosphere is imbued with an indescribable joy. Do not merely express your gratitude verbally. Tomorrow, each of you should bring a prey. Qianxia is expecting offspring and will endure the toil of teaching you to prepare delicious meals, even sharing the pungent ginger with you. Bringing just 1 prey is not an excessive request, is it? Coral spoke candidly, for she could not bear to see Qianxia's efforts go unrewarded. Not excessive at all. We shall certainly bring it tomorrow, they all affirmed. Indeed, Xuanqi suddenly interjected, Qianxia enjoys mooing cattle. Qianxia responded, Very well, we shall certainly deliver mooing cattle tomorrow. The chorus of agreement resonated among the beasts. With a smile, Qianxia addressed everyone, then I shall not be modest. I extend my gratitude on behalf of my little ones for the provisions you have offered. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere was filled with joy, embodying unity and camaraderie. Returning to the task at hand, Qianxia instructed, now, place the ginger into the pot. Remember, add the meat into cold water along with the ginger slices before igniting the flame. As Qianxia spoke, Xuanqi diligently kindled the fire. Cooking soup requires careful management of the heat. Ensure it is not too fierce. If the flame is too high, it will boil away the water swiftly. For those not in haste to eat, a gentle simmer will suffice. For those eager, a slightly stronger flame is acceptable. Do you see those impurities floating on the surface? Those are the unwanted residues from boiling, which we must carefully skim off with a ladle until the broth is clear. We shall allow it to simmer for a while. Suddenly, Qianxia recalled the chestnuts and promptly instructed Xuanqi to retrieve them. To effectively illustrate her point, she deliberately selected an intact chestnut that resembled a fir ball for demonstration. Isn't this the fir ball fruit? Qianxia, why did you pick this up? One of the beasts inquired, perplexed. Indeed, this is a fir ball fruit. But allow me to enlighten you. It is actually called a chestnut, a food that can satiate one's hunger. As Qianxia spoke, she instructed Xuanqi to slice open the chestnut. The assembly of beasts looked on in astonishment. In the past, they had seen these fir ball fruits littering the ground, yet even when faced with hunger, they had never considered them edible. Behold, upon cutting it open, you find these small, black, round pieces within. This is its fruit. How do we consume it? Simply make a small incision on the fruit and boil it in water. At this moment, Qianxia felt a pang of regret. She should have prepared some peeled chestnuts in advance to create a delicious chestnut soup. It slipped her mind, but she decided to proceed.
For now,
let us observe how to cook it. Ideally, when making soup, one should use pre-peeled chestnuts. However, I will toss a few of these in with the broth for you to sample later. But do not emulate my mistake of cooking them with their shells. This was an oversight on my part for demonstration purposes. Typically, you should boil them directly in water. And for soup, always use peeled chestnuts. Qianxia conveyed her instructions with great care. She understood that if she were not meticulous in her explanations, the beasts would likely replicate her actions exactly. She possessed the knowledge of how to prepare and consume these chestnuts, and her intent was merely to facilitate the process. Yet those creatures remain unaware, thus she elaborates on every step with great detail. Chapter 21. A glimmer of discovery amidst the eager anticipation of the beasts. The pot of broth was finally ready to be savored. Qianxia first fished out several chestnuts, then instructed Xuanqi to cool them down. Once cooled, she skillfully peeled away their shells and, using a small stone shard, scraped off a layer of chestnut puree. The cooking was impeccable, yielding a wonderfully soft and sticky texture. Come everyone, bring your bowls over. I've decided that everyone should have a taste of the chestnuts. I will serve you, Qianxia announced. Coral, quick and agile, stepped forward to take the offered bowls. The sequence unfolded with Qianxia placing the chestnut puree into the bowls, followed by Xuanqi ladling the broth and Coral returning the bowls. Before long, the few chestnuts and the broth were all distributed, and Lu Ming and his companion were enjoying their share. The beasts relished the broth and savored the chestnuts, the exquisite flavors filling them with joy and contentment. This is absolutely delicious. There is no hint of fishiness in the broth, and the meat is sweet and savory. Indeed, the chestnuts are delightful, so sticky and sweet. This is truly food. The fare we had before was merely sustenance for survival. Excited discussions erupted among them. At this moment, Qianxia began to feel drowsy. She had imparted enough knowledge for the day. All right, the lessons on frying meat and preparing broth are complete.
Now,
I will have my beast husband distribute some ginger to you. Please line up to receive it. I am going to take a rest. No sooner had Qianxia uttered the words rest than she was swept up in a horizontal embrace. Sleep well, call for me if anything arises. Xuanqi gently lifted the person and carried them into the cave, carefully placing them upon a nest of grass. Qianxia had intended to say something, but in the next moment, she fell into a deep slumber. Observing her peaceful visage as she slept, Xuanqi felt a warm sensation enveloping his heart. He channeled a surge of energy into her abdomen. Once she was sufficiently replenished, the little one would become tranquil and cease drawing upon her vitality. Upon returning outside, Xuanqi found that everyone had diligently tidied up the area. The pots and pans were sparkling clean. He retrieved fresh ginger and, with a mere flick of his fingers, deftly sliced it into numerous small pieces. Form an orderly line to receive your share, Xuanqi announced calmly. Each creature was given a small piece of ginger, and they all merrily made their way home. As they walked back, Han Chuan gazed at his modest piece of ginger, reminiscing about the delectable flavors he had savored that day. I wish to have a stone pot. Xiangshan, can you make one? He inquired, turning to the bear beside him. Of course, Xiangshan replied before Han Chuan abruptly tugged him along. Come, let us go make one for me. You can't just abandon your duties, Han Chuan. I need to return to cook for Duoli. Don't worry, doesn't Duoli adore my tiger hide? If you craft me a complete set of pots and bowls, I shall gift it to you. This temptation was one Xiangshan found impossible to resist, for his partner cherished that hide above all. As he beheld the sky painted with the hues of dusk, Xiangshan instinctively quickened his pace. He had to hurry, lest he miss the opportunity to prepare dinner. By the time the sun disappeared from sight, the Lion King tribe was enveloped in a tantalizing aroma of food. The chieftain, Lion Mountain, gazed at the stone pot before him, where meat was simmering. The entire cave was suffused with the rich aroma of the stew. After tasting a spoonful of the broth, his pupils widened in astonishment. Holding the exquisite wooden bowl and the delectable meat soup, his expression grew somber. Are you saying that this stone pot was created by Qianxia and she taught everyone how to make it? Indeed, father. I even witnessed it. Tonight's broth was prepared according to her instructions, Han Chuan replied while savoring the dish. Qianxia, the one who had no male suitors during the coming-of-age ceremony, spoke the chieftain's mate, the matriarch Kanglin, and Han Chuan's mother. Yes, that is she. A heavy weight settled within Lion Mountain's heart. When he first learned of such a frail female, he had instructed the beasts to deliver her some meat, after which he paid her no further heed. It was only during the coming-of-age ceremony that he saw her again. I had not encountered her since that ceremony until her beast husband came to seek her. It was then that I laid eyes on her for the third time. At that moment, she was consuming roasted, prickly beasts. The words of his mate startled Kanglin. It is known that no beast would dare to eat prickly beasts, for they are unpalatable and fraught with perilous spines. Long ago, a beast had attempted to consume one but was ultimately choked by its thorns, leading to its demise. Now, the fact that she, a mere female, was partaking in prickly beasts indicated that her circumstances had deteriorated to the point of having no meat to eat. Lion Mountain, is it not customary for you to send meat to others? Although this portion is modest, it is sufficient for a female to sustain herself. So how could she have fallen to the plight of consuming prickly beasts? Kenglin inquired. It was not only his partner who was perplexed. Even Lion Mountain himself found it difficult to comprehend upon his return. While the Lion King tribe adhered to certain traditions, they did not rigidly enforce them. Although Qianxia had not formally joined the tribe, it did not preclude her from receiving care and support. The tribe ensured that all were well-fed and warmly clothed, yet the solitary female, rescued and brought into their fold, struggled to thrive. As the chieftain, it was Lion Mountain's duty to look after the frail females of the tribe. Moreover, at that time, Qianxia had yet to reach maturity. Thus, he allocated a portion of his own provisions for others to deliver to her. During her coming-of-age ceremony, he encountered her for the second time. She stood there, yet no males sought her affection. Both he and his partner surmised that her frailty deterred suitors. They believed that once she gained strength and filled out, males would undoubtedly vie for her attention. Consequently, he sent an additional supply of meat, hoping she would soon gain weight and find a suitable mate. Father, who did you send to deliver meat to Qianxia? Han Chuan asked, coming to realize that his father had indeed arranged for provisions to be sent to her. Yet, why then was she still so emaciated, reduced to the desperation of consuming prickly beasts to survive? He had assumed that his preoccupation with advancement had prevented him from noticing the dire circumstances she endured within the tribe. Since his father is aware and has taken care of the situation, the reason she cannot obtain meat is someone has greedily taken the meat his father allocated to Qianxia. I initially asked Hua to deliver it. He happened to pass by as I was leaving, and I asked him to make the delivery. Subsequently, I entrusted all deliveries to him. Shirshan responded. At this point, Han Chuan fell silent. Hua, this creature, seems rather decent. Since joining the tribe, he has adhered to the rules and has not displayed any inappropriate behavior. Father, I will handle this matter. Chapter 22. You need to find another beastmaster. Qianxia slumbered deeply, and by the time she awakened, it was already the following morning. Did I truly sleep for so long? She pondered, initially expecting to find herself roused in the middle of the night, considering she had succumbed to sleep just as the sun began its descent. One of the drawbacks of this beastly realm was the absence of clocks, leaving her oblivious to the passage of time. Qianxi returned from a successful hunt, and upon entering the cave, he was greeted by the sight of her waking. Why are you up so early? He inquired, swiftly lifting her into his arms and heading toward the cave entrance. After several days of cohabitation, he had become quite familiar with her morning rituals. For instance, upon awakening, she insisted on using fragrant wood twigs to cleanse her mouth, followed by a splash of water to freshen her face before indulging in breakfast. Perhaps I simply retired early yesterday, hence my early awakening today, Qianxia replied. After he cradled her through her morning routine, she settled before the stone pot. Are we having fried meat again today? Qianxi, tending to the fire, asked her this as he prepared their meal. She nodded in affirmation. Have you noticed that my sleep duration has been increasing? I feel as though my appetite has also surged significantly, Qianxia observed, gazing at him. It is entirely natural for you to experience longer sleep and a greater appetite, given that you are with child. Moreover, you are carrying the offspring of the Xianwang snake, and your current consumption is still modest. Just wait until 45 days from now. Your appetite will grow even more, Qianxi elucidated. Then, how long until I give birth? In the past, Qianxia had contemplated what it would be like to become a mother, but she never imagined that she would truly embrace motherhood, especially to 3 serpents. The gestation period would last over 2 months, approximately 70 days, after which she would commence the arduous task of incubating the eggs, which would take around 60 days as well. Xuanqi expressed these thoughts, only to suddenly realize that Qianxia would have him as her sole companion. Once the offspring arrived, he would be preoccupied with the incubation process, rendering him unable to care for her. Xuanqi furrowed his brow, a wave of melancholy washing over him. He had never considered finding another beast husband for Qianxia, for none could rival his strength, and he was entirely capable of caring for and protecting her. Yet now, with the impending arrival of the serpent eggs, he was faced with the necessity of a 2-month incubation period. He could not leave the eggs unattended. They possess specific requirements for temperature and humidity. Once he began the incubation, the eggs would imprint on his warmth. Should he stray too far, the tiny serpents within would cease to develop, resulting in lifeless eggs. Thus, the breeding of the Xianwang serpent clan was fraught with difficulty, as the survival of the hatchlings depended on successful incubation. If the season turned hot, he would need to burrow deep into the earth to dig a suitable nest, ensuring adequate humidity for the eggs. During this time, he would be unable to hunt, forced to endure a fast for 2 months until the hatchlings emerged. Noticing a sudden pallor on his face, Qianxia was taken aback and quickly inquired, "What is it? Why does your expression appear so grim?" Xuanqi knelt before her, his expression earnest as he spoke. "Qianxia, once the snake eggs hatch, I shall be responsible for their incubation. During these 2 months, I cannot leave the eggs, for if I do, our offspring will not emerge." Qianxia felt a weight lift from her heart. She had feared it was a grave matter.
Well,
"Once the little ones arrive, you should focus on hatching them. Qianxia, my inability to leave the eggs means I cannot care for you. Nor can I venture out to hunt. You will need to find another beast husband, or perhaps even more," Xuanqi said with utmost seriousness. In the beast realm, it was common for every female to have at least 4 or 5 beast husbands, with some even having dozens. Although he did not wish for it, the notion that Qianxia had only him as her beast husband seemed quite unreasonable. At that moment, Qianxia's mind was in a whirl. Was her husband implying that she needed a second? I can take care of myself. You just focus on hatching the eggs," she reassured him. "With that demeanor, how can you claim to care for yourself? When I was away, you resorted to eating spiky beasts to fill your stomach. If I cannot hunt, will you again eat those spiky creatures?" Xuanqi replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Can I really take care of myself?" Qianxia sheepishly touched her nose. The beast folk in this world were quite endearing, referring to fish as spiky beasts. "Qianxia, it is still spring. The plants are thriving, the beast folk are reproducing, and so are the wild creatures, so food is not scarce. As the scorching season approaches, followed by the rainy and frigid periods, I fear I may not be able to care for you adequately on my own, particularly during the winter, when I shall enter a state of hibernation. Hunting becomes exceedingly challenging. If I am your sole provider, it is likely you would not survive the winter. Moreover, with our offspring to consider, my counsel is that you seek a more formidable partner." Xuanqi spoke with utmost seriousness, and Qianxia regarded him with newfound gravity. Indeed, she recalled from the literature she had perused that during the latter seasons, food becomes increasingly elusive. Consequently, the beast men would begin to stockpile provisions in spring. Qianxia reflected upon her memories, recalling that her parents had already commenced digging for supplies at this time. Once the scorching season arrives, the landscape is rife with withered flora, and wild creatures seldom emerge, let alone in the rainy and winter seasons. The rainy season is characterized by incessant downpours, accompanied by the dread of potential flooding, necessitating relocation to higher ground. In winter, serpents lose control and hibernate uncontrollably, with Xuanqi unable to tend to her. She pondered where she could procure sustenance with her slender limbs. With a sigh, Qianxia softly declared, "I understand." At that moment, a voice resonated from the entrance. "Qianxia, Qianxia, have you awoken?" Chapter 23. Understanding Matters. Understanding the tribe who is calling me? Qianxia pondered. "I will go out and take a look." After Xuanqi spoke, he turned and walked outside. Soon, he led in the golden-haired orc whom she had seen last time. "Are you not?" She recognized this orc as the one present during the celebration on the day she met Shanhua. Han Chuan felt awkward, as he had assumed Qianxia was at least aware of his identity. Upon reflection, it seemed he had never formally introduced himself to her. "I am Han Chuan, son of Chief Shirshan." "Oh, Han Chuan, what brings you to me?" Qianxia inquired. At this moment, Xuanqi was scrutinizing Han Chuan carefully. It appeared he had led Han Chuan to find Qianxia last time, but back then, he was too eager to meet her to pay him much attention. A 7th-tier orc, son of the chief, not bad-looking, well, acceptable. Although he could not compare to himself, he was still quite decent. "I have come to seek some understanding. May I sit and speak?" Han Chuan smiled as he addressed Qianxia. "Please do take a seat." Qianxia gestured towards the stone bench, inviting him to sit. This stone bench had been crafted by Xuanqi for her convenience. Otherwise, sitting directly on the stones would have been quite uncomfortable. She also asked Xuanqi to make a few smaller benches to place beside the stone pot, which made dining here much easier for her. The large stone bench complemented the grand stone table perfectly. Han Chuan glanced down at the stone bench beneath him. Indeed, quite remarkable. Later, he intends to prepare one as well. Let us return to the matter at hand. I wish to inquire about the meat that the tribe previously delivered to you. How much did you receive? Han Chuan inquired. In a single utterance, Jian Xia appeared perplexed. What does this mean? Are you implying that you wish to reclaim the meat? Xian Qi observed him with narrowed eyes, an ominous aura permeating the atmosphere. If this young man before him was indeed seeking to demand the return of the meat, he would unceremoniously expel him, and as for that chieftain, he would ensure he understood the meaning of regret. It must be said, Han Chuan was remarkably obtuse. Even Qian Xia could sense the displeasure emanating from Xian Qi. Yet, he maintained an immaculate posture, seemingly unaffected. Qian Xia glanced at Xian Qi, who, upon noticing her gaze, offered her a subtle smile. What could this signify? Did he perceive that I now have a beast husband and wish to reclaim what was given to me? Qian Xia spoke with a hint of indifference. No, how could that be? It is quite the contrary. Yesterday, I prepared a pot of meat soup for my father and mother using the method you taught me. Upon learning that you had invented and shared this culinary technique, my father felt quite remorseful. Han Chuan hastily clarified, a note of urgency coloring his expression. Remorse? Qian Xia echoed, bewildered. Indeed, he feels that as a chieftain, aside from sending meat to you, he has not paid sufficient attention to your struggles. He was unaware of your hardships, unknowing that you had been reduced to consuming prickly beasts to sate your hunger, and he considers this his oversight. In the face of such arduous circumstances, the tribe has offered you little support, yet you impart invaluable knowledge to them, leaving him with a sense of guilt. However, my father has consistently provided you with a sufficient amount of meat. For a female such as yourself, it should be more than adequate. How is it that you find yourself resorting to consuming prickly beasts to satiate your hunger? Han Chuan remarked. This statement rendered Qian Xia silent. She began to reflect upon her memories. In the initial days of her arrival at the tribe, the meat provided was indeed substantial, enough to sustain her alone. Yet from the third day onward, the portions diminished and continued to dwindle until, ultimately, the meat delivered was merely sufficient for one meal, and not even enough to fill her. Moreover, following her coming-of-age ceremony, the absence of male suitors made her feel as though the tribe scorned her, resulting in the dwindling provisions. In those early days, the tribe had indeed sent an abundance of meat, completely sufficient for her sustenance. However, as time passed, the portions lessened, particularly after the coming-of-age ceremony, when a meat provided was only enough for one meager meal, leaving her no choice but to forage desperately for food. Qian Xia shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. Upon hearing her words, Han Chuan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this seemingly quiet tiger would dare to covet the sustenance meant for a female, particularly one so frail. He dared not contemplate the dreadful possibility that Qianxia might perish from starvation within the tribe, residing as she did at the farthest edge, where few beasts ever ventured. It was likely that, even in death, no creature would be aware of her fate. The mere thought of this sent a chill through Han Chuan as he gazed at Qianxia. At that moment, she appeared rather frail, yet her spirit was markedly improved since their first encounter. A hint of color had returned to her cheeks. At least she resembled a creature of the wild somewhat more now. When he first laid eyes on her, she was crouched, consuming a spiny beast, her eyes sunken, her cheeks gaunt, and her skin bearing a sickly pallor. He had been utterly taken aback then. However, what Han Chuan was unaware of was that the former Qianxia had long since ceased to exist. Our tribe does not have a system of relinquishing prey. We are a tribe. Han Chuan began to elucidate the workings of the tribe to Qianxia. As she listened to his explanations, she gained her first insights into this community. The Lion King tribe was a hybrid tribe. In its quest for growth, it welcomed numerous outsiders among its ranks. This tribe bore little resemblance to the hunting teams described in the beast world literature she had perused. Rather, it resembled a modern household where each family unit was responsible for its own affairs. Each female was attended to by several male partners. Furthermore, the tribe was situated in an exceptionally advantageous location, ensuring that nearly every family thrived comfortably. What of the elderly and infirm females and males within the tribe? Han Chuan explained that the females would bear multiple offspring throughout their lives. As they aged, and when their male partners could no longer hunt, it would be their offspring who would provide for them. As they age, their offspring are at the peak of their capabilities. Thus, hunting to sustain them poses little challenge. Moreover, the elderly orcs have modest appetites. A single medium-sized prey can suffice for an entire day. Female orcs give birth to numerous offspring throughout their lives, with one bringing food today and another doing so tomorrow, allowing them to enjoy their twilight years in peace. The orcs hold deep reverence for their progenitors. Interestingly, this bears a resemblance to contemporary lifestyles. Yet, if that is the case, from whence did the meat she consumed earlier originate? Chapter 24. Gaining further understanding. All right. I understand now. Please, just say what you wish to convey, Qianxia remarked after listening to Han Chuan's explanation. She felt as though he was laying the groundwork for something. Yet after a prolonged preamble, he still had not divulged the essence of his message. What I wish to express is that the meat provided by the tribes is, in fact, a portion of my father's own provisions. He has generously allocated a significant portion for you. My inquiry aimed to ascertain the quantity of meat that has reached you. Now that I have my answer, I wish to clarify that there is no misunderstanding. The tribe has not withheld sustenance due to your inability to locate a gold lion beast man or for failing to formally join the tribe. Han Chuan gazed at Qianxia, his tone unwavering and resolute. Qianxia couldn't help but be amused by his steadfast demeanor. Very well, I comprehend now. I appreciate the food sent by the chief. However, there is one matter I wish to inquire about. Go ahead. Why must one seek a gold lion beast man as a partner to be considered a member of the tribe? I have resided in the tribe for a considerable time. Does that not qualify me as a beast of the tribe? This was the aspect that perplexed Qianxia. If you were male, there would be no issue. However, the situation is different for females. Females are rare and invaluable. No matter which tribe they join, they are regarded as treasures. We have previously encountered such circumstances. A foreign female joined the tribe, having no beastly partner, and lived among them for a considerable period. Although she did not choose a golden lion beast man as her companion, the tribe accepted her as one of their own. Her daily sustenance was provided by the tribe's beastmen. Eventually, she encountered a wolf beast man and expressed her desire to join his tribe. In such circumstances, it is customary for a female leaving her tribe to offer a portion of resources to the new tribe as a gesture of gratitude for her previous community's care. However, this female left without adhering to that custom, boldly asserting, I am not one of your tribe's females. Why should I provide you with resources? Thus, from that moment onward, the tribe established a new rule, as Han Chuan explained. Qian Xia listened, feeling a sense of dissonance, yet strangely comprehending the situation. It resembled a modern analogy of a family raising a daughter, who, upon marrying, is expected to receive a bridal price from her suitor. She pondered further. If the tribe governs itself, how could a female without a beastly partner rely on the tribe for sustenance? Who exactly provided for her? She thought, surely, it cannot be that the males courted her, bestowing food upon her, which you classify as the tribe's provision. Qian Xia was not naive. If the tribe managed its own resources without tribute, how could her food be supplied? It couldn't possibly be the chief providing for her. She sought clarification on this matter. Certainly, such matters are not to be concerned with the tribe. The courtship of males towards females is a private affair between them, and the gifts exchanged bear no significance to the community. The tale unfolds as follows. One day, a female approached the entrance of the tribe, expressing her desire to join. At that time, the Lion King's tribe had very few females, so her wish to become part of the community was indeed welcome. Thus, she settled within the tribe. Initially, the eligible males vied for her affection, presenting her with game and furs, even engaging in the duties of a partner. However, the female merely accepted their offerings without reciprocating their sentiments, and her unkind demeanor led to a gradual cessation of their advances. When she found herself without food and no males willing to provide for her, she approached the chief, weeping inconsolably. As the chief of the tribe, it was his duty to care for his fellow beastmen. The female explained that her reluctance to choose a golden lion beastman was not due to a lack of desire, but rather that she needed more time. Her beloved beastman had perished while safeguarding her during her journey to this place, and therefore, she wished to wait a while longer. Even after the chief relayed her sentiments to the eligible beastmen, none were inclined to pursue her further. The chief pondered that perhaps in due time, once she had healed and was ready to embrace companionship, there would be those willing to court her anew. Consequently, each day, he set aside a portion of his own provisions for her sustenance, a practice that continued for an extended period. My father, so benevolent, has unfortunately reaped this outcome. In truth, our desires were modest. We sought merely to pray as a token of gratitude from the tribe for their care. Who could have anticipated the malevolence of that female? Han Chuan remarked, his emotions flaring as he recalled her vile deeds, igniting his ire. Upon hearing the tale, Qian Xia's lips twitched in disbelief. Indeed, it was a gift from the chieftain. Given this context, she could comprehend such a custom. The chieftain, after all, was a good man. Even when no male sought her out, he still provided her with meat. Qian Xia initially contemplated voicing her thoughts, but reconsidered, realizing that such words were unnecessary at this moment. In the tribe, there were no other foreign beasts, nor was there a need for the tribe to furnish sustenance or care. Yet, if there were no hunting party, why then was there a gathering party? Qian Xia vividly recalled that the original owner had perished while accompanying the gathering party. The so-called gathering party, while labeled as such, primarily involved the collection of fruits and other edibles, serving as an outing for females and young ones to frolic and play. Upon their return, the gathered bounty was distributed equally among the tribe. After concluding his narrative, Han Chuan added, females are not permitted to venture outside the tribe alone. At least one male must accompany them. Sometimes, when the females wish to take their young ones out for a playful excursion, they will petition the chieftain, who then organizes a gathering party, assigning warriors to ensure their safety. Perhaps you may wonder why, since all the females have their beast husbands, they do not simply go out together, and why there is a need for deliberate arrangements. Qianxia looked at him in surprise, taken aback that he was aware of her thoughts. Han Chuan, observing her astonishment, chuckled lightly and remarked, the strength of the orcs in our tribe varies greatly. This forest is home to more than just our tribe. Some tribes are quite malevolent. They may seize females and even kill offspring in their pursuit. We cannot take such risks. Naturally, we arrange for the stronger members of our tribe to accompany them, ensuring their safety. So that is the reason. Qianxia realized that she should refrain from voicing her opinions too freely in the future. There is always rationale behind the actions of others, and it is best not to meddle. At that moment, a slender hand extended towards her, offering a bowl filled with meat, accompanied by a melancholic voice that echoed, Xia. It is time to eat. Chapter 25. What should she do? Qianxia glanced at Xuanqi beside her, who resembled a forsaken beast, his eyes filled with deep resentment. How perplexing. He appeared somewhat frightening. She had become so engrossed in her conversation with Han Chuan that she had lost track of when Xuanqi had finished cooking the meat. Indeed, when one's focus is intensely directed, it is all too easy to overlook other matters. Qianxia took the bowl with both hands, observing the sulky expression on his face. She lifted her own lips into a sweet smile and said, "Thank you, my dear serpent." The previously sullen Xuanqi found his displeasure dissipated upon hearing her words, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he stuttered, "And no, it's nothing, this is, my duty as a beast husband. Is it delicious? There's more after you finish." As Qianxia ate, she smiled and nodded at him. A smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of Xuanqi's mouth, and he resumed his concentration on grilling the meat. Meanwhile, Han Chuan, standing nearby, pondered, "What is this feeling of discomfort in my heart?" He then added, "I apologize for the early disturbance. I have gathered some information, and I will inform you once I have results. For now, I shall take my leave." With that, Han Chuan rose and departed swiftly. He left so hastily that Qianxia barely had time to respond before he vanished from sight. He really was in quite a rush. She muttered softly to herself, feeling that her questions remained unasked. From Han Chuan's words, it was evident that the meat originally intended for the previous owner was ample enough for her needs. With her memories in mind, she realized that from the third day onward, the quantity of meat delivered had diminished significantly. Particularly after the rite of passage, the meat provided was scarcely enough to satiate her hunger. Just enough to fill her stomach, but not enough to truly satisfy her. So, where had all the meat vanished to? Qianxia ruminated, attempting to conjure the image of the orc responsible for the deliveries from her recollections, but alas, she found nothing. At that moment, a wave of melancholy washed over her. She had initially thought that once Han Chuan uncovered the truth and exposed the orc that had gluttonously consumed the meat, she would not let them escape unscathed. Yet a thought struck her. How could she enact vengeance? Only she was aware that the original owner of this body had perished, starved to death by that damned gluttonous orc. Only she knew. In the eyes of everyone else, Qianxia still existed. Although frail, she was still alive. She was powerless to make the meat-thieving orc pay a heavy price. At most, that orc would suffer a punishment of minor consequence. She felt a deep sense of injustice. yet was at a loss for what to do. Just then, a large hand snatched the bowl from before her. What was happening? Had he taken a liking to Han Chuan? He left and now appeared utterly despondent. If you wish for him to be your partner, I shall procure him for you. Xuanqi jested as he thrust the bowl filled with meat back into her hands. How deliciously infused with jealousy. Qianxia accepted the bowl, teasingly observing him as she savored the meat. Really, can that even be stolen? With a mischievous glint in her eye, Qianxia playfully remarked. Xianqi paused abruptly in his task of grilling meat, casting aside his chopsticks, and turned to gaze at the entrance of the cave. Astonishing! She truly has taken a fancy to that lion. He had offered to procure it for her, and she was genuinely willing to accept. Observing his sulky demeanor, Qianxia found it rather amusing. She rose to her feet and approached him, squatting down to meet his gaze. Why the long face? Wasn't it you who promised to fetch him as my companion? I agreed, so why are you upset? At that moment, Qianxia was overwhelmed with the desire to burst into laughter, yet she restrained herself, reluctant to end the playful banter. Xianqi stared at her half-smiling, half-mocking expression, struggling to articulate his thoughts, and ultimately chose to turn away, refusing to look at her. He was perplexed, having previously spoken of finding her a new companion. Yet now, witnessing her interest in another beast man, and her willingness to have him retrieved as a partner, filled him with unease. Suddenly, a pair of arms encircled him from behind, and a gentle voice resonated in his ears. I'm just teasing you. When did I ever take a liking to Han Chuan? I was merely pondering how Han Chuan would punish the beast man who coveted my meat. If the punishment were too lenient, I would be dissatisfied, for I nearly faced starvation myself. If it were too severe, well, I think it couldn't be that harsh. Considering I am still here, in good health. Leaning against his back, Qianxia spoke with a hint of sadness. In an unexpected twist, she spun around and found herself seated in his lap. On this, Qianxia stood face to face with him, and the position inexplicably quickened her heartbeat. If you wish, I can eliminate him for you, Xuanqi stated with unwavering conviction, his gaze locked onto hers. Qianxia fell into silence. She desired to make the greedy orc pay for his transgressions, yet when Xuanqi offered to take the life of the orc on her behalf, she felt it was unnecessary. However, the original owner of this body could not simply perish without consequence.
Ah!
Suddenly, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her. What should she do? I'm tired. I wish to sleep, Qianxia murmured as she leaned against him, her spirit deflating. I shall not think of it any longer. I will address it when the time comes. With that, Xuanqi lifted her effortlessly and carried her into the cave, gently laying her upon a bed of grass. Sleep now. I will remain outside. Should you require anything, just call for me, he said tenderly, covering her with soft animal hides. Chapter 26. Dreaming of her. Qianxia had a dream. In her dream, she encountered a girl who looked exactly like her. Were it not for the tattered beastskin skirt adorning the girl, she would have likely believed that it was her own reflection. This very skirt was the one she had worn upon her arrival in this world. You are Qianxia, are you not? Qianxia inquired, gazing at her counterpart. The beast folk. Qianxia remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon her. A wave of melancholy washed over Qianxia. Before her stood this beast folk version of herself, bearing the same visage, yet exuding an air of innocence, her eyes clear and untainted, reminiscent of Qianxia's own youth at the tender age of 15 or 16, filled with naivety and inexperience. It dawned on Qianxia that she had forgotten. This body was merely at the cusp of adulthood, not so different from her previous life. She settled onto the ground and gestured beside her, inviting the beast folk, Qianxia, to sit. Yet, the girl remained unmoved, her gaze unwavering. Did you come to see me? Qianxia asked once more. Still, there was no response. Unperturbed, Qianxia began to speak of her own accord. I hail from another world, a realm bustling with vitality and splendor, steeped in 5,000 years of civilization. In that world, I was but a diligent, unremarkable individual, toiling each day to sustain myself. One day, after finishing my work, I was struck down by a runaway car on my way home. It truly hurt. When I opened my eyes once more, I discovered that I had arrived in this world, and remarkably, I had become you. We bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, sharing the same name. After Qianxia entered this realm, she ceased to contemplate returning, though she remained uncertain if such a return were even possible. An orphan, she had grown up in an orphanage. later receiving support from kind-hearted individuals that enabled her to complete her education. Upon graduation, she secured a position at a Fortune 500 company. The work was arduous, yet profoundly fulfilling. Who could have anticipated that fate would play such a cruel jest on her, as she met with a tragic demise at a young age due to a vehicular accident? Yet, death was not the end. Upon awakening, she found herself in another world. Qianxia addressed her. "Do you have anything to say to me?" This time, she responded. "Yes," the beast man Qianxia gently replied. Upon witnessing her reaction, Qianxia's face brightened with a smile. She was willing to converse.
What would you like to share with me?
Qianxia inquired with curiosity. At that moment, the beast man Qianxia approached her and settled beside her, tapping the spot before her. The beast man Qianxia began to recount her tale. "I hail from the northern continent, belonging to the rabbit beast tribe. The frigid seasons of the north are exceedingly prolonged, rendering it an inhospitable environment for our survival. Thus, my family and I resolved to relocate to the more hospitable southern continent. We journeyed for an extensive period, enduring numerous perils, and by the time we arrived at the southern continent, we had suffered grievously. In total, there were 11 members in the family of the orc named Qianxia, her mother and father, along with 4 other fathers and her 5 siblings. As spring commenced, her family hastily set forth towards the southern continent. Initially, all was well. After traversing for over a month, they reached the very edge of the southern land. The nightmare began from that point onward. A group of rogue beasts resided in this borderland, and upon witnessing their arrival, malicious intentions stirred within them. Qianxia's parents offered to relinquish all their possessions and supplies, pleading for mercy. The nefarious beasts acquiesced, and the family, believing their words, proceeded further into the southern continent. However, shortly thereafter, the wicked beasts attacked them. Their intent was to abduct her mother for breeding, for the rabbit beast folk possess remarkable reproductive capabilities, having 2 wombs that can gestate simultaneously. The villains, having discerned the markings on her father's, recognized Qianxia's mother as a rabbit beast and harbored ill designs. Her fathers fought valiantly to resist, while her mother fled with her children. Tragically, during their escape, she became separated from her family. She wandered in search of them, yet their whereabouts eluded her, and she lost track of time and distance. Ultimately, she collapsed, only to be discovered and rescued by the orcs of the Lion King tribe. If possible, I wish for you to assist me in locating my kin. It has been such a long time, and I remain oblivious to whether my fathers are still alive, and if my mothers are safe. However, if my mothers are indeed alive, my fathers would undoubtedly seek them out, for the beast mark can sense their presence." Beast woman Qianxia gazed at her and asked, "The beast mark? Are you referring to the symbol?" She parted the garment covering her chest, revealing a black serpentine mark. "You have found a mate." Beast woman Qianxia's eyes widened in astonishment. Before her demise, she had attempted to engage with the solitary males, yet they all shunned her. Even when she asserted her considerable reproductive capability, no one believed her. It was understandable. Her frail physique resembled that of a mere skeleton, who would trust in her fertility. She was emaciated, but once she had sufficient nourishment and time to recuperate, she would regain her former vitality.
Alas.
"Indeed, I have found a mate, a 9th-tier serpent beast man, and I am currently carrying 3 offspring," Qianxia said with a gentle smile as she caressed her abdomen. At that moment, beast woman Qianxia was once again struck with disbelief. A 9th-tier beast man mate, and she is already with child. She observed the individual before her, who bore a striking resemblance to her former self, and was filled with confusion and curiosity. "How is it that you, so slender, have found a beast husband? Your appearance now is not dissimilar to mine back then. How could a 9th-tier beast man be attracted to you?" Beast woman Qianxia inquired, genuinely perplexed. The concept of a 9th-tier beast man was something she had only heard in legends. In the northern continent, there exists a legend that within the deepest recesses of the snow-capped mountains resides a formidable 9th-tier beast man, possessing unparalleled strength and the ability to command the winds and snow. Yet, the true nature of his race remains shrouded in mystery. However, she has now been informed that her body has become bonded with a 9th-tier beast man. This is a long story. Quite a long story indeed. Qianxia said awkwardly. She had unwittingly acquired a partner. How was she to know? Chapter 27. The tale of the world. This dream is exceedingly lengthy. Within this reverie, Qianxia posed numerous inquiries to her. For instance, she questioned why, despite possessing her memories. There remained many aspects that eluded her understanding. She explained to Qianxia that the memories she held were merely fragments from the brief period preceding her demise, hence the gaps in comprehension. For example, regarding the matter of the beast's seal that can perceive certain phenomena. Now, as she converses with her in the dream, it is only natural for her to seek clarity and deepen her understanding of this world. The beast man Qianxia meticulously elaborated on the intricacies of this realm. Concerning the beast seal, the conditions for forming a partnership entail mating followed by seeking a shaman to perform the sealing ritual. Upon successful completion of the ritual, both parties bear the beastly mark of one another, with the location of the mark being variable. After establishing a bond, partners can sense each other as states through the beast seal. If one suffers an injury, the other will feel a sympathetic resonance. However, should one meet their demise, the surviving partner will experience profound heartache as the beast seal transforms into a lifeless gray hue. If a female wishes to sever ties with her partner, there are two methods to do so. One can seek a sorcerer to conduct a separation ceremony, allowing the male to continue his search for a companion unimpeded. The other method is considerably more brutal. The female may directly incise her beast seal. Once the seal is severed through flesh and blood, the bond is broken, and the male suffers a backlash. In that instant, they will experience excruciating pain, and subsequently, their powers will be halved. A simple analogy would be that if an 8th tier orc has his beast mark removed by his partner, his strength level would plummet to the 4th tier. Orcs who have had their beast marks erased are cast out and ultimately become wandering beasts. They gain no recognition from females and are shunned by their tribes, condemned to a life of perpetual wandering. However, in the realm of beasts, it is exceedingly rare for females to abandon their partners. Such occurrences are truly exceptional. Qianxia found herself deeply intrigued by this beast mark. What if someone were to forcibly erase the beast mark from a female? Wouldn't that? The orc, Qianxia, shot her a glance. Rest assured, the beast mark resides within the female's very bloodline. Only she possesses the power to influence it. If it were so trivial to erase, one might argue that if a female were to stumble and accidentally mark her beast mark, her partner would simply vanish. Does that seem reasonable? Are the beast god and the female god fools? Indeed, indeed. Qianxia replied somewhat sheepishly. She realized the absurdity of her words. Surely, the deities of this world would possess insights that she herself could not fathom. This world has its own inherent system. The orc, Qianxia, continued to elucidate. The beast mark not only enables mutual sensitivity between partners, but also nourishes them both. Males experience enhanced physical constitution, and their cultivation and strength improvements occur at a swifter pace than before, while females not only strengthen their bodies, but also enhance their beauty. The more beast marks a female possesses, the greater the nourishment she receives. Qianxia was profoundly curious about the myriad benefits of this beast mark and eager to understand the underlying reasons. Thus, the orc Chica took the time to elucidate to her the stories pertaining to this matter. This knowledge is, in fact, an integral part of every orc's heritage, ingrained in their minds from a tender age. In her childhood, Chica too had inquired about this from her parents, who recounted to her the tales imparted to them by their own parents. It is said that long ago, the population of orcs was sparse, while the number of wild beasts far outnumbered them. At that time, the male orcs lacked any special abilities and relied solely on brute strength for hunting. It is easy to surmise how they could possibly contend with the ferocity of wild beasts. Consequently, their fate was all too predictable. Over time, the number of orcs dwindled. The challenges of reproduction were exacerbated by food shortages, which left the females inadequately nourished and in poor health, resulting in many facing difficulties during childbirth. Tragically, some even perished during the birthing process. Witnessing the dire plight of the orcs, the beast god and the female god realized that if they did not intervene, the orc race might vanish from existence. Thus, they bestowed their blessings. From that moment onward, every male would awaken to special abilities, the strength of which was determined by their innate talents. This was the blessing of the beast god, intended to enhance the hunting prowess of the males, ensuring they could feed themselves and adequately care for and protect the females. The beast mark, on the other hand, was the blessing of the female god, who took into account the affectionate bonds among the orcs. She wished for the males and females to choose one another, fostering a relationship founded on mutual love and desire. Just as she shared a profound bond with the beast god, she meticulously selected 2 orcs from among them, a wizard and a shaman. Initially, Her intention was to choose solely a wizard, tasked with performing the coupling ceremony for those orcs wishing to bond as partners, as well as facilitating communication with the divine. However, upon reflecting on the challenges faced by females during childbirth and the potential injuries sustained by males during hunting, she decided to appoint an additional orc as a shaman, endowing her with unique abilities to attend to the ailments of the orc populace. With the beast mark, females would draw upon the strength of their partners, gradually enhancing their physical vitality, thereby ensuring robust health. The element of beauty was also incorporated into the beast mark, as the female deity cherished aesthetics. It is evident that all women, regardless of their realm, possess an innate desire for beauty. With the formidable hunting prowess of the males and the healthy, vigorous bodies of the females, coupled with the care of their partners, procreation became a less arduous endeavor. Consequently, the population of orcs began to flourish. Through the generations, the traditions of the wizard and shaman have endured, evolving through the corridors of time. Presently, shamans are also capable of performing the marking ceremony, though they are not authorized to conduct separation rituals. The passage of time has also led to the emergence of exceptionally gifted offspring from parents of remarkable talents, with some females awakening extraordinary abilities. Such females often ascend to the role of wizards. When they awaken their extraordinary abilities, the sorcerers will regard them as their successors, imparting wisdom from a young age, awaiting the moment when they mature to inherit the mantle and assume the guardianship of the orcs, protecting the realm of the orcs. Chapter 28. Pleased to meet you. As Qianqi gazed at the deepening twilight, his eyes shifted to the still slumbering Qianxia. Enveloped in a sense of melancholy and uncertainty, she had been asleep for an extended period, having drifted off shortly after their morning meal, and even now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, she remained in peaceful repose. Although it was common for expectant mothers to require ample rest, her prolonged slumber without nourishment raised his concerns. Yet, he found himself at a loss, unsure whether to rouse her. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to awaken her. Xia, 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 please wake up, wake up. His voice was tinged with worry. In her dreams, Qianxia was engaged in conversation with the beast man version of herself, captivated by the wonders of this unfamiliar realm. Accepting that returning was not an option, she resolved to embrace her life here. Just as she was immersed in their dialogue, a distant call seemed to echo her name. Wait, did I just hear someone calling me? Qianxia paused, straining to listen intently. A voice, seemingly emanating from afar, was indeed calling for her. The beast man version of Qianxia regarded her with a complex gaze, perhaps tinged with envy. You should return. We have conversed for quite some time, the beast man Qianxia remarked coolly. Turning to face her, Qianxia expressed her confusion. Have we really been talking for so long? Ha ha ha, it matters not. After all, it is merely a dream. At that moment, she remained oblivious to the passage of time. The hour grows late. You must return, the beast man urged gently. After she passed away, she found herself gently ascending from her frail body. The sunlight permeated her translucent form, imparting a sense of warmth. She floated higher and higher, and as she emerged from the clouds, she beheld a towering silhouette against the light. This figure bore a resemblance to both a lion and a tiger. Backlit. She could not discern its features. Are you the beast god? She inquired cautiously. Yes, my child, came a tender yet resonant voice, reminiscent of her father. It was true. The deceased orc would indeed meet the beast god. The elders had spoken no falsehoods. The beast god informed her that all things are bound by fate. He had witnessed her plight from the heavens and felt profound sorrow, yet he could not intervene. It was her destiny to fulfill. However, he later revealed that her body had been resurrected. Confounded, she listened as the beast god waved his hand, and in an instant, she found herself on the back mountain. There, she observed the her who should have perished, now engaged in capturing prickly beasts, utilizing a contraption fashioned from vines to collect them. She was unaware of what this object was. She watched as she lay exhausted on the grass after ensnaring the prickly creatures, and then she began to weep. Not a loud cry, but rather a subdued sobbing, as if she had been wronged, heartbreaking yet restrained. Though she could not fathom why her body had returned to life, the sound of that weeping filled her with sorrow. After a considerable time, she heard her say, "Do not worry, I will live well alongside your essence." Her essence? In the blink of an eye, she found herself before the beast god once more. The beast god revealed to her that this universe harbors countless worlds, with the orc realm being but one among them. Presently, within her corporeal form resides the soul from another world. She perished in her own realm, coincidentally passing away at the same moment as her, and through the whims of cosmic turbulence, traversed time and space to inhabit her body. Thus, she was resurrected. The she referred to is the transmigrated Qianxia. Out of compassion for her plight, the beast god agreed to grant her a wish. Without hesitation, she expressed her desire to meet her. The beast god consented. However, she later found herself filled with regret. Why hadn't she thought to request a meeting with her parents? Cursed be her emotions for clouding her judgment.
Consequently,
The beast god allowed her to enter her dream to meet. To her astonishment, upon their first encounter, the other party recognized her instantly, candidly revealing her origins and how she came to inhabit her form. She was aware that she had come specifically to meet her. How astute. Yet, what she hadn't anticipated was that, despite no apparent changes, she had found a partner, an orc of the 9th tier, and had even borne 3 offspring. She couldn't help but admire her. Before her death, she had never received a single romantic advance from a male in the Lion King tribe. Yet, she effortlessly found a partner whom she regarded as a legendary warrior. The disparity between individuals can be quite infuriating. She inquired about various aspects of the orc and orcish world, and her companion generously shared all she knew. Her sole wish was for her to help locate her family. Even though she might never learn the outcome, the mere thought of her parents or siblings encountering her would bring them immense joy. No one was aware that the original Qianxia had perished. In the eyes of all, Qianxia still lived. This realization struck the orc Qianxia with a sense of pity. Her demise had gone unnoticed. Yet, she soon found solace in the notion. As the beast god had stated, this was her destiny, and she embraced it. Their connection was fated. Otherwise, how could she have been reborn in her body? It was all a matter of destiny. Listening to the increasingly frequent shouts from afar, the orc Qianxia rose and addressed her. You say we look identical and share the same name. Is that so?
indeed.
It is quite a coincidence. I was astonished to learn that you also bear the name Qianxia, especially when I later discovered our striking resemblance. I began to wonder if you were my past incarnation. Qianxia remarked with a smile as she stood up. In which season were you born? The orc Qianxia playfully inquired. I was born during the rainy season. Qianxia smiled at her and spoke. She recalled the director's words, stating that she had found her at the orphanage in August, when she seemed to have just been born, abandoned at the doorstep of the orphanage. August heralds the arrival of autumn, which in the beast world corresponds to the rainy season. Just as in the modern world, the year is divided into 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, each season spanning 3 months. Since I was born earlier than you in spring, could you call me sister? The beast woman Qianxia said with a smile. Qianxia felt somewhat embarrassed. In her previous life, she was 23 years old, while this body, now just reaching adulthood, was at most 18. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. What did it matter to call her sister? With a sweet smile, Qianxia called out sister. Thank you, Qianxia, live well, she said, and with those words, she vanished from sight. Chapter 29, Not Just a Simple Dream. When Qianxia awoke in a hazy state, she was met with the anxious face of Xuanqi. What's the matter? Why do you look so worried? She inquired, rubbing her eyes. Upon seeing her awaken, Xuanqi's heart finally settled. He crouched before her and said, You have been asleep for quite a while. After you ate this morning, you fell asleep, and even now that the sun has set, you still haven't awakened. I was quite concerned about you, and I had intended to rouse you. I called your name for a long time before you finally stirred. Qianxia understood. It turned out that the voice she had heard calling her name in her dream was indeed Xuanqi's. Xuanqi was calling her, and she heard him. Then, she truly encountered that beast man, Qianxia. This is not merely a simple dream. Xiaxia, are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I can prepare something for you, Xuanqi asked, observing Qianxia's dazed expression. It had been a day since she last ate, and he was uncertain about her physical condition. Earlier, while she was still asleep, he had expended a considerable amount of energy to her, fearing that the young one might consume her own vitality. Qianxia's reverie was interrupted by Xuanqi's query, and she returned to reality, replying, I can eat anything. I am a bit hungry. You decide.
All right.
I shall prepare some grilled meat for you. Today, everyone caught some moo cows and brought them over. I have a substantial amount of beef in my space now. Enough to last you for a while, Xuanqi said with a smile as he retrieved a large chunk of neatly prepared beef from his space. With a flick of his fingers, the sizable piece of meat transformed into numerous smaller portions. Xuanqi gazed at the pieces of meat, lost in contemplation. He had exerted considerable control over his chilling aura. However, the surfaces of the meat were still encrusted with a layer of frost. At that moment, he felt a twinge of envy towards Yinfeng's wind abilities, as the wind blades proved effective in cutting through anything. Xuanqi picked up a wooden bowl, placed the meat within, and filled it with water, melting away the frost. Qianxia sat in her grassy nest, reminiscing about a dream that eluded her understanding. It seemed as though the dream was intentionally meant to convey a message to her. She shook her head, deciding to let it go. As for the dream's mention of her longing to find her family, she was resolute that she would indeed embark on that journey. Gazing out at the pitch-black sky beyond the cave entrance, Qianxia realized she had slept for quite a long time. "Did Coral come looking for me today?" she inquired. "She arrived shortly after you fell asleep," Xuanqi replied, retrieving the meat from the water. "I told her you were resting, and she left." Just then, Yinfeng entered the cave. "Qianxia, you're awake," he exclaimed. "Yes, I am," she responded with a smile. "Coral must have sent you, right?" Yinfeng appeared somewhat embarrassed at that moment. His partner had been fretting over Qianxia's absence throughout the day. Although Xuanqi had reassured her that Qianxia was merely sleeping, she remained unconvinced, insisting that it was unusual for someone to sleep all day, and urged him to check on her well-being. Coral had not anticipated that Qianxia would sleep for an entire day. "I shall return and inform Coral that she missed you today. She has been pondering about you all day, which prompted me to come and check on you." After Silverwind spoke, he turned and departed from the cave. Before long, a graceful figure appeared at the cave's entrance, accompanied by a tall silhouette. "Qianxia, Qianxia, you have finally awakened. I have missed you so much," Coral exclaimed joyfully. Having not seen Qianxia all day, she had been yearning for her presence, finding even her meals unenjoyable. "Yes, I slept for quite a long time today. It startled my companion," Qianxia replied with a smile. At that moment, Xuanqi was frying meat, and upon hearing Qianxia's voice, he looked up at her. "You indeed startled me. I understand that pregnant females tend to sleep more, but you just woke up and then slept again, continuously for an entire day without eating or drinking. It is quite alarming," he stated earnestly, revealing a genuine concern. Qianxia approached him and sat down, gently caressing his face. "I'm sorry for causing you worry." "And no problem," Xuanqi stammered, his voice faltering. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that his ears had turned a deep shade of red. "While you were away today, you missed quite the spectacle. As we discussed yesterday, everyone brought a mooing cow today. The females gathered fruits and animal hides, filling the cave entrance, while the oblivious beastmen gathered around to witness the commotion, expressing their astonishment. Coral reminisced about the morning's events with great sentiment. The atmosphere was even more vibrant than usual during the tribe's celebrations. "Is that so? Thank you all very much," Qianxia replied with a smile. She intended to express how magnificent it must have been, but then she thought, Coral and the others likely wouldn't comprehend its meaning, so she refrained from saying it. Suddenly, Coral sat beside her, tilting her head to inquire, "Qianxia, I heard you ate a prickly beast before. Was it on the day I invited you to dinner?" Qianxia nodded. Coral looked at her with concern and said, "Is the prickly beast edible?" "No one in our tribe eats it. It can be deadly if one is not careful. You clearly had nothing to eat, and I invited you. Why didn't you join me for dinner?" Qianxia recalled that day when Coral had fought for her, and her partner had cast her a meaningful glance. She felt too embarrassed to partake in a meal. In truth, the prickly beast is indeed edible. Despite its numerous spines, its flesh is quite delectable, especially when used to make fish soup, which is utterly delicious. Qianxia beamed as she thought about imparting her knowledge of fish to them. The fish in this beastly world is simply exquisite, and the bones are large, unlike the tiny bones of ordinary fish, making them easy to avoid. When she grilled fish, the aroma was enticing, and the flavor was sweet and delightful. She could hardly imagine how delightful the fish would be if prepared as a soup. "Is the prickly beast truly delicious?" Coral expressed her skepticism. She had only heard tales of orcs perishing from consuming the spiny beast, and even those orcs who had tasted it deemed it unpalatable. This was the first instance she had encountered someone extolling the virtues of the spiny beast as delicious. However, since it was Qianxia who spoke, it must surely hold some merit. Indeed, it ought to be delectable. In truth, the spiny beast is quite tasty. It is merely that you lack the knowledge to appreciate it. During times of hunger, I would venture into the mountains to catch spiny beasts to roast. And they were truly delightful. I managed to catch every spiny beast in those hills. Ha ha. At that moment, Qianxia spoke with a smile. Yet the glances cast upon her were filled with pity and sorrow. Particularly, Xuanqi appeared utterly heartbroken. Qianxia, observing the expressions of those around her, felt a mix of amusement and gratitude. She understood that their concerns stemmed from their empathy for her past circumstances. Oh dear. Why do you all look at me with such sorrowful eyes? I speak the truth. The spiny beast is genuinely delicious. How about this? Tomorrow, we shall go catch some spiny beasts, and I will prepare a feast for you. Just remember not to fight over the food. Chapter 30. The allure of a man who diligently engages in his craft. Faced with the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Qianxia could not help but chuckle aloud. Do you find the prickly beast unpalatable, or are you merely surprised that it is indeed edible? She inquired with a hint of amusement. It's not that, replied Shanhua. If you say it can be eaten, it surely can. It's just that I cannot fathom how it could possibly taste good. You shall see tomorrow. I will catch a few plump and robust prickly beasts to prepare a delicious soup for you all, Qianxia declared. No sooner had she spoken than a wooden bowl brimming with succulent meat was presented before her. Do try it. I am eager to know how my culinary skills fare today, Xuanqi said, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Having subsisted on raw game and never having indulged in roasted meat, he was unacquainted with the pleasures of such cuisine. Had he not formed a bond with Qianxia, he might never have realized that food could be enjoyed in this manner and taste so delightful. He lacked experience in caring for a female companion. The art of cooking meat and attending to her daily needs were skills he had honed later under the tutelage of Yin Feng. Initially, his attempts at frying meat were not inedible, but he discerned that his partner preferred it tender and juicy. He often struggled to master the cooking times. Countless poorly cooked pieces had found their way into his own stomach. Earlier that day, while Qianxia rested, he practiced once more.
Now,
he had become quite adept at controlling the heat, producing meat that was both rich and juicy. He felt a sense of satisfaction and was eager to see whether his beloved would share in his delight. Qianxia gazed into his eager eyes, took a pair of chopsticks, and savored a piece of meat. Delicious. Xuanqi, your culinary skills have truly improved. As she relished her meal, she couldn't help but express her delight. Previously, the meat he had cooked was not unappetizing, yet she preferred it to be a tad more tender, a preference she had never explicitly communicated. To her surprise, he had noticed. In that moment, she felt an inexplicable wave of emotion, almost moved to tears. Orphaned and without parents, the matron of the orphanage was the closest thing she had to a mother. Yet, with so many children at the orphanage, how could one matron attend to her needs? Nevertheless, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The matron was indeed a wonderful person. For the first time, she experienced the warmth of love and care, a blend of emotions swirling within her heart. In that instant, she imagined herself transported to a world of beasts, and it didn't seem so bad. Here, she had good friends, a partner who cherished her, and soon enough, she would even have children of her own. She no longer had to fret over daily meals, monthly mortgage payments, or the relentless grind of overtime for meager compensation. In this realm, being well-fed and warmly clothed was the essence of happiness. Indeed, when one is free from worries, the sense of joy is overwhelmingly abundant. Hearing her praise, Xuanqi's heart soared, though his expression remained a gentle smile. It looks so tempting. May I have a taste as well? Coral shyly inquired, aware that her request was somewhat bold, yet she was genuinely enticed. Qianxia promptly extended her bowl toward her. Please, indulge yourself. My partner's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Do give it a taste. As Qianxia spoke, she furtively cast a glance at Xuanqi. Though she did not perceive him as a miserly individual, sharing the meat he had prepared made her apprehensive that he might feel slightly displeased. Go ahead. There's plenty more in the pot, Xuanqi replied with a smile, while continuing to saute the meat. He noticed Qianxia stealing glances at him. Finding her behavior rather amusing, she was simply too endearing. He certainly bore no resentment towards Shanchao for partaking in the meat he had cooked. On the contrary, he felt grateful for the care Shanchao's family extended towards Qianxia. Being kind to Qianxia was akin to being kind to him. Xuanqi turned to face the standing Yin Feng, offering a subtle smile. Upon receiving his gaze, Yin Feng looked back in confusion. What are you up to? He inquired. It's nothing much. I merely wish for you to help me cut the beef in my space into smaller portions. So it will be easier for me to prepare a meal for my partner, Xuanqi explained. In Feng was baffled. As a ninth-tier powerhouse, wasn't slicing meat into smaller pieces a mere flick of his fingers? Surely, as a ninth-tier beast man, this task is trivial for you? My strength is too overwhelming. My weakest fire blade would cook the meat instantly, while the ice blade would freeze it. I would then have to thaw it, which is quite a hassle. Xuanqi remarked casually, with a sidelong glance. In Feng thought to himself, damn, why does it feel like I'm being played? In Feng approached the large stone table with a stern expression and commanded, toss the meat over here. In response, a piece of meat was thrown, and as it soared through the air, it was deftly sliced into smaller portions. These morsels cascaded onto the stone surface, gradually accumulating. Once the pile of meat reached a substantial size, Xianqi collected the chunks into his spatial storage before resuming his task of tossing and slicing the meat. Throughout this process, he skillfully cooked the meat with one hand while tossing it with the other. Qian Xia and Shan Hu, the two beasts, watched in astonishment. Qian Xia, do you not think your companion has become more handsome? Shan Hu inquired, her gaze fixated on her partner, who was executing his skillful meat slicing. Indeed, I do. Qian Xia replied, her attention divided between eating and observing. Yet, as she spoke, a sense of unease crept in. Shan, who had asked if she found Xianqi more attractive, was it true that she perceived him as more charming? It seems we share the same sentiment. I, too, suddenly find my partner exceptionally appealing, she confessed. At this moment, Shan, who was rather infatuated, her admiration directed solely towards her husband. Qian Xia, amused by her response, understood the reason behind Shan Hu's words. After all, a man dedicated to his work is undeniably the most captivating. Leaning closer to Shan Hu, Qian Xia whispered mischievously, with such affection, why not have a child with Yin Feng? It would be delightful if the little one resembled him. Then you would have your very own miniature Yin Feng to cherish. Upon hearing Qian Xia's suggestion, Shan Hu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The notion of a little Yin Feng seemed quite appealing indeed. Yin Feng, will you keep me company tonight? Coral stated directly. Yin Feng was somewhat taken aback. It was not his turn to accompany Coral for rest tonight. How had it suddenly changed? Beside them, Xianqi discreetly cast a glance at his partner, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ah, he truly understood. He was aware that Yin Feng and the other beastmen took turns resting with their companions. At this moment, Qian Xia remained oblivious, unaware that her words would soon deprive a certain male of his opportunity to share a bed. Coral had 5 beast husbands, each taking turns to accompany her, and tonight it was supposed to be Qi's turn. Meanwhile, within the cave, Qi's was meticulously preparing the sleeping arrangements for the night, filled with joyful anticipation for their intimate time together. Once the meat was properly cut, Qian Xia and Coral had their fill. After Yin Feng assisted Xianqi in tidying up and washing the dishes, Coral bid farewell to Qian Xia and returned home. At this moment, Qian Xia, now satiated, felt a pang of melancholy. She had just awakened, brimming with energy, yet the long night stretched before her. Noticing her troubled expression, Xianqi inquired about the cause. Upon learning the reason, he could not help but chuckle. He dared to wager that her vigor would last merely an hour or two before fatigue set in again. Meanwhile, at Coral's home, Qi's gazed at her with a wounded expression. Originally, it was his turn to keep Coral company. But how had it changed so swiftly in the short time he was away? He had devoted considerable effort to the preparations. Observing Qi's crestfallen demeanor, Coral felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was originally his turn to accompany her during her rest, and her sudden change of partner left him feeling somewhat slighted.
Well,
both of you can stay with me during my break, Coral said, somewhat shyly. The other two, however, brightened at the prospect. Chapter 31. Her anxiety and fear as night fell. Darkness enveloped the cave, accompanied by the sounds of chirping insects and distant birds. If one listened closely, faint whispers of ambiguity could also be perceived. In the realm of beastmen, nighttime was an opportune moment for nurturing offspring. Qian Xia nestled against Xianqi, gently caressing her belly. You mentioned that when the 60th day arrives, you will be able to sense whether the little one is a boy or a girl, correct? Qian Xia inquired. Indeed, but I suspect it will likely be a boy. In my clan, I don't believe I have ever heard of a female being born. Xianqi replied softly, placing his hand on her abdomen. But what if it is a girl? Qian Xia retorted defiantly. Not having encountered one does not imply their absence.
does it?
Xianqi pondered before responding. If it turns out to be a girl, I shall protect her fiercely, ensuring she endures no harm. My daughter deserves nothing less than the finest this world has to offer. Qian Xia couldn't help but smirk at his words. So, you are indeed a daughter's slave. Then, suddenly, she decided to tease him. And what about a boy? Will you treat him the same way? She jested. Boys? I would simply cast them out to foster their independence, Qianqi stated without a hint of compassion. His bluntness startled Qian Xia, prompting her to sit upright and gaze at him intently. Qianqi, if you dare to throw my son out to live on his own, I will no longer want you as my beast. Qian Xia exclaimed, a hint of anger in her tone. After all the effort she had put into carrying and giving birth to their child, how could he suggest such a thing? If he dares to cast the child aside, then she shall be the one to cast him out first. Xuanqi found himself perplexed by her reaction. In the realm of beasts, males are expected to be self-reliant. Many young males are taken by their fathers to hunt at an early age. This is perilous, yet serves as a test. The frail do not deserve to survive. This is an unwavering law of the beast world. Weakness signifies an inability to procure prey, leading to hunger, and certainly precludes the prospect of forming a partnership. No female would ever take a liking to a feeble male, nor would she choose him as a mate. If one lacks the ability to hunt, what means would he have to provide for a partner or offspring? Thus, it is asserted that the weak do not merit existence, for they simply cannot endure. After a moment of silence, Xuanqi sat up and gazed at her, saying, If you do not want me, this beast, then who shall care for you? Well, if you cannot bear to part with the child, it would be acceptable to keep him close for a while. I can provide for him. Upon hearing this, Qianxia became even more incensed. What do you mean by keeping him close for a while? She demanded. It appeared she was quite furious. Xuanqi was at a loss, uncertain as to why her anger flared. At that moment, he dared not utter another word. What do you mean by keeping him close for a while? Qianxia's emotions surged. Upon hearing his suggestion of casting the child out to live alone, her fury intensified. Xia, why are you so angry? Qianqi inquired. In my lineage, the Xian Wang snake clan operates in this manner. From the moment of my birth, my father cast me out to fend for myself. I have fought fiercely for survival since my youth. My 9th tier power did not come easily. While talent is significant, diligence is equally paramount. Other male offspring of different races may not be thrust into independence at birth. Yet they too accompany their fathers to hunt and acquire skills from an early age. Males must inherently possess strength. Otherwise, how can they sustain themselves and their partners? Qianqi's explanation suddenly calmed Qian Xia. She had forgotten that she now resided in a brutal world of beasts, not the modernized 21st century. Unconsciously, she had brought the mindset of the 21st century into this realm. I apologize. I may have overreacted, Qian Xia admitted weakly. This world is merciless. Without sufficient strength, one becomes prey for the beasts. Only the powerful can survive and thrive. Recalling her initial days in this realm, she remembered how she could only forage for wild fruits, and only those she recognized. She dared not touch unfamiliar fruits, fearing for her life. What courage did she possess to experiment? Eventually, she discovered fish, which allowed her to barely satiate her hunger. In this beastly world, fish are regarded as the most inferior sustenance, the easiest to catch. Yet, even this so-called effortless food required considerable exertion and patience for her to procure. Xuanqi gazed at the despondent Qianxia before him, feeling a pang of sympathy. After all, as a 9th-tier beast man, few could rival him. He could certainly manage to care for her and their offspring, should she choose to keep them close. Qianxia, if you cannot bear to part with our child, then let us raise it together. I possess great strength, and I assure you, I can take care of both you and the little one. Your happiness is what matters most, he spoke earnestly. Qianxia was taken aback by his words. She lifted her gaze to meet his, studying him in silence. Xuanqi felt a twinge of discomfort under her unwavering stare. Is something the matter? Why do you look at me like that? He inquired. Without uttering a single word, Qianxia enveloped him in an embrace. She understood that his willingness to express such sentiments was a rare and cherished thing. He regarded her with immense importance, valuing her happiness above the rigid laws of their beastly world. They remained intertwined, Qianxia clinging to him as he silently wrapped his arms around her. After a long pause, she softly asked, Xuanqi, will you be completely loyal and protective of me?
Of course, Qianxia.
We are bonded as partners now, You are my beloved, whom I vow to safeguard with my very life. This, you need not doubt, Xuanqi replied with unwavering sincerity, tightening his embrace. But, do you not think this is rather hasty? We had never met before, nor did we share any emotional foundation. Our encounter was merely a fortuitous incident. And yet, you became my partner. Qianxia spoke with a hint of unease. It was rather amusing that only now she began to feel apprehensive.
Indeed.
She had not contemplated these matters prior, and only upon reflection did she realize the impulsiveness of it all. Xuanqi released her, lifting her effortlessly and seating her upon his lap, enveloping her in his embrace. Do you realize, he gently inquired, that from the moment I discovered you in the wilderness, you have already been my female? He had come to understand her feelings. It was the impending arrival of their offspring that stirred her feelings of insecurity and fear. Although he had never been involved with a female before, his years of wandering had acquainted him with numerous males discussing similar dilemmas. Their initial encounter had indeed been less than ideal. When she departed, he suspected she might not harbor affection for him, even after their union. She had chosen to leave without awaiting his response, not even offering a word of rejection. Chapter 32. How can it not be love?
I
am aware, Qianxiao admitted, her voice tinged with guilt. She was acutely aware of the truth, yet she had still chosen to slip away in secret. In truth, when I first found you, I had no intention of making you my partner or bearing offspring. My sole desire was to save your life. However, unforeseen events transpired, events I have shared with you before. That day, upon returning from a hunt, I discovered your absence. I couldn't help but think that perhaps you did not like me, or even loathed me. You appeared so frail, clearly lacking the care of a mate. Yet, despite that, even after we had mated, you chose to leave. Thus, with the intention of not disturbing you, I refrained from seeking you out. This matter, as long as it remains unspoken, will not be known to any other beasts. Without a mark, we have not truly bonded as mates, and it shall not affect you. Xuanqi spoke earnestly, before continuing. The reason I sought you later was that I sensed you were with child. At first, I was utterly astonished, for procreation is not an easy feat, and we had merely mated once for you to conceive. Upon further attuning to the power of our bloodlines, I was shocked to discover not one, but 3 distinct bloodlines. This revelation filled me with both fear and trepidation. Consequently, I hastily gathered my belongings, embarked on a hunt, and then set out to find you. Qianxiao was taken aback. Was this truly the turmoil that had occupied his mind? Why the fear? She inquired, puzzled. Xuanqi was lightly amused by her question. The reason had been stated long ago, yet she had forgotten. I fear for your life. Have you forgotten? The Xianwang snake clan possesses formidable strength, and even the offspring still in your womb require a daily intake of energy, which is sustained by the food you consume. Moreover, you are carrying 3 young ones, which necessitates a substantial amount of sustenance. If the energy supply falls short, they will begin to draw from your own vitality, placing your life in jeopardy. The energy absorption of a fetus around 30 days old may not yet be alarming, but it intensifies as time progresses. As a female without a beast husband, how will you sustain yourself while carrying young ones? Hence, I hasten to seek you out. After speaking, Xuanqi gently turned Qianxia's head to face him. He gazed at her with utmost seriousness and sincerity, stating, Xia, you believe our time together has been insufficient, that we are strangers to one another, and that I chose to bond with you solely due to the offspring. You think I am merely fulfilling a duty rather than acting out of love, which makes you anxious and fearful, correct? Perhaps. That is true, Qianxia nodded. To be honest, I did not contemplate much at that time. I simply knew that you were carrying my young, and I needed to care for and protect you. Your well-being is of paramount importance to me, eclipsing all other concerns. I have always lived in solitude, devoid of any interaction with females. You are the sole exception. Regarding this matter, the decision to inscribe was indeed my unilateral choice. Initially, I intended to inquire if you would consent, yet you had fainted at that moment, which caused me great concern. The shaman advised us to unite swiftly so that the beast mark could nurture you. Thus I proceeded to declare the inscription without hesitation. Xuanqi paused at this juncture, and then, with a hint of sorrow in his voice, he confessed, I had contemplated that if you were to reject me, at the very least, I would seek out the shaman to perform a ceremony once you safely delivered our offspring. As he continued, his voice dwindled. In truth, he harbored no desire to part from her. Affection can be cultivated, yet he feared that she might not wish for him. Qianxia comprehended his sentiments, yet found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, his aspiration was to care for her. In his heart, she was paramount. The emotions of the beast men are both candid and tender. It could be said that he sought her out for the sake of their progeny. Yet his devotion extended beyond mere obligation. He attentively tended to her daily needs and even discerned her preferences in taste. She had never articulated what she enjoyed eating, nor had she specified her favored meats, yet he was acutely aware of them. Qianxia felt she was being unreasonable, having already entered into a partnership with him. Delving deeper into such trivialities seemed pointless. His meticulous and considerate care for her every need was almost to the point of being obliging. What right had she to question this? Even if he did not harbor love for her, his dedication rendered her speechless. Moreover, possessing the beast seal signifies that she holds a significant part of his life in her hands. Is that not sufficient? Certainly it is.
Xia.
I am uncertain how to articulate my feelings in a manner that would ease your mind. All I can convey is that my choice to bond with you is tantamount to a pledge to safeguard you at the cost of my own life. Your happiness brings me joy, and your sorrow weighs heavily upon me. Should you perish, I too shall not endure. Do you comprehend the gravity of my words? Qianqi gazed at her with a gentle yet earnest expression. Truth be told, he felt a sense of urgency within. He yearned to express his emotions. Yet words eluded him. Initially, he sought her out for the sake of the child. Yet he genuinely desired to share his life with her, not merely due to the child's presence. How could that not be considered love? Surely it is. As such thoughts swirled in his mind, Qianqi found himself in a melancholic reverie. His sudden sorrow caused Qianxia to become flustered. I understand, I truly do. Please, do not be disheartened. Although our time together has been limited, we are now partners, are we not? A union followed by love is certainly a viable path. I can sense your care for me. Qianxia spoke in a somewhat frantic manner.
Indeed.
The absence of an emotional foundation does not preclude the possibility of love blossoming post-marriage. Furthermore, considering Qianqi's circumstances, in the context of the 21st century, he could be likened to an exceptionally wealthy heir standing at nearly 6 feet tall, possessing striking good looks and an admirable physique, who dotes on you and caters to your every need, always concerned for your well-being. Given all this, could one truly accept that he does not love you? Of course, one could. However, since it is possible to both cherish and care for someone while fearing any harm that may come to them, can one truly claim that love is absent? Certainly not. Suddenly, Qianxia experienced an epiphany. She realized she had been overthinking. This is a world of beasts, where the emotions of the beast men are profoundly pure. Choosing one another signifies a willingness to surrender everything to the other. Since she had already entrusted herself to him, what was there to agonize over regarding love? Such concerns were indeed superfluous. Qianxia wrapped her arms around his neck and, with a tender voice, said, I apologize. I have been overly sensitive. Please do not be upset. You have protected me at the cost of your own life, so of course you love me. Xuanqi embraced her in return, resting his head on her shoulder, as a solitary tear fell silently. No one knew the turmoil within him, nor did he understand how to articulate his feelings. He had chosen her. How could that not be love? What kind of love was she truly seeking? Chapter 33. Confessing the truth, the two embraced for a considerable time, enveloped in silence, each holding the other tightly. During this moment, Qianxia made a resolute decision. She resolved to reveal to Xuanqi her identity as a soul from another world. This was not an impulsive act. As a spirit of the 21st century dwelling in this primal realm, it was inevitable that she could not continue living in the manner of primitive beast men. The use of stone pots and bowls was merely the beginning. The beast men relied solely on hunting for sustenance, as it was the safest source of food. They were hesitant to experiment with unfamiliar plants, for such endeavors could cost them their lives. No beast man would willingly risk their existence for such trials. Currently, the tribe had become acquainted with a few fruits, such as the green apples and pears she had seen previously, along with the milk fruit Coral had once brought her, and several others whose names eluded her. The discovery of these fruits had come about through observing wild animals consuming them and thriving thereafter, prompting their harvest. In a prior dream discussion with the beast man Qianxia, they had conversed about supernatural abilities, and what resonated most with her was the power of nature. To Qianxia, this natural power was akin to a healing ability. However, this power held a crucial aspect. It could harness nature and extract energy from it. From a certain perspective, one could assert that as long as there were plants, this existence was immortal. Thus, could it be said that the power of nature enabled communication with plants? Those obscure plants, if communicated with through the power of nature, would surely reveal whether they are edible or what properties they possess. It is no wonder that orcs endowed with natural abilities often become shamans. Qianxia perceives the orc world in this manner. Shamans are akin to emperors, revered and believed in by the orc populace. The emperor, in turn, must guide the people towards a life of peace and prosperity. This, indeed, is the shaman's duty. Upon her arrival, Qianxia had hoped to possess a golden finger, akin to the extraordinary powers depicted in the novels she had read. Perhaps a spatial ability or a binding to some system. To her dismay, she found herself bereft of such gifts, nearly facing starvation. The endeavors she currently undertakes are, in truth, fragile and untenable. The orcs, with their simple minds, coexist harmoniously, which is why none have questioned her actions. However, should someone raise an inquiry, all would become aware. Initially, Qianxia merely wished for a more convenient life in this realm, but as time progressed, she realized the incongruity of her actions.
They were far too advanced for this tribe.
As of now, no orc has questioned how she accomplishes these feats or discovers the uses of these plants. If an inquiry were to arise, she would be forced to weave a web of lies, knowing that one falsehood necessitates countless others to uphold it. Yet, she is destined to deceive. How could she possibly reveal to everyone that she is not the true orc Qianxia, but merely a soul traversed from another realm? If one must weave a deception, it is far more prudent to construct a grand falsehood, sparing oneself the burden of countless smaller lies to uphold it. In the future, she would undoubtedly create other things and may even recognize more plants. As for Xuanqi, it was clear that he would not remain oblivious. Suspicion would eventually arise. Moreover, having journeyed through numerous places and witnessed the vastness of the world, he would be even more adept at discerning the truth. Thus, she resolved to disclose her secret. She trusted Xuanqi. Qianxia withdrew from his embrace, gazing earnestly into his eyes. Xuanqi, may I ask you, no matter what I do, will you always stand by my side? Of course, regardless of your actions, I shall always be by your side. His serious reply matched the gravity in her tone. Taking a deep breath, Qianxia continued. I must tell you something, and it may seem rather unbelievable, but it is the truth. Should you have any thoughts on the matter, feel free to share them with me. Seeing Qianxia so solemn was a rare sight, prompting Xuanqi to sit up straight and nod in acknowledgement. Xuanqi, in truth, I am not the real Qianxia. I have crossed over from another world. As she spoke, she carefully observed his expression. Yet, it was apparent that Xuanqi struggled to comprehend her revelation. Before you discovered me, the original owner of this body had already perished. I fortuitously traversed dimensions and inhabited this form, so to speak. I was barely breathing when you found me. Can you comprehend this? Qianxia inquired, seeking understanding. Essentially, the original beast-man of this body is deceased, and you have crossed over to occupy this vessel and thus revived, correct? Xuanqi pondered for a moment before asking.
Indeed.
That is accurate. The former Qianxia has met her end, and I am now a different Qianxia. At this moment, Qianxia felt a twinge of anxiety. Xuanqi's expression remained inscrutable, leaving her uncertain of his thoughts. Oh, and then? This simple inquiry left Qianxia at a loss. She had envisioned numerous scenarios, such as being regarded as a monster or being cast aside to reveal her truth to the world, yet never anticipated this particular moment.
Huh? Ah?
Qianxia exclaimed in astonishment. Is that all? Xuanqi, observing her surprise, found himself perplexed yet again throughout the day. But I stated that I am from another realm, not the original owner of this body, nor a denizen of this world. Are you not astonished? Do you have nothing to say? Indeed, do you have nothing to express? At that moment, Qianxia felt that the atmosphere had grown exceedingly bizarre. Xuanqi abruptly pulled her back into his embrace. Astonished, yet does it truly matter? You are you, and it is you with whom I share my life. Does it truly matter whether you were the original Qianxia? He remained indifferent to her words, dismissing notions of time travel and the concept of not being the original owner of her body. All that mattered to him was that the person he embraced was indeed her. Qianxia never anticipated such a reaction from him. In that moment, she felt as if her once vacant heart had suddenly been filled with something profound, a feeling known as love. Suddenly aware of the slight tremors from the person in her arms, she soon heard the soft sound of sobbing. Xuanqi immediately panicked. Xia, what's wrong? Did I do something amiss? Please don't cry, I will change whatever it is. He comforted her tenderly, only to find that Qianxia's sobs grew even louder. Chapter 34. From beginning to end, it has always been you. Qianxia had cried for an interminable duration, and Xuanqi had comforted her just as long. When she finally ceased her tears, her mind was occupied with the thought that she was not typically a weepy person. How had she become so overwhelmed? Initially, she had merely felt grateful for Xuanqi's kindness, her emotions spiraling out of control, leading her to shed tears. Yet, as she wept, those tears became uncontrollable. Qianxia lifted her gaze, her swollen eyes glistening as they met his. Why do you not mind at all? Upon learning that I traversed into this world, are you not frightened? She pondered, believing that such extraordinary occurrences would naturally evoke fear in most. Seeing her tear-streaked visage, Xuanqi felt a pang of compassion. How could this little female cry so much? What could he possibly mind? The fact that she was not the original owner of her body?
He was perplexed.
He gazed deeply into her eyes and, with unwavering conviction, declared, Xia, it seems you have misunderstood a fundamental truth. You claim that I found you after your arrival in this world, correct? Qianxia nodded, as if pecking at rice in agreement. Then it is precisely that. From the very beginning, I have known only you. Our encounter was always with you. What could I possibly mind? It appeared she had yet to grasp this reality. Suddenly, a wave of understanding washed over Qianxia, and the emotions she had been harboring were liberated. Indeed, her connection with Xuanqi had begun only after she had crossed over. For the original beastman Qianxia had long since perished. She did not claim that it was the original orc Qianxia who had encountered Xuanqi, nor did she imply that she had traversed through time midway. Observing her emotions gradually improving, Xuanqi felt a sense of relief within and allowed a gentle smile to grace his lips. You ask me why I am unafraid? Ha ha ha. I am a 9th-tier orc. There are perhaps only 2 opponents on this continent who could challenge me. What could a frail female possibly do to instill fear in me? Why should I be afraid? Qianxia, you are truly delightful, Xuanqi remarked, unable to suppress his laughter. At that moment, Qianxia felt as though she might shatter. Was the saying of pregnancy dulls the mind for 3 years truly accurate? She considered herself quite astute, yet here she was, reduced to this state. As Xuanqi had pointed out, it was she who had initially met him. Even if she had crossed over from another realm, as a mere fragile female, why should a 9th-tier orc fear her? In the end, Qianxia could only attribute her bewilderment to the fact that she had read too many novels, fearing that she would be regarded as an anomaly. Actually, Qianxia, when I watched you guide everyone in crafting stone pots and utensils, I sensed that you were indeed quite extraordinary, Xuanqi stated earnestly. How am I different? Qianxia felt as though her previous thoughts were beginning to align with reality. I have traversed numerous lands and encountered various tribes, having even resided in several prominent ones. However, none possess the uniqueness that you do. Some tribes may consume cooked meat, yet this merely pertains to the act of cooking, akin to the piece of meat I once shared with you in the cave. Furthermore, the notion of crafting stone pots and the discovery of the utility of plants such as chili and ginger exemplifies your distinctiveness. Xuanqi's words caused a jolt in Qianxia's heart. Indeed, as she suspected, her endeavors were far ahead of their time. At present, the beastmen had yet to perceive anything amiss, but should someone voice a doubt, everyone would inevitably follow suit in questioning. What should I do? Qianxia found herself engulfed in melancholy. Suddenly recalling her previous thought, she cautiously inquired, what if, in the future, when others ask, I claim to possess the ability of natural forces? How would that be? No sooner had she spoken than Xuanqi countered her. That is not feasible. Do you comprehend the implications of a female awakening such powers, particularly those of natural forces? If this information were to leak, it would not be long before the beastmen from prominent tribes sought you out and took you away. The awakening of a female's abilities is already a rare occurrence, and the natural forces are even more so. You would be groomed by high-level sorcerers, ultimately succeeding them as the next high sorcerer. However, you have not genuinely awakened such abilities, and there will inevitably come a day when your facade crumbles. At that point, you would be deemed a beast of guilt. A beast of guilt is destined for death. He has traveled to numerous places, yet only the high shaman of the Tuya tribe possesses the extraordinary power of nature. Tuya, evidently a feminine name, belongs to the high shaman herself. He has heard tales about this tribe. Once, the Tuya tribe was not known as Tuya, and it was merely a minuscule community. The tribe's orc population was sparse, and the males' abilities were rather ordinary, leading them to frequently struggle for sustenance. One day, a female named Tuya awakened her powers upon reaching adulthood. She could sense the life force of all nearby plants. She had the remarkable ability to accelerate plant growth and even harness their properties to heal wounds, replenishing her own strength through the plants when she was exhausted. Thus, Tuya utilized her powers to identify various nourishing plants, which ultimately became the cornerstone of their survival. As the orcs found themselves well-fed, the males grew stronger, and the females improved in health. One night, Tuya encountered the goddess in her dreams. The goddess expressed her admiration for Tuya's benevolent deeds, declaring her a worthy and kind orc, and instructed her to become a shaman and lead her tribe in migration. For soon, this land would be ravaged by calamity. As the goddess faded from her dream, Tuya awakened, discovering an abundance of newfound knowledge in her mind. For instance, the intricacies of imprinting or the rituals of separation, and so forth. It was only at this moment that she realized that the orcs who fell in love and chose to be together were required to undergo the process of imprinting, which nourished both parties. Why had she been oblivious to this knowledge until now? The truth lay in the fact that her tribe was exceedingly small. The elder orcs were indeed aware that imprinting was necessary to possess a beast mark, yet their tribe was too diminutive and situated at the furthest edge of the continent. Without the presence of shamans or healers, how could one possibly perform the imprinting? Thus, they had continued on without it, naturally refraining from discussing the matter with the younger orcs. The absence of a beast mark did not hinder their lives, as both parties had already acknowledged each other as partners. Beyond this, the most significant aspect was that she held a route in her mind, leading to a small red, that it represented the address of the newly relocated tribe. Subsequently, Tuya shared this information with her kin and urged them to inform the surrounding orc inhabitants. Eventually, Tuya, accompanied by a multitude of orcs, traversed mountains and waters, enduring countless hardships until they arrived at the new location on the easternmost edge of the eastern continent, near the sea. From that point onward, this area became home to a tribe named Tuya. The deeds of Tuya gradually spread, attracting numerous orcs to join, and thus, the Tuya tribe evolved from a modest community into a formidable super tribe that dominated the region. Chapter 35. The names of the three little ones. Qianxia sighed, feeling deflated. The proposal she had painstakingly devised, after much contemplation, was summarily dismissed. The reason she had conceived such an idea was rooted in her belief that, as a soul from the 21st century, her familiarity with plants should pose no significant challenge. She had already identified chestnuts, chili peppers, and ginger, and had also encountered green apples and pears. If these existed, surely there must be others. In her childhood, she often accompanied the director's mother to the countryside to assist with various tasks where the director's mother emphasized the importance of learning about and understanding crops. She could even cultivate rice. Thus, she felt confident that she could feign the possession of natural powers, believing it to be feasible. After hearing Xuanqi's words, Qianxia could only lament the reality. She was indeed not a local. She had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Having traversed realms, why had she not been granted a golden finger of fortune? How wonderful it would be to have a system instead. Qianxia muttered softly. Shasha, what did you say? Xuanqi seemed to catch a whisper, though it was too faint to discern. Nothing at all, Qianxia replied dismissively. It's late. You should lie down and rest, Xuanqi suggested, wrapping his arms around her as they settled down. At that moment, Qianxia felt a wave of sentiment wash over her. No wonder everyone adored the embrace of a double-door refrigerator. The sense of security it provided was unparalleled, enveloping her completely. Xuanqi, have you thought about what names we should give the little ones after they are born? Names are something that should be contemplated early on. Qianqi remained silent, for he had never truly considered this matter. Well, you are the mother of the little one, so you shall name him. I will defer to your judgment. Indeed, he was at a loss when it came to naming. This task was best left to her, the mother of the child. Qianxia began to ponder. It seemed that in the beast realm, names could be chosen freely, without regard for paternal or maternal surnames. Suddenly, a name flashed through her mind. Qianxia smiled sweetly. Qianqi, I have thought of a name. I believe it is absolutely wonderful. Her excitement was palpable. Hearing her jubilant tone, Qianqi found himself equally affected. He inquired with a gentle laugh, what name? Qian, does it sound nice? Qian Xia was thoroughly pleased with the name. It contained one character from her name and one from his. Qian. Qian murmured softly, a smile breaking across his face. No wonder it was deemed a good name. It truly was splendid. Qian Xian, how melodious.
Indeed, it is a beautiful name.
You have an exceptional talent for naming, Xia. Qianqi placed his hand upon her abdomen, where their 3 offspring were being nurtured. Ultimately, Qianxia finalized the names of their 3 little ones, the eldest, Qianxian, the second, Xingyi, and the youngest, Luo Bai. Qianxia felt immense satisfaction and couldn't help but marvel at her own prowess, having read countless novels. As Qianxia pondered, a deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ear. Xia, I am curious about what you meant when you called me husband before. Qianxia felt utterly captivated by this voice. She adored it immensely. It was simply a term of endearment for a partner. In my world, an orc may have only one companion, and should either party desire separation, they may conduct a ritual to part ways, allowing each to seek a new beloved. Qianxia explained in a manner he could grasp. She then realized that the orc world bore some resemblance to the modern one. However, in the orc realm, it was uncommon for partners to wish to separate. Typically, once united, they remain together for life, whereas divorce is quite prevalent in modern society. Is that so? Then call me that again. You haven't addressed me that way in several days. She had recently refrained from calling him husband and had resorted to using his name directly. A smile graced Qianxia's lips. Was he being playful? Husband, she sweetly called out. Initially, when she had referred to him as husband, it was due to her unfamiliarity with their relationship dynamics in her past life. She had never had a boyfriend, and now, in this life, she suddenly found herself with a husband. She had intended to call him by his name, yet felt that it created a sense of distance, leading her to spontaneously utter the term husband. Now accustomed to their bond, she simply called him by his name. The way she addressed him as husband sent a delightful shiver through Xuanqi's heart, and he softly urged, "Call me that once more." Obediently, Qianxia sweetly complied. In the next moment, Qianxia was turned around, and a passionate, fervent kiss descended upon her. After a considerable time, Xuanqi finally released her, yet almost immediately rose to walk towards the cave entrance. Xia, you rest for now, I shall step outside. Qianxia watched as he approached the entrance and moved aside the water bucket. Was it as she had imagined?
Buffed.
Ha. Over these past few days, he had behaved quite decorously, showing not a hint of desire in that regard. She had thought him to be rather ascetic, yet unexpectedly. However, given her current condition, carrying a child, even if he had desires, he could not act upon them. Qianxia's thoughts drifted back to the day of the accident. She could no longer recall it. It was her first experience in such matters, yet the sensations had become a blur. All she remembered was the pain. Xuanqi was outside, taking a cold shower with a bucket. Yet, it was evident that the ignited desire had not diminished in the slightest, and the water in the bucket had run dry. Consequently, he transformed into his beast form, his tail coiling around the large wooden barrel as he left the tribe and headed towards the water's edge. Qianxia had no intention of sleeping. She wished to wait for Xuanqi to return so they could sleep together. She pondered how many days remained until the 60th day. What if a female cub were to be born? Perhaps she should think of more names for girls. Qianxia murmured to herself, and suddenly fell silent. She has lost count of the days since she arrived in this beastly realm, and has similarly forgotten how long it has been since she became pregnant. For a moment, she is enveloped in melancholy. Ever since she moved into a new cave to live with Xianqi, she has not kept track of the days spent in this world. The sudden realization brings a tinge of sorrow. She has forgotten how long it has been since she departed from her previous world. Perhaps she may never recall it again. Chapter 36. Soon to gain weight, Xuanqi had immersed himself in the water for quite some time, finally managing to suppress the surge of desire within him. He let out a long sigh. The serpentine nature is inherently lascivious. He had never before encountered a female, let alone engaged in mating. Whenever the season of estrus approached, he would seek a secluded spot to isolate himself, relying on his strength to quell the urges, which had always sufficed. Yet now, having partaken in the act of mating, he found himself in a precarious situation. If he allowed even a fleeting thought to linger, it became truly unbearable. He recalled the agonizing days following her departure. It was nearly unbearable. He had only just begun to adjust. Calculating the time, He realized he had been at the Lion King tribe for 10 days. During this interval, he had been tending to Qianxia while also preoccupied with learning how to care for a partner and mastering the art of preparing more delectable dishes, practicing repeatedly. He had never contemplated such matters. Even if he did, what could it change? Qianxia was with child, and they could not engage in mating. Ultimately, it was his own discomfort that he had to contend with. Just like at this moment, it was truly exasperating. As he spoke, Xuanqi emerged from the water. Transforming his beastly form, he coiled his tail around a nearby wooden bucket, filling it with water before swiftly swimming back toward the tribe. Qianxia had initially intended to wait for his return before succumbing to sleep, but after a considerable time without his arrival, she grew weary and eventually drifted off to slumber. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Xuanqi discovered it shrouded in darkness. The firewood had likely burned out, suggesting that Qianxia had indeed fallen asleep. He carefully placed the bucket down, conjuring a small flame in his hand, which instantly illuminated the cave once more. Xuanqi picked up the branches piled nearby and rekindled the fire. After quietly tidying up, he too lay down. Qianxia enjoyed an invigorating slumber. Upon awakening, she was surprised to find him still lying beside her. In the previous days, every time she had awakened, he was nowhere to be seen. Had he been fatigued last night? Qianxia murmured softly. The next moment, "What are you talking about? Xia?" Xuanqi pulled her into his embrace. He was cautious not to press against her belly while sleeping, often choosing to hold her until she dozed off before withdrawing his hand. "Oh, why are you awake?" Qianxia inquired curiously. Was her whispering so soft that it roused him? "I woke up when you did," he replied. When she turned over in her sleep, he too stirred. "Did I wake you? You must be tired from last night," she suggested. Xuanqi responded with confusion. "Tired? Why would I be tired? You went out last night," Qianxia said shyly, her cheeks flushed.
"Oh, not cheated."
"I merely noticed the bucket was empty and went out to fetch some water," Xuanqi replied with a serious demeanor, attempting to downplay the matter. I understand, hee."
Qianxia teased, "I believe you not."
Xuanqi gently pressed a kiss upon her forehead before rising to his feet. "Are you hungry?"
"Today,
"I will let you sample some energy-infused meat and see how it affects you." The energy-infused meat referred to the game he had hunted in the misty forest. He had hesitated to offer it to Qianxia before, fearing that her frail body might not withstand the surge of energy. After all, the flesh of the energy beasts from the misty forest was typically reserved for advanced consumption. However, with the beast mark nurturing her for 10 days and having bestowed her with a considerable amount of energy, her physical condition should now be more than adequate. Moreover, their offspring were nearing 45 days of age. Thus, the energy from the beast meat would likely be absorbed swiftly, leaving little excess energy within her. Originally, if the offspring absorbed too much energy, Qianxia would need to consume a substantial amount of food. As that food transformed into energy for her body, the offspring would then absorb it. Now, with the ability to directly consume energy beast meat for replenishment, the offspring could absorb the energy directly. Once satiated, the residual energy would fortify her body. With the offspring fully nourished, any food Qianxia consumed would serve to replenish her own vitality, allowing her to regain her strength rapidly. On the day he entrusted Coral with Qianxia's care, he had actually ventured into the misty forest to hunt. "What does energy-infused meat mean?" Qianxia inquired with curiosity upon hearing him speak. Xuanqi proceeded to elucidate the concept from beginning to end. "This meat is quite remarkable. Let's try it without delay. For I am utterly weary of my own emaciated appearance," Qianxia expressed with a hint of excitement. With this energy-infused meat, the child would absorb vitality, while the other meat she consumed would nourish her body, allowing her to grow robustly in no time. Xuanqi smiled and nodded before tending to her morning routine. Once she had washed up, Qianxia sat by the stone pot, eagerly awaiting his culinary skills. The fire had burned throughout the night, leaving only a few glowing embers. After adding some firewood to reignite the flames, Xuanqi placed the stone pot over the heat and retrieved a generous scoop of rendered fat from his spatial storage, introducing it into the pot. Soon, the fat melted, filling the cave with a tantalizing aroma. Observing that the pot was nearly ready, Xuanqi took out the meat. He had already prepared this meat beforehand, and with Silverwind's assistance in cutting it into pieces during the last visit, he could simply place it in the pot to fry. The fragrance of the energy meat was distinctly different, more aromatic than ordinary beast meat. "What kind of meat is this? It seems far more fragrant than the usual beast meat," Qianxia inquired. "This is meat from the giant sheep. This beast is exceptionally nourishing in terms of energy. It is the most frequently hunted creature in my expeditions, Xuanqi replied, flipping the meat in the pot. The giant sheep and giant cattle of the misty forest were highly favored among ascending beast men, as they contained abundant energy, yet possessed relatively mild aggression. In terms of the beastman power hierarchy, they corresponded to merely a 7th-tier beastman's strength. After all, only those of at least 8th tier could venture into the misty forest. Mutton. Qianxia's expression shifted, revealing a hint of inner conflict. In her previous life, she had been unable to consume mutton. It is not for any particular reason, but simply because lamb is overwhelmingly gamey. Having sampled various lamb dishes, she found that none succeeded in eliminating the strong flavor. Each attempt resulted in nausea, ultimately leading her to abandon any further endeavors to enjoy lamb altogether. Xuanqi was engrossed in frying the meat, oblivious to Qianxia's expression. Soon, the meat was cooked to perfection. Xuanqi delicately picked up a small piece, blew on it to cool, and then offered it to Qianxia. With a slight furrow of her brow, Qianxia took a bite.
Ah!
How delectable! It was fragrant and tender. Qianxia was taken aback. She had been quite apprehensive, yet to her surprise, this lamb was devoid of any gaminess, instead being remarkably tender and sweet. Is the quality of meat in this beastly realm always so exceptional? This was not her first time marveling at such a thought. Once she finished the morsel, Qianxia felt a slight warmth radiating within her, though it dissipated quickly. As I consumed it, I sensed a warmth in my body. Could this be energy? And then it faded. Was this the absorption by the offspring? Qianxia inquired. Indeed. That warmth signifies the energy being absorbed by the body, which in turn is drawn upon by the offspring. At that moment, Xuanqi was in high spirits. Her body could withstand such energy, and she was absorbing it splendidly. This was indeed a positive development. Chapter 37. I want them to kneel and apologize. As Qianxia was savoring her meal, a familiar voice echoed from the cave entrance. Qianxia, have you awakened? She glanced at Xuanqi, who, understanding the cue, rose to approach the entrance. Moments later, Xuanqi returned with Han Chuan in tow. Qianxia felt a twinge of confusion. Why did he always arrive so early? Han Chuan and Xuanqi settled down beside her. Is there something you need to discuss? Qianxia inquired, her mouth full of meat. Han Chuan's expression bore a hint of gravity, and he cast an apologetic glance at her. I've uncovered the whole matter. The meat that was meant for you was taken by an orc named Huyu. Han Chuan began recounting the events. Initially, his father, Shirshan, had casually instructed an orc to deliver meat to Qianxia, and that orc happened to be Huyu. Eventually, they decided to have him handle all the deliveries. Huyu was a 4th-tier orc, inherently shy and gentle in nature, which had hindered his search for a partner. For 2 consecutive days, he brought meat to Qianxia, during which he caught the attention of a female named Qi Na. At first, Qi Na mistakenly believed that Huyu had hunted the game himself. She assumed he was delivering meat to woo Qianxia and become her partner. Qi Na thought it unjust that such a capable male should be pursued by a frail female like Qianxia. Thus, she began to approach Huyu, proposing that if he gave her the meat, she would agree to be his partner. Tiger Yu promptly clarified that the meat was not his own, but rather a gift from the chief intended for Qianxia. However, upon learning the truth, Qi Na insisted that if Tiger Yu were to give her half of the meat, she would still consider becoming his partner. Tiger Yu felt a stirring in his heart, yet he did not immediately acquiesce. Sensing that her allure was insufficient, Qi Na took the initiative to engage in intimacy with Tiger Yu. As a male who seldom interacted with females, he found himself utterly unable to resist her temptation.
Subsequently,
he complied with Qi Na's request and surrendered half of the meat. In time, Qi Na became increasingly demanding, requesting ever more meat. Ultimately, the portion that reached Qianxia was reduced to a mere fragment. When Han Chuan sought to uncover the truth, he discovered that Qi Na and Tiger Yu had just completed their bond. This encapsulates the entire sequence of events. I have come to inquire how you wish to address this matter. Qi Na, that wicked female Qi Na. After a moment of silence, Qianxia contemplated how the tribe would respond. She decided to observe the tribe's handling of the situation. If she found their resolution satisfactory, she would refrain from further comment. If not, she would share her own perspective. Naturally, should they disagree, she would not hesitate to allow Xuanqi to engage them in a reasoned discussion. At that moment, the significance of possessing a formidable partner became strikingly evident. Han Chuan remained silent. China, despite her less than admirable character, is accompanied by two beastly husbands, both golden lion orcs. Chinxia, do you think this arrangement is acceptable? Let China and Huyu apologize to you, and thereafter, they shall be responsible for providing all the sustenance from now until the day you give birth. As Han Chuan spoke, he observed Chinxia's expression, feeling an inexplicable apprehension that she might be displeased with his proposed solution. Chinxia furrowed her brow in silence. Suddenly, Xuanqi interjected lightly. Xiaxia has approximately 30 days until she brings forth her offspring. Chinxia cast him an amused glance. Recognizing his subtle intent, he was subtly reminding her of the impending birth and whether the amount of food during this period would suffice as compensation. It felt somewhat cunning. Chinxia regained her composure and began to ponder. Truthfully, their home was not lacking in provisions. They still had a substantial quantity of beef from the last delivery. And with Xuanqi's capabilities, acquiring food was a trivial matter. In fact, Chinxia had previously discussed this matter with Xuanqi, yet she had not reached a conclusion at that time. As has been reiterated, everyone believes Chinxia is thriving. Only she is aware that the true beast woman, Chinxia, has long perished in the wilderness.
Now,
Only Xuanqi shares knowledge of this reality. 30 days of provisions. What sort of punishment is that? She found this outcome unsatisfactory. What if I were to express my discontent? Qianxia's sudden indifference sent a tremor through Han Chuan's heart. His fears had indeed materialized. So, Qianxia, what do you intend to do? Han Chuan decided to hear her thoughts before making a decision. I want China and Huyue to be expelled from the tribe, Qianxia stated calmly. This is quite difficult. Han Chuan's brows furrowed in concern. China was, after all, a female of the tribe. Both her parents were golden lion beast men, and two of her current partners were also golden lion beast men. In comparison, Qianxia could hardly be considered a female of the tribe. The beast men within the tribe would undoubtedly lean towards China, even if they were aware of her wrongdoings. Such is the nature of relationships among beast men and tribes. Furthermore, if China were to be cast out, her parents would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Even if China were expelled, her beast husbands would surely follow her departure. Several tribes inhabited this forest. Apart from the Lion King tribe, the most formidable was the Giant Elephant tribe, followed by the Black Wolf tribe, and lastly, the Fox Clan tribe. Once they left the Lion King tribe, they would certainly seek refuge in another tribe. If they were intent on retaliating against the Lion King tribe, their knowledge of the tribes could very well lead them to ally with a new tribe to launch an assault on the Lion King tribe. At that point, the tribe would be engulfed in turmoil. Of course, this was merely the worst-case scenario he could envision. This seems an insurmountable challenge, Han Chuan said with a heavy heart, before recounting the considerations that had crossed his mind. He merely wished for Qianxia to comprehend his sentiments. Unexpectedly, Qianxia's response was remarkably composed. She had anticipated this outcome. I demand China and Huyue to kneel from the entrance of the tribe all the way to my home and sincerely apologize to me. Beyond that, there shall be no discussion. Qianxia's tone abruptly turned frigid. Han Chuan, initially intending to offer further counsel, found his words caught in his throat. He recognized the seriousness of Qianxia's resolve. Observing his hesitance, Qianxia coldly added, "This is my bottom line. Should she refuse, I would not hesitate to permit my partner to eliminate hers." With that, beside them, Xuanqi seemingly nonchalantly raised his palm, igniting a flicker of azure ice flames, causing the temperature within the cave to plummet several degrees. Han Chuan understood this as a warning. I comprehend. I shall ensure China and Huyue come to apologize to you. I will take my leave now, he stated, rising swiftly to exit the cave. Chapter 38. Some individuals are born to be malevolent. After Han Chuan departed, Qianxia found herself devoid of any appetite. How could she possibly eat? She was perplexed by the actions of this Kinna, who seemed to possess several beastly companions. Although their strength appeared to be inferior to that of Coral's mates, they should still be capable of sustaining at least one beast. Why then did she resort to such measures? Why did she seize the meat? She was acutely aware of the original owner's frailty, cognizant of the fact that she struggled to find sustenance, and fully understood that no male desired or cared for her. She knew, yet despite this, she still took away her food. Some individuals are simply born with a wicked nature. The beast man named Huyue is equally repugnant. The more Qianxia pondered, the more her anger intensified. At this moment, she truly wished to confront her physically. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Upon witnessing Qianxia's tears, Xuanqi hurriedly enveloped her in his embrace. What troubles you? Why are you still crying? If you are dissatisfied, shall I eliminate them for you? Xuanqi spoke with genuine concern. I am indeed dissatisfied. How can there be such a vile beast? She is fully aware of the original Qianxia's fragility, cognizant of her lack of male admirers and protectors, and she knows well that there is no source of food for her. Even knowing that the meat was bestowed upon her by the chieftain for her survival, she still chose to steal it. Do you know how she met her demise? In her desperate attempt to satiate her hunger, she ventured out with the gathering team, despite her weak constitution, only to succumb to her frailty and perish in the wilderness. Yet, those orcs who had ventured out together failed to notice her absence. Alas, I am deeply dissatisfied with this outcome. I would even trade her life for another, but it is not permissible. Qianxia wept profusely in his embrace, her mind consumed by images of the original owner, emaciated and struggling for sustenance, toiling alongside others merely to survive. What was termed foraging was, in truth, a mere pastime for others, while she labored diligently for the food she rightfully deserved. She yearned to satiate her hunger, to cling to life. Xuanqi felt a profound anguish, witnessing Qianxia weep with such heart-wrenching despair for the first time. It was a feeling of helplessness. Only we understood that she had truly perished. My desire for vengeance burned fiercely within me, yet I found myself powerless, for I remained unscathed and whole, unable to avenge her. All I could offer was this, yet I could not quell my dissatisfaction. Qianxia sobbed, struggling to catch her breath, completely enveloped in sorrow for the deceased orc Qianxia. You did well enough, Xiaxia. If she were to see this, she would understand. Be brave. Do not cry. Excessive weeping is not good for the little one. Xuanqi, at his wit's end, resorted to invoking the child. As anticipated, upon hearing that it would be detrimental to the little one, Qianxia ceased her weeping. Though she no longer cried, her body still trembled with emotion. Xuanqi gently patted her back, attempting to soothe her. Xia, you have done remarkably well. Listen to me. Although she has not been expelled from the tribe, we can certainly make her existence within it quite unbearable. Qianqi spoke softly in a comforting tone. Just as Qianxia was about to inquire what he meant, Coral suddenly entered. Qianxia, have you awakened?
Oh,
What is the matter, Qianxia?
who has caused you to cry?
Coral, having risen later than usual, rushed to finish her meal under the servant's care before seeking out Qianxia.
Yet,
She was taken aback upon entering to see Qianxia nestled in the arms of a beast man, her eyes swollen and red, her entire being trembling with the remnants of tears. It was evident that she had been weeping profusely. Naturally, Coral did not believe that Qianxia's beast man would mistreat her, so she surmised that someone else had caused Qianxia distress. Coral's temper flared instantly. Well then, Qianxia's beast man, pray tell, what transpired? Who has caused Qianxia to weep? Remarkably, after spending so much time together, Coral realized she did not even know the name of Qianxia's partner. My name is Xianqi. Oh, Xianqi, do enlighten me as to who has wronged Qianxia. Xianqi recounted the events succinctly, and thoughtfully added that Qianxia had nearly starved due to the incident. Upon hearing this, Coral's anger surged.
Ah,
No wonder there were whispers at the tribe's entrance about her and Qianxia. It seems there were ill intentions from the very beginning. Coral turned on her heel and stormed out, shouting as she went. Infeng kueze ling chuan le feng, zhu yi, all of you come with me. Today, I am determined to engage in a confrontation. Coral has summoned all the beast men. Today, she must impart a lesson to Kina. Upon hearing Coral's intention to fight, Qianxia hastily rose from Xuanqi's embrace. Yet, just as she stood, Xuanqi gently pulled her back. Coral, seeking to defend me, cannot be left unattended. It is imperative that I keep a watchful eye on her. Indeed, she must be monitored closely. When Coral's temper flares, her impulsiveness knows no bounds, and her beast men are entirely obedient to her. Thus, there is a risk of her actions becoming excessively severe. No, Xiaxia, you need not intervene. Coral is no fool. She will not take the life of that female. Moreover, isn't Silverwind present? He will keep an eye on things, and, truth be told, I deliberately informed Coral of this matter, Xuanqi remarked with a nonchalant air.
ha,
What do you mean? Qianxia inquired, perplexed. Xiaxia, you lack a golden lion beast man partner. Yet that female is a native of the Lion King tribe. Did Han Chuan not mention that her parents are both golden lion beastmen? Even two of her current partners are golden lion beastmen. Among beastmen, there exists a sense of unity. Should you find yourself in a dispute with that female, it is likely that the tribe will side with her. However, Coral is different. She too is a native female of the Lion King tribe, and both her partners are golden lion beastmen. With Silverwind at the 6th tier and Q-Eyes at the 5th tier, she possesses equal standing against that female, and arguably, she wields even greater influence. Her commotion ensured that the orcs of the tribe would not favor anyone, prompting them to rely on the truth of the matter. Once Coral recounted the events, everyone would be enlightened. From that moment on, this female and her companion would find themselves looked down upon by other orcs in the tribe. Coupled with the contributions you made to the orcs previously, the support would solely be on your side. Xia. Ponder this. How would it feel to be disregarded by all the orcs? After hearing Xianqi's words, Qian Xia felt an urge to commend him. His strategic thinking was indeed remarkable. In ancient times, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a great emperor. Yet, a twinge of guilt washed over her concerning Coral. It's all right, I will speak with Yin Feng. I shall provide them with another mighty beast as well, Xianqi asserted nonchalantly. In truth, Qian Xia was overthinking, feeling as though Coral was being exploited, while in Xianqi's perspective, this was merely a matter of mutual assistance among the orcs. When the time comes, he could simply express his intentions. Moreover, what he spoke was indeed the truth. Chapter 39. The truth revealed in a flurry of indignation. Coral arrived at the entrance with 5 beastmen in tow. At that moment, China was still entwined in a passionate embrace with her partners. China, you wretched, despicable creature. Come out this instant. Coral was seething with fury. She could never forget the day she first met Qianxia. At that time, Qianxia had greeted her, and her immediate reaction was one of fright. She was alarmingly thin, almost to the point of being skeletal. Qianxia need not have endured such hardship. She could have relied on the provisions given by the chieftain to restore her health, and once she had regained her strength, suitors would naturally be drawn to her. Life would not have been so arduous then. Coral could not fathom why Qianxia remained single. There were plenty of eligible and admirable males in the tribe. Once her health improved, it was inconceivable that no male would desire her. Qianxia deserved a better life, yet these two heartless beasts had nearly driven her to despair. After a short while, China and her companions emerged. Coral, what madness possesses you to yell at my cave so early in the morning? China felt a twinge of fear towards Coral, but would never show even a hint of it. What madness? Ha! Do you truly believe you are unaware of your own actions? Coral retorted with a cold laugh. What could I possibly have done? I haven't seen you in days. If you are unhappy, why take it out on me? China continued to feign ignorance. At this moment, a sense of unease enveloped her, though she could not discern its origin. Yin Feng, what do you mean by disturbing our slumbers so early in the morning? We are aware of your formidable strength, yet your actions seem excessively unreasonable, remarked Zero Shi, the beast husband of Chi Na. What business is it of yours when we females converse? Begone. Coral retorted without a hint of politeness. Zero Shi's face flushed with embarrassment at the rebuttal, leaving him at a loss for words. In the beast realm, it was customary for males to refrain from interjecting when females spoke. This was precisely why he had directly addressed Yin Feng by name. However, he failed to notice that Yin Feng had remained utterly silent throughout the exchange. At that moment, Yin Feng's gaze towards Zero Shi was imbued with a chilling coldness. With an indifferent yet frosty tone, he spoke, I heard from Kuei Zhe that you attempted to lay hands on Coral last time? Zero Shi's pupils dilated in terror. Previously, during a quarrel between Coral and her partner, he had, in a moment of panic, attempted to intervene but was reprimanded by Kuei Zhe. That incident had faded from his memory, so he was bewildered as to why it was being resurrected now. It seems you have completely forgotten the rules. I believe it is necessary for me to impart a proper understanding of etiquette to you. The frigid tone of Yin Feng sent a shiver through the beast husbands accompanying Chi Na, particularly Zero Shi, whose eyes were filled with dread. His initial intention had merely been to garner some favor in Chi Na's eyes, yet the situation had taken a dire turn. Standing anxiously beside Chi Na, Zero Shi felt the weight of blame in the gazes of the other beast husbands. Within the entire tribe, aside from Han Chuan, Yin Feng was regarded as the most formidable presence. They are no match for Silverwind. If a confrontation were to ensue, they would undoubtedly suffer significant injuries. This is all the fault of that foolish Lingxi. Coral, what has Kina done to provoke such anger in you? A female voice in the crowd inquired. Even before Coral and her 5 beast men made their way to Kina's home, many orcs had already sensed the unfolding drama and followed to witness the spectacle. Surely, no one is unaware of Qianxia? Coral, observing Kina's stern expression, called out loudly, and the crowd responded in unison. After all, the news of having a 9th-tier beastman partner and expecting triplets had long spread throughout the tribe. Furthermore, Qianxia had taught everyone how to craft tools and introduced new culinary methods, earning widespread affection from the tribe. Qianxia was brought back by our tribe's beastmen, and we have always managed our own affairs, unlike other tribes that collect food for redistribution. Qianxia's provisions have always been supplied directly by the chieftain. In the initial days, she received a substantial portion of meat, but gradually, her share dwindled to the point where she could barely secure enough for a single meal. Do you know what she resorted to eating? She caught spiny fish from the water to sustain herself. This was her sole means of survival. At this point, Coral was nearly beside herself with rage. Upon hearing this, Kina began to panic. The expression of Huyu, standing behind Kina, turned pale as well. She had not anticipated that this matter would resurface after such a long time. Initially, when she first took the meat, she felt a twinge of fear. However, she soon realized that no one seemed to notice anything amiss and that no one cared about this female. Consequently, she grew increasingly brazen. Coral turned to face the onlookers and continued her discourse. Why is the meat dwindling? The chief, having provided the meat, would not withhold it, and in fact, the chief has since given even more meat. So, what could be the reason for this diminishing supply? It turns out that the chief had instructed Tiger to deliver meat to Qianxia, which sparked the interest of China, who coveted the meat. She propositioned Tiger, suggesting that if he surrendered the meat to her, she would consider making him her mate. Tiger explained to China that the meat was not his to give, as it was meant for Qianxia, yet China persisted, proposing that if he granted her half, she would still contemplate a partnership with him. In pursuit of this mere morsel, she even engaged in intimacy with Tiger, who ultimately acquiesced and shared half of the meat with her. Consequently, her demands for meat escalated while Qianxia's supply dwindled, leaving Qianxia on the brink of starvation within the tribe. The assembly of beasts was left astounded. Coral's revelations left everyone, including her 5 mates, utterly speechless. Upon their arrival, they were oblivious to the unfolding drama. They had simply responded to their partner's call to arms. Having formed a bond with Qianxia, they had interacted with her numerous times and held her in high regard. No wonder Qianxia appeared so gaunt, especially while carrying a child. It is indeed outrageous.
China,
How can you be so shameless? Are you unable to sustain yourself with so many beast husbands? Must you resort to stealing from others? Is it that your beast husbands are so inept that they lack the ability to provide for you, forcing you to barter your body for sustenance? Eating thorny beasts. Who in their right mind would consume such fare? One can only imagine how difficult Qianxia's life must be. China, you are truly heartless. This Tiger Yu is no better. Poor Qianxia. One wonders why she appears so gaunt. Had it not been for the timely arrival of her beast husband, would she not have starved to death? The incessant murmurings and accusations caused China's complexion to grow increasingly pale. Chapter 40. How fortunate I am. No, I did not. You mustn't speak so recklessly. What evidence do you possess to accuse me of taking the meat? Kina trembled as she stubbornly defended herself. Until evidence was presented, she would never concede. Unbeknownst to her, behind her, Huyu's face turned ashen. When Han Chuan had initially sought him out, he had directly inquired about what he had done with the meat intended for Qianxia, whether he had consumed it himself or given it to a female. At that time, he had just completed the imprinting with Kina. Faced with Han Chuan's interrogation, he had initially remained obstinate, refusing to admit to his greed for the meat. I have already spoken with Qianxia. She received substantial portions of meat on the first and second days, yet from the third day onward, the quantity dwindled to half, and subsequently, it continued to diminish until there was barely enough for a single meal. You may deny it, but if Qianxia's beast husband comes seeking retribution, that will be beyond my concern. Han Chuan's words served as both a threat and a warning. Clearly, this intimidation proved effective, as Huyu began to panic. He was merely a 4th-tier beast man, while Qianxia's husband was a 9th tier. With a mere flick of his hand, he could take most of Huyu's life.
I
confess, it was my greed for the meat. Huyu, overwhelmed by fear, realized that if Qianxia's husband truly came knocking, Han Chuan would only be able to intervene if he admitted his wrongdoing. Should he stubbornly refuse to acknowledge the truth, Han Chuan would not protect him. And when Qianxia's husband came for vengeance, that would spell his end. He recounted the entire sequence of events to Han Chuan, earnestly requesting him to keep it confidential and to discuss compensation for Qianxia. Han Chuan proposed that the compensation would entail providing Qianxia with all her food from now until her delivery. He concurred. As Hu Yue observed the unfolding scene before him, his complexion drained of color, and an icy chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Was it not agreed that this would remain a secret? Had he not promised to compensate Qianxia with food? Why had the situation escalated to this point? Shanhu, do you possess any evidence to substantiate that Qina and Hu Yue coveted Qianxia's flesh? A voice emerged from behind Qina and the group of beastmen. Subsequently, the owner of the voice stepped into view. It was Qina's foremost beastman, Songsha, a fifth-tier Black Wolf beastman. Deep down, Songsha had already come to terms with the likelihood of the truth, yet as the foremost beastman, he felt compelled to defend his partner, even if he recognized her wrongdoing. Evidence? I am the evidence. Is that sufficient? A melodious voice resonated from the crowd. Everyone turned to see Xuanqi approaching slowly, cradling Qianxia in her arms. Qianxia remained uneasy and insisted on coming to take a look. Xuanqi, unable to dissuade her, acquiesced to her request. Little did they expect that upon their arrival, they would overhear such a conversation. Qianxia descended from Xuanqi's embrace and approached Shanhu, addressing Songsha with resolve. This body of mine serves as evidence. If you seek further proof, I shall request the chief and Han Chuan to join us for a thorough discussion. Qianxia had diligently cared for her body for 10 days, yet not a single ounce of flesh had been added. She remained as emaciated as ever. At that moment, Xuanqi, standing behind Qianxia, narrowed his eyes, revealing an abyss of coldness within them. Songsha's heart sank, sensing the palpable pressure emanating from Xuanqi. This situation appeared to be difficult to resolve. Go. Summon the chief and Han Chuan, Xuanqi commanded, casting a fleeting glance at Yin Feng. Yin Feng responded with a look of annoyance before turning to leave. Intent on fetching the chief and Han Chuan. It is I. My selfish desires led me to pursue Qina, and thus I greedily accepted the meat from the chief, presenting it to her as a gift. I am in a wrong. Hu Yu suddenly exclaimed, his body trembling with fear. Despite his trepidation, he believed this was his best course of action. Qina was now his partner, and he felt compelled to protect her. Rather than waiting for the chief and Han Chuan to unveil the truth, he resolved to confess everything himself, accepting whatever consequences that might follow. Hu Yu's declaration momentarily froze the atmosphere, leaving Qina stunned. Yin Feng halted his stride as well. Qianxia was taken aback. The individual who was typically gentle and shy now exhibited the courage to admit his ignoble actions before the assembly. This newfound bravery caused Qianxia to regard him with a measure of respect. Hu Yu traversed through the crowd, kneeling directly before Qianxia. Qianxia, I beg your pardon. It was my folly, my heart clouded by foolishness. At that time, I was unable to catch any prey, and when the chieftain asked me to deliver meat to you, I, in a bid to please my partner, surreptitiously took your portion. The fault lies entirely with me, and my partner bears no responsibility. Whatever you desire, I shall comply. Hu Yue spoke, his voice trembling with shame, his gaze cast downward, tears falling to the ground. He was weeping. And what if I desire your death? Qianxia replied coldly. Hu Yue was taken aback by her words, his eyes wide with fear. Qianxia, is that request not a trifle excessive? King Saha said, regarding her with seriousness. Before Qianxia could respond, King Saha suddenly took flight. What manner of being are you, to speak thus to my partner? Qianxia turned to see Xuanqi gesturing dismissively. At that moment, she screamed internally, her heart racing, yet her expression remained icy. Qianxia's thoughts, this man is extraordinarily handsome. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Initially, when Qianxia had demanded Hu Yue's demise, murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd, as many felt her request was rather excessive. However, after King Saha soared into action, an unspoken agreement fell over the assembly, and silence ensued. A ninth-tier expert, one to be reckoned with. Hu Yue, already engulfed in trepidation, now found himself gripped by sheer terror. Xuanqi, noticing that Yin Feng lingered nearby, furrowed his brow. What are you still doing here? Yin Feng merely rolled his eyes in response. Yin Feng hurriedly sought assistance. If he delayed any longer, the situation would become irreparable. The beastmen of China silently helped Songsha to his feet, casting a sympathetic glance at the kneeling Huyu, who sighed without uttering a word. Qian Xia surveyed the gathering, her gaze finally resting upon Songsha. Am I being excessive? When Huyu sought to please China with the food necessary for my survival, did he ever consider whether I might go hungry? Are you aware of the hardships I endure? I had long believed that the tribe provided me with less sustenance because I had yet to find a companion in the golden lion beast man. If that were the case, I would accept it, for the tribe sheltered me when I fainted in the wilderness, and I am truly grateful to them. Thus, I joined the foraging team in hopes of earning some food for myself. However, I never anticipated that I would faint from hunger in the wild, only to be rescued by my companion. How fortunate I am! Had I encountered a wild beast or a rogue creature, my life would have long since departed to meet the beast god. Chapter 41. What need have I for your life? Qianxia's words left everyone present in a state of stunned silence. Those who had previously deemed her excessive now lowered their heads in unspoken agreement, refraining from further discourse. They had not anticipated such depths to Qianxia's plight. Had they found themselves in a similar circumstance, they too might not have easily pardoned one another. Do you know what I resorted to when I had no food? I hunted the spiny beasts. I nearly exhausted the population on the mountainside. Yet I remained famished. What was I to do? I searched for fruits to eat, disregarding whether they were edible or not. All I knew was that my hunger demanded to be sated. I nearly starved to death. Do you understand? Qianxia's tone grew increasingly exaggerated, initially intended to underscore her past miseries, but as she spoke, memories of the original Qianxia, who had perished in the wilderness, flooded back, causing her voice to tremble by the conclusion of her lament. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I never imagined. I apologize. Huyue knelt weeping, offering his apologies. Just as Han Chuan and the chief arrived, they were met with Qianxia's quivering confession. Han Chuan felt a pang of disbelief. He had not fathomed that she had been on the brink of starvation. For a fleeting moment, he found himself unwilling to defend China and Huyue. China, taken aback by Qianxia's words, had not anticipated the situation escalating to such a degree. She had never wished for Qianxia's demise. Her desires had merely been for a morsel of flesh. She glanced from the kneeling Huyue to the injured Songsha nearby. Tears streaming down her face, she trembled as she approached Qianxia and knelt before her. I am so sorry, Qianxia. It was my greed that led me astray. I was wrong. I will do anything you wish, but, please, I implore you, spare Huyue. He acted upon my counsel, and I beg you, do not take his life. Kina was genuinely terrified. At the onset, she had contemplated how to evade responsibility, but she never anticipated that Huyue would openly acknowledge his faults and shoulder the blame entirely. In that moment, she was taken aback. Having been indulged by her parents since childhood, she had always gotten her way. Any discontent would spur her into a tantrum. Her parents would typically soothe her, ultimately presenting her with whatever she desired. Despite having several beastly partners, she understood that their affection was not genuine. They sought offspring, and only she was willing to acquiesce when their desired mates refused. Yet, she had not expected that Huyue would treat her with sincere devotion. He bore all the blame, never once denouncing her, even when Qianxia threatened his life. Qianxia, can we not discuss this matter reasonably? Though they have committed a grave error, the fact remains that you are still alive. To demand Huyue's life, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. The chieftain of Lion Mountain spoke to Qianxia, his words leaving her momentarily stunned and speechless. Observing her reaction, Xuanqi stepped forward and embraced her protectively. The chieftain had uttered precisely what Qianxia dreaded to hear. Words that pierced her heart with sorrow. The unusual expression on Qianxia's face and Xuanqi's protective gesture alerted Han Chuan to a palpable tension in the air. Reflecting on his father's words, he found himself perplexed. Why was this happening? Qianxia suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At this juncture, she believed her goal was within reach, that she could finally seek justice for the deceased Qianxia. She had never truly desired the life of Huyue. Her intention was merely to instill fear, to make them comprehend the gravity of their transgressions. She wanted them to sincerely apologize, to genuinely repent. Now that she had achieved the outcome she sought, she should have felt content. Yet, she thought, what use was their lives to her? She would not easily forgive them. From this moment until the day of her delivery, they were to ensure her daily provisions were delivered without fail. At that moment, Qianxia felt no inclination to speak further. She cast a glance at Xuanqi, who instantly grasped her intent, lifting her effortlessly and turning to leave. Noticing Qianxia's distress and her retreating figure, Coral hastily followed suit, with several beastmen trailing closely behind. The chieftain of Lion Mountain had initially anticipated that persuading Qianxia would require considerable effort. He had even prepared to leverage the promise of food deliveries should she refuse to comply. Although the matter originated from this incident, it is indeed true that he bestowed upon her a considerable amount of meat over time. Recollecting his thoughts, Chief Lion Mountain coldly addressed the two still kneeling on the ground. You should express your gratitude to Qianxia for her benevolent heart. Had she truly desired your demise, I would have been powerless to intervene. You are to deliver food to Qianxia daily, and if any of you transgress again, you shall all be expelled from the tribe. Thus, the matter came to a close. Shanhu followed closely behind Qianxia as they returned home, intending to seek out Qianxia, only to be halted by Yinfeng. Perhaps it would be best to wait before approaching Qianxia. She likely does not wish for any disturbances at this moment. He had just observed the grave expression on Xuanqi's face, coupled with Qianxia's rather unsettling emotions. He deemed it prudent not to intrude at this juncture. Shanhu slumped down beside her nest like a deflated balloon. These two beasts are utterly unreasonable. I was aware that Qianxia had endured great hardships in the past, yet I never imagined she had come perilously close to starving to death. Thankfully, fate smiled upon her, and she found Xuanqi as her beast husband. Otherwise, I shudder to think how she would have fared. That was in the past. Now that Qianxia has Xuanqi, who would dare to bully her? Qianxia's future will only shine brighter, Yinfeng reassured her. Beside them, Kuei Zhe observed the two, with an odd expression. Has Qianxia cast some enchantment upon Shanhu? Ever since their acquaintance, his partner has been utterly consumed by thoughts of Qianxia, waking each day with the sole intent of seeking her out, and desiring her presence in every endeavor. Yinfeng, too, follows every command of Qianxia's beast husband without hesitation. He has not forgotten when Xianqi mentioned seeking the chieftain and Han Chuan earlier. However, what Kuei Zhe remains unaware of is that Coral's fondness for Qianxia initially stemmed from sympathy and compassion for the weak. After all, at that time, Qianxia was the most pitiable among the tribe. Subsequently, her admiration grew due to Qianxia's inherent charm. Coral perceives Qianxia as both kind-hearted and intelligent, generous and considerate towards others. How could one not cherish such a friend? As for Yinfeng, he has long regarded Xianqi as a brother. What small request from a brother could possibly warrant refusal? Chapter 42. He seeks a mate. After returning to the cave, Qianxia decided to retire for the night. At this moment, she wished to think of nothing at all. Solitude was all she desired. Once Xuanqi confirmed that Qianxia was soundly asleep, he departed from the cave, ensuring to inform Shanhua, next door, to keep an eye on Qianxia. Go on. Attend to your matters. I shall look after Qianxia, Shanhua replied. Her spirits lifted at the prospect of caring for Qianxia once more. Perhaps it was due to her first impression, but she genuinely relished looking after Qianxia, akin to nurturing a youngling. Xuanqi did not rush to leave. Instead, he first sought out Han Chuan. With only 30 days remaining until Qianxia would give birth, immediately after that he would commence the hatching process. At that point, he would be unable to care for her. Thus, it was imperative for him to find a mate for Qianxia before she bore her young. And the chosen candidate for this role was none other than Han Chuan. You came to see me. Is there something on your mind? Han Chuan inquired, observing the visitor. Indeed, there is a matter at hand, Xuanqi responded, leaning against the cave entrance. Han Chuan regarded him, patiently awaiting his next words, yet Xuanqi remained silent for an extended moment. Han Chuan broke the silence. What is it you wish to discuss? Surely, you did not come here merely to showcase your allure? Han Chuan was left speechless. Xuanqi retorted, what nonsense is this? What allure could I possibly display to a male? Besides, I am already committed to a mate. I have no need to exhibit any charm. I heard you have yet to find a mate? Xuanqi feigned nonchalance as he spoke. At that moment, Han Chuan had already sensed an unusual atmosphere. You seek me out. It cannot be that you wish for me to become Qianxia's second beast husband? Han Chuan inquired cautiously. He lowered his head, his brow furrowed, his expression one of contemplation. Indeed, he was engrossed in thought. Was his internal struggle so evident? Nevertheless, since the matter had been laid bare, it would be more efficient to address it directly. Xuanqi raised his gaze to him and said earnestly, Yes, you are correct. I wish for you to be Qianxia's second beast husband. Han Chuan. Is he serious? Han Chuan found himself at a loss for words. What does that even mean? He stammered. Xuanqi shot him a disapproving glance. Suddenly, he began to question whether this decision was indeed the right one. He had already proposed that Han Chuan become Qianxia's second beast husband, yet Han Chuan still needed clarification. Was he not thinking clearly? Qianxia is about to give birth. Once the snake egg hatches, I must immediately commence the incubation process, which will take 60 days. During this time, I cannot leave the snake egg, making it impossible for me to care for Qianxia. Therefore, I wish to find her a companion. Clearly, you are the beast I have chosen. Xuanqi spoke with utmost sincerity. Han Chuan. He truly appreciates such high regard for himself. This doesn't seem quite right. Has Qianxia agreed? Han Chuan hesitantly probed. As these words escaped his lips, Xianqi raised his gaze to cast a fleeting glance at him, his golden serpent-like eyes brimming with mockery. How intriguing! What could possibly be amiss? Do you, Han Chuan, have a fondness for female? Come now, if you truly had a beloved, wouldn't you have already formed a mate bond by now? He found it hard to believe. If there were someone he cherished, how could he possibly refrain from binding himself in partnership?
What is?
No beast could endure such restraint. Naturally, one would have long since coupled and produced offspring. Of course, his union with Qianxia was an unexpected turn of fate. Yes, it was a blessing bestowed upon him by the beast god. If Han Chuan were to discover that he internally lamented his age, he would undoubtedly be driven to despair. All he desired was to grow stronger before seeking a companion. He was not old. He was merely 20 cycles of the sun. Han Chuan fell into silence. What? Could it be that you genuinely have a cherished female? This demeanor from Han Chuan left Xianqi feeling somewhat uncertain. No, I do not have a beloved female, Han Chuan suddenly replied. Xianqi felt his patience waning. Enough with the trivialities. Simply state whether you are willing to become Qianxia's second beast husband. Xianqi was no longer inclined to indulge in this back and forth. Time was of the essence. He still needed to venture into the misty forest for hunting. Han Chuan lapsed into silence once more. He could not precisely articulate his feelings for Qianxia, yet the notion of becoming her beast husband was not one he opposed. Strangely, her image surfaced in his mind. There are vivid images of her teaching the orcs in the tribe how to cook, of her engaging in conversation with him, and of her sudden emotional decline amidst the crowd today. Suddenly recalling this, Han Chuan voiced his perplexity. I wish to inquire, after my father concluded his words today, why did Qianxia undergo such a drastic change? You hastily shielded her, did you not? What could be the reason? He pondered deeply, finding no fault in his father's remarks. Xuanqi cast him a glance laden with significance and replied, once you become Qianxia's partner, you will understand. Han Chuan remained bewildered. Xuanqi, opting not to elaborate further, straightened his posture and turned to depart. As he walked away, he mused, consider whether you wish to become Qianxia's beast husband. Reflect on it thoroughly, and provide me with your answer by tomorrow. I shall take my leave now. Truth be told, Xuanqi harbored no concerns that Han Chuan would refuse. He had an instinctive feeling that Han Chuan would acquiesce. After Xuanqi's departure, Han Chuan found himself devoid of focus, ultimately choosing to recline. It was not that he had never contemplated the notion of coupling. The tribe boasted numerous attractive and commendable females, yet he held no interest in them whatsoever. Thus, he devoted himself to enhancing his prowess. When Qianxia first arrived in the tribe, he had merely heard whispers of an orc who had brought back a frail female. But he had not paid her any mind. Even during the rite of passage, he had refrained from attending. It was not due to any particular reason. He simply had no intention of seeking a partner at that time, and consequently, he had never laid eyes on Qianxia. His thoughts suddenly drifted back to the first time he encountered Qianxia. Her eyes were truly captivating. Han Chuan was unaware of how long he had been lost in contemplation. By the time clarity dawned upon him, the sky had darkened. He swiftly rose, tidied himself, and made his way briskly towards the cave where the chieftain resided. Inside the cave, Chieftain Shershan was just about to dine with his partner, Kanglin, when he noticed his offspring entering with haste. Chuaner, have you eaten? If not, join us for a meal, Kanglin said with a warm smile directed at her child. Father, mother, I wish to take a mate, Han Chuan declared, his words akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, causing Kanglin to drop her chopsticks in shock. While Shershan stood in stunned silence. Had they truly heard correctly? Their child was expressing a desire to take a mate? This seemingly indifferent youth had found a female to cherish? Chapter 43. What went awry? My dear cub, do share your thoughts. Which female has captured your interest, prompting this sudden revelation? Moreover, has she consented to this? At this moment, Kanglin's curiosity was piqued, her inquisitive nature stirring restlessly. Her cub, from a young age, exhibited a remarkable sense of agency, unlike others of his kind who had already secured their mates. While they busied themselves with courtship, he seemed solely focused on enhancing his prowess. Whenever a female attempted to approach him or express a desire for companionship, he would flee quicker than anyone else. Even upon encountering her within the tribe, he would take a detour to avoid her. Each time the topic of pairing arose, he would promptly concoct various excuses to depart. His aversion unmistakable. Kanglin often pondered whether her cub harbored an aversion to females, a thought that left her melancholic for several days. Lion Mountain, too, was intrigued by which female had prompted this change in his cub's perspective. I wish to bond with Qianxia. In those two succinct sentences lay the explosive impact of an unexpected revelation, leaving Lion Mountain and Kanglin utterly astounded. What? Excuse us? The couple exclaimed in unison. Father, mother. You heard me correctly. I wish to bond with Qianxia, Hanchuan reiterated calmly. My dear cub, enlighten your mother. What has inspired this sudden desire to bond with Qianxia? Has she taken a liking to you? Kanglin, recovering from her shock, continued her inquisitive exploration. She had only encountered Qianxia once during the coming-of-age ceremony, and her memory recalled her as exceptionally slender. She had just been reflecting on the events of the day, as her partner Shershan shared his thoughts with her, when her child expressed a desire to bond with someone else. No. Qianxia's beast husband approached me, hoping I would become Qianxia's second beast husband. After some contemplation, I acquiesced. Han Chuan spoke with a casual demeanor. After a moment of silence, Shershan inquired, when will you establish this bond? My mother and I will send some gifts. He needed to ascertain the situation. Considering Qianxia's stature, it was likely that her household lacked substantial offerings. Thus, he would have to prepare a generous gift. At that moment, he completely overlooked the fact that Qianxia already had a 9th-tier beast husband. His mind was consumed with thoughts of his child wanting to bond with Qianxia, pondering how to assist her in her difficult circumstances. Song Lan felt an inexplicable unease, mulling over the situation for a considerable time. Wait a moment. You mentioned that Qianxia's beast husband reached out to you regarding this matter, but what did Qianxia say? Did she agree? You simply accept the proposal, without consulting her? Han Chuan questioned. Is there even a need for further inquiry? If Qianxia were to disagree, how could Qianxia have approached him? You must go find Qianxia immediately. Her beast husband spoke on his own accord. Are you living your life with her or her beast husband? Really, hurry up and clarify this. Song Lan, exasperated, urged him to leave. She wondered how she had given birth to such a dense-headed child, devoid of any resemblance to the way his father pursued her in the past. Han Chuan, having been sent out of the cave by his parents, stood at the entrance, utterly at a loss. Did you truly intend to seek out Qianxia? He found himself inexplicably overwhelmed by a twinge of trepidation at the thought of encountering her. After standing in the darkness for quite some time, Han Chuan finally mustered the courage and resolved to confront Qianxia. However, just as he arrived at the entrance of her cave, he unexpectedly encountered Zhanhua, who informed him that Qianxia had already retired for the night. A wave of uncertainty washed over him once more. Perhaps tomorrow, he decided. At that moment, the misty forest was alive with the anguished cries of wild beasts and the flickering glow of flames. Xuanqi was in a frenzy, ruthlessly slaying anything in his path, his mind consumed with the singular thought of dispatching as many foes as possible to hasten his return home. He continued his rampage from dusk until dawn, only pausing when the space around him began to overflow with the remnants of his carnage. Qianxia's slumber had become increasingly prolonged. Upon awakening, she discovered that Zhanhua had been up for quite some time, although Xuanqi had yet to return. Zhanhua, in a gesture of kindness, had stayed behind to prepare a meal for Qianxia, ensuring her comfort upon waking. Han Chuan came to see you last night, but you had just fallen asleep. So I informed him you were resting, Zhanhua mentioned while savoring her meat soup. Looking for me? Qianxia inquired, puzzled. Before Zhanhua could respond, a familiar voice echoed at the cave's entrance. Recognizing it, Qianxia called out, Han Chuan, you may enter. As Han Chuan stepped inside, he beheld Qianxia and Zhanhua sharing a meal, Yet Xuanqi was conspicuously absent, his brow furrowed in concern. Where is Xuanqi? He requested an answer from himself by tomorrow. But what about others? At that moment, Xuanqi was cleansing the blood from his body at a pond outside the misty forest. Do you seek me for something? Qianxia inquired in a rather ordinary tone. Although her tone was seemingly casual, it resonated as coldness in Han Chuan's ears. His previously slightly furrowed brows now knitted tightly.
What does this imply?
Does she harbor disdain for him? Why treat him with such indifference? If she dislikes him, why would she send Xuanqi to ask if he is willing to be her second beast husband? Han Chuan remained oblivious to the transformation of his own sentiments. Unbeknownst to him, Xuanqi's proposal for him to become Qianxia's second beast husband was merely a personal notion. Xuanqi had initially intended to communicate with Qianxia only if Han Chuan agreed to the role. Unexpectedly, I have something to discuss with you, Han Chuan said hesitantly. Qianxia took a sip of the meat soup and nodded at him.
Speak.
Just as Han Chuan was about to express himself, he recalled that Shankai was still present. Shankai, could you step outside for a moment? I wish to converse privately with Qianxia. Shankai shot him an irritated glare before taking her bowl and exiting. Qianxia, puzzled, wondered what he intended. Qianxia, do you not like me? Han Chuan asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed and wounded. A single statement left Qianxia utterly bewildered. What on earth does this mean? Why can't I comprehend it? Xuanqi spoke to me yesterday, inquiring if I would be willing to become your second beast husband. I pondered it throughout the night, and I agreed.
Ah.
Qianxia was taken aback. How could Xuanqi find her a second husband without even informing her? Qianxia's reaction only deepened Han Chuan's sorrow. What does this signify? Just as Qianxia managed to steady her emotions, she lifted her gaze to meet his, only to find Han Chuan's face marred by melancholy. Qianxia, what's wrong with you? Something feels off, but what could it possibly be? Qianxia's mind was in turmoil. Han Chuan gazed at her with a forlorn expression, saying, Qianxia, do you not harbor feelings for me? If you do not like me, why would you have Xuanqi approach me about becoming your second beast husband? Now that I have consented, why do you treat me this way? Qianxia, please refrain from making such unfounded accusations. When have I ever behaved in such a manner? Chapter 44. Do you truly wish to become my beast husband? Hold on, Han Chuan, I am rather curious as to why you agreed. Setting aside other matters, Qianxia's primary intrigue lay with this question. She was still quite slender, her beauty yet to fully return. Thus, she found herself pondering why Han Chuan would consent to become her second beast husband. Qianxia understood that Xuanqi approached Han Chuan regarding this matter for her sake. Yet, he had not consulted her beforehand, which left her feeling somewhat awkward. I am uncertain. I suppose I followed my heart. When Xuanqi spoke to me about this, I realized I felt no aversion. I noticed that I had been inexplicably attentive to you, and after contemplating it throughout the night, I agreed to become your second beast husband. I intended to ask you last night, but you were already asleep. Han Chuan candidly expressed his thoughts, now devoid of any shyness. After all, they were destined to share a life together as beasts. Why harbor any embarrassment, right? Han Chuan's words took Qianxia by surprise. He had actually been mindful of her. You won't find me unappealing due to my frailty, will you? My union with Xuanqi was entirely unexpected, and yet here I am. But you, Han Chuan, are the foremost warrior of the Lion King tribe. Many females admire you far more than I do. Why would you choose me? To be honest, Qianxia sometimes found herself disliking her own appearance in this current state. Why would I disdain you for being slender? Your frailness is merely a result of insufficient nourishment. As your companion, how could I possibly allow you to go hungry? Although I may not possess the formidable prowess of Xuanqi, I am nonetheless the sole seventh-tier warrior in this realm. The females within the tribe may be commendable, but what significance do they hold for me? Had I a preferred mate, I would have long since taken a partner rather than waiting until now. Han Chuan himself is perplexed. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, and through the subsequent events, he has experienced an inexplicable sentiment towards Qianxia, an unbidden interest that lingers despite their lack of interaction. Even in her absence, thoughts of her intrude upon his mind. Upon hearing this, Qianxia comes to a realization. It appears that Han Chuan may indeed harbor feelings for her, though he remains oblivious to them. Qianxia never imagined that her current form could attract the affection of a male. She and Xuanqi share a relationship that blossomed from a union before love. Yet Han Chuan's situation is distinctly different. With a serious demeanor, Qian Xia acknowledges her present circumstances. The day of childbirth is fast approaching. She is uncertain whether the beastly world observes a confinement period, but she is resolute that she must adhere to such customs. As a person of the 21st century, she cannot forsake this practice. When the time comes for Xuanqi to incubate the eggs, and she must recover, there will be no one to tend to her needs. It is no wonder that Xuanqi was anxious enough to seek her out directly. Have you made up your mind? Do you truly wish to become my beast husband? Qian Xia inquires earnestly, her gaze reflecting the gravity of her question. Han Chuan perceives the sincerity in her eyes. He immediately sat up straight, then looked earnestly into Qian Xia's eyes and said, "Yes, I have made up my mind. I wish to be your partner." Qian Xia smiled gently.
All right.
Let's discuss our union when Xuanqi returns. Matters such as these must certainly be handled by the esteemed husband. Well then, I shall return to prepare, Han Chuan said, and in an instant he dashed away. Qian Xia's words lingered on her lips, yet she had no time to utter them before he vanished from sight.
Huh.
What? Qian Xia was left bewildered. Prepare for what? Han Chuan. Of course, to pack my belongings and move in with my wife. After Han Chuan departed, Shanhua entered, carrying a bowl, glancing back towards the direction he had left. Qian Xia, what did Han Chuan want? He seemed quite exhilarated, Shanhua said, taking a seat opposite Qian Xia. Qian Xia smiled faintly, her expression filled with delight as she replied, "Oh, it's nothing much, just that he wishes to become my partner. Perhaps. He's happy?"
What?
Shanhua exclaimed, her excitement causing her to nearly drop the bowl. Oh my, what did I just hear? Han Chuan wants to become partners with Qian Xia? She quickly moved to sit beside Qian Xia. But wait, what is going on? Why the sudden change? Why does Han Chuan want to be your partner all of a sudden? It was no wonder Shanhua was so astonished. Numerous females in the tribe harbored secret affections for Han Chuan. Yet, whenever he encountered those who expressed their admiration, he would rather take a detour to avoid them. If those females who did not express their affection for him were present, he could still engage in a few exchanges. Han Chuan was unaware of how many females he had declined. Previously, even females from other tribes had approached him, directly stating that if he became her mate, she would bring her beast husbands to join the Lion King tribe. This proposition was undeniably alluring to the Lion King tribe at that time. However, Han Chuan turned it down. After all, he was the foremost warrior of the tribe, and his elevated standards were understandable. Yet as time passed, he began to evade those females, leading everyone to speculate for a while whether he had an aversion to them. Nevertheless, in the beastly world, such preferences were not heavily scrutinized. Males being attracted to males was not unusual. The only lamentation was that such an exceptional warrior as Han Chuan would not have descendants to inherit his remarkable genes. Had Han Chuan known that this was the perception others held of him, he would likely have been infuriated. He remarked on how, during that period, everyone looked at him with a mix of pity, even those females who pursued him. The sole advantage was that with fewer females vying for his attention, he could enjoy some peace. With only a few days remaining until my delivery after I gave birth, Xuanqi would need to incubate the eggs and would be unable to care for me. Consequently, he decided to find me a companion and sought out Han Chuan. Qian Xia explained, "Is your Xuanqi truly so formidable as to directly approach someone for you?" What astonishes me is that Han Chuan actually agreed. Qian Xia detected an unusual undertone in Shanhua's words. "It seems like there's quite a story behind what you said. Do share," Qian Xia inquired with curiosity. Consequently, Shanhua recounted the entire history of Han Chuan. Once Shanhua finished, Qian Xia's immediate reaction was to glance at her own form. How could he possibly be attracted to her? One must admit, Qian Xia, you are the most formidable female I have ever encountered. If the news of Han Chuan wanting to bond with you spreads, the tribe will undoubtedly be abuzz with excitement. Shanhua wore an expression of amusement, anticipating the unfolding drama. Truly, Qian Xia is exceptional. Not only has she captured the attention of a ninth-tier beast man, but now even the tribe's foremost warrior seems destined to be hers. Remarkable. Shanhua could hardly wait to witness the uproar in the tribe. Chapter 45. Han Chuan as Xuanqi returned to the entrance of the cave. He fortuitously collided with Han Chuan, who was in the midst of moving belongings. Xuanqi.
Han Chuan?
What are you doing? Xuanqi inquired, furrowing his brow. On the other side, Han Chuan mirrored his expression. Shouldn't you reflect on what you are saying? Naturally, I am moving in to live together. Xuanqi. Wait, he just went hunting for one night. What transpired? Has the house been invaded? Qianxia and Shangua, inside the cave, overheard what seemed to be a dispute at the entrance and decided to investigate. As they approached, they witnessed Qianqi and Han Chuan glaring at each other, with Han Chuan clutching several items. Qianxia, what does moving luggage signify? Shangua, wow, this is thrilling. Ultimately, the four of them sat down to clarify the situation. To be precise, it was 3 individuals, as Shangua was merely there to observe. So you went directly to find Qianxia? Have you moved all your belongings here? Qianqi spoke through gritted teeth. Although his intention was to find a companion for Qianxia, the manner in which it was arranged was entirely different from the other S initiative. Did you not say I should be Qianxia as partner? What do you mean by this now? Han Chuan retorted without reservation. Is that not the case? He came here on his own to ask if he could be the second beast husband, and both he and Qianxia agreed. What is wrong with him moving his things here? Qianxia, this is giving me a headache. What should I do? Shangua, how exhilarating. In the end, the conversation unfolded, and Han Chuan also moved in. Xia, you and Han Chuan, why not consummate your union right away, and then seek the shaman for an imprint? Heaven knows how bitterly envious Qianqi felt when he uttered those words. Qianxia was momentarily stunned. Ah, is it acceptable for me to be with child? Qianqi cast a cold glance at Han Chuan, saying, I have just sensed that the little ones are in excellent condition. He merely needs to be careful and gentle. Qianqi added, you young man, be gentle. Truth be told, Qianxia was not inclined to engage with Han Chuan so soon. After all, their interactions had been rather limited. She had initially hoped to get acquainted with him after his arrival, gradually nurturing their bond. Yet now, the notion of immediate action had been thrust upon her. Han Chuan detected Qianxia's reluctance, and the joy that once adorned his face swiftly transformed into disappointment and sorrow. Xia, an additional beast imprint signifies greater nourishment. Although Han Chuan's prowess is somewhat inferior to mine, he is still a 7th-tier beast man. With his beast imprint to nurture you, your growth will accelerate, and it will also benefit the little ones. Qianqi, recognizing Qianxia's hesitance, explained in a manner akin to soothing a child, aware that her foremost desire was to gain strength. Initially feeling quite disheartened, Han Chuan shot a glare at Qianqi upon hearing his words. You speak incessantly, as if you are superior. Qianqi's remarks left Qianxia in silence, momentarily forgetting the matter of the beast imprint nourishment. Well, what is meant to come will come, regardless of the passage of time. Then. Han Chuan, prepare yourself. As Qianxia spoke these words, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. At that moment, Shan, who could hardly contain her excitement, she seized Qianxia and declared to the other 2 beasts, you all get ready. I will take Qianxia to my den first, and once you are prepared, you can come to fetch her. With that, she whisked Qianxia away. Upon returning to her own den, the first thing Shan who did was summon the 5 beast husbands. The 5 husbands and Qianxia looked at Shan who with puzzled expressions, uncertain of her intentions. Can you guess who Qianxia's new partner is? Shan who said with a mischievous glint in her eye. The beasts exchanged bewildered glances, astonishment reflected in their eyes. Qianxia has a new partner? They had not ventured out of the cave all day, only going to Qianxia's dwelling in the morning to prepare meat soup before returning, while Shan who had stayed behind to care for Qianxia. Qianxia rubbed her forehead, speechless. Yin Feng glanced at Qianxia, a suspicion stirring within him. Could it be Han Chuan? He had only seen Han Chuan in the past couple of days. However, wasn't Han Chuan averse to females? It is Han Chuan. Ha ha ha, are you stunned? Shan who exclaimed, her excitement palpable. What? The 4 beasts chorused in unison, while another beast, though surprised, had anticipated this revelation. Who would have thought? Yin Feng turned his gaze to the side, casting a silent thumbs up to Qianxia. Truly remarkable. Setting aside Su and Q for the moment, let us turn our attention to H and Chu N. This beast stands as the most distinguished male in the tribe, yet he possesses an oddity. He shuns the females that pursue him, leading everyone to assume his disinterest in them. However, to everyone's astonishment, he suddenly expresses a desire to take a mate. Ultimately, it is Chi Nexia who emerges as the most formidable of them all. To speak candidly, while Chi Nexia's current appearance may not be deemed unattractive, it certainly leaves something to be desired, likely due to her excessive leanness. Nevertheless, despite this, she has not only captured Su and Q's heart, but has now also ensnared H and Chu N's affections, one a 9th rank and the other a 7th. This forest. No. This entire continent is now hers to traverse with ease. YNFing can only utter, impressive, truly impressive. Meanwhile, in a cave, H and Chu N and Su and Q find themselves in a silent standoff. H and Chu N, humph. Su and Q, humph. H and Chu N gazes at the grassy nest, seemingly pondering something. How will he arrange to sleep beside she 11 at night? Su and Q grits his teeth. We haven't even taken the step of becoming mates. And she 11 has already called me. Of course, I shall be the one to sleep beside she 11.
Ashen pardon?
Perhaps you should reconsider your words. Are you not the beast husband? Am I not also a beast husband? I do not consent. I am the foremost beast husband. I simply refuse to agree. If Chi Nexia were present at this moment, witnessing their playful banter, she would likely be in fits of laughter, akin to two elementary school students engaged in a quarrel. In the realm of beasts, the position of the foremost beast husband is akin to that of a queen in ancient times, wielding absolute authority and governance over the other beast husbands. Naturally, should the foremost beast husband lack the strength of his counterparts, he risks losing his voice. Amidst the clamor and discord, Xuanqi assisted Han Chuan in arranging their cave. Originally, the grass nest at the innermost corner of the cave sufficed for him and Qianxia. However, with the addition of Han Chuan, it became evidently inadequate. Thus, they transformed the expansive area at the back of the cave into a nest, ample enough for the three of them to rest together. This arrangement, of course, was the result of their earlier quarrel. As Han Chuan surveyed the newly arranged grass nest and glanced around, he pondered for a moment. I recollect a smaller cave adjacent to this one, which has remained uninhabited due to its size. Now that I have arrived, and with Qianxia soon to give birth, this cave will no longer suffice. Let us create a passage to the neighboring cave. This way, when Qianxia bears her young, she may do so there, and you can also incubate your eggs in that space. Xuanqi remained silent, but cast an admiring glance at him, nodding in agreement. Chapter 46. The First Floor of the Beast Realm. Without hesitation, the two began their task. Xuanqi waved his hand to gather all the items, while Han Chuan concentrated, summoning purple lightning energy in his palm before releasing it. With a resounding boom, a cloud of dust erupted. As the dust settled, a hole of moderate size appeared before the two beasts. Clearly, this aperture was insufficient. Han Chuan then conjured a wind vortex, resembling a drill, which rapidly burrowed into the original opening. Han Chuan was diligently constructing, while Xuanqi observed him quietly. Dual element abilities were not uncommon. However, what surprised him was that Han Chuan possessed lightning powers. Among the elemental abilities, lightning is the most destructive. Truth be told, it was Xuanqi's first encounter with lightning-based abilities. He had to admit that this young man's talent was truly remarkable. Although slightly inferior to his own, it was still impressive. Furthermore, with his wind abilities complementing the lightning, Xuanqi could hardly fathom the extent of their combined power. Before long, a flawless aperture was created. Han Chuan then employed his wind abilities to clear away the debris within the cave, ensuring that even the dust was swept away entirely. Xuanqi couldn't help but marvel once again in his heart. Wind abilities are indeed extraordinarily useful. In Coral's home, as Han Chuan was chiseling away, a tremendous noise startled both her and Qianxia, prompting Yinfeng to step outside for a moment. The commotion. Was it the construction of a cave or the demolition of one? Coral, still shaken, remarked. Just as she finished speaking, Yinfeng returned, saying, You are indeed correct, Shanshan. They are indeed demolishing a cave. Demolishing? Qianxia queried, perplexed. Yinfeng seemed to have grasped the situation, but chose not to address Qianxia's confusion, merely exchanging a knowing glance with Coral. Receiving the unspoken cue, Coral quickly reassured, Oh, Qianxia, pay them no mind. They surely have it all under control. Just await their arrival to escort you. At that moment, Qianxia felt an odd sensation akin to that of a bride awaiting her wedding day. Xuanqi and Han Chuan meticulously arranged the new cave, transforming it into a splendid and immaculate space. With Han Chuan's wind-based abilities, the uneven surfaces of the cave walls were smoothed to perfection. Naturally, the original cave was also restored to a pristine condition. For the bedding in the new cave, Han Chuan kindly laid down finely cut and polished stone slabs, followed by fresh, soft, and clean hay, topped off with warm and pristine animal skins. This would be the place where he and Qianxia would sleep tonight, and with their union approaching, such careful preparation was essential. The sleeping area in the original cave was equally refurbished with stone slabs and reconfigured to create a cozy nest. Xuanqi, while working, observed Han Xuan's joyful countenance, feeling a pang of bittersweet emotion in his heart. He sought a companion for his partner, and it left him feeling despondent. Although he understood that this was a perfectly natural occurrence, the sorrow still weighed heavily on his heart. Qianxia had once been solely his beast, and now he was to share her with another. Han Xuan seemed to sense Xuanqi's melancholy and approached him with a solemn demeanor. I know you are hurting right now. I am not here to take Qianxia away from you. Rather, I wish to join you. It is far more important for the three of us beasts to live harmoniously together. Han Xuan spoke with sincerity. Xuanqi remained silent, reflecting on how, if Qianxia were present, she would undoubtedly be rolling with laughter at such familiar phrases. Once the two beasts had completely arranged their respective caves, they proceeded to fetch Qianxia from the neighboring home. Han Xuan followed Xuanqi into Shanhua's dwelling, where he was met with a wave of curious glances from Shanhua's partner. Yet, these gazes carried an air of intrigue. Xia, we have come to bring you home, Han Xuan announced. Shanhua, filled with excitement, eagerly pulled Qianxia to her feet and nudged her towards Han Xuan. With utmost care, Han Xuan lifted Qianxia into his arms and turned to leave. At that moment, as he cradled her, a pang of heartache struck him. She felt incredibly light. Xuanqi chose not to follow, but stood quietly, watching their retreating figures. Yin Feng approached and gently draped an arm over his shoulder, offering a few comforting pats. Habit is a virtue. Feeling discomfort at the outset is entirely natural. I, too, experienced the same sentiments initially. As someone who has traversed this path, I can assure you that this way of life is indeed quite pleasant. As the foremost beast husband, we must cultivate an expansive heart. Yin Feng had anticipated that Qianqi would express gratitude for his words of comfort, but to his surprise, Qianqi merely cast him a disdainful glance before departing. Internally, Qianqi pondered, is he truly all right? Alas, the vocabulary for insults in the beast realm is woefully inadequate. Yin Feng gritted his teeth, watching the retreating figure, struggling to formulate a single curse. How disappointing it is to offer kindness only to receive none in return. When Han Xuan returned to the cave with Qianxia in his arms, she was utterly astonished. The cavern was indeed the very one they had previously inhabited. The walls had been meticulously smoothed, and the large stone table that once occupied the center had been moved aside, creating a more spacious environment. On the opposite side, against the stone wall, two cooking stoves had been constructed. One was adorned with a stone pot, while small stone stools flanked either side, reminiscent of a modern dining arrangement. The area was now more expansive, accommodating additional guests should Coral's family choose to dine together in the future. I have prepared 2 stoves for your convenience. Han Xuan spoke gently to the person in his embrace. One for frying meat, and the other for simmering broth. Later, I shall craft another stone pot and make a few more sets of utensils. After all, now that he has arrived, it is only prudent to prepare ample supplies for their needs. The method of crafting stone pots and utensils had been thoroughly learned by him and Xiangshan last time, leaving no room for doubt. As they ventured deeper into the cave, Qianxia grew increasingly astonished. She was confronted with a floor? Han Xuan, how did you come up with the idea of cutting these stones into slabs and laying them on the ground? Her amazement was palpable. At that moment, Han Xuan had approached the grass nest, gently placing Qianxia upon it. We broke through to the adjacent cave, which resulted in some large stones falling. Initially, I intended to cut these stones for easier transportation and to stack them outside, he explained. Then, Qianqi suddenly suggested that we further cut these stone slabs to create a floor and lay a grass nest atop it, which would be much cleaner. After completing the task, we were pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Han Xuan spoke softly. This floor is truly remarkable. Qianxia felt an overwhelming urge to cheer for Qianqi. Her beloved husband was simply extraordinary. This was undoubtedly the finest floor in the beastly realm. Chapter 47. It turns out he liked her long ago. Han Xuan was acutely aware of Qianxia's current excitement, yet he felt compelled to interrupt her.
Xia.
Let us discuss the flooring matter later. We have far more pressing concerns at hand. As Qianxia looked up, ready to voice her thoughts, a warm pair of lips descended upon hers.
Ah.
A moment of intimacy is worth 1,000 gold pieces. The cave was suffused with an atmosphere of ambiguity, the breaths of desire intertwining with soft gasps. Qianqi stood at the cave entrance, listening to the exceedingly suggestive sounds emanating from within. With a wry smile, he turned to leave. Just as he approached the entrance of the coral cave, he spotted Hu Yu in the distance, carrying a hefty cow towards him.
Ah,
The food delivery has arrived. Upon seeing the prey, Qianqi suddenly remembered his obligation to provide Yin Feng with a giant cattle beast. He had nearly forgotten in the flurry of other matters. Yin Feng, he called out, as he retrieved a massive beast from his spatial pouch and tossed it at the cave entrance. When Yin Feng emerged, he was greeted by the sight of a colossal catch blocking the entrance, nearly obstructing it entirely. After maneuvering around, he found Qianqi waiting outside. What do you need me for? Surely, you aren't expecting me to butcher this for you again? Yin Feng gazed at the enormous beast in silence. What does this mean? Is he really expecting me to process the prey without any prior preparation? Why not place it at his own door? If I were to butcher it here, wouldn't my doorstep be drenched in blood? How unreasonable. Yin Feng secretly muttered disparaging remarks, only to hear the other party say, "This is a token of gratitude for your family."
huh, what?
Yin Feng stumbled over his words, utterly perplexed. You mean this prey is for us? He exclaimed in shock. The realization struck him. This prey was meant for them? Damn it, I'm sorry, I spoke too soon. It was indeed a narrow-minded assumption on his part. Qianqi cast a disdainful glance at him, fully aware that this lad had just been cursing him in his thoughts. He was absolutely certain of it. How generous of him to choose such a large specimen for him. Qianmian beast. This is the meat of the giant bull beast from the misty forest. Qianqi reminded him. Given Yin Feng's reaction, it was evident he had never encountered a giant bull beast before. He probably mistook it for some ordinary, well-fed wild buffalo. After all, he was only at the 6th tier, far from venturing into the misty forest. As Hu Yu approached Qianqi, preparing to present the prey, he was taken aback when Yin Feng suddenly dashed forward and embraced Qianqi tightly. Hu Yu. Qianqi. Qianqi. You are truly my dear brother. Yin Feng exclaimed gratefully, holding on to Qianqi. From this day forth, Qianqi would be his sworn brother. Despite not sharing the same parents, to simply give away such a massive giant bull beast was remarkable. One must understand that a creature of this size could fetch at least 800, or rather 1,000 blue spirit stones at the trading market. Qianqi, visibly repulsed, pushed Yin Feng away and adjusted the serpent skin garments he wore. Xuanqi, the prey has been delivered today. I shall take my leave. After Hu Yu set down the prey, he departed. Xuanqi, let us proceed to the water's edge to prepare the catch, and I shall slice it into pieces. Thus, the two beasts gathered the prey, transformed their forms, and swiftly left the tribe, making their way toward the water. Time passed, and the events within the cave had concluded. Qianxia had succumbed to fatigue and drifted into a deep slumber. Carrying her offspring, Han Xuan was particularly cautious. She had been tantalized to the brink, and his carefulness nearly exhausted her. While the pleasure was undeniable, a lingering sense of incompleteness pervaded her being, leaving her in a state of discontent. Yet, she found herself too weary to ponder such thoughts. The delicate intimacy was indeed taxing. Han Xuan felt similarly. As Qianxia slept soundly, Han Xuan tenderly washed her body with exceptionally soft pelts. His fingers traced her fragile form, and his gaze grew warm with affection. Qianxia was a creature of contradictions. Despite her fierce words demanding submission and threatening lives, she merely sought to intimidate. He understood that all she truly desired was a sincere and heartfelt apology, nothing more. In the face of their previous hardships, she had never voiced her struggles to the tribe, silently striving to procure sustenance for herself. She generously shared the knowledge and skills she possessed without expecting any recompense in return. How foolish, yet fortuitously, Coral was astute. Han Xuan gazed at the slumbering Qianxia, affectionately mocking her. He would never forget the first time he laid eyes on her. Like a startled little rabbit, both pitiable and endearing. Han Xuan believed that what captivated him about Qianxia were the exquisite qualities she embodied: kindness and generosity, tenderness and resilience. On that day when he learned from Xiangshan how to craft stone pots and utensils, Xiangshan incessantly spoke of Qianxia's remarkable deeds. Not only did she teach everyone to wield their tools, but she also enlightened the females on the importance of acknowledging the contributions of the males. He was profoundly moved. For too long, all the beastmen had tacitly accepted that males were inherently responsible for the care of females, who in turn felt entitled to the sacrifices of the males, even to the extent of their very lives. Han Chuan had witnessed far too many tragic moments endured by the males. They were often subjected to the whims of the females, and at the slightest hint of dissatisfaction, they were met with scorn and reproach, all while the males bore it in silence. He felt no pity for them, for they merely sought companionship with any available female, often settling for one willing to accept them. Their union was seldom born of affection, but rather for the sake of progeny. Yet, why must progeny be the sole objective? Ideally, the fortunate outcome would be that the female they randomly chose turned out to be a virtuous one, treating them with care. Over time, feelings could blossom, leading to a lifelong bond of love and companionship. This would be the most desirable outcome. Within the tribe, many females had pursued him, however. Despite their eloquent words and gentle demeanor, they always carried an air of superiority. Is there not equality among orcs? Why do the beast god and the goddess of femininity become the epitome of a beautiful romance? It is because they love each other and are willing to make sacrifices for one another, rather than engaging in a one-sided demand. Yet, in the current realm of beasts, how many females can embody such a sentiment? Han Chuan suddenly recalled the first time he formally visited. At that moment, Qian Xia was engrossed in their conversation, completely oblivious to the presence of Xian Qi. Xian Qi had felt a tinge of displeasure, while Qian Xia, upon receiving the freshly cooked meat from him, expressed her gratitude with the words, "Thank you, my dearest snake." He distinctly remembered feeling a wave of discomfort upon hearing that phrase. In retrospect, he realized he had likely started to notice her even earlier. Qian Xia is the sole female who acknowledges the contributions of her partner. Thanks to her, the females in the tribe now exhibit greater respect towards their partners and affirm their efforts, no longer taking their kindness for granted. The atmosphere of life within the Lion King tribe is imbued with an unprecedented sense of happiness. Chapter 48. It was intentional. After Han Chuan had covered Qian Xia with animal skins, he exited the cave and made his way towards Coral's home. He needed to visit the water's edge, as Xian Qi was not at home, and he could only ask her to help look after Qian Xia. While preparing the cave with Xian Qi earlier, he had accumulated quite a bit of dust on his body, and the two beasts had used a considerable amount of water to cleanse themselves. Just moments ago, he had also utilized water to wash Qian Xia, and now the bucket was nearly empty. Having just completed his tasks, he was dripping with sweat, which prompted his decision to venture to the water's edge. His intentions were twofold: to indulge in a refreshing bath and to replenish the household water supply. Upon hearing Han Chuan's request, Coral regarded him with a bemused smile.
Oh.
Go ahead, go ahead. I shall keep watch here. You tend to your matters without worry. I will take good care of Qian Xia. She secretly relished the opportunity to look after Qian Xia once more. After giving her the necessary instructions, Han Chuan transformed into his beast form, preparing to carry the large wooden barrel to the water's edge. An awkward predicament soon unfolded. He realized that his beast form could not accommodate the substantial wooden barrel. As a magnificent golden lion, his limbs were not suited for carrying such an object, and there was simply no space for it. Gazing at the oversized barrel for a long moment, Han Chuan ultimately turned away. Never mind, I will wait for Xian Qi to return and let him fetch the water. After all, he is the primary beast husband, the head of the household. It's only fair that he shoulder this burden. However, to his surprise, as soon as Han Chuan arrived at the water's edge, he spotted Xian Qi and Yin Feng not far away.
Han Chuan pondereerde, plötsligt.
Why had Xian Qi not brought the wooden barrel to fetch water, considering he had used water earlier while bathing? Xuan Qi had long noticed Han Chuan, however. He currently harbored no desire to acknowledge him, thus refraining from offering a greeting. Han Chuan, having shed his animal skin skirt, immersed himself in the water, washing while casting glances towards Xuan Qi and Yin Feng. Upon sensing the scrutiny, Yin Feng instinctively turned his gaze, discovering Han Chuan engaging in his ablutions.
Oh.
So this is the conclusion of your endeavors. Han Chuan has come to bathe. Have you successfully formed a bond with Qian Xia? Yin Feng inquired with a hint of curiosity. Not yet inscribed. I shall wait until Qian Xia awakens to summon the shaman for the marking, Xuan Qi replied, his brow furrowed. Waiting for Qian Xia to awaken? I advise you to exercise caution. Have you not heeded my words? Xuan Qi's tone turned somewhat frigid. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Yin Feng hastily fell silent, rendering himself an invisible presence. Han Chuan, aware that there may have been a misunderstanding and feeling the chill in Xuan Qi's voice, remained indifferent and had no intention of offering an explanation. After all, he could hardly strike back. In the next moment, a wave of cold emanated from Han Chuan, the water around him beginning to freeze in a small radius. Instantly, he summoned the wind elemental energy within him, conjuring a whirlwind that expanded from his core, shattering the encroaching ice. He has truly lost his composure. How dare he act against me? Han Chuan exclaimed in anger. Is it not normal to feel fatigued after such activities? What is wrong with Qianxia falling asleep? Han Chuan's irritation grew. He was deliberately provoking him. Did he not know the state of his own son? Forget it. There's no need to argue with him. He has just joined this household. It's understandable that Qianqi feels a tinge of jealousy. So, I shall allow him to vent his frustrations. Qianqi remained silent, merely casting a fleeting glance before resuming his task of cleansing the remnants of meat from his hands. At that moment, Yin Feng stood nearby, feeling a surge of anxiety as he witnessed Qianqi's aggression towards Han Chuan. He was on edge, fearing a potential altercation between the two beasts. He contemplated how he might intervene if a fight were to erupt, realizing that he was utterly incapable of besting either of them. Yet, to his astonishment, after a single exchange, one was busy preparing the prey, while the other continued his bath. What an utterly bewildering scenario. Why was he just standing there? He should keep cutting. Oh, right. Yin Feng resumed his role as the cutting machine. As Han Chuan washed himself, he observed their synchronized efforts. Qianqi tossed the beast into the air, and Yin Feng swiftly sliced the meat mid-flight. Once the neatly cut pieces landed on the ground, Qianqi picked them up for further cleaning, subsequently storing them in his spatial realm. He could also employ wind blades for cutting. Han Chuan swam closer and inquired, "How much more meat needs to be cut?" Qianqi, without lifting his gaze, replied, 30 heads. Han Chuan was taken aback. Yin Feng was equally astonished. Han Chuan's immediate reaction was disbelief. Has he lost his mind? So much prey? Judging by Qianqi's demeanor, he had already processed a considerable amount of game. Yet he claimed there were still 30 beasts awaiting preparation. Just how many had he slain? In that moment, Han Chuan found himself envious of the spatial abilities that Qianqi possessed. The beast in Xuanqi's hands was familiar to Han Chuan. It included the Great Bull Beast, the Great Ram Beast, and the Great Boar Beast. These creatures were native to the Misty Forest, all of them classified at the level of Purple Spirit Stone. Although he had never ventured into the Misty Forest himself, he had seen these beasts being traded at the marketplace during previous visits. He had once felt an urge to acquire them, yet their exorbitant prices had dissuaded him from making a purchase. Thus, he had subsequently dedicated himself to enhancing his strength and progressing in rank, aspiring to explore the Misty Forest someday. On the other hand, Yin Feng thought to himself, let him exhaust himself. Initially, he felt somewhat guilty for accepting the prey provided by Xuanqi, but now, this was rightfully his. He had been working diligently for quite a while, and a rough estimate revealed that he had already accumulated over 20 beasts. Although he recognized Xuanqi's formidable prowess, the sheer number of beasts from the Misty Forest, over 20, was astonishing. Just when he was grappling with this revelation, he was informed that the count had risen to 30. The strength displayed was nothing short of astounding. To be honest, at that moment, Yin Feng could hardly fathom just how powerful a being of Xuanqi's caliber truly was. Resolutely, he vowed to intensify his training upon returning. I shall join as well. The more, the merrier. Xia is still at home, Han Chuan declared, hastening to the shore to don his beastskin skirt. Xuanqi remained silent, merely tossing 2 beasts into the air. When Qianxia awoke, she discovered that Coral was busy preparing food in her home. Ah, Qianxia, have you awakened? Are you hungry? I initially intended to wait for your companions to return and prepare a meal for you, but since they have yet to come back after a considerable time, I feared you might wake up famished, so I took the liberty of cooking something for you first. Seeing Qianxia awake, Manhwa hurriedly served her a bowl of meat soup. After receiving the soup, Qianxia, puzzled, inquired, where have Xuanqi and Han Chuan gone? Han Chuan replied, they went to the water's edge and Xuanqi. It seems he accompanied Yin Feng to the same place. Qianxia responded, why has everyone gone to the water's edge? Observing Qianxia enjoying her meal, Manhwa felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Qianxia, you must gain some weight quickly. Your beast husband is quite clever, indeed. To have thought of using stones sliced into pieces to pave the ground, thus preventing mud from sticking to your feet. When Manhwa first arrived at Qianxia's new abode, she was genuinely astonished by the flooring. A sudden thought struck Qianxia as she glanced at Manhwa's muddy feet, inspiring a new idea. Chapter 49. Qianxia is the best female. Qianxia gazed at the stone slab floor beneath her, then shifted her gaze to the cave's earthen ground, and an idea blossomed in her mind. What if she adorned the entire cave with stone slabs? It would not only be immaculate, but also aesthetically pleasing. The cave's original floor was merely a patch of dirt. Though she had never thought much of it before, the prospect of a proper floor transformed her perspective entirely. Shanhu, I have resolved to lay stone slabs throughout the cave. It will be both clean and beautiful. The concept was proposed by Xuanqi, and then Han Xuan took charge of the cutting. You might have Feng learn from Han Xuan, and you can assist as well. Excellent. Shanhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had been enamored with the idea of the stone floor from the moment she arrived. And before she could even voice her curiosity, Qianxia had already shared her plans, encouraging her to call for her beast husband to learn the craft. Truly, Qianxia was the finest of friends. The initial arrangement of the slabs had a haphazard appearance, evoking a sense of chaos. After a moment of contemplation, Qianxia felt a surge of inspiration. If the stones were meticulously cut into uniform squares and laid out in a precise alignment, they would resemble modern tiled flooring. As she pondered this, sounds emerged from outside the cave. Xuanqi and Han Xuan had returned. Upon entering their home, they were greeted by the sight of Qianxia already partaking of the prepared meal, while Shanhu sat nearby. Xuanqi exchanged a knowing glance with Han Xuan. Damn it, Xuanqi lamented. Had I known, I wouldn't have dawdled. Now I've missed the chance to cook for Qianxia. Indeed, Han Xuan replied, I should have simply returned after my bath without any delays. Why should I concern myself with the time? On the very first day of their partnership, he astonishingly did not prepare a meal for his companion. Oh my, you have returned. I absolutely adore this floor. Xianqi, you are remarkably clever. How did you conceive of such an idea? Han Xuan's cutting skills are simply exquisite. Each stone piece is so evenly sliced and polished to perfection. It is truly marvelous. Qianxia offered her heartfelt compliments. At that moment, the two beasts exchanged glances, each noticing the blush adorning the other's face. Although this was a trivial matter, one could argue it fell within the realm of their partnership duties, yet Qianxia chose to commend them. Qianxia is indeed the finest female. Well, there's no water at home. I shall go fetch some. Xianqi, his face tinged with crimson, turned and exited the cave. Transforming into his beast form, he swiftly coiled his tail around the water bucket and vanished from sight. That. I shall go invite the elder shaman. Once the markings are done, the beast seal will be established. After the markings, the bond will be successfully formed.
Han Xuan deklarerade.
Turning to leave, but Qianxia called out to him. Wait, Han Xuan, let us go together. The elder shaman is quite advanced in age. It would be unkind to trouble her with the journey. As she spoke, Qianxia began to rise, and Coral hastily lent her support. The tribe's elder shaman appeared quite aged. It sufficed for her to accompany Han Xuan on this errand. Thank you, Coral, for taking care of me once again. Later, I shall have Xianqi deliver some game to you as a token of gratitude. Oh, Qianxia, between us, there is no need for such formality. They are good friends, and among good friends, mutual care is instinctive and requires no formality. Han Xuan approached and effortlessly lifted Qianxia into his arms. Thank you, Shanhu, for taking care of Qianxia. We shall take our leave now. Shanhu nodded, and as Han Xuan carried Qianxia out, she followed closely behind. With no one at home, she naturally returned to her own abode. By the time Han Xuan and Qianxia ventured outside, it was late afternoon, inching towards dusk, the hour when the orcs of the tribe were most vibrant. Those who had gone hunting began to return. The cooks started preparing their meals, and the young ones frolicked joyfully in the open space. Upon seeing Han Xuan carrying Qianxia towards the shaman's cave, the other orcs began to gossip. Why was Han Xuan holding Qianxia? Was she unwell again? But wait, wasn't Han Xuan averse to physical contact with females? How curious that he was embracing Qianxia. Their destination was the shaman's cave? The gossip swirled among the orcs, who even trailed behind them en route to the shaman's dwelling. Han Xuan and Qianxia caught wind of their murmurs, and Qianxia stifled a laugh in Han Xuan's embrace. What on earth had transpired that had led the tribe's orcs to assume he had no fondness for females? When they discover that we are bonded, the tribe will surely be abuzz with excitement. The last time such a scenario unfolded was when Xianqi had carried her to seek the shaman, mirroring the present situation perfectly. I have done nothing wrong. It is they who are bothersome. Hence, whenever I see them, I take a different path. Over time, rumors spread throughout the tribe that I harbor an aversion to females, and I could not be bothered to clarify, which conveniently dissuaded those females pursuing me. As Han Chuan spoke, he stepped into the shaman's cave. Inside, the shaman, upon seeing Han Chuan carrying Qianxia, mistakenly assumed that Qianxia was unwell. Is Qianxia feeling unwell? To be honest, the shaman did not perceive any connection between the two beasts despite Han Chuan's embrace of Qianxia. It was indeed peculiar that if Qianxia were ill, her mate was not the one to bring her here. However, given Han Chuan's status as the chieftain's son, it was not unusual for him to care for the tribe's orcs. Han Chuan's supposed dislike for females was a matter deeply ingrained in the Orcish hearts. "Grandma, we are here for the imprinting," Han Chuan said, somewhat displeased. He had never acknowledged any aversion to females. That was merely the belief of the tribe's orcs. To his astonishment, even the shaman held such an opinion of him. This was truly enough. His words caused the shaman to stagger slightly.
What?
Did I hear incorrectly? Young man, could you repeat what you just said? Han Chuan took a deep breath, poised to reiterate, when Qianxia interjected. Grandma, you heard correctly. Han Chuan and I are here to have our imprinting as mates. The shaman was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. Oh my, come, take your seats. I shall mark your imprint. At this moment, the shamaness felt a warmth in her eyes, stirred with excitement. You rascal, whoever said that you do not favor females? It caused me great distress for quite some time. How wonderful it is. Qianxia is frail, so you must take good care of her. Who spread the rumor that Han Chuan does not like females? Han Chuan was someone she had watched grow up since childhood. This child was not only exceptionally gifted, but also possessed a kind heart. It was only a matter of time before he would succeed Shershan as the chief of the tribe. Yet, one day, a rumor circulated within the tribe claiming that he did not favor females, and it was so convincing that she mourned over it for several days. It would indeed be a pity for such an outstanding lineage to go unpassed on. However, all is well now, for the child has found a lifelong companion. And with Qianxia's strong reproductive capabilities, she believes they will soon bear offspring of their own. Chapter 50. Officially bonded as partners soon. The news of Han Chuan and Qianxia's union spread throughout the Lion King tribe, leaving all the beast men in utter astonishment. The males were particularly taken aback to discover that Han Chuan was not averse to females. And even more surprising was the revelation that his partner was none other than Qianxia. It must be noted, however, that at present, Qianxia's appearance was far from conventionally beautiful. The females who had once pursued Han Chuan found themselves engulfed in a tumult of emotions. They had initially resigned themselves to the belief that Han Chuan simply did not favor females, only to realize that he had never regarded them at all. The entire Lion King tribe erupted in excitement once more. Why once more, you might ask? This was reminiscent of the earlier uproar when Qianxia bonded with a 9th-tier beastman and became pregnant with 3 offspring. Shershan and Songlan also learned of their child's successful bonding and imprinting. Shershan, do you think this animal skin looks better? Or shall I wear the other one? Songlan inquired, her voice a mixture of excitement and eagerness as she tried on various garments. After all, she was about to meet her child and Qianxia, and she wanted to present herself in a clean and respectable manner. She was immensely grateful for the blessings of the beast god. Her most cherished offspring indeed preferred females, or else she would have been inconsolable. Otherwise, she would never have the joy of holding her grandchildren. Observing his partner's exuberance, Shershan chuckled. Is it truly necessary to be so animated? You are merely delivering some items to the children, yet you are dressed so grandly. Is it not grand? I have even donned my favorite animal skin skirt, which I usually reserve for special occasions, she replied. As a mother, I cannot be casual about meeting my child's partner for the first time. By the way, where have you placed the white bear pelt? Hurry and find it. I need to send it to Qianxia shortly. Kenglin was in high spirits. You truly wish to gift this beloved white bear pelt to Qianxia? Lion Mountain asked, somewhat taken aback. He was acutely aware of how much his partner treasured the pelt, to the extent that she had refrained from transforming it into garments. Oh, we have plenty of pelts at home. It is merely a single white bear pelt. So what if I give it away? Kenglin dismissed the concern lightly. On their way back, Han Chuan and Qianxia attracted a fair share of curious glances. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, they spotted Xuanqi waiting at the threshold. In truth, Qianxia had seen Xuanqi's silhouette from afar, and for some inexplicable reason, it suddenly appeared sorrowful to her. This realization struck her. Xuanqi might feel a twinge of sadness over her new partner. Upon noticing the golden lion beast mark on Qianxia's shoulder, Xuanqi couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Xuanqi, from now on, you are no longer the sole beast to care for me. I appreciate all those days you devoted to me alone, Qianxia said with a smile as she stepped out of Han Chuan's embrace, meeting Xuanqi's gaze. It was a moment of reassurance for her beloved husband. Xuanqi, captivated by Qianxia's gentle smile, couldn't help but chuckle softly. He found himself utterly defeated by her charm. With a swift motion, he lifted Qianxia once more and carried her into the cave, followed closely by Han Chuan. While hunting, Xuanqi, you should capture an additional prey. Coral has taken good care of me, so it would be fitting to present her with a token of gratitude. It has already been done.
What?
My dear husband truly shares my thoughts. How delightful. Xuanqi, I am craving pan-fried beef. I find myself quite hungry again. All right, Han Chuan, I have mentioned to Coral that you will teach her the techniques and methods of laying the floor with silver wind. By the way, I wish to cover the entirety of our dwelling with this flooring. I have some designs and suggestions regarding it. Very well. When I venture out for stones tomorrow, I shall summon silver wind. Xia, once you have satisfied your hunger, please share your designs and suggestions with me. Thus, the two beasts were easily coaxed into compliance. During Xuanqi's preparation of food for Qianxia, he and Han Chuan had already delineated their respective responsibilities. Given that Xuanqi possesses spatial abilities, all the provisions are stored within his realm, allowing him to take charge of Qianxia's nourishment. Currently, there are no pressing tasks at home, so Han Chuan may attend to matters at his discretion. As for food, they will take turns hunting, ensuring that one of them is always present with Qianxia. The majority of the sustenance Xia consumes consists of the meat from the beasts of the misty forest. Should I need to venture out, I will provide you with food in advance. Tomorrow morning, you will be responsible for preparing Xia's meal, but I will taste it first to assess your culinary skills.
Oh.
And do remember that Xia prefers her meat to be tender and succulent. As Xuanqi grilled the meat, he imparted these instructions to Han Chuan. As dawn broke, Xia arose, and the first task at hand was to embrace her and guide her to wash up. She had a penchant for using fragrant wood to cleanse her mouth, and it was essential to replenish it should the supply dwindle. It would only be a matter of a day or two before Xia's appetite would undoubtedly surge, consuming several meals in a single day. This state would persist until the day she welcomed her offspring. Her diet would consist of a blend of energy-rich beast meat and ordinary beast meat to expedite her weight gain. Qianxi had imparted a multitude of instructions, covering every minute detail, causing Qianxia to feel a swell of emotion as she listened. He truly was exceptionally kind to her. It was astonishing that he had taken note of so many little aspects of their daily lives. Qianxi felt that managing food was somewhat inconvenient for him. Given that he was not the sole caretaker of Qianxia, Han Chuan also wished to prepare meals for her. If he were home, it would be manageable. He could simply retrieve the food. However, should he venture out, he would need to prepare the food in advance, which risked its freshness. Naturally, Qianxia preferred her food to be fresh. At that moment, Han Chuan felt a twinge of envy for those possessing spatial abilities. As Qianxia listened to Qianqi's predicament, her immediate thought was of a refrigerator. She realized she still did not know what Han Chuan's abilities were. Han Chuan, what is your ability? I possess powers related to lightning and wind. Qianxia understood, impressed by the dual elemental abilities. She then turned to Qianqi and inquired, may I ask, do the ice blocks conjured by your ice abilities melt? If I infuse them with specific energy, they shall not melt. Although Xuanqi was uncertain as to why Qianxia posed such a question, he instinctively sensed that she had conceived an ingenious idea. Xuanqi's response illuminated Qianxia's face with excitement. If that were the case, then the refrigerator could indeed become a reality. Qianxia articulated her thoughts, and Xuanqi found himself utterly astonished. He had never imagined that ice abilities could be utilized in such a manner. Without hesitation, he set to work. Following Qianxia's description, he conjured a rectangular refrigerator, matching the dimensions of the large stone table at home. Once again, he marveled at the extraordinary powers of the beast realm. Qianxia had merely provided a cursory description of a rectangular freezer akin to those found in modern convenience stores, yet he had managed to manifest it effortlessly. Meanwhile, Han Chuan observed Qianxia's exuberance and recalled Xuanqi's earlier words. Once you become Qianxia's partner, you will understand. It seemed that his Qianxia harbored many secrets. Chapter 51. The First Refrigerator in the Beast World. Xuanqi successfully crafted the refrigerator. Wow, this appliance is truly remarkable. Its cooling effect is quite sufficient. Xuanqi, why not place some meat inside to test it? Oh, wait. We should first find some large leaves to lay at the bottom. Otherwise, I worry the meat might stick to the refrigerator. As soon as Qianxia finished speaking, Han Chuan rushed out to gather large leaves. It was rare to witness Qianxia so exuberant and full of vitality, which brought great joy to Xuanqi. Before long, Han Chuan returned with several clean, washed large leaves. Typically, beast men would use them directly. However, Han Chuan noticed Qianxia's preference for cleanliness, so he took the initiative to wash the leaves. Han Chuan was about to place the leaves into the refrigerator when Qianxia hurriedly stopped him. Wait, Han Chuan. There are still water stains on these leaves. If we put them in like this, they'll turn into little ice shards in no time. Please dry them properly before placing them inside. Han Chuan then sought out a clean piece of beast skin to wipe away the moisture before carefully placing the leaves inside. Qianxia looked at Han Chuan and smiled gently. Thank you.
Han Chuan.
Xia, there's no need to be so polite with me. It is only natural to do things for one's partner, Han Chuan replied, his face slightly reddening. Following Qianxia's advice, Xuanqi placed a small portion of neatly cut energy beast meat alongside some ordinary beast meat into the refrigerator, and then fashioned a slightly thinner ice block to serve as the refrigerator's lid. Thus, the first refrigerator in the beast world was completed. This is called a freezer, which can preserve our food. However, it is essential to note that if food is stored for an extended period, it becomes frozen solid. When you take it out to cook, be sure to thaw it first. A brief soak in water will suffice. Qianxia spoke softly, feeling a profound sense of happiness, blessed with two devoted partners who cherished her. Just as Xuanqi was about to call Qianxia for some meat, a voice echoed from the cave entrance. Qianxia, is Han Chuan home? Qianxia glanced at Han Chuan, recognizing the voice. Isn't that the chief's voice? Han Chuan smiled gently at Qianxia. It's my father. I will go and check. Come eat the meat, or it will get cold soon, Xuanqi urged. The meat had been cooked before being placed in the freezer, and it would soon lose its warmth. Hearing this, Qianxia promptly took her seat, and Xuanqi immediately handed her a bowl brimming with meat. As she ate, Qianxia observed the cave interior, feeling that something was still missing. Now that there was a floor and a freezer, what else could there be? While glancing at the meat in her bowl, an idea struck her. A dining table. They lacked a table for meals. Previously, they had always sat by the stove, eating directly from their bowls without a second thought, but now it was different. She intended to modernize their life in the beast realm. Xuanqi, I wish to make a dedicated dining table. It would make our meals much more convenient. Just then, Qianxia noticed Han Chuan entering with Chief Shershan and an older female, the chief carrying several items in his hands. Han Chuan's face was adorned with a broad smile. Xia, my parents have sent over some gifts to celebrate our union. Xia hurriedly set down the bowl in her hands and stood up, with Qianqi promptly assisting her. Chief, how should I address you? Xia was uncertain whether to refer to her partner's parents in the same manner as in modern times. Feeling a bit flustered, you may simply call them father and mother as I do, Han Chuan reassured her. Very well, father and mother, Xia sweetly responded. These are small tokens of affection from me and your mother, meant to congratulate you and Chuan heir on your union, Shershan said with a smile, handing over the items to Han Chuan, who received them with a beaming expression. Please, father and mother, have a seat. Xia invited Shershan and Songlan to sit by the stove. Observing their somewhat modest surroundings, the need for a proper dining table became pressing. While Xia viewed the setting as humble, Shershan and Songlan perceived it as both exquisite and delightful. Oh, Xia, why is there a large block of ice in your home? Songlan inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing his partner's question, Shershan also noticed the sizable ice freezer leaning against the stone wall. This is a freezer used for storing food. Given the current weather, which is still a bit warm during the day, meat left out like this would spoil quickly. However, with the advent of the freezer, one can simply place food inside to preserve it, ensuring its longevity and preventing spoilage, a most convenient innovation. Qianxia explained gently. Shershan and Kenglin were taken aback by Qianxia's revelation. Who knew ice could be utilized in such a manner? Qianxia truly is remarkably intelligent. Noticing the curiosity in Shershan and Kenglin's expressions, Qianxia led them to examine the freezer and instructed them on its use. This freezer was crafted by my partner, Xuanqi, using ice-based abilities. I am merely experimenting with its functionality. eager to see the results by tomorrow morning. If it meets my expectations, I shall have Xuanqi create one for you as well. Oh no, that would be too much trouble. Kanglin waved her hand in refusal. It feels quite inappropriate for me to take something away when I've come to visit my partner's child. Don't worry, mother. My partner is incredibly skilled. It's simply a matter of using a bit of ability. It's not a hassle at all, is it, Xuanqi? Qianxia playfully winked at Xuanqi. Xuanqi found her wink utterly charming. No, it's not troublesome. I will accompany you back shortly to create one for you. However, I must clarify that while I can prevent the ice from melting, it requires energy to maintain this state. You will need to infuse the freezer with energy every 3 days to ensure its continued operation. Thank you ever so much. Thank you, Qianxia. Thank you, Xuanqi. Shershan exclaimed with excitement. This is truly a marvelous invention. With this freezer, a plethora of food can be preserved, ensuring that fresh meat is always at hand. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shershan and Kanglin bid farewell to Qianxia. Qianxia is a good female. Chuana, you must take good care of her, Kanglin instructed. If Chuana ever makes you unhappy, come tell mother, and I shall reprimand him. Kanglin feigned sternness, which made Qianxia chuckle inwardly. The parents in the beast realm bear a striking resemblance to those in the modern world. Thank you, mother. Han Chuan will treat me very well. How could he ever upset me? If he does, I shall have my first beast husband teach him a lesson. No need for you to intervene. Ha ha ha. Qianxia replied. Mother, Qianxia, why do you think so poorly of me? How could I possibly make Qianxia unhappy? Am I truly such an ungrateful beast? Han Chuan protested, asserting his virtue as a good mate. At that moment, Xuanqi chimed in with an airy remark. It's not entirely outside the realm of possibility. Get lost. You foul snake, retorted Han Chuan. Have you become so arrogant, you stinky lion? Chapter 52. Understanding, Comprehension. Heartache after bidding farewell to the chieftain and his wife. Xuanqi cast a glance at the hesitant Han Chuan before turning to Qianxia. Xia, I shall prepare the table. There are certain matters you ought to share with Han Chuan. For a moment, Qianxia was taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, she nodded. She understood Xuanqi's implication. Han Chuan watched Xuanqi's departing figure, a whirlpool of unnameable emotions swirling in his eyes. Xuanqi, he truly is quite admirable. He genuinely believes in his own worth. Though his words can often be sharp, he tends to every detail. This attention encompasses not only Qianxia, but also himself. Seated face to face, Qianxia continued to eat from her bowl, while Han Chuan displayed signs of palpable tension. Han Chuan, are you feeling anxious? Qianxia chuckled, amused by his unease. I don't know, it's just that you are about to reveal your secret to me, and I. Han Chuan stammered, uncertain of why he felt so nervous. Qianxia set down her bowl and regarded him solemnly. Han Chuan, my secret may seem a bit fantastical. I hope you are mentally prepared. Her sudden seriousness cast a shadow over Han Chuan's demeanor, making him more earnest. I'm fine. I can accept it. Ha 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 ha. Han Chuan, your contrast is truly delightful and utterly charming. Ha 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 ha. Qianxia found herself utterly enchanted by Han Chuan's endearing nature. Indeed, it must be said that before outsiders, Han Chuan exudes an aura of authority and dominance, reminiscent of formidable leaders. However, after entering a partnership with him, she discovers a delightful, slightly naive charm akin to that of an adorable puppy. Xia. Han Chuan feels a mixture of embarrassment and irritation. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. Aren't you curious as to why I possess knowledge of things unknown to many, such as stone pots and utensils, or even the colossal freezer we just encountered?
Han Xuan notes.
What Qianxia has accomplished is unprecedented within the beastly realm, or at least within this forest. He does not believe this knowledge could possibly belong to her original tribe. If a tribe possessed such wisdom, they would undoubtedly be considered a super tribe within the beastly world, and such knowledge would have spread. Yet it has not. He has never heard of any tribe capable of crafting stone pots or utensils, nor of any tribe renowned for delectable cuisine, let alone being aware of plants like ginger and chili peppers. If they are oblivious to the existence of such flora, naturally, they would be unaware of their uses as well. The orcs in the beastly realm share similar lifestyles, with Qianxia being the sole exception.
Han Xuan.
I am not of this world. I am a soul that has traversed from another time and space. In truth, I speak no falsehood. The real Qianxia perished from hunger, and I have taken residence within her body. A most astonishing occurrence, is it not? Qian Xia states with a sense of nonchalance, while Han Chuan is left utterly astonished. He had never contemplated such a scenario. Soul transference. It is simply beyond belief. Yes, I apologize. Han Chuan was flustered. Apologize? Why say sorry? Qian Xia inquired, gazing into Han Chuan's eyes. Sighing, Han Chuan attempted to compose himself. He had already lost his composure several times that evening. Typically, I would survey the tribe, though this was not a requirement but rather a personal endeavor, as I am the son of the chief and wish to contribute to the tribe. However, during that period, I was on the verge of a promotion. So I ceased my patrols and focused solely on advancing. That utterance of sorry was directed at the original Qian Xia. Had I resumed my patrols immediately after my advancement, perhaps I would have discovered the plight of that unfortunate orc and realized the greed of Hu Yu and Qi Na, and perhaps she would not have perished. Upon hearing Han Chuan's words, Qian Xia offered a gentle smile to comfort him. There is no need for you to apologize, Han Chuan. It is not your fault. She had long since passed away, dying during the foraging team's expedition. It was then that I traversed into her being and was subsequently discovered by Xianqi. To put it bluntly, had events unfolded as you suggest, I would not have arrived in this world, nor would I have encountered you, let alone become your partner. While it may seem somewhat unkind to the original owner, it is indeed the truth. As for the effects of time and space, who can truly say? I came to inhabit her form only because the original owner had died. Had she not, I would surely not be here. Han Chuan hesitated, words caught in his throat. Let it be. I shall follow the beast god's arrangement. Since fate has led him to encounter Qianxia now, I shall embrace the natural course of events. At last, he comprehended why Qianxia had once exhibited such unwavering firmness towards Qina and Huiyue, insisting they kneel and apologize. It was because Qianxia had truly perished, a victim of their avarice. He also grasped the reason behind his father's words at that time, which had caused Qianxia to appear as though she had lost her very soul. It was her sorrow. Yet she was unable to convey to anyone that Qianxia was indeed gone. All that others perceived was her thriving existence. Han Chuan gazed at Qianxia, hesitating momentarily. Xia, I shall go and give Huiyue a good beating. Qianxia, taken aback, soon adopted an expression of understanding. Han Chuan intended to avenge her, as well as the original owner's grievances. With a cunning smile, Qianxia replied, that does not seem impossible. Subsequently, the tribesmen would often observe Huiyue with a bruised visage. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Noticing Han Chuan's acceptance of his transmigration, Qianxia took the initiative to speak of the modern world. The world I inhabit boasts a civilization spanning 5,000 years, where the utensils and dishware are exquisitely crafted. Qianxia shared extensively, and Han Chuan listened with rapt attention. In truth, the earliest history of my world bore resemblance to the present, yet my world lacked supernatural abilities. Our ancestors had no fire and could not wield tools, subsisting solely on raw sustenance, which might echo your previous way of life. Qianxia recalled the knowledge she had acquired about primitive societies, which bore some resemblance to the beastly world. Indeed, it was quite similar. Before your arrival, everyone lived in such a manner. Now, with the wisdom you have imparted, the orcs in the tribe lead joyful lives. Thank you, Xia, Han Chuan said earnestly. At that moment, Qianxia felt a playful urge to tease him. She leaned closer to Han Chuan, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Are you not afraid of me? I am, after all, a soul traversing from another realm.
Han Chuan zirkelte her jest.
He swiftly lifted Qianxia into his embrace. I am merely surprised. How could I be afraid? Afraid of what? You cannot overpower me. Since she was but a soul, he felt no fear. After all, she could not defeat him.
Right?
Xia, come and see if this table meets your desires. A voice called from the cave entrance. Let us go and discover what brilliant ideas you have conjured. Han Chuan said with a smile, carrying Qianxia towards the cave's opening. Chapter 53. The peculiar hormone. When Qianxia beheld the table crafted by Xuanqi, she could not help but give him a thumbs up. Splendid. Truly remarkable. Xuanqi observed Qianxia's gesture. Though puzzled, he discerned from her expression that it was likely a compliment. With a gentle smile, he inquired, Is this your way of praising me? You are quite astute to recognize that. Indeed, it is a commendation of your exceptional skill, Qianxia replied joyfully. The table, fashioned from fresh timber, was merely a preliminary version. Its surface still somewhat coarse. It was roughly 2 meters in length, with a width estimated at around 80 to 90 centimeters, and its height was notably tall, reaching up to her chest. I was uncertain of your desired height for the table, so I refrained from shortening it. What height do you envision? Qianxia contemplated for a moment. With a table must come chairs, for only then could the table's height be aptly determined. Let us set the table aside for now, and focus on crafting the chairs first. Once we have the chairs, we can ascertain the appropriate height for the table. Xuanqi and Han Chuan exchanged glances, both beasts perplexed. Chairs? What are chairs? As Qianxia pondered the construction of chairs, she realized the endeavor seemed rather cumbersome. Although she had unwavering faith in the capabilities of her two companions, there was no need for excessive complexity. It was merely a matter of dining. A simple stool would suffice. Thus, Qianxia conveyed her thoughts to the two beasts, who immediately set about felling trees to create stools. Observing the waning daylight, Qianxia insisted on accompanying them. After all, the idea resided in her mind, and with her guidance, the pace would undoubtedly quicken, allowing them to complete their tasks before the sun fully descended. Thus, the trio hurried toward the water's edge. Upon their arrival, Han Chuan suddenly recalled the stone pot and utensils he had planned to make today. He had forgotten. After his bath, he had gone to assist with the meat preparation, completely neglecting this matter. It was all Xianqi's fault. Han Chuan and Xianqi selected a relatively large tree, and the two beasts commenced their work, while Qianxia offered her guidance from the side. Gazing at the water's surface, Qianxia felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness. As Xianqi and Han Chuan crafted a bench, Qianxia, who had been seated, abruptly stood up. Oh no, I forgot to make this spiky creature for Coral. She lamented. What did I forget? She exclaimed. It's all right. We can make it tomorrow. I reckon Coral has likely forgotten about it too. Otherwise, she would have mentioned it, wouldn't she? Xianqi reassured her. Qianxia's sudden rise startled him, as he feared something was amiss, only to discover it was due to this trivial oversight. With Qianxia's guidance, the bench was swiftly completed, and Han Chuan quickly employed a gust of wind to polish it. Soon enough, they had fashioned a total of 6 benches. Xianqi retrieved the table he had stored away, and Qianxia sat on one of the benches to measure the height against the table. She quickly determined the appropriate height for the table. Once the legs were cut to the suitable length, Han Chuan polished the table, and before long, the table was also ready. Han Chuan utilized the remaining wood to craft 2 sets of bowls, and then hastily selected a large river stone to prepare for making a stone pot. Xia, do you think this stone is suitable for a pot? He asked, his gaze filled with affection. This one will do, Xia replied, a faint smile gracing Han Chuan's lips as he prepared to begin. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed from beside him. Xianqi lamented that he had forgotten to make a stone pot today and had only just remembered. Observing his flustered demeanor, it was evident he had likely intended to create the pot earlier while bathing by the water's edge, only to have the thought slip his mind until now. Despite having already chosen the stone, he still sought Xia's opinion, displaying an admirable talent for feigning ignorance. Han Chuan was determined not to grant him that opportunity. It must be said, Xianqi was indeed perceptive. Han Chuan shot him a glare, attributing his oversight to Xianqi's insistence on competing with him. Otherwise, he would not have forgotten. Xia burst into laughter, recognizing the playful rivalry at play. Well, who hasn't had a moment of forgetfulness? Ha ha ha. Hurry up and start. Night is approaching, and I am feeling hungry again. She could hardly recall how many days she had been pregnant, but according to Xianqi, it was nearing 45 days now. Her appetite had noticeably increased. She had just eaten not long ago, and was already feeling hungry once more. Upon hearing Xia mention her hunger again, both beasts immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Han Chuan and Xianqi worked together to swiftly complete the stone pot. Xuanqi hurriedly gathered his belongings, transforming into his beast form, and swiftly wrapped his tail around Qianxia, lifting her onto his head as he hastened back. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Qianxia's hunger and the offspring's needs as well. He needed to prepare a meal expeditiously. Han Chuan was momentarily taken aback by Xuanqi's fluid and graceful movements. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Xuanqi had already whisked Qianxia a short distance away. Cursed serpent beast. With that thought, he immediately shifted into his beast form and sprinted after them. Wait for me. Upon returning home, Qianxia was astonished to see the floor and exclaimed, Didn't we come to work on the flooring? Xuanqi, perplexed, replied, Weren't we supposed to make stools? Han Chuan, trailing behind, quickly interjected, "No, Qianxia. The flooring is something I will attend to tomorrow," with Feng. "Oh." Qianxia found herself at a loss for words. Is pregnancy truly capable of diminishing one's memory to such an extent? In her previous life, while working, she had overheard her married colleagues discussing such matters, how pregnancy rendered emotions sensitive and memory remarkably poor. She had dismissed it as mere exaggeration. Some colleagues spoke of how they would weep at the sight of a crescent moon or wilted flowers, and how they would remind themselves to grab their keys before leaving, only to forget them entirely upon returning from shopping. One colleague's emotional struggles were even more pronounced. During her second pregnancy, she would gaze at a small fishbowl filled with goldfish at the desk opposite hers, and found herself weeping uncontrollably at the sight of those little creatures. Unable to contain her tears, her colleagues beside her assumed she was facing some distress, given her tearful lamentations, and hurriedly inquired about her plight. To their surprise, she revealed that she had been observing the little goldfish in the office for quite some time and found its resilience truly admirable. Among the women in the office, those who had given birth expressed understanding, while Qianxia, who had never been pregnant, found the situation utterly absurd. This led her to reminisce about the night she had cried out, questioning Xuanqi's genuine love for her. The influence of pregnancy hormones is indeed overwhelming. Regaining her composure, Qianxia, with a hint of helplessness and exasperation, remarked, "I'm expecting a baby. My memory has become so poor. When I returned and saw the floor, I was startled, thinking we were meant to refurbish it, only to find we had ended up with a table and chairs instead." Han Chuan approached, gently patting Qianxia's head. He reassured her that such occurrences were common among other pregnant females in the tribe and that there was no need for her to worry. She should simply focus on eating well and resting, as he and Xuanqi would handle all household matters. Qianxia felt a profound sense of happiness in that moment. Chapter 54. Terrifying pregnancy reactions after satisfying their hunger and thirst. Night had fully descended. Qianxia sat by the stove, watching Xuanqi and Han Chuan tidy up the cave, her eyelids growing heavy with drowsiness. Xuanqi, who had been organizing the meat in the freezer, glanced at Qianxia and noticed her head nodding slightly. It was somewhat endearing, yet alarming. He quickly set aside what he was doing and hurried over to scoop her up, making his way toward the small alcove. Qianxia responded in a daze. "Be good, sleep now," Xuanqi gently coaxed, placing her on the soft nest of grass. Within moments, Qianxia was fast asleep, observing her peaceful slumber. Xuanqi delicately placed his hand on her small abdomen. In truth, her belly had begun to swell, though her current slenderness made it less noticeable in a shed-skin skirt, yet, upon touch, it was evident. Tomorrow marked the 45th day of her pregnancy. Xuanqi withdrew his hand and stepped out of the small cave. Han Chuan had just finished washing and arranging the dishes when he turned to see Xuanqi emerging. "Is Xiaxia asleep?" he inquired. "Yes," Xuanqi confirmed. "Try to wake up a little earlier tomorrow." "Oh, never mind, I'll prepare breakfast for the morning. You can handle the later meals. It's almost all tidied up now. Go keep Xiaxia company while she sleeps." Xuanqi had intended to suggest that Han Chuan rise early to prepare food for Qianxia, but upon reflection, he realized Han Chuan likely wouldn't manage it well. Qianxia would undoubtedly be very hungry in the morning, and they couldn't afford to wait for him to prepare a meal slowly. Once Qianxia has satisfied her hunger and they prepare their own meals, he will teach her then. Hearing Xuanqi suggest that he accompanied Qianxia to sleep, Han Chuan was taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be him who stayed with Qianxia? Observing Han Chuan's prolonged silence, Xuanqi furrowed his brow. What was he pondering? "Aren't you going? What do you intend to do?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a bit surprised," Han Chuan replied, pouting slightly. Xuanqi rolled his eyes in response. Was this beast not quite bright? Today marked the first day he and Qianxia became partners. Naturally, he should be the one to ensure her rest. Could it be that he had taken his previous just seriously? Xuanqi concluded that must indeed be the case. Clearly, Han Chuan was not very astute. If Han Chuan were aware of Xuanqi's thoughts, he would surely confront him. He merely held great respect for this foremost beast husband. As the long night stretched on, everyone indulged in sweet dreams. Qianxia was awakened by hunger. She had been sleeping when an overwhelming sense of emptiness stirred within her, to the point of discomfort. "Xuanqi, Han Chuan." Qianxia mumbled sleepily, still feeling drowsy. Upon hearing her call, Xuanqi hurriedly entered the room. "Awake? Are you hungry?" Qianxia remained silent, merely reaching out for an embrace. Xuanqi promptly scooped her up and carried her outside. I'm so hungry, my stomach hurts a bit, she murmured softly in Xuanqi's arms. Her eyes still closed. She was indeed very tired, yet her hunger was undeniable. Upon hearing her lament about the pangs of hunger, Xuanqi felt a flutter of anxiety in his heart. He swiftly embraced her and settled down, channeling energy into her lower abdomen. Indeed, today marked the 45th day, and the symptoms had begun to manifest. Observing Qianxia drifting into a drowsy stupor in his arms, Xuanqi called out towards the cave entrance. Han Xuan, come in quickly. Han Xuan had risen early, despite Xuanqi's assertion the previous day that he would take charge of preparing breakfast, leaving the latter tasks to Han Xuan. However, he had awakened even earlier than Xuanqi. Lacking experience in caring for females and unfamiliar with Qianxia's habits, he felt compelled to learn from Xuanqi. Rising at dawn, he took the frozen meat from the icebox and placed it in water to thaw. By the time Xuanqi awoke, the meat was perfectly defrosted, earning Han Xuan a look of approval from him. This morning, Xuanqi prepared a meat broth, and Han Xuan diligently followed his lead. Once the broth was simmering, he ventured next door to seek out Yinfeng, as they were to work together on the flooring today. At this moment, Han Xuan and Yinfeng stood at the cave entrance, poised to cut the large stones they had brought back. Suddenly, they heard Xuanqi's urgent call, prompting Han Xuan to dash into the cave. You handle the food for Xiaxia. The cubs are reacting too strongly. I need to channel energy to Xiaxia. Xuanqi's expression was grave, taken aback by the intensity of the response. Qianxia was not merely tired, she was on the verge of losing consciousness. He had just begun to transmit energy to her lower abdomen when the cubs reacted with overwhelming vigor, voraciously consuming his energy. Xiaxia, do not sleep. Consume something, or you will not endure. Wake up. Do not succumb to slumber. As Xuanqi anxiously called out to Qianxia while gently swaying, Han Xuan hurriedly prepared the meat soup. Qianxia, roused from her slumber by Xuanqi's movements, opened her weary eyes to find Han Xuan poised to feed her the soup. Hand me the bowl, she heard Xuanqi say. Realizing it was the 45th day, an explanation for her overwhelming hunger, she felt a gnawing ache in her stomach. Taking the bowl of soup, she began to drink heartily. The warmth of the nourishing meat broth revitalized her. I'm still hungry, she declared. Han Xuan promptly filled another bowl to the brim and handed it to her, which she devoured in quick succession. In total, she consumed 3 generous bowls of the hearty soup. After the soup, Qianxia also ate a bowl of beast meat, but soon felt drowsy again, prompting Xuanqi to carry her back to sleep. Once Qianxia succumbed to slumber, Xuanqi checked on the condition of the offspring. Fortunately, it had stabilized. The weight on his heart finally lifted. Truly, the beast god had blessed them. It was fortuitous that Qianxia awakened on her own. Had she not, and the child within her continued to absorb energy voraciously, the consequences would have been dire. It was not merely sleep that had overtaken her in his arms. She had indeed felt faint. Xuanqi had anticipated that Qianxia would awaken hungry, yet he had not foreseen such an extent of her condition. Ultimately, it was his oversight. The legacy spoke of the fact that the offspring of the beast king serpent would sense their bloodline on the 30th day, enter a growth phase by the 45th day, and by the 60th day, reveal their gender. In the past, the serpent king would typically give birth to a single offspring, but now, Qianxia is expecting triplets, necessitating a 3-fold increase in energy. It was his carelessness, his mistake. As Xuanqi emerged from the small den, Han Xuan was anxiously waiting outside. How is Xiaxia? The situation is stable now. From this moment on, Xiaxia must not be left alone. If anything arises, wait for my return or yours. Coral can no longer assist in watching over her, as our racial traits dictate that we may need to supply Xiaxia with energy at any moment. Xuanqi recounted the situation to Han Xuan, who furrowed his brow. It turned out that the circumstances had been quite perilous. We must pay closer attention to Qianxia's condition during the night. As the time for delivery approaches, the demand for energy by the offspring will increase. We cannot allow a repeat of today's events. Today was my oversight. Xuanqi felt a deep sense of remorse. Han Xuan glanced at the sleeping Qianxia within the den and responded with a soft, affirming sound. Chapter 55. Coral deserves it. By the time Qianxia awoke, it was already around noon, and the cave was filled with the tantalizing aroma of cooked meat. The scent made her feel hungry once again. Qianxia sighed. Pregnancy was indeed a trial. Qianxia, have you rested well? Xuanqi turned to see her sitting up from her nest. Qianxia nodded, feeling the pangs of hunger. She was truly ravenous now, her appetite several times greater than it had ever been. Xuanqi smiled gently. There is still warm meat soup in the pot. Would you like some? Or perhaps some fried meat? I want it all, and I crave vegetables too. Vegetables? Qianxia suddenly snapped to attention, realizing she had blurted out her thoughts. No, I meant the meat soup and fried meat. Do we have any fruit at home? I would love some. Fortunately, her digestive system was holding up well. After so many days in this beastly realm, consuming copious amounts of meat, she was relieved that she hadn't experienced any constipation. As Xuanqi gently carried her to wash up, he spoke softly, I'll ask Han Xuan to gather some. I had to discard the spoiled ones we had at home. Xuanqi brought Qianxia to the cave entrance to wash with water, where Han Xuan and Yin Feng were diligently chiseling stone blocks. Han Xuan, pause for a moment. Qianxia is craving fruit. Please gather some of what we usually have at home. Upon hearing Xuanqi's words, Han Xuan lifted his gaze and noticed that Qianxia was awake. All right, I'll go gather some fruit. Qianxia, please wait a moment. With that, he transformed into his beast form and dashed away swiftly. Yin Feng gazed at Qianxia, then glanced at the cave of his home. Qianxia, are you feeling better? He inquired. Coral has been wanting to find you. Upon hearing that Coral was looking for her, Qianxia couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that Coral was either asleep or seeking her company, leaving her somewhat concerned that her beastly husbands might grow jealous. Ha ha ha. Coral is truly adorable. I feel refreshed now. Please call Coral, and I shall await her at home. After saying this, Xuanqi led Qianxia into the cave. While Yin Feng hastily set down the large stone slab he was holding and swiftly made his way home. Qianxia took a seat at the brand new dining table, and Xuanqi placed a bowl of meat soup before her. Start with the soup, I will go fry some meat. Just wait a moment, Xia. Xuanqi showered her with affection in abundance. As Qianxia savored her soup, the sound of Coral's voice echoed from the entrance of the cave. Qianxia, you've finally awakened. I've missed you for so long. In no time, Coral stood before Qianxia, her eyes sparkling as she observed the pristine dining table. Oh, what is this? Indeed, Qianxia was the most astute female. She always managed to create marvels that astonished the beasts. With a fond smile, Qianxia looked at Coral. This is called a dining table. Usually when we eat, we hold our food in our hands. You see, for instance, as I am enjoying this soup, when it is freshly cooked, it is quite hot, making it inconvenient to hold in our hands. Wouldn't you agree? Now that we have a table, we can place things directly upon it, alleviating our worries of burning our hands. During mealtime, everyone gathers to share a meal together, for there is a certain delight in dining in company. If earlier Coral's eyes sparkled with excitement, after hearing Qianxia's words, her gaze was filled with twinkling stars, shining brightly. Before Coral could utter a word, Qianxia spoke up, suggesting that Yin Feng should learn from Han Xuan. Qianxia's tone was somewhat mischievous, yet upon reflection, she suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Han Xuan. He seemed like a brick, moved wherever needed. Qianxia could not help but chuckle. This was inevitable. Both Yin Feng and Han Xuan possessed wind abilities, making them particularly suited for cutting and grinding tasks. Xuanqi's fire and ice abilities rendered ice blades more appropriate for cutting, thus during the earlier task of chopping trees to create a table and chairs. He was able to cut but ultimately left the finer polishing and refinement to Han Xuan. Before long, Han Xuan returned, cradling some fruit. Xia, which one would you like to eat? Should I put the rest in the freezer? To Han Xuan, the freezer seemed capable of holding anything. Qianxia smiled again, truly charmed by his adorableness. Upon hearing the word freezer, Coral, filled with curiosity, noticed a large block of ice leaning against the wall. How had she missed it upon entering? It was quite substantial. No need, just place the fruit on the table. If we put the fruit in the freezer, it will freeze solid, and thawing it later won't yield a pleasant taste. Not everything can go in the freezer. Thank you, my great lion, for picking the fruit for me. A heartfelt thank you escaped from my dear lion, causing Han Xuan's cheeks to flush crimson. He slightly bowed his head, attempting to conceal his embarrassment from Qianxia. In a fluster, Han Xuan placed the fruit upon the table, only for 2 pieces to tumble to the floor, exacerbating his disarray. Meanwhile, Xuanqi, who was frying meat nearby, observed the scene at the dining table and couldn't help but let out a soft snicker. It was evident that their time together had been too brief. He, too, had once been in such a state, yet now he had grown accustomed to it. Of course. His heart still raced. After all, what is life without a little excitement? Qianxia, with a cheerful demeanor, encouraged Shanhua to indulge in the fruit. Yet Shanhua remained unresponsive for quite some time. When Qianxia turned to glance at her, she found Shanhua lost in thought, fixated on the large freezer. "Oh," Qianxia said, waving her hand in front of Shanhua's eyes to bring her back to reality. "Don't worry, I will ask Xuanqi to visit your home later to prepare something for you." The freezer's effectiveness exceeded her expectations.
Ah?
"Thank you, Qianxia." Shanhua's heart soared with joy. At that moment, she was already devising ways to express her gratitude to Qianxia. After Yinfeng's return yesterday, he had presented a substantial piece of energy beast meat, claiming that Xuanqi had gifted them a giant bull from the misty forest. She was unsure of the meat's significance, but her beastly husbands were clearly enthralled. Only after Yinfeng's explanation did she grasp the true value of Xuanqi's generous gift.
Now.
With the addition of the dining table and freezer, Shanhua rushed to Qianxia and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "Whoa, Qianxia. You are far too kind to me. I can never repay you. It's simply impossible." Qianxia felt that today was a day filled with laughter, and indeed, Coral's words made her want to laugh once more. With a playful poke of her finger on Coral's forehead, she exclaimed, "What do you mean by oh? Who said anything about owing you? Really?" She was more than willing to treat her well. There was no need for Coral to feel indebted. After all, Coral truly deserved it. When Qianxia had nothing, it was only Coral who unreservedly extended kindness toward her. She vividly recalled how Coral had encouraged her to embrace the beast form of Kai's, even promising to bring her food at the time. That was their first encounter. At that moment, Xuanqi approached with a bowl of freshly cooked meat and placed it before Qianxia, saying, "Xia, you eat first. I will go make an icebox and return shortly." With that, he turned and exited the cave. Han Xuan had just returned with some fruit when she noticed Qianxia smiling brightly at her. "Thank you for your hard work, Han Xuan. About that floor. Let me tell you." Qianxia hurriedly began to explain the situation with the floor, seizing the moment to ensure she would not forget it later. Chapter 56. Truly impressed by you after dinner, Qianxia and Shanchao observed Han Xuan and Yinfeng as they crafted stone slabs at the cave entrance. Shancao's other beastmen had already cleared out the cave, eagerly awaiting the completion of the stone cutting by the two. On their side, Xuanqi had long since stored all their belongings in his spatial realm. Qianxia drew a square on a piece of stone with burnt charcoal, instructing Han Xuan to cut along the lines, thus producing a perfect square floor tile. The remaining stone pieces could be cut in a similar manner. Qianxia was quite pleased with the floor. "You truly are clever," Shanchao exclaimed, clearly Qianxia's most ardent admirer. Under Qianxia's guidance, Han Xuan and Yinfeng swiftly transformed all the stone blocks into polished tiles, ready for installation. The next step was to lay the floor. Han Xuan and Xuanqi followed Qianxia's instructions, meticulously aligning the tiles and compacting them one by one. Shancao's 5 beastmen observed eagerly, learning as they went. Before long, the floor was completed, and the entire cave appeared more spacious, brighter, and exceptionally clean. Aside from Qianxia, all the beasts were astonished by the outcome. The effect was simply remarkable. Excitedly, Shancao's 5 beastmen hurried back to begin laying their own floor tiles, prompting Qianxia to accompany Shanchao, while Han Xuan and Xuanqi remained behind to arrange their home. "Shanchao, I mentioned earlier about catching the spiky beasts, but I completely forgot until now. Once the floor is laid, we shall go after the spiky beasts," Qianxia said with a hint of regret. "Alas, I had forgotten as well. If you hadn't mentioned it, Qianxia, I would have completely overlooked the matter. Once we finish laying the flooring, we shall venture forth to capture the spiky beasts. It is somewhat amusing." True to his word, Xuanqi was correct. Coral had indeed forgotten. At that moment, Qianxia suddenly recalled her earlier intention to plant chili peppers.
She sighed.
How could she have forgotten? Coral's cave was somewhat larger, and by the time they finished laying the flooring, there was insufficient material left. In a rush, Yinfeng hurriedly went to fetch stones to cut and polish the floor. Once Coral completed her task, Qianxia felt hunger pangs once more. Coral, you continue your work. I will return for a bite to eat. Later, I shall have Han Xuan come to summon you for the spiky beasts." Coral nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Qianxia turned to leave, Xuanqi approached. "How is it? Are you hungry?" His greatest concern was whether Qianxia's stomach was empty. He had devised a plan to cook extra food each time. Once Qianxia was satisfied, he would store the remainder in his space, which had the ability to manipulate time, allowing it to remain unchanged. What was placed inside would emerge in the same state. At home, they could enjoy freshly cooked meals, and when they ventured out, sustenance would always be at hand when hunger struck. Yes, I am quite hungry. The pot contained a simmering meat broth, and the meat was perfectly fried. Xuanqi promptly carried Qianxia back home. While she dined, her thoughts wandered to where they might capture the spiky beasts. The tribe had ventured to the water's edge, where the source was a waterfall cascading from the heights of the mountains, a waterfall of considerable size. Regarding the water flow, it is rather unlikely that fish could thrive beneath it. The waterfall descends into a sizable circular pool, from which the water continues in a straight course. This section is frequently visited by the orc tribes, as the current is gentle and the water shallow, with a distance of merely 2 or 3 meters between the banks. The orc community conducts their daily activities here, including fetching water, bathing, and processing their catches. Previously, when I accompanied Coral downstream, it seemed there was a vast lake below. However, we did not venture further at that time. That location might indeed harbor fish and shrimp. After much contemplation, Qianxia resolved to head to the back mountain. During her last visit, she managed to catch fish there, and given the time that has elapsed, it is reasonable to assume that the fish population has increased. Besides fishing, she also wished to scout for suitable spots along the brook to plant some chili peppers and ginger. Fortunately, the flora in this realm tends to be quite robust. After setting aside some ginger, along with what her family had consumed recently, only a small portion remained, while the chili peppers were more abundant. The variety of chili peppers remains uncertain, but even a few suffice to impart a strong flavor. However, both she and Xuanqi, as well as Han Chuan, do not consume them frequently, hence the surplus. Han Chuan, please summon Coral. We shall proceed to the back mountain.
All right.
Soon, Coral arrived with Infeng and Kueze. When Qianxia and her companions reached the back mountain, she indeed spotted several plump fish leisurely swimming in the brook. Quickly, there are 4 or 5 spiny beasts, just perfect. That will suffice for our meal. Almost the moment Qianxia's voice fell, Xuanqi and Han Chuan simultaneously unleashed their extraordinary abilities. Xuanqi conjured 5 ice needles to shoot forth, while Han Chuan summoned a bolt of lightning to strike down. Qianxia cast a speechless glance at Han Chuan. With such a lightning strike, surely the fish would be cooked. Xuanqi smacked Han Chuan on the back of his head. Are you out of your mind? Are you seriously using lightning to attack the spiky beasts? Han Chuan intended to retort, but upon lifting his gaze, he was met with Qianxia's expression. Is it not permissible to use lightning on spiky beasts? The primary issue was that the spiky beasts were submerged in water, rendering his wind ability somewhat impractical. Hence, he opted for the lightning ability.
I.
Han Chuan found himself at a loss for words. It's all right, it's my fault for not explaining clearly, Qianxia reassured him. She had forgotten that Han Chuan possessed lightning skills. Meanwhile, Coral, Silverwind, and Q-Eyes kept their heads bowed, their bodies trembling with suppressed laughter.
Who could understand?
The 3 of them were struggling to contain their mirth. Muminjwate. The water surface calmed, and sure enough, 5 fish floated to the top. Concurrently, Han Chuan garnered a wave of attention. Han Chuan, bring the fish. No, I mean bring the spiky beasts up for us to see, Qianxia instructed, estimating that the fish seemed quite acceptable. Before long, Han Chuan had retrieved all the fish. Among the 5, only one bore signs of being slightly charred from the lightning, while the other 4 appeared entirely unblemished. Qianxia speculated that perhaps the lightning had struck that particular fish, and the resultant power had stunned the others to death. Indeed, it seemed plausible. All things considered, there was still something to eat. Qianxia turned to Han Chuan with a smile. Look, the other 4 are still edible. We have succeeded. Han Chuan let out a relieved sigh, thankful that they had not botched the task. Observe, this creature, known as the spiky beast, possesses what we call fish scales. We do not consume these scales when eating the spiky beast, so they must be scraped off. After speaking, Qianxia felt a wave of melancholy. She realized she had misplaced the small stone shard she had previously fashioned for the purpose of killing fish. Chapter 57. The first family gathering, Qianxia fashioned a small stone knife anew, while Han Chuan, having learned, sought a larger stone to create a substantial blade. With both a small knife and a chef's knife at hand, Qianxia commenced her instruction. First, we must scrape off the scales of this fish, then gut it and remove the entrails. Don't forget to discard the gills. Once these steps are completed, the spiky creature is ready. Do you all understand? Several beasts nodded obediently. Excellent. We have 3 fish remaining. Ahem, spiky creatures. Infeng and Qis. Why don't you give it a try? Qianxia handed the small stone knife to Infeng. Following Qianxia's guidance, Infeng adeptly processed one fish to perfection, and Qis mirrored his success beautifully. What shall we do with the last fish? Qianxia inquired, glancing at Xuanqi and Hanchuan. Would either of you like to give it a go? Without hesitation, Xuanqi pointed directly at Hanchuan. Being a newcomer, he was eager to learn and practice, having already grasped the technique. I'll give it a try. Hanchuan opted to utilize his own large stone knife to tackle the spiky creature. With one decisive stroke, he effectively scraped away the majority of the scales. Hanchuan gazed at the large stone knife in astonishment. This is truly convenient. He reflected on the times when his abilities proved less useful, like now, when he couldn't rely on them to process the spiky creature. However, with this stone knife, handling everyday food became remarkably easier. Following Qianxia's instructions, Hanchuan successfully processed the spiky creature with finesse. Everyone has been performing quite well, haha. Qianxia offered a small compliment. Next, it was time to find a suitable location for planting peppers and ginger. After walking a short distance back and forth, Qianxia ultimately decided on a spot at the foot of the mountain near a water source. After Hanchuan had drilled a small pit in the ground with the wind, Qianxia placed the entire pepper plant into the hole and covered it with soil. Shanshu used leaves to fetch water and irrigate the roots. Qianxia decided to plant the ginger a short distance away from the peppers. After digging another hole, she buried the cut pieces of ginger within it, while Shanshu continued to water it. Though she had never planted ginger before, she recalled that when she had leftover ginger at home, it would naturally sprout. So she believed that burying it in the soil would yield similar results. While they were busy with planting, several males were instructed by Qianxia to gather some large branches to encircle the small area. After all, she was uncertain if there were any small animals around that might cause destruction. Once everything was in order, they made their way back home. Upon returning, Qianxia first had a bowl of fried meat to satisfy her hunger. Shanshu's family had come to visit Qianxia's cave. Today marked the first gathering of the two families. With more people present, space became limited, so Qianxia instructed Hanchuan to take Infeng to make tables and chairs while the others assisted. In the serene ambience, Lu Feng busily cleaned 2 pots while Zhu Yi deftly smashed the fuzzy balls to extract the chestnuts, ensuring to make incisions in the chestnuts. It seemed that 2 pots were insufficient. Shan Hu, could you bring over your pot? Qian Xia suggested, orchestrating the tasks as everyone began to immerse themselves in their duties. Observing the industriousness of her companions, Qian Xia felt a profound sense of fulfillment and joy. Perhaps this was what one might call a simple, yet blissful life. She first guided Xian Qi to boil the chestnuts, and once they were cooked, they were rinsed to retrieve the chestnut flesh. It was then time to prepare the chestnut meat soup. Just as the soup simmered to perfection, Han Chuan and Yin Feng returned. With a flourish, Yin Feng summoned a rustic wooden dining table accompanied by 6 chairs, seamlessly merging 2 tables to create a suitable dining arrangement. Upon their arrival, Qian Xia commenced her lesson. All right, everyone is here. Let us begin the preparation of the spiky creature. With a warm smile, she took her place in front of the 2 stone pots, and the group eagerly gathered around her. First, we heat the pots, then we scoop a ladle of fat into the pots to melt. At this point, we can introduce the spiky creatures. Do remember to dry them thoroughly, as any moisture will cause the oil to splatter violently, potentially leading to burns. In each pot, Qian Xia placed a sizable fatty fish, and the moment it hit the hot surface, a delightful sizzle filled the air. After a brief interval of frying, it was time to flip the fish to continue cooking until both sides turned a golden brown, much like they appeared now. At this juncture, she added a slice of ginger followed by boiling water, and then patiently awaited the simmering transformation. In another stone pot, Qianxia began to heat oil after boiling water. Qianxia, what are you doing? Coral inquired with curiosity. As Qianxia scooped lard into the stone pot, she looked up at Coral and said, I'm preparing a soup with these 2 spiky beasts for everyone, while the other 2 will be fried for our enjoyment.
Wow!
Exclaimed the other creatures in unison, filled with anticipation. At that moment, the aroma of the fish soup permeated the entire cave. It smells so good. Is this truly the scent of the spiky beasts? I can hardly imagine how delicious it will be. Coward, I can imagine. Qianxia chuckled heartily. For frying the fish, once the oil is heated. She would add the sliced ginger and saute it briefly to eliminate any fishy odor before introducing the spiky beasts. The sizzling sound filled the air. The frying pan belonged to Coral's family. With their larger household, they possessed a bigger stone pot, ample enough to accommodate 2 fish. As usual, she fried them until both sides turned golden brown. Now, at this moment, let us push the spiky beast to the side and add a bit. Oh, can you all handle spicy peppers? Just as Qianxia was about to add the peppers, she suddenly recalled this detail. Yes, we can handle it, came the affirmative response, allowing Qianxia to confidently toss the peppers into the pot for a quick stir. Alas, she realized she had forgotten to add salt earlier. A gentle stir-fry of the chili peppers at this moment will suffice. Then, gently return the prickly beast to the pan, remembering to turn it over, allowing both sides to absorb the flavors. At this point, a sprinkle of salt is in order, as I turn it over to season with salt once more. By the time the fish is ready to be served, the broth will have reached perfection. Wow, this broth is so white, resembling creamy milk. Coral gazes at it with wide-eyed wonder. At this juncture, the broth is complete, and I simply add a touch of salt for seasoning before taking it off the heat. Qianxia intended to ladle the soup, but was promptly stopped by Xuanqi. He effortlessly lifted Qianxia and carried her to the dining table, placing her upon the chair. The subsequent tasks are best left to us males. Your lessons have concluded, dear Qianxia. Qianxia smiled sweetly, responding with a simple, all right. Next comes the ladling of the soup and the arranging of the bowls. Chapter 58. Waiting for recognition before everyone commenced their meal. Qianxia took a moment to caution them. She urged her companions to be vigilant while consuming the spiky beast, advising that if they encountered any spines, they should promptly expel them, as the spines were notably large and easily detectable. Her companions nodded in acknowledgement before they began in earnest. In a harmonious gesture, the first action taken by all was to ladle out bowls of fish soup. Oh, how delightful! This flavor, how should I describe it? Qianxia remarked. To which she added, it is both fresh and fragrant. Indeed, the aroma was exquisite. Who would have thought that the spiky beast could be so delectable? Let me try this meat, she mused. At that moment, Coral extracted a piece of fish from the broth, chewing it cautiously, relieved to find no spines present.
Qianxia,
this spiky beast is truly delicious. The meat is so tender and soft, Coral exclaimed excitedly, then proceeded to select a piece of pan-fried fish. The exterior was crisp, while the interior remained succulent, enhanced by a simple touch of chili seasoning, making it utterly delightful. Coral turned to Qianxia with a wistful expression. If only you were male.
Qianxia.
As soon as the words left her lips, both Xuanqi and Han Xuan directed their gazes towards Coral, mirrored by the looks from her beast husbands. A peculiar tension enveloped the atmosphere for several moments. Is it because you believe I can cook? Your beast husbands have also learned to prepare meals for you, haven't they? If I were male, I would never have encountered my partner, and I certainly cannot part with that, Qianxia jested, lightening the oddly charged ambience. I was merely speaking casually. How could Qianxia possibly transform into a male? Oh, what peculiar looks you two are giving me, truly. Shimmering Coral pursed her lips. Having observed the expressions of Han Xuan and Xuanqi, was my offhand remark not clear? How could Qianxia ever become male? Amidst various exclamations and praises, the inaugural family gathering concluded splendidly. After the meal, Qianxia felt drowsy, and Han Xuan carried her off to bed, while Coral was cradled home by Yin Feng, leaving the others to tidy up the remnants of the feast. Remember to return your table, Xuanqi reminded them. By the time Qianxia awoke, it was already evening, and Xuanqi held her in his embrace. Awake now? Are you feeling hungry? He sensed her wakefulness immediately. I want to eat. Xuanqi rose first, then gently carried Qianxia outside. At that moment, Han Xuan was frying meat. Upon seeing Qianxia in Xuanqi's arms, he offered a faint smile. Has Xiaxia woken up? I've cooked some meat. Do try and see how it turned out. Qianxia smiled back slightly, sure. As soon as she sat down, Han Xuan placed a bowl of perfectly fried beef before her, and she promptly picked up a piece to savor. This is delightful, just the right amount of tenderness I adore. Thank you, Han Xuan, it's delicious. Qianxia beamed at Han Xuan. The praise filled Han Xuan with bliss and contentment, while Xuanqi shot a covert, disdainful glance his way. One wonders who it was that managed to waste 3 heads of mooing cattle in a single afternoon. He initially discarded only 2. Han Xuan, come here for a moment. I have something to inquire about, Qianxia said, glancing at Han Xuan while eating. Han Chuan was somewhat taken aback. Qian Xia had business with him? Taking a seat opposite Qian Xia, he asked with a serious expression, "What would you like to know, Xia Xia?" "I wish to ask which tribe lies closest to ours." Qian Xia pondered, considering that since the original owner had been discovered near the Lion King's tribe, it was conceivable that her mother and siblings might also be in the vicinity. "The nearest to our tribe is the Black Wolf tribe. The Giant Elephant tribe and the Fox clan are located across the water from where we are headed," Han Chuan replied, puzzled by Qian Xia's sudden inquiry. Qian Xia lifted her gaze to the side where Xian Qi stood. Upon catching her glance, he took a seat beside Han Chuan. "It is this." Qian Xia recounted the dream in which she had seen the original owner. "Xia Xia, was that the dream you had on the day you slept the entire day?" Xian Qi recalled that day vividly. Qian Xia nodded. "To be honest, I always felt she came to meet me for a purpose. She was truly a remarkable female. She never complained about her misfortunes in life, nor mentioned anything about her tribe. She simply wished for me to assist her in finding her family, and that was all. I will investigate this matter. I will also inquire about the Giant Elephant and Fox clan," Han Chuan said, his expression grave. Since it was her request, he was determined to see it through. At this moment, a desire to engage in a friendly contest with Hu surged within Han Chuan, who spoke through gritted teeth. "Count me in," murmured Xian Qi from the side, catching Han Chuan by surprise. A silent understanding passed between the two as they exchanged glances, solidifying an unspoken agreement. "Oh dear. How could I have forgotten to inquire thoroughly? Let me think. She mentioned siblings, so can I interpret that as she has an older brother, an older sister, a younger sister, and a younger brother? It seems reasonable to understand it that way." After saying this, Qian Xia fell into a state of worry again. Knowing this now appeared to hold little significance. Aside from her biological father, the original owner had 4 additional fathers, the identities of whom remained a mystery, as did the natures of her siblings. When Qian Xia had not pondered deeply, her mind was filled with thoughts of rabbit beastmen, only to realize the gravity of her oversight now. "Oh no. I was so preoccupied with asking her about this world that I failed to clarify these matters. Besides her biological father, she has 4 other fathers, yet she did not disclose what kind of beastmen they are, nor did she mention the nature of her siblings. I should have asked. It's my fault. What am I to do now?" At this moment, Qian Xia felt an inexplicable urgency rise within her, and the anxiety made her want to cry. "Xia Xia, there's no need to rush. Everything will be fine. I can manage this. If there are any outsiders among the beast men, it won't be too difficult to investigate. Our tribe has several males from other tribes, so I can inquire with them later. Please remain calm," Han Chuan reassured her. Indeed, Han Chuan was correct. There was no need for Xia Xia to be overly concerned. Determining whether a tribe had new beastmen was quite straightforward. As the chieftain's son, Han Chuan would surely uncover the answers with ease. His and Xian Qi's gentle words helped to soothe Qian Xia's anxiety. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Xia suggested, "I would like to accompany you. This would facilitate the search. Once they see me, my mother and siblings will surely recognize me." Exchanging glances, Xian Qi and Han Chuan spoke in unison. "I believe it might be best for you to wait a while longer, until you have gained some weight." "Indeed," Han Chuan added, "you are currently quite thin, and there may be noticeable differences in your appearance. What if they fail to recognize you?" Qian Xia fell silent, pondering their words. There was merit in their reasoning. She was no longer the original owner of this body. Many of the original owner's habits and traits had faded away, leaving her with little to relate to. Furthermore, the images of her father and mother had become elusive in her mind. It seemed she could only await their recognition of her. Chapter 59. Finally gaining weight. After a casual chat, it was time for slumber once more. Tonight, Xuanqi accompanied Qianxia at her rest. As Xuanqi embraced Qianxia and lay down, she suddenly sat up with such force that it startled him, causing his heart to flutter. He quickly sat up as well. No, I cannot meet them. I have forgotten what they look like. Even if they stood right before me, I would fail to recognize them, and that would lead to complications." The sudden realization struck Qianxia, sending a shiver down her spine. She could hardly fathom how to navigate such a scenario if it were to occur. After a moment of contemplation, Xuanqi devised a solution. "Xia, hear us the plan. One moment, Han Chuan, please come in." He decided to summon another family member before delving into the matter at hand. Upon entering, Han Chuan wore a perplexed expression. "Aren't we supposed to be sleeping? Why summon me? Could it be? Are 3 beasts sharing a bed?" Xuanqi first conveyed Qianxia's concerns to Han Chuan, then proceeded to share his thoughts. Here is my idea. Han Chuan, you mentioned that other tribes have sent their orcs to our tribe. Would you be so kind as to ask them to return to their tribe and inquire if there are any foreign orcs? Or perhaps orcs like Xia who were brought back. If there are, please ascertain what kind of orcs they are and where they come from. Make sure to provide them with a plausible excuse for dealing with our kin. In return for their assistance in gathering this information, we shall offer them a portion of prime beef. Xia, you may rest assured and focus on gaining weight for now. When the time comes, we shall send word to those tribes, stating that within the Lion King tribe, there is a female named Qianxia searching for her family. If they are indeed your kin, I am certain news will reach us, or they may even come directly to the tribe in search of you. As Qianqi finished speaking, he noticed the two before him staring at him in a daze. Confused, he inquired, "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?" To his surprise, both of them silently gave him a thumbs up. At that moment, Qianxia felt that Qianqi was truly extraordinarily handsome. Who could understand? Her husband was not only handsome but also intelligent, with a remarkable physique and impressive combat skills. Han Chuan remarked, "I am truly in awe, simply in awe." Qianqi chuckled lightly, "You too. I am utterly defeated by you." A warmth inexplicably filled his heart. Han Chuan smiled and then turned to Qianxia, saying, "Now you can rest easy, Xia. During this time, just focus on eating and drinking well, putting on some weight. I will send messages to the other tribes. Now, get some sleep." Qianxia sweetly smiled at Han Chuan and replied, "All right, you should sleep early too." Unable to resist, Han Chuan reached out to touzle Qianxia's hair before turning and exiting the small cave. "All right, let us rest," he said. "Yes, it's time for bed." For the next half-month, Qianxia spent her days either eating or sleeping, without stepping outside even once. As the duration of her pregnancy extended, the energy absorbed by the little ones became increasingly immense. Now, she indulged in 8 or 9 meals a day, and shortly after finishing, the urge to sleep would envelop her. Upon awakening, the cycle resumed with another meal. This was all occurring despite Xuanqi and Han Chuan regularly infusing her with substantial energy. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, she refrained from venturing outside. The sole source of comfort for Qianxia was the noticeable gain in her physique. Her abdomen had distinctly rounded, and it was evident that her limbs had also filled out. Over the past few days, Xuanqi and Han Chuan had been casting curious glances her way. When she inquired about it, they merely dismissed her concerns. In contrast, when Coral visited her, she expressed amazement, showering her with compliments about her beauty, which brought immense joy to Qianxia. She yearned to gaze into a mirror and behold her current appearance. "Xuanqi, let us venture to the water's edge today. It has been ages since I last stepped outside, and I long to enjoy the scenery," Qianxia said, her tone playfully coaxing. "Very well, we shall go once Han Chuan returns," replied Xuanqi. Eagerly, Qianxia added, "Please summon Coral to join us for the outing." "I shall inform them immediately," Xuanqi said, turning to make his way to Coral's home. Before long, Coral arrived, bouncing with enthusiasm, followed closely by Xuanqi and her entourage of beastly companions. "Qianxia, you look even more radiant today," Coral exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. She had not anticipated that Qianxia's newfound curves would enhance her beauty so dramatically. With rosy lips, pearly teeth, and large, captivating eyes, complemented by a petite and elegant nose, Qianxia appeared exquisitely refined. Although there are no specific requirements regarding skin color in the beastly realm, the majority of the female inhabitants possess a slightly yellowish hue, likely due to their fondness for basking in the sun. Qianxia, however, is not particularly fond of sunlight. She shields herself with large leaves when venturing out on sunny days, resulting in her notably fair complexion, which stands out among the other beast men. Perhaps influenced by Qianxia, her family also shuns the sun, and she eventually ceased her sunbathing endeavors, primarily out of a desire for a lighter skin tone. This is a testament to the self-cultivation of beauty within the beastly world. "Haha, you always know how to make me laugh." Qianxia beamed with joy. "I am not jesting. I speak the truth, Yinfeng. Do you not agree?" The named Yinfeng nodded sincerely. To be honest, after Qianxia gained some weight, she transformed into an entirely different beauty, captivating all who laid eyes upon her. Those who had initially overlooked the opportunity to court Qianxia must be lamenting their choices. "By the way, do we have any plans for today?" At that moment, Han Chuan returned from Lion Mountain, only to find a gathering of people at his home. In such situations, something must be amiss. Qianxiao expressed a desire to visit the water's edge to admire the scenery, and we are waiting for your return to set off. Xuanqi mentioned as he tidied up the fruits on the table. Han Xuan promptly shifted into his beast form at the cave entrance, declaring, "Then let us depart." Thus, Han Xuan led the way, with Qianxiao perched atop Xuanqi, Coral seated on Yinfeng's back, followed by several other beast husbands trailing behind. The group set forth in a grand procession toward the entrance of the tribe. "Is that Qianxia?" Someone exclaimed. "It must be, right? Wow, how has she become so beautiful?" Upon hearing these remarks, Coral turned to Qianxia with a proud expression and said, "See, I speak the truth. You truly are stunning." All right, I understand, and it makes me happy," Qianxia replied with a smile. Although she felt she and T gained much weight, it seemed that her beauty had indeed returned. Once they reached the water's edge, Qianxia gazed at the natural scenery, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. She turned to everyone and smiled gently. "Everyone, let us have a picnic." The group was momentarily puzzled by the concept of a picnic, but after Qianxia offered a brief explanation, they enthusiastically agreed. Consequently, a group of young men busied themselves, some laying down animal skins while others prepared food, and they even found a large river stone to fashion into a cooking pot. The atmosphere was filled with joy and beauty. Chapter 60. The little yellow flower of the story. Qianxia approached the water's edge, where the gently flowing surface resembled a mirror, reflecting her exquisite beauty. Her long, straight black hair cascaded down either side, framing a pair of almond-shaped eyes that appeared both endearing and lovely, their clarity and brilliance captivating. Beneath her delicately sculpted nose rested a pair of rosy, tender lips akin to cherries. Her fair complexion, contrasted by her raven locks, rendered her visage even more enchanting. Indeed, she was a stunning beauty, embodying the essence of innocence with her crimson lips and pearly teeth. Truth be told, her face bore a striking resemblance to that of her previous life, yet it seemed even more alluring now. A touch more flesh would likely enhance her beauty further. Qianxia mused as she gazed at her reflection in the water. Suddenly, a pair of hands encircled her waist from behind, accompanied by a low, sultry voice that whispered in her ear, "Be careful not to fall into the water." Qianxia turned to face Xuanqi, offering a sweet smile. "I am quite cautious, you know." Xuanqi affectionately brushed her nose with his finger, saying, "The animal skin is laid out. Let us return and sit." At that moment, Shankoral was already seated on the animal skin carpet, excitedly calling out to the approaching Qianxia, "Hurry, Qianxia. This feels amazing. I absolutely adore picnics." The sensation of sitting by the water's edge, savoring delicious food while admiring the scenery, was simply unparalleled. Once seated, Qianxia took in the view before her. Sunlight danced upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle that was dreamlike and ethereal, while dappled light and shadow filtered through the branches nearby. Qianxia's thoughts suddenly drifted far away. The little yellow flower of the story has been floating since the year of its birth. The swings of childhood swaying in memory all the way to the present. On that windy day, I attempted to hold your hand, but alas, the rain gradually fell, obscuring your presence from my sight. How swiftly time passes. She has been in this world for quite a while now. Qianxia began to hum softly. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you dearly, but alas, the wind gradually blew the distance far away. She felt a profound separation from her past self. "Qianxia, are you singing? It sounds wonderful." Coral's voice interrupted her drifting thoughts. Coral gazed at Qianxia in astonishment. "Qianxia can still sing. How delightful. Did you compose this yourself? The melody is so lovely. May I learn it?" Coral's eager eyes sparkled with anticipation. Every time Coral displayed such enthusiasm, Qianxia couldn't help but smile. For although Coral bore the visage of a mature woman, her personality and daily antics resembled the whimsical nature of a character from a novel. Qianxia often felt that their personalities were more fittingly swapped given their appearances. Thus, Coral's exuberance always evoked a striking contrast. Yes, I composed it. The weather was so beautiful that I felt compelled to sing. This song is called Sunny Day. Come, let me teach you to sing it." Qianxia said somewhat sheepishly. "I apologize, Teacher J. Cho. In this world, let it be my creation. The little yellow flower of the story. Since the year of its birth, it has been drifting. The childhood swing." What is a swing? Well, I shall ask Xuanqi Han Xuan to create one for you another day, and you will understand what a swing truly is. The companions are preparing delectable food, while the two of them are joyfully relishing this wonderful moment. Perhaps the essence of life sometimes resides in these splendid instants. Just as Qianxia was teaching Shanhua to sing, Han Chuan and Yinfeng suddenly approached, each grasping a creature as robust as an arm. Before they could utter a word, Qianxia had already spotted it. No, a large lobster? This. I cannot determine whether to call it a small or a large lobster. Its size is simply too grand. Xia, do you recognize this creature? Han Chuan inquired with a hint of surprise. He and Yinfeng initially intended to explore the downstream lake in search of some prickly beasts but found none at first. Consequently, they decided to drop a piece of meat into the water to see if it would attract any. To their astonishment, it drew in such a creature instead. Yinfeng had intended to discard it, but he stopped him, pondering that Qianxia, coming from another world, might possess greater knowledge. Who knows what she might know? Thus, he brought it back, and to his surprise, Qianxia indeed recognized what it was. Qianxia gazed at the enormous lobster with great excitement. Such large crayfish must be a delight to consume. Steamed or boiled, it should be delectable, right? At this moment, Qianxia was already contemplating the culinary possibilities of this crayfish. Xia, is this edible? If not, I shall discard it, Han Chuan inquired curiously, his grip still firmly clutching the meaty crayfish. Yes. It is indeed edible. This is called crayfish, and it is quite delicious. Qianxia hurriedly responded. This is a treasure. It is said that crayfish thrive in murky waters, but the environment in the beast realm is pristine. There is no water pollution here. The nearby water source relies on this waterfall, and the beast men would protect the water. Never harm it. Crayfish living in such clean waters must be both healthy and delectable. Really? Come on, Han Chuan, let us search for more. I will find crayfish for you to enjoy. Shan, Coral nodded eagerly. Without waiting for Han Chuan's response, Yinfeng seized Han Chuan and dashed off. Ever since Qianxia prepared the spiked beef soup, he had been utterly impressed by her culinary skills. Deliciousness is irresistible. With a new dish on the horizon, it was an opportunity not to be missed. Wait, I haven't had the chance to converse more with Xia. Han Chuan's words trailed off as Yinfeng, using his wind abilities, sped away, rendering Qianxia invisible and inaudible. Qianxia found it amusing. When had Yinfeng become so impetuous? She recalled him being quite composed in the past. Qianxia, is this crayfish truly delicious? Coral inquired with curiosity. Delicious, once they return with the catch. We shall prepare it immediately for you to savor. You'll surely delight in it. Qianxia smiled gently. Little did I expect that the beast realm would have crayfish. It is truly a pity that we lack soy sauce or dark soy, so we must resort to boiling it in water instead. At that moment, Xuanqi and Coral's other partner, Lifeng, approached with a plate of freshly cooked meat. They placed the meat before their respective partners. Thank you, my dear husband. Thank you, Lifeng. Husband, Coral said. Why do I feel a bit shy? Upon seeing Coral's slightly flushed face, Qianxia could not help but feel charmed. Similarly, Lifeng, upon hearing Coral address him as husband, felt a rosy hue spread across his cheeks. Shan, you should eat first. The sweet potatoes will be ready shortly. I will go. Check. Lifeng said hurriedly, turning to leave. Qianxia and Xuanqi exchanged knowing glances, followed by a soft laugh. Chapter 61. The Eight-Tailed Red Gold Fox. To recount the incident of Coral suddenly calling her partner hubby, we must delve into the day she decided to inspect the cultivation conditions of the back mountain. At that time, she playfully teased Xuanqi, affectionately referring to him as Big Husband, which caught Coral's attention. Curious about its meaning, she inquired, and thus received an explanation. Spending ample time with Qianxia has subtly influenced Coral, as she has adopted certain behaviors, such as expressing gratitude to her partner. For instance, whenever Xuanqi or Han Chuan hands something to Qianxia, she graciously thanks them. Subsequently, Coral began to extend the same courtesy to her own partner. Regarding the discovery of sweet potatoes, it emerged as a significant revelation during Qianxia's visit to inspect the ginger and chili plants. To her surprise, a small patch of sweet potato vines was located just across the stream, territory Qianxia had never ventured into before. The initial catalyst for this discovery was Coral's admiration for the beautifully blooming flowers on the opposite bank, which prompted her to cross over and gather some. Calling Qianxia to join her, once Qianxia arrived, she noticed the familiar sweet potato leaves, but could not immediately recall their identity. It was only midway through collecting flowers that the realization struck her, filling her with exhilaration. With this, they now had a staple food source and vegetables as well. Subsequently, Qianxia enclosed the sweet potato patch, intending to consume part of it while exploring the possibility of further cultivation. The back mountain has now transformed into her personal farming haven. Meanwhile, Xuanqi continued his efforts to procure more sustenance for Qianxia, as the current supply was hardly sufficient. Qianxia, I shall step away for a moment. Do enjoy your meal in my absence. With that, Shanhua swiftly darted into the nearby thicket. Qianxia, observing the direction in which Shanhua vanished, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, the moments spent with Shanhua were always filled with joy. Gazing at the shimmering surface of the water, Qianxia rose and approached the water's edge. Supporting her pregnant belly, she gently lowered herself to sit and dipped her feet into the cool water. Ah, how delightful it feels, she mused with a sigh of contentment. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the forest, Fuyu had just slain a beast, and its blood had splattered all over him. Priding himself on cleanliness, he could hardly tolerate such a mess. Thus, he was now dragging his catch toward the water's edge. Damn it! My freshly crafted leather skirt is destined for ruin once more. He was meticulous in handling his prey, yet today's beast proved particularly obstinate, prompting him to swiftly sever its throat. Though he seldom ventured upstream, today's pursuit had led him to this area. As Fuyu trudged out of the forest, disdainfully eyeing the bloodstains on his attire, he looked up to behold a striking figure before him. At the same moment, the beautiful silhouette on the opposite bank also lifted her gaze towards him. Qianxia, initially focused on the reflection of her feet in the flowing water, was taken aback upon noticing the tall figure approaching with the slain beast. The banks were not far apart, and she could clearly discern the features of the figure. This beast man is remarkably handsome. Such beautiful eyes, Qianxia marveled silently to herself. The orc before her appeared to be of a height comparable to Xuanqi, with cascading, waist-length crimson locks that were subtly wavy. His chiseled features and exquisitely defined facial structure were complemented by a broad shoulder and narrow waist, accentuated by prominent muscular arms and a perfectly sculpted 8-pack abdomen. Gazing upon this extraordinarily handsome orc, Qianxia was reminded of a high-end BJD doll she had purchased in her previous life, now seemingly brought to life. His mesmerizing eyes evoked memories of the glass beads she played with as a child, with golden irises adorned by a delicate ring of crimson, encircling a dark pupil. Is he beautiful? She pondered, and a gentle smile graced Fuyu's lips as he set aside his quarry. Submerging himself in the water to cleanse the remnants of blood from his body, he needed to wash quickly. Otherwise, the blood would dry upon his skin. Indeed, he is beautiful, Qianxia replied with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing her response, the smile on Fuyu's face deepened. This little female before him was undeniably lovely, albeit somewhat naive, with an exceptionally fair complexion that was a rarity. It was the first time he had encountered a female with such alabaster skin. Although he generally despised being stared at, he found himself unperturbed by her gaze. Unlike the other females who gazed at him with obsession, her eyes seemed to appreciate something beautiful. Something beautiful? Was it him? Fuyu's smile widened further as he took a few steps closer to her. Little female, which tribe do you belong to? Suddenly, he was enveloped by a fleeting sense of murderous intent and an overwhelming pressure emanating from a high-ranking beast man. He swiftly turned his head to the side and beheld a dark-haired beast man clad in a black serpent-skin skirt approaching him with deliberate grace. A jolt of alarm surged through Fuyu. When had a beast man of the 7th rank or higher emerged in the forest? He had only recently attained the 7th rank himself. And prior to this, he had heard whispers of Han Xuan from the Lion King tribe advancing to that level. Yet, the pressure he felt was undeniably beyond the 7th rank. Xuanqi had just finished preparing the meat soup when he turned to see a male beast man advancing towards Qianxia. Instantly, his expression darkened, and he unleashed his aura of intimidation. Initially intending to freeze the water surface, he noticed Qianxia's feet were submerged in it, prompting him to opt for a release of pressure instead. Sensing this unusual presence, the other beastmen from Coral also rose to investigate the situation. What has transpired? Quers inquired, only to catch sight of the imposing figure standing in the water. He was about to speak when Lifeng interjected, Fuyu, what brings you here? Lifeng's unexpected recognition drew everyone's gaze towards him, leaving him somewhat flustered. Do you know him? Xuanqi asked coldly. Yes, he is a beast man from our fox tribe, the one known as the 8-tailed golden fox, Lifeng explained. At this moment, Aside from Qianxia and Xuanqi, the others were taken aback in surprise. So this is the legendary eight-tailed crimson fox. Qianxia gazed at the figure before her, marveling inwardly at the enchanting presence of the fox beast man. Upon noticing Lifeng, Fuyo felt the tension in her body dissipate. However, when did the Lion King tribe acquire such a formidable beast man? Fuyo cast a glance at Qianxia, offered a faint smile, and took a few steps back, asking, "Isn't it obvious why I am here?" At that moment, everyone turned their attention to the wild beast across the water. Xuanqi said nothing further. He simply set down the bowl of meat soup in his hands and went to carry Qianxia back. The water was cool, and it was best to refrain from play for now. Let us have some soup instead. The gentleness displayed by Xuanqi now was a stark contrast to his earlier cold demeanor. Though Qianxia, being female, was impervious to Xuanqi's imposing presence, she could undeniably sense that something was amiss in the atmosphere. Surely, she couldn't have been mistaken into thinking that the beast man named Fuyo intended to harm her? Thank you, my dear husband. The beast man didn't do anything to me. When he came dragging his prey, he was covered in blood and merely asked which tribe I belonged to. There was nothing more to it, Qianxia explained. At that moment, Shangcoral emerged from the nearby thicket. Oh dear, if only I had listened to Qianxia. Had I known better, I wouldn't have eaten so many sweet potatoes. I've been flatulent all this time, and it kept me from returning sooner. Eating and passing gas simultaneously, how embarrassing. I have my dignity as a beast too, you know. Chapter 62. It merely indicates your limitations. The arrival of Coral shattered the eerie atmosphere. Simultaneously, Han Chuan and Yin Feng returned, though they bore nothing in their hands. Just as Han Chuan was about to speak, he caught sight of a tall figure in the water, facing away from them. Red hair? Floating jade? Han Chuan tentatively called out to the figure, prompting it to turn around. Upon hearing the name, Xianqi, who stood nearby, glanced at him but quickly averted his gaze. When Floating Jade turned at the sound of his name, he found Han Chuan standing opposite him, his hands charged with several wind blades. In an instant, the wind blade shot forth, and Floating Jade hastily unleashed his powers. With a resounding clang, several wind blades were crushed by Floating Jade's single hand. The gathering of beastmen stared at the unfolding scene in bewilderment. Coral, seated beside Qianxia, whispered, "Who is this red-haired beast man? Why is Han Chuan attacking him?" She had just stepped away for a moment, and upon her return, a confrontation had erupted. What had she missed? I am not certain either, Qianxia replied, equally perplexed by the situation. Tension hung palpably in the air, yet in the next moment, the atmosphere thawed as Han Chuan broke into a grin. "Have you ascended to the 7th tier?" Floating Jade shot him a glare before turning back to continue his bath, replying simply, Han Chuan, now brimming with excitement, dashed to the water's edge and squatted down, teasing, "You're not so impressive either, having fallen behind by so many days." Fuyo discreetly rolled his eyes, choosing not to respond. "Han Chuan, are you quite familiar with him?" Qianxia inquired. Upon hearing Qianxia's question, Han Chuan turned his head, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, we are quite close. After all, we have been friends since childhood. However, it has been quite some time since I last saw him, and I was a bit uncertain upon first seeing his head of red hair. I never expected it to truly be him." Qianxia nodded, refraining from further comment. "I'm so sorry, Xiaxia. I'm not sure if there's only this one lobster. We've been waiting for quite a while, and haven't spotted a second," Han Chuan said, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Xuanqi, standing nearby, rolled his eyes in disbelief. "How can you feel wronged for failing to catch any prey? Pathetic." Qianxia smiled gently, reaching out to ruffle his hair. "What's with the apologies? If you didn't catch anything, that's just how it is. We're not lacking in food, it's you who has had a tough time waiting." At that moment, Han Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. His partner indeed was the finest female. Not only did she not blame him for the lack of catch, but she also comforted him, acknowledging his efforts. He adored Qianxia above all else. Observing the interaction between Qianxia and Han Chuan, Shanhua hesitated for a moment before looking up at Yin Feng and saying, "You've worked hard too." Yin Feng, taken aback, felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, only to suppress it before it surfaced again. Thank you, Shanshan." Yin Feng thought to himself, what a delightful sensation this is. The conversation behind him reached Fuyo's ears, leaving him somewhat astonished. To one's astonishment, that beautiful little female is actually Han Chuan's mate. Fuyu slightly turned to the side, seemingly engrossed in her bathing, yet discreetly observing with the corner of her eye. This little female is unexpectedly pregnant, something he had overlooked until now. He could hardly recall the last time he encountered Han Chuan. Back then, he was merely at the 6th tier, and the next news he heard of him was during his advancement. The current Han Chuan has matured significantly, perhaps due to his companionship. Fuyu's gaze subtly shifted towards Xianqi beside him, then he lowered his eyes. This beast man is likely beyond the 8th tier. Fuyu's thoughts grew convoluted. When did such a high-tier beast man appear in this forest, and yet there is no news of him? Furthermore, it is evident that this beast man is also the mate of the little female, along with Han Chuan. Contemplating this, Fuyu glanced once more at Han Chuan, who was now squatting before the little female, beaming radiantly. Fuyu rubbed his forehead. Never mind with this fellow. It is inconceivable that he could be the foremost beast husband. Similarly, if this formidable beast man disregards the first beast man, and the partner remains passive, then it can be said that the first beast man has lost his voice. Thus, here, Fuyu muses on who might be the first beast man between the two. After some contemplation, he concludes that Han Chuan is unlikely to be the one. Suddenly, Han Chuan turns to glance at Fuyu, still in the water, then looks at Qianxia and Xuanqi, his gaze wavering. Qianxia, Xuanqi, may I invite Fuyu to join us for a picnic? It has been quite some time since I last saw him. Qianxia's immediate reaction is to look at Xuanqi, who furrows his brow slightly. At that moment, Xuanqi feels a blend of helplessness and amusement as both Qianxia and Han Chuan fix their gaze upon him. The former's expression is cautious, while the latter gazes at him with eager anticipation. The beast man named Fuyu has not caused any trouble and is merely a friend of Han Chuan. Sharing a meal seems harmless enough. You can prepare the meal yourself, Xuanqi replies nonchalantly. The food is nearly ready, and inviting others to join would mean there is not enough for everyone. One should host their own friends. Han Chuan, brimming with excitement, rises and drapes an arm around Xuanqi's shoulders, exclaiming, I knew you were a good beast. Before Xuanqi can express his annoyance and push him away, Han Chuan has already turned and headed back to the shore. Fuyu, come up and join us for the picnic. Han Chuan squats at the edge. A small twig he has picked up dangling from his mouth. Xuanqi glances at the twig and then casts a sidelong look at the thicket behind him, noticing that indeed, a branch has been distinctly broken at its tip. Xuanqi let out a cold laugh, thinking he had genuinely expressed gratitude. How foolish. Fuyu was taken aback. Did he actually extend an invitation? As Fuyu turned, his gaze first landed upon the high-ranking orc on the shore, who wore an indifferent expression. The others were preoccupied with their own affairs. A playful smile danced upon Fuyu's lips. Splendid. Then let this quarry serve as a token of appreciation. You must be prepared to catch it. At that moment, Han Chuan's expression shifted. Fuyu had carelessly tossed the quarry across, and Han Chuan hastily rose to envelop it with his wind-based powers, gently placing it on the ground beside him. Are you out of your mind? What if I fail to catch it? Han Chuan exclaimed, exasperation evident in his tone. This young man had simply thrown it without a thought. If he failed to catch it, it could very well strike another beast. If you cannot catch it, it merely indicates your own inadequacy, Fuyu replied coolly, before making his way across the bank. Chapter 63. He is purely gluttonous. Upon reaching the shore, Fuyu first expressed his gratitude to Xianqi, followed by a thank you to Qianxia. If a partner and the primary beast husband did not consent, Han Chuan could not invite him to join the picnic. Though Fuyu was uncertain of the meaning of a picnic, observing their current situation of resting and eating in the open, he pondered. Could it be that a picnic simply refers to dining in the wild? As Fuyu was deep in thought, Han Chuan pulled him towards the stove he had constructed behind them. It was imperative that he contributed to the efforts. Sitting idly and waiting for food was out of the question. Qianxia watched the two retreating figures, then turned to Xianqi with a smile.
Remarking on Han Chuan's pulitanas.
Xianqi responded with a faint smile in return. Han Chuan began to kindle a fire to prepare the meal, while Fuyu observed his actions with a face full of confusion. What are you doing? He inquired, gazing at the hollowed-out stone and witnessing Han Chuan conjuring small bolts of lightning to ignite the fire, followed by the heating of the stone. You wouldn't understand. You're quite fortunate to have encountered me. Today, you shall discover the exquisite flavors of this world, Han Chuan declared, brimming with pride. With the ingredients and utensils prepped in advance, they were neatly arranged beside the stove. Han Chuan scooped a spoonful of grease into the pot, which quickly melted, and then added the chopped meat. What is this? Fuyu unconsciously swallowed, captivated by the enticing aroma. Despite being oblivious to the specifics of the process or the nature of the ingredients involved. In the kitchen, a delightful aroma wafted as the meal was being prepared, while Lifeng brought over several roasted sweet potatoes that had cooled slightly. Shan, Qianxia, the sweet potatoes are ready. Take them away, I refuse to eat. I absolutely will not partake. You should eat less as well. Coral gazed at the sweet potatoes with a heavy heart, enduring the pain of rejection. It wasn't that she lacked desire. Rather, she had already consumed quite a bit earlier in the morning. And she simply could not afford to pass gas again, not at least at this moment. The thought of returning home to a cacophony of flatulence from her family was unbearable. Lifeng glanced at the sweet potatoes in hand, then at Coral's pained expression, before finally turning to Qianxia. With a gentle smile, Qianxia said, "Just give me one. The rest can be enjoyed by you all." After handing a sweet potato to Qianxia, Lifeng turned to Coral once more. Shan, are you truly not going to eat? Goodness, I've already said no. Take them away. If they weren't removed soon, she would surely give in and regret her decision. Although Lifeng could not comprehend why his partner had suddenly developed an aversion to sweet potatoes, he knew to heed her words. As he walked away, he pondered aloud, how peculiar, why the sudden dislike? Just this morning, she was relishing them. Once Lifeng had distanced himself, Qianxia cast another glance at Coral, who appeared somewhat lethargic. Amusement flickered in Qianxia's eyes as she suspected she understood Coral's reluctance. She broke a sweet potato in half and offered it to Coral, saying, "Here, have some." After speaking, he whispered softly into Coral's ear, "Eating half a sweet potato won't make you gassy, don't worry." For a moment, Coral was almost moved to tears. Qianxia understood her. With that, Coral began to savor the sweet potato with delight. It's truly delicious. Here, give it a try. Han Chuan carefully plated the cooked meat and handed it to Fuyu, instructing him on how to use the chopsticks. Of course, these chopsticks were merely 2 makeshift twigs, as the household's chopsticks were just enough for each person, leaving none to spare. Fuyu struggled for quite some time with the chopsticks, after finally managing to pick up a piece of meat. It fell back into the bowl just as he brought it to his mouth. After several attempts, Fuyu tossed the chopsticks aside in frustration. "What a nuisance," he exclaimed, directly grabbing a piece of meat with his hand to taste. In an instant, he looked at Han Chuan in astonishment. Soon after, the bowl of meat was nearly empty. Hey, that's mine. Han Chuan clutched the bowl of meat protectively, shooting him a fierce glare. That troublesome fox. After finishing, he came to snatch from him again. He was still as mischievous as he had been in childhood. Fuyu, still unsatisfied, glanced at the bowl of meat Han Chuan held closely, then looked at the stone pot beside them. "I haven't had enough. Your lack of satisfaction is no concern of mine. Cook more for me. I promise you one thing." "Anything? Anything. Then say it." "You are not as good as I am." "I am not as good as you." Han Chuan. "No, you?" Han Chuan was momentarily taken aback. In the matter of superiority, they had clashed since childhood. Even when he had the upper hand, this fellow had never conceded that he was superior.
Now,
over a bowl of meat? How infuriating. "You can eat it, for all I care." Frustrated, Han Chuan hastily devoured the meat in the bowl. As Fuyu observed him eat, he swallowed hard. Han Chuan initially intended to ignore him, but seeing that gesture of swallowing made him relent.
"Well,
it's merely cooking. What's the big deal?" Annoyed, he said, "Go on, prepare the game. I shall indulge you just this once." No sooner had he spoken than Fuyu sprang to his feet, dragging the discarded game towards the water's edge. Han Chuan realized something. This lad, who used to steal his food and prey as a child, was genuinely greedy. While Fuyu was busy preparing the catch, Han Chuan inquired about the method to cook the lobster from Qianxia. After all, this lobster was captured by him and Yin Feng, and it was only fair to share it equally. Simply boil the water, and remember to add a couple of slices of ginger. When you see the shell turn vibrant, it's done. Then, soak it in cold water for a bit, and you can easily peel off its shell, Qianxia explained meticulously. "All right, Xia, wait for me." Han Chuan excitedly went to boil the water. Qianxia silently sighed. It was a pity that this arm-sized lobster could only be boiled here, and regrettably, there were no dipping sauces to accompany it. However, with ginger and chili already present, how far can scallions and cilantro be? She was convinced they must exist. It was merely a matter of time before she stumbled upon them. While Coral savored her pan-fried meat, occasionally sipping the broth and occasionally indulging in some fruit, she exclaimed, Qianxia, let us make it a habit to picnic together. I absolutely adore picnics. The food is so plentiful. Coral found picnics to be utterly delightful. Immersed in beautiful scenery while relishing delectable treats was simply exhilarating. She noted that while they could still enjoy the outdoors in the next couple of days, soon it would become impossible as the time for the little one's arrival approached. Once the baby was born, Su and Q would need to incubate the eggs. And she couldn't abandon him to frolic alone. Qianxia smiled as she caressed her rounded belly. Su and Q was deeply touched by her words. If you wish to go, then go. I am perfectly fine with it, Xia, he replied, gazing at her with tender affection. That one Tidu, a family should always be together, Coral chimed in, her eyes sparkling. Yes, a family must be united, she declared, considering her household and Qianxia's to be one as well. Hee. Chapter 64. A simple desire to steal you. The lobster had been perfectly cooked, and Han Chuan carefully peeled away its shell to extract the succulent meat. After dividing it into 2 portions, he presented one to Qianxia and the other to Shan, who gazed curiously at her small piece of lobster meat, unable to contain her eagerness as she swallowed it whole. I think. Chew, this meat is. Chew, delicious. Though it lacks a bit of flavor. Shan finished her portion in no time, while Qianxia still held hers in hand. The truth is, we currently lack suitable seasonings, but it is still quite tasty, isn't it? Qianxia said with a radiant smile. Then proceeded to divide her small piece of lobster into 3 portions. Xianqi, Han Chuan, you should also savor the flavor. Upon hearing this, Han Chuan turned to Xianqi, who was simultaneously looking at him. In each other's eyes, they found a mixture of astonishment and delight. Oh no, I ate too quickly. Xia, you should eat. There's no need to share with us. Shan insisted, indeed. I'll go downstream tomorrow to see if I can catch more. You enjoy it, Xia. Naturally, Xianqi and Han Chuan were reluctant to partake. There was hardly enough to share, and they certainly did not wish to compete with their partners for food. Never mind, do you two no longer heed my words? Qianxia feigned a pout. Xianqi and Han Chuan exchanged a knowing glance, clearly understanding Qianxia's intent, and without further hesitation, they each took a piece of lobster meat to enjoy. Qianxia smiled gently and joined them, and although it was unaccompanied by any dipping sauce, the lobster's flavor was remarkably fresh, tender, and sweet. Coral glanced at Qianxia, then discreetly stole a look at Infeng before lowering her head to play with her fingers. Qianxia often found herself habitually thinking of her companions, yet she had grown accustomed to accepting the kindness of her partners. She observed how Qianxia treated her partners and endeavored to learn from her, yet she invariably faltered. At that moment, Coral felt a profound sense of frustration. Sensing something amiss with Coral's emotions, Qianxia suddenly realized what was happening and promptly sent Xuanqi and Han Chuan away, leaving just the 2 of them. Qianxia moved closer to Coral, gently tilting her head down. What's wrong? Why do you seem unhappy? Let me guess. Is it because you feel you haven't shared the shrimp meat with your partners? At this, Coral raised her head, her expression one of surprise as she looked at Qianxia. You. Qianxia, do you possess some kind of mind-reading ability? How did you know? By the end of her question, Coral's tone had turned dejected, and she lowered her head once more. Qianxia took Coral's hand in hers, gently guiding her. Honestly, I think it's better for you to enjoy it by yourself. Look at me, I have only 2 beastly companions. This small piece of shrimp meat is barely enough to share. But you have 5 partners. That tiny morsel divided into 6 portions means each one would barely get a fingertip's worth. Although this lobster may be the size of a forearm, the meat is truly scant. Coral raised her gaze to meet Qianxia's, remaining silent. Yet her eyes conveyed a message that Qianxia understood all too well. Do you not believe that even if we do not share with the other beastmasters, giving to Infeng is justified? Particularly since he and Han Chuan captured this lobster together? Am I not correct? Coral nodded vigorously in agreement. Qianxia chuckled softly and affectionately patted Coral's little head. However, have you considered that if you bestow it upon Infeng, what of the other beastmasters? While I understand they may harbor no objections, there would inevitably be a sense of disappointment lingering in their hearts. Your intention is to treat each partner equally, yet sometimes, as is the case with this lobster meat, when division proves difficult, it is perhaps wiser to indulge oneself, thus achieving a different kind of fairness. Would you not agree? Qian Xia's gentle counsel rejuvenated Coral instantly. You are absolutely right, Qian Xia. I truly adore you, Coral exclaimed, her excitement prompting her to almost embrace Qian Xia, only to retract her hands midway, suddenly reminded of Qian Xia's condition. Hee hee. Ultimately, Coral playfully leaned her head on Qian Xia's shoulder, entwining her arm with Qian Xia's and gently swaying. I shall learn from you more in the future. You cannot imagine how I felt when I observed Xian Qi and Han Chuan's eyes during the distribution of the lobster meat, filled with tenderness and affection. Ah, how captivating. All words condensed into that single utterance. Ah, how captivating. Qian Xia smiled sweetly, once again affectionately stroking her little head. What an utterly adorable girl she is. While Qian Xia basked in joy, Han Chuan found himself amidst chaos. After Fu Yue meticulously skinned the prey, he hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the stone pot's location. He then extended one of his clawed paws, a radiant golden light slowly enveloping it. In a matter of moments, with a series of sharp cracks, the creature was cleaved into numerous pieces. Observing the scattered chunks of meat, Fu Yue frowned slightly. He picked up the morsels, washed them thoroughly, and returned them to the vicinity of the stone pot, arranging them neatly. Yet he repeated this process, fetching more meat, cleaning it and placing it back with care. Han Xuan stood with one hand on his hip and the other resting on Xuanyan's shoulder, a look of exasperation on his face as he watched the comings and goings of Fu Yue. Was he not a bit slow-witted? There was a pelt on the ground. Why could he not clean it and arrange the pieces on the hide before bringing them over? Xian Yan remained silent, his expression composed. After casting a sidelong glance at Han Chuan, his gaze returned to the creature laboriously transporting the meat. It was no wonder these two found companionship in one another. Once Fu Yue had arranged all the meat, he began to seek out Han Chuan's position. Before he could utter a word, Han Chuan approached him. I must say, the piece of meat you were given earlier was quite substantial. Why did you cut such large portions? Fu Yue, perched on a nearby stone, replied nonchalantly. It was insufficient. Han Chuan, momentarily speechless, finally spoke with a grave tone. Why did you previously pilfer my food and prey? Were you simply covetous, too lazy to hunt for yourself, thus resorting to stealing from me? This time, Fu Yue met Han Chuan's gaze directly, his expression unfazed as he replied, Not at all, I merely wish to take yours. Hey there. In a fit of frustration, Han Chuan unleashed a bolt of lightning upon his head. He knew it. This fellow was simply asking for trouble. Even as Han Chuan summoned the thunder, Fu Yu had already activated his unique ability, and in an instant, a radiant golden light enveloped his entire being. With a crack, a wisp of grayish-black smoke ascended. Once the haze dissipated, Fu Yu was seated perfectly still, as if nothing had transpired. It infuriated me. Han Chuan unleashed a series of lightning strikes towards Fu Yu. Yet Fu Yu remained as steadfast as a mountain. Han Chuan was beside himself with rage. Although he was aware that he could not injure him, he was compelled to strike him a couple of times, driven to the brink of exasperation. Chapter 65. Are you this beast? Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of other males. Even Qianxia and Shenge looked over momentarily, though they quickly lost interest. These were familiar beasts. It was merely a contest of strength among males. Yin Feng approached Xianqi, observing the unfolding scene with a perplexed expression. What was happening? Weren't they acquainted? Why were they fighting? To be precise, it was Han Chuan who was attacking unilaterally, while the other party remained motionless. Who knows? Xianqi replied indifferently. These two beasts combined could hardly muster a complete brain. How could he be expected to understand them? He possessed intellect, after all. Is this the power of the gold element? It seems rather impressive. Yin Feng mused, stroking his chin as he gazed at the golden light enveloping Fu Yu. There exists a myriad of supernatural abilities, yet those derived from the forces of nature tend to be more formidable. The gold element primarily serves as a means of defense, allowing its wielder to withstand all forms of attack when activated. Of course, should the opponent possess a higher rank, the defense may not hold for long. If the disparity is vast, it could be shattered in an instant. However, when faced with opponents of equal rank, it is virtually invincible. Gold element, indeed intriguing. Xianqi had heard of such abilities, but had never witnessed them firsthand. Yin Feng recalled and continued, yet this fox beast man's gold element seems distinct from the ordinary. In addition to defense, it appears to have a solidifying property, though the specifics remain unclear. Faintly recalling, It was in the past when a splendid eight-tailed fox was born into the fox tribe, prompting the tribe to excitedly send beast men to invite the chieftain to the celebration. It was said that other fox tribes had extended invitations as well. However, these events belonged to a distant childhood memory. As for why he possessed knowledge of the fox beastman's extraordinary abilities, which appeared to differ from the typical golden attributes, it was because Han Chuan had informed him. He was a year older than Han Chuan. In their youth, Han Chuan had a penchant for venturing out, often for no particular reason, and one day returned to announce that he had made a new friend, which took him by surprise. Why the astonishment? Because, in his childhood, Han Chuan was indeed a source of disdain among the beast folk. Not only was he regarded unfavorably by their own tribe, but he was equally shunned by the beast folk of neighboring tribes. Han Chuan relished the thrill of brawling. Yet there were no peers within their tribe who could match his prowess. Those older than him would not engage him in combat. Thus he sought out younglings from other tribes to challenge. Occasionally, when the skirmishes turned fierce, the beast men from other tribes would come to their village seeking reparations for injuries inflicted upon their young. Therefore, when he heard Han Chuan speak of a new friend, how could he not be astonished? A beast willing to befriend him? Han Chuan revealed that this new companion was a beast man from the opposite fox tribe, endowed with 8 magnificent tails, which he greatly admired. He then recounted details about the individual, which is how he came to know. He had also witnessed the display of the other's extraordinary abilities, confirming that this was indeed the 8-tailed fox beastman.
I'm sorry, for you suddenly interjected, causing Han Chuan to momentarily freeze.
What did you say? Could you please repeat that? Han Chuan asked incredulously. Fuyu raised his gaze, locking eyes with Han Chuan, and spoke deliberately. I apologize. Han Chuan instinctively recoiled, his expression one of alarm. How could this boy defy all expectations and actually apologize? Moreover, it seemed sincere. In truth, Han Chuan was overthinking. Fuyu merely wished to avoid wasting time, fearing that if he angered Han Chuan too much, he might not prepare the meat for him. Hence the apology. Are you a beast? Upon hearing Han Chuan's words, Fuyu was perplexed. Do you even realize what you're saying? What sort of beastly language is that? Fuyu was at a loss. Who else could he be? Han Chuan discreetly glanced in the direction of Qianxia before turning his attention back to Fuyu. Fine. Since you've apologized, I shall let it slide. As he spoke, Han Chuan began to rekindle the flames. It was time to prepare the meal. Qianxia. Qianxia is due to give birth in a few days, isn't she? Yin Feng casually remarked, draping an arm over Qianxi's shoulder.
Yes.
There are 7 days until the little ones arrive. Whenever the topic of Qianxia and her offspring arose, Qianxi couldn't help but smile. During her pregnancy, Qianxia had recounted various tales from her world regarding the matter of offspring to both him and Han Chuan. It finally dawned on him why she had been so furious when he suggested sending the babies away to fend for themselves. Ultimately, it is the disparate inheritances of 2 worlds that set them apart. Nevertheless, Qianxia wishes to keep it close, for he can certainly afford to do so. At most, it would be akin to other ordinary beastmen, taking their offspring out to hone their skills. Presently, there is Han Chuan at home. Although he is a lion, he may possess greater experience in this regard, considering that lions are social creatures. Time is of the essence, and it seems that in the coming days, he must venture out to hunt earnestly. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time, yet alas, the rain gradually created a great distance. Would you care to sing that line? Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time, yet alas, the rain gradually.
Oh.
How does the rest go? Shanshua has forgotten again. Qianxia burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Earlier, she had been teaching Shanshua to sing. Yet this particular line eluded her memory, as she would always forget it after reaching that point. After countless rehearsals, she remained stuck there. Stop laughing, stop laughing. This is so embarrassing. Shanshua's little face turned crimson, feeling utterly awkward. There's no need to be embarrassed. It is just you and I here, in my presence. What is there to be embarrassed about? We are among friends, after all. Qianxia began to reassure the child once more. Just as she was about to say something further, a sudden roar broke through the air. Aha! How long has it been since you last ate? Han Chuan exclaimed, frantically frying meat. He prepared a potful for himself. Yet the speed at which he cooked could not keep pace with how quickly he devoured it. As the ethereal floating jade gently licked her fingers, she remarked, "Your cooking is exquisite." This heartfelt compliment instantly quelled the previously irritable Han Chuan, who then silently resumed frying the meat without uttering another word. The nearby males could not help but chuckle at the amusing sight of Han Chuan being humbled for the first time, their laughter echoing. How delightful. What are they up to over there? Coral inquired, noticing that the beastly companions of the two were gathered in a circle, her curiosity piqued. Qianxia shared her intrigue. Let us go and find out. As Qianxia and Coral approached, they found Han Chuan engrossed in frying meat, while Floating Jade was thoroughly absorbed in her meal. Qianxia and Coral exchanged puzzled glances. Chapter 66. A friend of our family, what is going on? Qianxia inquired, sensing the rather unusual atmosphere. Beside her, Xuanqi gently wrapped his arm around her waist, his voice a soothing murmur in her ear. It's nothing. This fox beast man simply has a fondness for the meat that Han Chuan prepares. Qianxia cast a glance at the two individuals, then looked at Xuanqi with a hint of skepticism.
She found it hard to believe.
Just then, Han Chuan had finished cooking a pot of meat, and Fuyu had swiftly seized the opportunity to indulge in it with delight. Can't you eat a little slower? At least give me some time to fry it. Han Chuan could no longer contain his frustration. How long had it been since he last ate? The meat had barely emerged from the pot, and without a care for its heat, Fuyu devoured it eagerly. Within mere minutes, Fuyu had consumed a significant portion of the meat, his eyes now fixed longingly on Han Chuan's frying pan. It was truly unbearable. Han Chuan turned to retrieve the chopsticks he had previously set aside, his expression darkening as he threatened, "You must use chopsticks to eat. If not, you shan't eat at all." Fuyu hesitated for a moment, glancing at Han Chuan's sullen face. After accepting the chopsticks, he walked to the water's edge to wash them, then returned to his seat and began to pick up the meat with his newfound utensils. Observing him, Han Chuan exhaled deeply. It seemed mastering the use of chopsticks would occupy Fuyu for a while, allowing Han Chuan to finally focus on cooking the meat properly. Who understands the pressure he faces? Cooking meat carries more stress than hunting. It drives him to distraction. Qianxia observed as Fuyu attempted to grasp a piece of meat, only for it to tumble back into the bowl. Again, he tried to lift another morsel, which similarly fell back into the dish. After much effort, he finally managed to bring a piece to his mouth, but with a resounding thud, it plummeted to the floor. Fuyu gazed at the fallen meat, his brow furrowed in discontent. What a pity, yet it was now sullied. Perhaps it should be washed? After much deliberation, just as he resolved to retrieve the meat for cleaning, a gentle voice interjected. Let it be. There is plenty of meat left. Allow me to teach you how to use chopsticks. Qianxia surmised that he might possess a hint of obsessive cleanliness. Prior to her instruction on preparing food using a stone pot, the others were accustomed to a simple rinse before indulging, showing little concern even if the food was slightly soiled. However, when Han Chuan handed him the chopsticks after retrieving them from the ground, she distinctly noted a flicker of hesitation and disdain upon his face, ultimately leading him to wash the chopsticks thoroughly before using them. Qianxia approached him and took the chopsticks from his grasp, demonstrating the proper technique for lifting meat. Fuyu felt a sudden flutter in his chest. Lifting his gaze to the person before him, his heart raced intensely. The proximity felt excessive. You see, hold it like this, then apply a gentle pressure, and you can easily pick up the food. Qianxia had not intended to do much, but witnessing his repeated failures to grasp the meat, finally managing to secure it only for it to fall again, was quite disheartening. Follow my instructions, and give it a try. Qianxia handed the chopsticks to Fuyu, who glanced at her before accepting them and began to pick up the meat as Qianxia had instructed. After dropping the chopsticks 2 or 3 times, he finally succeeded in grasping a piece of meat and bringing it to his mouth. Witnessing his triumph, Qianxia felt a sense of satisfaction and smiled before turning to leave. Thank you, Fuyu said softly, his gaze lingering on her retreating figure, filled with warmth and sincerity. Qianxia paused, turning slightly to face him, and replied with a smile, You're welcome. As a friend of Han Chuan, you are also considered a friend of our family. Han Chuan's culinary skills are quite remarkable, so do indulge. With that, she addressed Han Chuan. Thank you for hosting your friend, Han Chuan. Han Chuan beamed brightly. It's no trouble at all.
Thank you, Qianxia.
To be honest, Han Chuan was deeply moved. Although he had always known Qianxia to be a kind-hearted individual, moments like this made him appreciate her even more. For instance, she was unaware that the meat they were enjoying was a product of Fuyu's hunting skills. She only saw him preparing a generous meal for his guest. If it were any other female, witnessing her mate treating others to such an abundance of food might have stirred feelings of discontent, even if not outwardly expressed. After all, in the animal kingdom, food is a precious resource, even when it is not in short supply. Yet, Qianxia exhibited no signs of dissatisfaction. Instead, she encouraged him to treat his friend well and to ensure that his companion enjoyed a hearty meal. Qianxia smiled faintly at Han Xuan before turning to Xuanqi beside her, saying, I feel a bit sleepy. I wish to rest on you.
Who could understand?
Xuanqi's beast form was exceedingly comfortable, cool, and soothing. On such a slightly warm day, lying atop it for a nap was nothing short of bliss. Shall we head home first? Xuanqi inquired with some concern. Not at all. Everyone is in high spirits today. If we leave early, it would ruin the atmosphere. Besides, Han Xuan is here hosting friends. We cannot leave him as the sole beast. I shall merely take a short nap on the fur carpet. It was a rare occasion for everyone to be so joyful, and if she were to depart now, Coral would undoubtedly follow her back. With Coral returning home, her beast husband would inevitably accompany her, leaving Han Xuan alone to entertain his guests. Very well. I shall heed your wishes. Xuanqi lifted Qianxia in his arms and turned back, ready to accompany his partner in slumber. As Qianxia settled down, Coral, unsure of what to do, decided to call Yinfeng to join her for a nap as well. After all, whatever Qianxia did, she would follow suit. Fuyo observed everything with keen eyes. He glanced at the meat in his bowl and then at Han Xuan, suddenly finding the meat unappetizing. How could this foul lion possess such a splendid partner? Jealousy welled within him. I shan't eat anymore, Fuyo declared, placing his bowl aside. Han Xuan, perplexed, gazed at the last pot of meat in his hand, then at Fuyo. He let out a cold laugh, summoning a significant bolt of purple lightning in his palm. If you do not finish this pot of meat today, one of us will inevitably have to explain ourselves. Choose wisely. He was not joking. It infuriated him. Previously, his cooking pace could not keep up with his eating speed, which left him flustered. Now that he had finished cooking, he declared he would not eat. Fuyu. There is no need to be so extreme. I can certainly eat. Fuyu resumed his meal, not out of fear of Han Xuan, but because he deemed it unnecessary to engage in conflict with him. Han Xuan, how long have you been in a relationship? Fuyu's sudden inquiry momentarily stunned Han Xuan, prompting him to reflect on the duration of his relationship with Qianxia. It seemed to have been over a month. How did you two meet? Wait. Why are you asking this? You wouldn't be. I am merely curious. I wonder how someone so wooden as yourself manages to find a partner. Fuyu quickly clarified his intentions. Han Xuan regarded him with skepticism, scrutinizing his expression, which remained calm and composed. Very well, I will take your word for it. Fuyu lowered his head to continue eating the meat, concealing the tumult of thoughts swirling in his eyes. As Fuyu finished his meal, Qianxia woke, gazing at the gradually fading golden sunlight. It's time to return. Let us tidy up. We should head back, came the unanimous agreement from the group. Today has been a delightful day. Chapter 67 Departure from the tribe. The group swiftly organized their belongings, and once everything was allocated, Xuanqi and Yinfeng waved their hands to store the items in their spatial compartments. If you have the time, feel free to visit the Lion King tribe. We shall take our leave now, Han Xuan said to Fuyo, with a hint of pride. Indeed, another day I shall bring the game to you, Fuyo replied. Oh no. I will bring two. The prey I promised them today has unfortunately been consumed entirely by me. Although Fuyo spoke to Han Xuan, his gaze had already traversed past him, fixating on the delicate figure behind. Han Xuan nodded and then transformed into his beast form. Xuanqi lifted Qianxia and placed her onto Han Xuan's back. Once Qianxia settled comfortably, Xuanqi too transformed into his beastly shape, and the group strolled towards the tribe under the warm glow of the setting sun. Fuyo watched the departing figures, a shadow of melancholy crossing his face. Such a splendid atmosphere truly evoked envy among the beasts. Seated upon Han Xuan's back, Qianxia gently leaned forward, caressing the fur around his neck. Han Xuan sensed her touch and glanced back at her. Fortunately, he was in his beast form. Had he been in human form, his slightly upturned lips would have betrayed his delight. This marked Qianxia's first experience riding on his beast form. Though he was unsure why she decided to do so today, he felt an overwhelming joy. Meanwhile, Qianxia's thoughts wandered. Wow, I'm touching a big lion. A super big one at that.
Who understands?
I never visited a zoo to see lions in my past life, and now I have a lion husband in this one. However, it seems that since becoming partners, she has never touched Han Xuan's beast form, nor has she ridden on it. In their daily travels, she has always been seated upon Xuanyuan's beast form. When she mentioned returning earlier, She expressed her desire to ride Han Xuan's beast form, but Xian Yuan was initially reluctant, concerned for her well-being given her current condition. The serpent's head offers stability, allowing it to remain still despite the movements of its lower body. Thus, she consistently rides atop Xuan Yuan's head, which proves to be remarkably steady, devoid of any sensation of instability. Conversely, sitting on Han Xuan's form presents a distinct sense of undulation. Choosing to return atop Han Xuan, Qianxia initially thought it unfair to favor one over the other, as she arrived on Xuan Yuan's beast form and felt it only proper to return on Han Xuan's. Yet now, she realizes she has already shown favoritism. Han Xuan, your beast form is truly enormous, Qianxia complimented. Indeed, among lions of my age, I am the strongest and my beast form is the largest. Han Xuan proclaimed proudly, tilting his head in a display of arrogance. Not only among those of the same age, but he is also the mightiest of all. Silverwind, walking alongside, turned his head to glance at Han Xuan, a smirk barely concealed at the corners of his mouth. He remains as disliked by beasts as he was in his youth. Oh, beast god above, could you not render him mute? Upon nearing the entrance of the tribe, Qianxia noticed Qina standing at the threshold, while her beast husbands were busily unloading items one after another. What is happening here? Qianxia inquired, curiosity piqued.
Oh.
She must be preparing to head to the Black Wolf tribe, she surmised. Coral responded without surprise. She had heard rumors days prior that Qina intended to leave the Lion King tribe for a life among the Black Wolf tribe. However, she paid little heed to it. If she wished to depart, so be it. The notion of leaving the tribe did catch her off guard, as Qianxia seldom wandered about the tribe, primarily due to her pregnancy, and also because she wished to avoid the other orcs, which was quite exhausting. Not long ago, a story about a freezer at the chief's home circulated throughout the tribe, piquing everyone's curiosity, prompting them to visit the chief's residence to behold this marvel. The chief generously explained the function and usage of the freezer to all present, eliciting widespread astonishment. Naturally, inquiries arose regarding how the chief had acquired such a remarkable appliance, to which he candidly responded, igniting a frenzy at Qianxia's home. The orcs of the tribe, envious of the freezer, flocked to Qianxia's abode, each bearing their finest and most cherished furs, only to be further captivated by the wonders of her home, expressing a desire for a similar one. The flooring and furniture were manageable. Han Xuan could teach the other males to replicate them. The matter of the freezer, however, depended on whether Xuanqi was willing to assist. Other ice element orcs attempted to conjure freezers of their own, yet their creations melted away shortly thereafter, leading them to seek out Qianxia's home for assistance. In his desire for Qianxia to rest comfortably, Xuanqi, finding that the effort to conjure a freezer required minimal energy, readily acquiesced to their requests. The Lion King tribe had transformed into a refined community, with every household boasting flooring, dining tables and chairs, and a freezer for food preservation, save for one household. After the incident came to light, Kina's family faced a difficult existence within the tribe. The female companions who once associated with Kina ceased all communication, and even when they encountered her, they would blatantly disregard her presence. Her beastly partners found themselves without a voice among the males. Before the revelation, the tribe's females merely perceived Kina as having a bad temper and a sharp tongue. However, they were unaware that her malevolence extended beyond mere words. Such a creature was not someone they could maintain any relationship with. If even her own partner refused to engage with her, it was only natural that theirs would do the same. Gradually, an unspoken consensus formed within the tribe, leading to a complete withdrawal from any interaction with her family. Despite Kina's repeated attempts to appease her former friends, she was met with outright disregard. Even her offerings of the finest furs and food failed to elicit any response. Observing that other males began to adorn their caves, transforming them into stunning spaces, her partners approached for guidance, yet not a single beast was willing to assist them. Consequently, they watched as every household in the tribe beautified their dwellings, each equipped with a substantial icebox, while they remained empty-handed. Unable to bear such isolation, Kina resolved to leave the tribe in search of a new community. After conferring with Songsha, they decided to journey to Songsha's Black Wolf tribe. Once a decision was made, Qina sought out the chieftain. The chieftain of Lion Mountain, without hesitation, readily acquiesced, even reminding her to bring food to Qianxia, as she had yet to give birth. Qina awkwardly nodded before returning home to pack her belongings. Thus, the scene that Qianxia witnessed unfolded. Suddenly, Qianxia had a thought and turned to glance at Xuanqi, who, catching her gaze, offered her a gentle smile in return. Qianxia reciprocated with a smile of her own. Xuanqi's words seemed to foreshadow the future. Would the chieftain truly not attempt to keep her? Curiosity piqued within Qianxia. After all, she was a female of their pride. Being a female of the Lion King tribe, she possessed the right to depart if she so wished, requiring only to inform her father. Furthermore, why would her father wish to retain her? She was hardly an exemplary female, as Han Chuan remarked dismissively. Chapter 68. What if she were Qianxia? As Qianxia and her companions drew nearer, the originally curious onlookers among the beastmen shifted their gaze entirely towards her group. Could it truly be the once frail Qianxia? She is so fair and so beautiful. How envious they were of Shanchao for being able to befriend Qianxia. Shanchao seemed to have become even more radiant herself. The murmurs of admiration filled the air, and the eyes of the onlooking beastmen sparkled with astonishment and awe. Among the single males, there lingered a sense of regret for not having pursued Qianxia in the past. However, such regret was futile. They had once dismissed her, and now she deemed them unworthy. Listening to the chorus of compliments, Qina's face turned pale. Stealing a glance at Qianxia, she hastily lowered her head and turned away. As Qianxia and her entourage entered the tribe, the beastmen greeted her warmly. Qianxia, it's been so long. Have you been out having fun today? Qianxia, you look absolutely stunning. Qianxia, may I invite you to my home for a meal? I wish to be your friend as well. Qianxia regarded the crowd with a gentle smile, responding, your warm welcomes make me feel a bit shy. Thank you all for your kind words. Yes, I have indeed been out for some amusement today. While her face bore a smile, her hand, hidden within the fur around Han Chuan's neck, was hurriedly patting. At that moment, Qianxia's inner thoughts raced. Hurry up. There are so many beastmen. We must leave. Sensing movement around his neck, Han Chuan instinctively took 2 large strides, distancing himself from the gaze of the orcs. Due to the considerable force of his actions, Qianxia was jolted backwards on Han Chuan's back, causing Xuanqi to hastily shift into his orc form and swiftly rush over to steady her. How many times must I admonish you? I told you to tread carefully, and not jostle Qianxia. Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Xuanqi's tone was unusually frigid, causing Han Chuan to shudder. Han Chuan murmured, how terrifying. Xuanqi was genuinely irate. The moment Qianxia leaned back, his heart nearly ceased to beat. It was not Han Chuan's fault. I had signaled him to hasten, and he was merely following my instructions. Qianxia hurriedly defended Han Chuan, noting that it was indeed her signal that prompted him. Xuanqi shot a glare at Han Chuan, who was bowing his large lion head, and spoke icily, even if Qianxia urged him to move faster. He should not have acted so recklessly. Does he not realize that you are on his back? This is your first time riding him in his beast form, and you are with child. Shouldn't you be more cautious? My mistake. I got carried away. Han Chuan had yet to revert to his human form, obediently sitting with his lion body bowed in submission. Carried away? What could possibly warrant such joy? Qianxia inquired, puzzled. Han Chuan lifted his great lion head to gaze at Qianxia. Qianxia, you are riding my beast form for the first time. It brings me immense joy. Qianxia exclaimed, oh dear. My heart aches for my great lion. It's all her fault. Xuanqi retorted, is he unwell? In just a few days, Xia will give birth to her offspring, and once the little one arrives, he will begin to incubate eggs. At that point, he will take full responsibility for caring for Xia, not to mention accompanying her even in slumber. Currently, he is feeling quite overwhelmed. He begins to regret his decision to choose him as the second beast husband. While he possesses strength, his intellect leaves much to be desired. Well, to be fair, it was my suggestion that led Han Chuan to act this way, so Xianqi, you ought not to blame him. Xianxia can only resort to a charming offensive. Xianqi. Humph. Upon witnessing Han Chuan being reprimanded, the corners of Yin Feng's mouth could not be suppressed from rising. Xianqi, you truly are my dear brother. Enjoy your pride, basking in your beastly form, right? You think you cannot be defeated? Indeed, he cannot. But that is of no concern, for I have brothers to handle it for me, hee. After this brief interlude, Xianxia returned to her perch atop Xianqi's beast form, preparing to head home, when someone called out to her. Xianxia. Turning around along with the others, she discovered it was Qi Na who had called her. Xianxia, puzzled, remained silent, while the onlooking beast men also turned their gazes towards Qi Na. Under the weight of so many eyes, Chi Na felt awkward and uncomfortable, yet she mustered the courage to step forward. I apologize. Even though I will be leaving the tribe, I will still send food. With an impassive expression, Qianxia nodded and patted Qianqi, signaling it was time to return home. As soon as Qianxia moved, Coral's family followed suit, but unexpectedly, Qi Na called out to Coral once more. What is it? If you have something to say, then speak up. Don't hold back. Coral was quite impatient, eager to play with Qianxia. Kina felt a bit awkward, and after calming herself, she exhaled deeply. Coral, I apologize. In the past, I was in the wrong. To Kina's surprise, Coral reacted with astonishment upon hearing the apology. This sentiment was not hers alone, as even the orcs who remained were equally taken aback. Over the past few days, it seemed that Kina had undergone a significant transformation. Coral scrutinized Kina with suspicion. Although she could not fathom the reason behind this sudden change of heart, she decided to accept the apology. Previously, Kina had been rather brash, frequently engaging in quarrels with her, yet it was always Coral who bore the brunt of the disputes, never suffering any loss herself. Contemplating this, Coral crossed her arms defiantly and declared, Since you have sincerely apologized, I shall graciously bestow my forgiveness upon you. Thank you. Without glancing back at Kina, Coral urged Silverwind to hasten and catch up with Qianxia, as it would soon be too dark to play. Kina stood there, gazing blankly at the receding figures of Qianxia and Coral until they vanished from sight. Only then did she turn her gaze to the orcs nearby. Everyone, I am truly sorry in the past. I was at fault. Kina solemnly extended her apologies to the others. The gravest offense she had committed was indulging in Qianxia's meat, yet she had not acted egregiously toward the other orcs, at most. It had only been a matter of quarrels. Others cannot outshout her, yet she cannot contend with Coral. In a fit of rage, Coral resorted to physical confrontation, a battle she has never won. The sudden apology from Kina left everyone in stunned silence. After a lengthy pause, a female who had previously held a grudge against Kina spoke up. I accept your apology. I hope you will strive to be a better beast. With this initial acceptance, the remaining beast folk also expressed their sentiments. I accept your apology. I too accept your apology. I hope you will be a good beast. You wouldn't want to see your partner ostracized by others, would you? Kina fought to contain her emotions, nodding silently, but once she turned away, tears streamed down her cheeks. During this period, her partner had suffered greatly within the tribe due to her actions, and not a single beast was willing to converse with their family. The situation for Huyue was even more dismal. He faced scorn from other males in the tribe and often returned home battered. At home, the other beast husbands also regarded him with disdain. He began to withdraw into silence. Eventually, her partner lost interest in venturing outside. Apart from hunting, they seldom left their dwelling, and the mood among all was markedly despondent and listless. In terms of daily life, the other partners treated her consistently, yet in other aspects, she acutely sensed a growing distance. She apologized to her partners, but they remained unresponsive. Songsha urged her to reflect deeply on her actions. If she were Qianxia at that time, how would she have acted? If she were among those beast folk with whom she had quarreled, how would she have responded? On that occasion, she sat down for the first time to contemplate the words spoken to her by Songsha. If she were Qianxia, how would she respond? Chapter 69. He goes along too. The Qi Na family departed from the tribe, and the promised provisions were still delivered punctually by Huyu. Qianqi meticulously assessed the supplies at hand and resolved to embark on a hunting expedition. With a day having elapsed, only 6 days remained before Qianxia would give birth. Thus, he needed to stockpile ample food to endure the subsequent 2 months. Although his beast form could sustain him for an extended period after a hearty meal, the allure of delectable cuisine made the prospect of consuming raw, unseasoned fare unappealing. While he was unable to prepare meals during his egg incubation, he could certainly request Han Chuan to assist him. Today, he would venture out to hunt, leaving Han Chuan to tend to the household. Should Han Chuan find himself overwhelmed, he could always call upon Yin Feng for assistance. Qianqi gently caressed Qianxia's cheek, speaking softly, Xia, I am going out to hunt. Han Chuan will take care of you. I will inform the Coral family, and if Han Chuan requires help, he can call for Yin Feng. To be candid, he felt a twinge of unease regarding Han Chuan's capabilities. However, the presence of the Coral family alleviated much of his concern. Coral held a deep affection for Qianxia, and she would likely not mind enlisting Yin Feng's help if necessary. Had Coral been privy to Qianqi's inner thoughts, she would undoubtedly have exclaimed with delight. Feel free to use him. After all, she relished caring for Qianxia. At that moment, Qianxia had just awakened, and upon hearing Qianqi's words, she merely nodded in a daze. Qianxia murmured, I'm awake, but not fully. Qianqi gazed at her increasingly radiant beauty, a tender smile gracing his lips. Before turning to leave the small cave, to relay his plans to Han Chuan, who could have imagined that the once frail and overlooked female, regarded with skepticism by all the orcs, has now blossomed into such beauty and is on the verge of bringing 3 male cubs into the world? Indeed, at 60 days, he had felt the vitality of those 3 robust lives. Meeting Qianxia was truly a stroke of good fortune for him. After providing instructions to Han Chuan, he made his way next door to Coral's home, where he relayed his thoughts once more. As expected, Coral nodded enthusiastically. Silverwind, standing nearby, remarked on his role as a supportive figure once again. When Qianxia had finally had her fill of rest, Han Chuan had prepared a meal. He carried Qianxia to wash up, and afterward, they sat at the dining table to enjoy their food. Just as they were eating, Coral and Silverwind entered the room. Coral, have you eaten yet? Would you like to join us? Qianxia inquired with a smile. Coral shook her head vigorously in refusal. Although Qianxia was often sleepy due to her pregnancy, Coral had long since awoken and had already eaten. As they dined, Qianxia recalled Coral's mention of wanting to go on a picnic yesterday, so she asked, Didn't you say you really enjoyed picnics? Would you like to go today? Coral glanced at Silverwind and then at Han Chuan, saying, I would love to go, but Xuanqi isn't here today. Is that all right? Presently, Xuanqi had become the pivotal figure for both families. Any collective activity involving them would invariably depend on his disposition. Just as Qianxia was about to respond, a voice echoed from the entrance. Han Chuan, are you home? Han Chuan felt a sense of familiarity with the voice but couldn't immediately place it. Before he could speak, Qianxia took the initiative to respond. Come in, I'm at home. Upon hearing the charming voice, the corners of Fuyo's lips curled slightly upward as he cast aside the 2 prey he had brought at the entrance and stepped inside. From the outside, the cave appeared dark and indistinct, but as Fuyo entered and paused for a moment, he was astounded by the sight before him. He had never encountered a cave so exquisitely arranged and aesthetically pleasing. In the center of the cave, peculiar wooden structures were positioned, flanked by Han Chuan and Qianxia, along with another female from their picnic that day and her companion. What was that female's name again? He had forgotten. You arrived so soon? Han Chuan was taken aback by Fuyo's presence, wondering if the young man had been so eager to see him. I consumed the prey I mentioned yesterday, and I felt quite guilty. Therefore, I couldn't wait to bring more as compensation. Fuyo explained his purpose, his gaze subtly darting toward Qianxia. Qianxia observed Fuyo's flowing red hair, pondering whether his beastly form would be striking. After all, he was a fox. Oh, I see. What about the prey? She inquired. I left it at the entrance. Fuyo replied. He never brought his catches into the cave, as the lingering scent of blood was something he disliked. Come, take a seat. Qianxia gestured toward the spot in front of her. Fuyo approached and settled down, while Han Chuan rose to check on the prey Fuyo had brought. You have a thoughtful side, bringing 2 animals. However, they must be processed quickly and stored in the freezer to preserve their freshness, Han Chuan remarked as he walked back in. Upon hearing this, Coral's eyes brightened with excitement. To handle the prey, one must venture to the water's edge. Since they were headed there, why not indulge in a picnic as well? The mention of a freezer piqued Floating Jade's curiosity as he surveyed the cave's interior. The cavern was remarkably smooth, with the ground covered in a material resembling stone, impeccably even. To his right, against the stone wall, lay a large block of ice, which left him perplexed. How could a block of ice remain intact? Was the freezer that Han Chuan had just mentioned actually this large ice block? He glanced at the stool he was seated on and the substantial wooden structure before him, feeling a sense of wonder at everything around him. Qianxia, noticing Floating Jade's expressions, smiled and began to explain. What you are sitting on is called a stool, and the object before you is known as a dining table. We typically eat our meals here. The surface beneath your feet is the floor, and that large ice block serves as a freezer, preserving food to keep it fresh. Floating Jade felt a surge of surprise at Qianxia's explanations, his cheeks flushing slightly. Had she noticed him observing the cave? Otherwise, why would she be introducing these items to him? Han Chuan approached Floating Jade and playfully draped an arm around his shoulders. How did you come to know I reside here? As he spoke, the four beasts present turned their gazes toward him, each with a look of unspoken incredulity. Floating Jade glanced at him in silence before directing his attention back to Qian Xia. What is it that you see in him? Qian Xia sighed in exasperation. Perhaps it was due to her limited interactions with him before? She had never perceived Han Chuan as such a simpleton until now. Han Chuan furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing? Are you speaking ill of me in front of my partner? Do I need to speak poorly of you? Perhaps you should reconsider the words you just uttered. I am unaware of your residence, yet I can certainly inquire with the orcs of your tribe. Suddenly, Han Chuan fell silent. Well, that is a point, he conceded awkwardly, rubbing his nose as he sought to change the subject. Where in we supposed to go for a picnic? This is the perfect opportunity to handle the two prey outside while we're at it. That makes sense. Coral. Silver Wind. Why don't you tidy up? We shall set off for the picnic, Qian Xia said with a gentle smile. Coral, initially excited to applaud, quickly composed herself. But what about Xianqi? Is it truly all right without him? It wasn't that Coral feared Xianqi, it was merely that Qian Xia was in a delicate situation. And without Xianqi, she felt somewhat uncertain. Although her partner and Silver Wind were indeed formidable, a twinge of worry lingered. Qian Xia clasped Coral's shoulder with a reassuring smile. We are merely heading to the water's edge. With Han Chuan, Silver Wind, and Fuyu accompanying us, as well as your several beast husbands, what could possibly go wrong? Do not fret, just go and prepare. Thus, Coral cheerfully took Silver Wind by the hand and returned to gather their things. Meanwhile, Fuyu gazed at Qian Xia with astonishment. What had she just said? That he would join them too? Chapter 70. Truly exquisite in the absence of Xuanqi, all belongings were entrusted to Yin Feng. Once everything was tidied up, the group prepared to set off. With the assistance of Fuyu, Qianxia mounted the back of Han Chuan's lion, while Shankora ascended upon the beastly form of Qi's. Qianxia pondered why she sought Fuyu's aid rather than Yin Feng's. After all, Yin Feng was Shankora's beast husband, and it felt somewhat inappropriate for him to carry her onto Han Chuan's back. Although she understood that neither Shankora nor Yin Feng would mind, she couldn't help but feel a sense of boundaries, being a soul from the 21st century. Had Fuyu not been present, Qianxia would have had no choice but to accept Yin Feng's assistance, for among Shankora's other beast husbands, Yin Feng was the one she was most familiar with. However, with another beast nearby, one who was both a friend and single, she felt it only courteous to request their help. As Qianxia announced their departure, Fuyu transformed in an instant into a magnificent crimson eight-tailed fox. At that moment, the entire group halted in their tracks, momentarily taken aback. And Fuyu paused as well. Fuyu? At this juncture, everyone was astonished by Fuyu's beast form. It was truly breathtaking. The fiery red body, adorned with 8 splendid tails embellished with beautiful golden patterns, created a stunning interplay of red and gold. The markings on Fuyu's beastly head mirrored this exquisite red and gold motif, and a golden emblem resembling a small flame graced its forehead, exuding both beauty and allure. So this is the legendary Qi Jin Honghu. How extraordinarily beautiful. Oh. Amidst the astonished crowd, Han Chuan was not included, for he had long since beheld and marveled at the beastly form of Fuyu. Qian Xia appeared somewhat dazed, and, at that moment, she seemed to grasp the sentiments of King Zhou. Han Chuan had taken a few steps when he noticed that no beasts were following him. Thus, he turned and spoke. Why are you not following? Han Chuan. Upon turning around, he found the other beasts gazing blankly at Fuyu's beast form, while Fuyu looked back at them with a perplexed expression. What is going on? Are you all just staring at each other? Hey, are we not moving? Han Chuan shouted exasperatedly. In an instant, the crowd snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up with Han Chuan's pace. Fortunately, they were all in beast form at that moment. Had they been in their humanoid shapes, the embarrassment of flushed faces would have been undeniable. A group of males staring at another male. What would that sound like if spoken aloud? Due to his previous tumble with Qian Xia, Han Chuan was particularly cautious and deliberate in his movements this time, taking twice as long to reach the water's edge. Finally. I am going to jump in and play in the water today. As soon as they arrived at the water's edge, Shanhua eagerly leaped off Kuei-Zei's beast form, startling her entourage of beast husbands. After all, the height from the beast form to the ground was considerable. Yin Feng began to unpack their belongings, while Han Chuan and Kuei-Zei hastily spread out animal skins on the ground, allowing Qian Xia and Shanhua to sit and rest first. while the others commenced washing pots and setting up the cooking station. Originally, Fuyu intended to deal with the prey, but Han Chuan called out to him, expressing that he could handle it himself. Then I have nothing to do, Fuyu frowned and remarked, as he was inept at preparing such food. Han Chuan glanced at the others before shifting his gaze back to Fuyu. It seemed that he too could only tend to the prey. Never mind, let us both process the prey together, observe how I do it, and then you can follow suit. Otherwise, your cuts will be too large for Qianxia and Shanshan to manage. Thus, the two dragged their respective catches aside to begin their work. Qianxia, Shanshan. I am going to check the spot where we found the lobsters last time to see if any are still there, Yinfeng remarked, still preoccupied with thoughts of the large lobster. Shanshan waved her hand dismissively. Go ahead. If you encounter any prickly beasts, you might as well catch a few.
Oh.
And could you bring out 2 of my leather skirts? Certainly. I shall place the leather skirts here. I will head off now. Shanshan nodded in agreement. Once Yinfeng departed, Shanshan eagerly plunged into the water to play. At this hour, the sunlight was not overly intense, and the coolness of the water was just perfect. Qianxia, the water feels so delightful. It's a pity you are carrying little ones. Otherwise, it would be wonderful to join in together. In a few days, I will give birth. After that, we can come back to enjoy the water. Qianxia smiled, gently caressing her belly as she spoke to Shanshan. I am so looking forward to it. 3 little boys. Shanshan exclaimed, gazing at Qianxia's rounded abdomen with a hint of envy. She longed to have a playful little lion of her own, yet despite the passage of time, she had yet to conceive. When it comes to this matter, Qianxia feels a bit helpless. She had originally looked forward to having a female offspring. Who could resist the charm of a soft, delicate little girl? However, at the 60-day mark, Xuanqi informed her that all 3 of the little ones in her womb were male, shattering her dreams of a daughter. I really want a female cub. How adorable a soft, tender little girl would be. Well, fret not. You can try for a female cub with Han Xuan next time. Perhaps fortune will smile upon you, said Shanhua with a mischievous grin, which made Qianxia chuckle. Don't point fingers at me. Weren't you the one who desired to have a little Silverwind? What became of that? I do wish for it, but what can I do when it hasn't happened yet? Shanhua replied, her face reflecting her exasperation. She didn't necessarily yearn for a little lion. She just wanted to conceive, regardless of whose it might be. Besides, she had certainly made her fair share of efforts. There were times when both of her beastly husbands were present. Qianxia found herself puzzled. While she understood that procreation in the beast realm was no simple task, it couldn't possibly be this challenging. Otherwise, how had she managed to conceive on her first attempt? Shanhua, when was the last time you know? Qianxia suddenly recalled this particular aspect. What thing? What are you referring to? Shanhua was momentarily taken aback. Qianxia hesitated, instinctively wanting to mention her menstrual period, but after a moment's contemplation, she clarified, I mean when you last had your, that time of the month. Oh, is that what you mean? Let me think. Speaking of which, since arriving in the beast realm, Qianxia had not experienced her period before becoming pregnant. This simply wouldn't do. She needed to inquire about this matter regarding her menstruation. Coral, how often do we females menstruate? I've been pregnant for a while now, and I can hardly recall when my last cycle was. Qianxia reluctantly sought an excuse to inquire. Generally, menstruation occurs once every 3 months, with 2 cycles in a season. However, this can vary. Do you remember Dolly? She only menstruates once per season. After Coral spoke, she resumed contemplating the time of her last menstruation. Qianxia exhaled in relief, grateful that Coral had not sensed any irregularities. She began to ponder. It seems that in the beast realm, females experience their menstrual cycles every 3 months, yet there are numerous possibilities. Could Dolly's once-a-season cycle be classified as a seasonal menstruation? This appears somewhat analogous to modern females, differing only in timing. Typically, modern girls menstruate monthly, but some may experience cycles every 3 months, which is known as seasonal menstruation. There is even a rare phenomenon called cryptic menstruation. Qianxia contemplated whether the modern ovulation theory would apply to beastkin. Chapter 71. How can a female remain unmoved?
No.
You have cut it too large. Make it a bit smaller. Is this still too big? Do you think females consume meat as voraciously as we do? Never mind. I won't criticize you. After all, you are a solitary beast. What do you know? Fuyu. Why resort to personal attacks? Han Chuan gestured at Fuyu, who promptly swiped down with a paw. Just cut it to this size. After Han Chuan spoke, He began slicing the meat in his possession, and as he did, a thought struck him. It has been so long since we last met. What have you been up to? Oh, nothing much. Just a brief departure from the forest to the central continent. Han Xuan looked at him, slightly astonished. What business do you have in the central continent?
No, tell me.
What were you doing there? It has been ages since I last saw you. Have you been there all this time? Han Xuan scrutinized him with inquiry. Stop asking so many questions, just cut your meat and quit dawdling. At this moment, Fuyu appeared somewhat uneasy, hastily lowering his head to continue cutting the meat. Observing his peculiar demeanor, Han Xuan narrowed his eyes, prompting him to guess. You didn't happen to go into hiding. As he began to speak, Han Xuan momentarily forgot the name of another. That one, the female who previously insisted you be her mate. What was her name again? I can't recall it at the moment. Fuyua's face turned crimson with embarrassment, though with his head down, Han Xuan could not see it. Han Xuan was aware that Fuyu had a female admirer who had long since reached maturity. This female had spurned all suitors, insisting that Fuyu be her first mate. Reflecting on this, Han Xuan glanced up at Fuyu. With that countenance of his, how could any female not be captivated? Wait! Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he straightened abruptly, casting his gaze towards the distant Qian Xia. Oh no! Could it be that Qian Xia is also charmed? Han Xuan turned his head, and his expression towards Fuyu grew increasingly fierce. This lad might have to be dealt with. At that moment, Fuyu had just finished slicing the meat. Concealing his emotions, he looked up at Han Xuan, intending to announce that the meat was ready, only to be met with Han Xuan's fierce demeanor. Fuyu was taken aback. What us with a sudden outburst? I was merely cutting some meat. What does your ferocious expression mean? Why have you come to find me? Han Xuan replied menacingly. Did I not make it clear? I came to deliver the prey. Besides, did you not invite me here? You mentioned I could drop by the tribe whenever I had the time, did you not? Fuyu maintained a facade of nonchalance, though he alone understood the flicker of unease gnawing at him. Ever since that day, his mind had been consumed with memories of the picnic. Yet, the most vivid recollections were of her teaching him how to use chopsticks, the gentle way she spoke to her partner, images of her flooded his thoughts. He had hardly slept that night, and as dawn broke, he hastened to hunt. Han Xuan continued to glare at him, attempting to discern any hint of emotion beyond the facade of calm on his face. However, despite his prolonged scrutiny, he was unable to uncover anything significant, prompting him to shift his gaze. Unbeknownst to Han Xuan, in that very moment of distraction, Fuyu let out a sigh of relief. It was for the best. Having concluded his thoughts, Han Xuan resumed slicing the meat, hastening his pace lest Qian Xia and Shan Hu grow impatient. Employing several wind blades, he swiftly cut the meat, preparing to return. Suddenly, a hand grasped his arm. Frowning, Han Xuan turned to see Fuyu's hand holding him back. What is it? He inquired. You need to wash the meat again before taking it back, Fuyu insisted. Han Xuan shot him an exasperated glance and attempted to walk away, but Fuyu clung to him firmly, rendering him momentarily immobile. Wash it.
Do it.
Irritated, Han Xuan tossed the chunks of meat at him and turned to leave. Eventually, he found himself seated upon a stone by the stove, observing Fuyu in the distance as he meticulously washed the animal skins and arranged them neatly. It was perplexing. Fuyu had an obsessive cleanliness that had persisted since childhood, while others would simply process their catch and consume it directly. Fuyu insisted on washing the prey by the water's edge, meticulously removing the skin before thoroughly cleaning it once more. Only then would he deem it suitable for consumption. The remaining skins, impeccably washed, were spread out on the nearby foliage to dry, after which they would be neatly folded and taken home.
Oh.
It is worth noting that before he even took a picture, he insisted on washing the surface of the bushes with water. Therefore, during their childhood, Han Xuan often found it unbearable and would engage in fights with him. Where's the meat? Kuei Zei inquired, glancing at Han Xuan sitting beside him. Everything else seems to be nearly ready. Why hasn't the meat arrived? Han Xuan lifted his chin towards the front and replied, Here comes the meat. Kuei Zei turned his gaze to see Fuyu approaching, carrying something wrapped in a hide. That must be the meat. As Fuyu reached the stove, Kuei Zei instinctively took the hide from him and called over the other hunters to commence cooking. Fuyu glanced at Han Xuan, his brows slightly furrowed. Aren't you going to fry the meat? Han Xuan, who had been sitting on a stone, leisurely admiring the scenery, inadvertently caught a glimpse of Fuyu's expression. Han Xuan thought, I see. Their culinary skills were quite impressive, perhaps even superior to mine. Why should I worry? Han Chuan shot him a disdainful look, almost forgetting that this cunning fox had a peculiar trait. Once he developed a fondness for a particular dish, he could eat it endlessly without ever growing tired of it. He vaguely recalled their childhood when they went to catch the gugu chicken. After tasting it once, he became enamored with its flavor, insisting on hunting gugu chickens every time they went out. Eventually, they spent an entire month capturing gugu chickens until they were completely depleted. Fortunately, they had exhausted the supply. Otherwise, who knows how much longer it would have taken to catch more. Heaven knows, as a lion, he finds the diminutive rooster utterly insufficient to satiate his hunger. Thus, after each hunt, he must venture forth once more in search of sustenance. Oh, after speaking, Fu plopped down beside Han Chuan, who rolled his eyes in response. The two sat in silence, the bustle of Qi and his companions evident behind them. Just as Han Chuan was about to inquire about what Qianxia was up to, a thought struck him, prompting him to glance at Fu. By the way, does your tribe have any newly joined beastmen, or have any beastmen been discovered in the wild? Fu, perplexed, questioned the purpose of such an inquiry. However, it seemed there were indeed a few new additions to the tribe, though he was not well versed in the particulars, having only recently returned and generally being indifferent to tribal affairs. There might be some, but why do you ask? Han Chuan promptly recounted the situation to Fu and clearly articulated his expectations of him. I understand. Once I return to the tribe, I will inquire thoroughly. Chapter 72. He had long understood her when Qi and the others were nearly done preparing the food. Yin Feng returned. As before, he came back empty-handed. It was rather peculiar. Logically, given the presence of such prey, there should not have been only one. Yet he was utterly unable to catch any. Yin Feng muttered to himself as he walked. Qianxia, I just remembered that I bled about 10 days ago. Shan Hu spoke from the water, catching a glimpse of Yin Feng approaching from the corner of her eye. Turning to face him, she deduced from his expression that he had once again failed to catch the lobster. Meanwhile, Qianxia was still calculating her physiological cycle. My period just ended a little over 10 days ago, and in the beast world, it comes once every 3 months. Well, I can't figure it out. Regardless, it's definitely not ovulation time now. I'll just leave it to fate. As Yin Feng reached the two of them, Shan Hu greeted him with a cheerful smile. Did you fail to catch the lobster? Yin Feng nodded, slightly embarrassed. Yes, I guessed correctly. Yin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How did you know, Shan? Shan Hu, propping herself up on the bank with her hands, settled down, letting her feet soak in the water. Whenever you fail to catch prey, your expression never changes. I can tell just by looking at you. She gestured dramatically, feigning exasperation. Yin Feng found it quite amusing. Was his demeanor so conspicuous? It is indeed peculiar. Logically, if such prey has appeared, there ought to be more than one. However, after 2 visits, I have yet to catch even a glimpse of one. Silverwind found himself utterly perplexed as to why that might be. Alas, if capturing one proves elusive, then it is perhaps best to abandon the pursuit, for it is not particularly delectable, certainly not as appetizing as the spiny beast. Coral could only offer such consolation to Silverwind. Otherwise, she feared he would be consumed by thoughts of the lobster. As anticipated, Silverwind's expression shifted in an instant upon hearing that lobsters were not as tasty as spiny beasts. If they are not more delicious than spiny beasts, then I shall cease my search for them. Upon hearing Silverwind's words, Coral cast a small, proud glance at Qianxia, who responded to Coral's cue with a subtle smile. Coral was implicitly conveying, "Look, I know my beast husband all too well. Coral, you should change into a fresh beast skin. Wearing this damp one could lead to illness, and preparations for the meal are underway." Qianxia noticed that Qi and Han Chuan were approaching with bowls in hand. "Oh, Silverwind, transform into your beast form to shield me while I change my skin." After standing, Coral took a beast skin skirt from the side, and Silverwind promptly transformed into a grand lion, providing her with ample cover. Just as Coral emerged, donned in her new beast skin skirt, Qi and the others arrived. As Qi set down the food he was carrying, he was about to leave when Qianxia called out to him. "Qi, Han Chuan, why don't you lay out the beast skins over there? Let us all dine together here." Yesterday, everyone tacitly allowed Qianxia and Shango, the 2 females, to spend time together, so they did not have dinner together. Today, however, they decided to dine as a group. Yin Feng transformed back into his beastman form and retrieved some animal skins from his face, handing them to Qi. Upon receiving them, Qi and Han Chuan began to lay out the animal skin carpet. At this moment, Fu stood silently a little further away, unnoticed by anyone, his gaze never leaving Qianxia. Qianxia observed Han Xuan and Qi's busily at work, glancing at the others. Everyone was present, except for her beloved husband. Suddenly, a wave of regret washed over her. How could Xuanqi be absent? This moment of joy and beauty felt incomplete without him. She had not considered this at the time. Initially, she planned to remain at home for the 5 days leading up to her delivery. Today marked the 6th day before her childbirth, and she would have to wait for Xuanqi to finish hatching the eggs before she could venture out again. Thus, today was the last opportunity for her to enjoy the outside world. Yesterday, Shango had mentioned wanting to go on a picnic, and that had stuck in her mind, along with the realization that today was indeed her final chance to play outside, as her time would soon be consumed with other responsibilities. Given her earlier promise to Shango, she had asked if they wanted to go for a picnic, and coincidentally, Han Xuan had mentioned going to the water's edge to deal with the prey, prompting her to join them. Reflecting on her earlier words about having a complete family, she felt a sudden deflation, as if the air had been released from her. She felt deeply remorseful toward Xuanqi. Yin Feng, having heeded Qianqi's admonition, was particularly attuned to Qianxia's condition. As he shifted his gaze, he was startled to observe Qianxia's sudden despondency. He promptly patted Coral on the shoulder. Coral, puzzled, glanced at Yin Feng, who gestured for her to look at Qianxia. When she turned her attention, she too was taken aback by Qianxia's demeanor. Without hesitation, Coral sat beside Qianxia and inquired, "Qianxia, what troubles you? Is there something amiss?" Her eyes were filled with concern. I see everyone here, yet Qianqi is absent. Just yesterday, I remarked on how our family was complete, and today I find myself. Qianxia's voice trailed off, growing increasingly sorrowful. At that moment, Yin Feng interjected, "Qianxia, please do not despair. Qianqi anticipated your feelings and specifically instructed me to keep a close watch on you if you wish to venture out. Moreover, you have not forsaken him. Rather, he has urgent matters to attend to that prevent him from being by your side. Do not dwell on it." Yin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking it was not as grave as he had feared. Earlier that day, Qianqi had arrived at their home, requesting assistance in looking after Qianxia while he went hunting. After sharing some instructions, he had pulled Yin Feng aside to convey a few additional words. At this moment, Qianxia appeared somewhat bewildered, and Coral mirrored her confusion. Did Qianqi truly express such intentions during his visit today? Coral looked questioningly at her partner, prompting Yin Feng to clarify, "When you went to the cave entrance for water, Qianqi called me aside and spoke to me then." Xuanqi had long anticipated that Qianxia might wish to venture outdoors. He had been present when Shanhu and Qianxia expressed their desire for a picnic the previous day. He vividly recalled Qianxia stating that she could still go out in the coming days, but after that, it would be impossible as the time for giving birth approached. Following her delivery, she would not abandon him for leisure outings. Moreover, Qianxia had previously mentioned that she intended to remain at home for several days prior to giving birth. Given his understanding of Qianxia, during the subsequent 2 months when she would be nurturing her eggs, it was unlikely she would leave him behind for recreation. Additionally, she had promised Shanhu that they could indeed go out in these upcoming days. Unless Shanhu herself chose not to go, it was highly probable that Qianxia would accompany her. After all, she had committed to Shanhu, and having spent so much time together, Xuanqi was well aware of Qianxia's character. Once she made a promise, she would certainly fulfill it. Chapter 73. Every male has his responsibility at this moment. Xuanqi was on his way to the misty forest, for the supply of energy beast meat was dwindling, and he needed to prepare for Qianxia. He recalled Qianxia mentioning that in her world, after giving birth, one must observe a confinement period. Initially, he was unaware of what confinement entailed, but later Qianxia elucidated that it involved nourishing oneself with ample food and drink to restore lost vitality, primarily to recuperate the body weakened by childbirth. Furthermore, during this period, one must avoid exposure to wind and cold water. Naturally, avoiding wind and cold water posed no issue. To restore health, the meat from the misty forest was essential. After all, the disparity between meat infused with energy and that devoid of it was immense. He must also catch more giant goat beasts, as Qianxia had recently developed a fondness for them. The misty forest, situated at the confluence of the central, southern, and eastern continents, is renowned for its unique geographical position, which fosters plants that inherently possess energy. Consequently, the animals residing within this forest subsist on these energy-rich flora. thus accumulating energy within their own bodies and undergoing an evolution of energy. Carnivorous creatures, in turn, prey upon those herbivores that consume energy plants, perpetuating the cycle of survival. The forest is aptly named the Misty Forest due to the perpetual shroud of toxic gray mist enveloping the area. This mist does not adversely affect the flora and fauna. However, for lower-tier beastmen, inhalation leads to respiratory distress and convulsions, and without timely consumption of the ghost orchid, it could prove fatal. The orchid, a delicate blossom of deep blue hue, flourishes on the periphery of the Misty Forest. Though seemingly unremarkable in its modest appearance, it serves as the antidote to the enigmatic fog that envelopes this woodland. The existence of the Misty Forest has undeniably drawn many orcs, and after extensive trials, it has been concluded that orcs of the 8th tier and above remain unaffected by the toxic mists. Indeed, strength is of utmost importance. Orcs who have ventured into the forest are astonished to discover that the ordinary prey within possesses a tier equivalent to their own 7th rank. As for the existence of higher-tiered creatures, they remain uncertain, having yet to encounter any. Perhaps the lack of orc hunters has allowed the local fauna to flourish remarkably, resulting in a bountiful population. Orcish talent is paramount, and ascending through the ranks is no trivial feat. 8th-tier orcs are rare, and those above that tier are even scarcer, limiting the number of orcs capable of entering the Misty Forest. Some orcs capture prey within the Misty Forest and subsequently trade their spoils at the market, reaping substantial rewards. After all, ordinary individuals cannot access the forest, making the acquisition of energy-rich meat through such channels highly sought after. At this moment, by the water's edge, Silverwind gazes at the perplexed Qianxia and elaborates. Xuanqi informed me of his intention to journey to the Misty Forest. Though the distance is not great,
It requires some time.
he must gather provisions for the 2 months he will spend incubating the eggs. Moreover, he aims to return a few days prior to the arrival of your offspring. Today marks the ideal opportunity for him to hunt, as he anticipated your emergence. Yet circumstances hinder him. If he does not venture out today, he fears that should any unforeseen circumstances arise later, time would be wasted, and he would miss the opportunity of your birthing. He cannot allow for any deviations from the plan. Hence he has taken the liberty of reminding me to look after you a bit more. Therefore, Qianxia, there is no need for you to feel disheartened. Yet, upon hearing Yinfeng's words, Qianxia felt even more despondent. He had considered everything, while she had not thought of him during their picnic. At that moment, she naturally assumed he had his own matters to attend to, and she would attend to hers. However, as she observed everyone enjoying themselves, with the exception of him, she suddenly felt a pang of selfishness. Seeing that Qianxia bore no semblance of joy, Shanhua felt both worried and perplexed. Qianxia, why do you feel sad? Every beastman is free, after all. He knows what he is doing. Why should you be upset about this? There are many more happy days ahead. Today is but a fleeting moment. If I wish to go out and play while Yinfeng had business to attend to, I would simply say, let him busy himself. I shall enjoy myself. Engaging in our own pursuits is not a matter of discord. It merely entails occasional separations, not a lack of affection. The reasoning stands firm, yet Qianxia could not shake the inexplicable guilt that weighed upon her heart. At that moment, she sensed that her emotions were somewhat askew. Before setting off, her thoughts were quite simple. Today was the last day to enjoy herself, and she had promised Coral to go on a picnic yesterday. Xuanqi had matters to attend to, so he would take care of his own affairs while she indulged in her desires. However, now she felt her actions were somewhat excessive and lacked consideration. Shusha.
Shall we eat?
Han Chuan approached with a bowl of meat soup in one hand and fried meat in the other. Yet, as he reached Qianxia's side, he distinctly sensed something amiss with her emotions. Han Chuan hastily set down the food and looked at Qianxia with concern. Is something wrong? Why are you unhappy? After speaking, Han Chuan glanced at Yinfeng and Coral. Without waiting for Qianxia to respond, Coral recounted the situation to Han Chuan. Shusha, you're overthinking it. Males like us don't dwell on such matters. Xuanqi has things to do. It's not as if we left him alone at home while we went out to play. Besides, I was also supposed to handle some prey. So this timing is quite perfect. No more overthinking, let us eat. Han Chuan understood that Qianxia was exhibiting symptoms of impending motherhood. Earlier, Xuanqi had advised him that as the time for birthing drew nearer, her emotions would become more sensitive. Just recently, Qianxia had wept for quite some time while gazing at the crescent moon, lamenting why it wasn't full, questioning how it could be incomplete. Both he and Xuanqi were left bewildered. But I feel so guilty toward Xuanqi, Qianxia said pitifully to Han Chuan. Han Chuan settled himself comfortably before enveloping Qianxia in his embrace, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Xia, he began earnestly, both Xianqi and I are males. And with that comes a set of responsibilities. At present, Xianqi is fulfilling his duties as a father and partner. Your thoughts of him bring him immense joy. My responsibility now is to care for you and ensure your happiness. Since we are out to enjoy ourselves, we must indulge in the joy of the moment. You have already mentioned that in the coming days, you will need to remain at home to prepare for childbirth, and afterward, you will require time to rest and recuperate. This means a considerable period away from the outside world, so it is imperative that we make the most of today and revel in our joy. Han Chuan's words effectively soothed Qianxia. Chapter 74. The transformation of the sheep beast into the dragon beast as the golden sunlight turned to a dusky hue. Xuanqi finally arrived at the misty forest, while Qianxia and her companions concluded their picnic in the waning light. After tidying up their belongings, the group began their journey homeward. Yin Feng and Han Chuan, two majestic lions, walked side by side, each carrying their respective companions, while Fu trailed behind Han Chuan. After a few paces, Han Chuan felt a peculiar disquiet, prompting him to glance back a couple of times, yet he discerned nothing amiss. It was only on the third glance that the unsettling truth dawned upon him. Halting in his tracks, he turned to regard the crimson-golden fox behind him. A look of puzzlement etched on his face. Pray tell, why are you following me? Your home lies not within the Lion King tribe. Han Chuan mused, perplexed as to why the fox chose to accompany him when they were all meant to return to their respective abodes. At his words, Fuyu stiffened momentarily. Alas, he had forgotten. Adopting a facade of composure, he replied, I merely wish to escort you for a while, to express my gratitude for your hospitality today. In response, Han Chuan turned away, striding forward while dismissively stating, no need for an escort. Do not forget what I instructed you, return to your tribe. With Han Chuan's departure, the others naturally followed suit, leaving Fuyu standing alone in silent contemplation. Watching the retreating figures of his companions, a profound sense of solitude enveloped him. Yet, he swiftly recollected himself, spurred by the task Han Chuan had entrusted him. With a swift motion, he pivoted and darted towards the opposite bank, intent on attending to matters back at the tribe. When Qianxia returned home, she discovered that Xuanqi had not yet come back, and for reasons unknown. A sense of unease began to envelop her. Han Chuan, did Xuanqi mention how long he would be gone? The sun is about to set, and he still hasn't returned. Han Chuan, cradling Qianxia, made his way toward the small cave. After gently placing her on the grassy nest, he gazed into her eyes and reassured her. He didn't specify how long he would be away, but if he doesn't return tonight, he should be back by tomorrow. It has been this way before. So don't fret, Xia. After all, he is a 9th-tier beast man. Despite Han Chuan's comforting words, Qianxia remained anxious, her heart racing. Observing her worried expression, Han Chuan continued to soothe her. Xuanqi will undoubtedly be fine. He is remarkably capable. Would you like to rest for a while? Qianxia never doubted Xuanqi's prowess, yet perhaps it was best not to dwell on it too much, as such thoughts would only invite sorrow. She nodded and lay down. Xia, I will be right here in the big cave. Just call for me if you need anything.
All right.
Han Chuan waited until Qianxia had fallen asleep before stepping outside. After tidying up a few things in the house, he too lay down on the grassy nest in the big cave. Meanwhile, in the misty forest, Xuanqi was engaged in a fierce battle. He had transformed into his massive beast form to withstand the onslaught of his opponent. The fight was proving to be quite arduous, as his adversary was of equal rank, also a 9th-tier beast man. Furthermore, his opponent was an aerial beast man, while he was a terrestrial beast man, putting him at a distinct disadvantage. Xuanqi gazed in astonishment at the colossal black dragon soaring above, pondering when a 9th-tier beast man had materialized in this vicinity. Moreover, it was astonishing to discover that it was a dragon beast man. Including himself, there were now 3 9th-tier beast men present. Suddenly, the black dragon opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of dragon flames towards him. The intensity of the fire startled Xuanqi, prompting him to swiftly transform into his human form and evade to the side. The flames descended upon the ground, igniting a fierce blaze. Realizing the danger, Xuanqi summoned his ice abilities in an attempt to extinguish the flames, fearing they would spread and consume the forest. However, to his astonishment, Although he had encased the fire in ice, it continued to burn within the icy confines. In a matter of moments, the ice melted under the relentless heat, and the flames began to engulf the surrounding vegetation.
What?
This fire cannot be extinguished. No wonder he had sensed the perilous nature of the flames earlier, which had compelled him to evade in his beastman form. Witnessing the encroaching inferno, Xuanqi could no longer hesitate. He shouted at the black dragon in the sky. You must extinguish this fire. Do you wish to incinerate the entire forest? Seeing the black dragon remain unmoved, Xuanqi rubbed his forehead in exasperation and continued, I apologize. I truly did not mean for this to happen. Allow me to explain, but please extinguish the flames first. As soon as his words left his lips, the black dragon descended before the raging fire, transforming into its beastman form. With a swift motion of its hand, the flames that had been consuming the area were extinguished in an instant. As he gazed upon the scene, Xuanqi was suddenly reminded of a saying he had heard in the past. Tentatively, he turned to his companion and inquired, Are you of the dragon kin from the western continent? Chihua was taken aback, not expecting a beast to possess knowledge of the dragon race. He could not help but regard the creature before him with newfound seriousness, though he refrained from responding. Noticing the silence from his counterpart, Xuanqi took the initiative to introduce himself. I am Xuanqi, a serpent beast man hailing from the southern continent. I offer my sincerest apologies. In my pursuit of prey, I inadvertently inflicted harm upon you. To be frank, a tinge of guilt washed over Xuanqi as he recalled the small puncture he had spotted on the wings of his companion when he had transformed. Indeed, it was his doing. The circumstances surrounding this incident were rather absurd. Upon entering the misty forest, Xuanqi had commenced his hunting escapades. He had successfully captured a substantial number of creatures on the periphery, but while pursuing a formidable 8th-tier giant sheep beast, he inadvertently ventured into the inner circle of the forest. Until that moment, he had never traversed the depths of the inner circle. As his primary purpose for visiting the misty forest was hunting, the abundance of prey in the outer region had always sufficed, rendering any exploration of the inner circle unnecessary. Moreover, he lacked an adventurous spirit that compelled him to uncover the mysteries of this enchanting forest. Thus, he would typically leave once he had gathered enough game. It remained uncertain whether the recent influx of beastmen hunting in the forest had diminished the outer prey population, but it was this scarcity that had led him to chase his quarry deeper into the woods. Primarily, it was his inaugural encounter with an 8th-tier prey in the outer circle. He mused that the flavor of such a quarry might be exceptionally delightful, which prompted his pursuit. The outer circle differed from the inner one in that it was devoid of mist. Conversely, the inner circle was shrouded in a layer of gray fog, reminiscent of the forest's outskirts, rendering anything beyond a slight distance utterly invisible. Upon pursuing the colossal sheep beast into the inner circle, he unleashed his extraordinary abilities in the direction of the creature. Subsequently, he discerned a shadowy figure amidst the mist, mistaking it for the gigantic sheep. Intent on delivering a fatal strike, he launched a fiery projectile. Then, an earth-shattering roar reverberated through the air. He found himself perplexed. Did an 8th-tier colossal sheep truly possess such a fearsome call? Suddenly, a cluster of fireballs surged forth from the mist, and then a dragon's head materialized before him. Xuanqi, where is the promised colossal sheep? Chapter 75, The Legendary Dragon Clan. Upon returning to the tribe, the first course of action for Fuyu was to seek out the chieftain. From the chieftain, he learned that several new orcs had indeed joined the tribe, including one who was a rabbit orc. Upon hearing this, Fuyu eagerly urged the chieftain to take him to meet these new members, as the rabbit orc could very well be related to Qianxia. Meanwhile, Xuanqi explained the entire situation to the other party and sincerely offered an apology. The other party merely huffed, seemingly unwilling to forgive. After pondering for a moment, Xuanqi retrieved a substantial handful of spirit stones from his space and presented them to the individual. This was the only sincere gesture he could conceive, for while energy-rich beast meat was abundant here, spirit stones were not as easily acquired. His reasoning was straightforward. The energy contained within the spirit stones could be utilized for upgrades, and it could also serve to mend his wings. Chihua was astonished by the pile of spirit stones before him, particularly because among the blue spirit stones were several purple ones and 2 red ones. Good heavens, this serpent beast is truly affluent. For me? Xuanqi nodded in response to the astonishment etched on Chihua's face. This dragon beast has a penchant for spirit stones? Delighted, Chihua accepted the spirit stones, setting aside a few purple ones and the 2 red ones, while swiftly consuming the remainder.
Soon,
a surge of potent energy began to envelop his entire being, prompting him to transform into his beast form. The immense dragon body was soon cloaked in a soft blue glow, and the small, damaged hole began to mend under the soothing light. After fully absorbing the energy, Chihua transformed back into his orc form, wearing a proud expression as he addressed Xianqi. Given your earnestness, I shall overlook your previous offense. Xianqi, however, was taken aback. The demeanor of this creature resembled that of the foul lion at home. Chihua began to play with the several spirit stones he had retained, marveling at the red spirit stones for the first time. Such treasures were rare indeed. This serpent orc had generously bestowed upon him 2 of these precious stones. Wealth, it seemed, was abundant. Having traversed from the western continent to the central continent, he had passed through a couple of tribes, where he attempted to barter for some animal hides, only to be met with refusal. The tribes insisted they only accepted spirit stones. Initially perplexed, Chihua was accustomed to trade by barter in the western continent, leading him to believe the same would apply here in the central continent. This was the first time he had felt defeated. Who would have imagined that a dignified 9th-tier orc, having captured numerous prey, had only encountered 5 blue spirit stones and a single purple one, which he had long since consumed. Little did he know that in the central continent, transactions were conducted using spirit stones. What Chihua remained unaware of was that in smaller tribes, bartering was indeed feasible. However, in the super tribes, where resources were plentiful, the primary pursuit was the enhancement of strength, rendering spirit stones as the universal currency. Just like Xianqi, who resided in the Lion King tribe, where spirit stones were scarcely needed, he presently held no ambition to elevate his power and had been diligently saving all the spirit stones he acquired. Chihua gazed intently at Xuanqi before him, a glimmer of insight illuminating his eyes. Perhaps this companion was worth befriending. You are correct. I hail from the western continent, and I am of the Dragon Clan.
My name is Chihua.
After a nod of acknowledgement, Xuanqi inquired, did you just fall asleep? The query stemmed from matters concerning their bloodlines. What defines a beast man? It is a creature that has evolved through the ages, taking on a human form while retaining its innate abilities and instincts. For instance, he possesses remarkable speed. In his beast form, his agility would be even greater. And during winter, he would experience lethargy, entering a state of hibernation. Such are the fundamental traits and instincts of one who embodies the serpent beast. Regarding bloodlines, the Xianwang serpent reigns as the sovereign of serpents. Wherever it appears, serpents within a 100-mile radius instinctively retreat, a phenomenon known as bloodline suppression. Among beast men, this suppression manifests primarily in their offensive capabilities. To illustrate, Xuanqi, being a terrestrial beast man with a serpent essence, would find himself at a disadvantage against an avian beast man of equal standing. In a contest of strength without transformation, they would measure their might. Yet, should they engage in their true forms, Xuanqi would be severely constrained, for in the natural order, a serpent's nemesis is the eagle. Furthermore, terrestrial beasts find themselves incapable of mounting an effective assault against aerial ones, even if they attempt to strike. The flying beast can effortlessly evade by ascending to a greater altitude. Thus, it is evident why Xuanqi struggled so against the airborne Chihua earlier. However, when there exists a significant disparity in strength, even bloodline suppression proves ineffective. Take for instance Xuanqi, a 9th-tier entity, who encounters an eagle beast man of merely the 6th tier. In such a scenario, the eagle beast man would be utterly incapable of reaching Xuanqi's true form, let alone launching an attack. The dragon lineage is renowned for its noble bloodline, effectively subduing 99% of wild beasts. As Xuanqi pursued his prey into the inner circle, his opponent did not react immediately, and he inadvertently caused harm to himself. Given these circumstances, Xuanqi surmised that the adversary had transformed and was deeply asleep in that very spot. With the advantage of bloodline suppression, his true form remained immensely formidable, rendering him immune to any potential assaults from wild beasts. Chihua, somewhat awkwardly, nodded. Well, I suppose after a hearty meal, one tends to feel drowsy and may simply choose to take a nap. At that moment, Xuanqi comprehended. It was no wonder he had noted a significant decline in the outer circle's prey, as this individual had consumed a considerable amount. I find myself intrigued. As a dragon from the western continent, what brings you to this mist's forest? The dragon lineage has nearly become a legend among the beast men. At the time, he merely listened and did not take it seriously, yet now he truly encountered a genuine dragon. Dragons are inherently proud beings, often looking down upon ordinary beast men, which is why they seldom make appearances, residing solely within their own territories. Their rarity has led to very few beast men having ever witnessed their presence, and those who had once encountered dragons have long since aged or passed away. In those bygone years, the elder orcs recounted tales of the dragonkin to their progeny. Yet the latter had never laid eyes upon these majestic beings, thus they naturally regarded them as mere legends. Well, others informed me that the local prey possessed spirit stones, which prompted my arrival. Passing through 2 tribes that spoke of trade involving spirit stones, I began to contemplate my quest for these coveted gems. Consequently, I casually accosted a male orc, inquiring where I might capture beasts imbued with spirit stones. He duly directed me to this very locale. However, much to my dismay, my perennial misfortune persisted. Despite slaying numerous beasts, none bore the coveted spirit stones within. Chapter 76. Because he is remarkable, Xian-Chi gazed at the individual before him, feeling uncertain whether this orc was genuinely simple-minded or merely inexperienced in the ways of the world. However, one thing he could ascertain was that this beast had been deceived. Why draw such a conclusion? Because from the very beginning, he had never exerted his aura of dominance. After mistakenly injuring him, amidst the obscuring fog that hindered his vision, he did not instinctively release his 9th-tier Orcish pressure to warn the other. He merely emerged in a dazed manner. Why describe his emergence as dazed? Because following his accidental injury, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the fog, and in the wake of that roar, a dragon's head unexpectedly materialized. Its body concealed entirely by the mist, remaining silent throughout. It felt as if it were demanding, "Let me see who dares to attack." In the face of injury, he did not instinctively unleash his aura to fulfill the purpose of warning the adversary, let alone during his routine wanderings. To validate his hypothesis, Xian-Chi inquired further, "Have you ever disclosed your rank to other beasts or demonstrated your prowess?" Chi-Hua shook his head, dismissing the notion. What use is there in that? Thus, it was clear, no other beasts were aware of his strength, and the orc he had apprehended was equally oblivious to his rank. Moreover, without the orc inquiring about his status, he had been informed that the prey within the Misty Forest contained spirit stones, correct? Are you aware of the nature of the Misty Forest? Chi-Hua nodded, then shook his head, a look of perplexity etched across his face. Is there a problem? Xian-Chi questioned, somewhat exasperated as he rubbed his forehead. Thankfully, he possessed formidable strength. Otherwise, he shuddered at the thought of the fate that might befall this young man. In a certain sense, the orc was not entirely mistaken. The beasts within the Misty Forest were indeed more likely to possess spirit stones than those found beyond its borders. However, the orc's reckless suggestion to venture into the Misty Forest for hunting, without inquiring about his rank, was nothing short of malicious intent. How could the orcs residing in this region be unaware of the nature of the Misty Forest? This was a deliberate act. The Misty Forest could only be traversed by orcs of rank 8 or higher, for the mist was toxic. Any orc below this rank would struggle to breathe and suffer convulsions upon inhalation. If one were to consume a ghost orchid in time, they would be spared. Otherwise, they would meet the beast god. As Xian-Chi explained this, the other party suddenly interjected, "Oh dear, I should have asked for clarification." Xian-Chi was left speechless. Is that really the crux of the matter? He thought, gazing up at the unseen sky, his eyes filled with melancholy. He could not fathom why he continually encountered such naive creatures. Suddenly, I recalled Han Chuan. Before he became involved with Qian Xia, Han Chuan exhibited a remarkably normal demeanor. Even when I sought him out, he had not yet disclosed his intentions, yet he seemed to have divined them. However, after forming a bond, things shifted. Recently, I encountered a fox who, although I had little interaction with, and thus found it difficult to assess, appeared to be quite close with Han Chuan. He seemed somewhat naive, which complicates my judgment. Now, as I meet this new individual, should I describe him as innocent or simply foolish? Why have you come to this continent, Dragon Clan? It has been ages since you last emerged, has it not? Xian-Chi inquired cautiously. This continent is merely the adjoining land to the western continent, hence my arrival, the fox replied. But the northern continent also borders your western continent. Why not venture there instead? Xian-Chi asked, only to receive a dismissive glance from Chi-Hua. Because I wish to come to the central continent, not the northern continent. Simply because I desire to. What a perplexing question indeed, Xianqi mused. Xianqi felt a twinge of embarrassment as he awkwardly rubbed his nose. What is your purpose in seeking spirit stones? Is it for advancement or trade? For trade, Qi Hua answered. Upon hearing this, he recounted his entire journey, concluding with a heartfelt sigh. At last, there is a beast who can listen to my grievances. Xianqi observed him with a complex expression. While there was certainly a hint of foolishness, it was also true that he had not encountered the world much. Xuanqi had never ventured to the Western continent and was not well acquainted with its circumstances. However, he mentioned that in his region, bartering was the norm, suggesting that there might not be any formidable tribes present there. He explained that the tribe he belonged to was not a minor one, but rather a superior tribe, where the orcs possessed greater strength compared to those from lesser tribes. Consequently, they had no need for hunting spoils or animal hides, as they were fully capable of capturing their own prey. Their primary pursuit was power, rendering spirit stones the principal medium of exchange within the superior tribe. In contrast, for smaller tribes that might pass through, bartering was indeed viable, as sustenance was of utmost importance to them. Xuanqi elaborated on this. Qi Hua expressed surprise, realizing that the outside world was categorized into tribes of varying sizes. Is the tribe you reside in a superior tribe or a lesser one? Qi Hua inquired, observing Xuanqi with curiosity. Being a ninth-tier orc like himself, Qi Hua assumed they both inhabited superior tribes. Xuanqi found himself momentarily taken aback by Qi Hua's question, prompting him to reflect on the true size of the Lion King tribe. He mused that it could not be classified as a minor tribe. Perhaps it was a medium-sized tribe? The tribe I belong to should be considered a medium tribe, neither too large nor too small, he concluded. Upon hearing this, Qi Hua's interest was piqued. What? Besides superior and lesser tribes, there exists a medium tribe? I wish to visit. May I accompany you to your medium tribe? Qi Hua exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. At that moment, Xuanqi found himself pondering, Xuanqi looked at the beast before him with a puzzled expression. Why do you wish to accompany me back to the tribe? I have never encountered a tribe before, and I am curious. Indeed, sincerity is a formidable weapon. You have yet to explain why you have come here. I mean, why would you leave your noble dragonkin to traverse such a great distance? Xuanqi inquired once more, reflecting on the response he received during his initial question. It seemed that the answer had not been entirely flawed. Wait, he had been led astray. Xuanqi's expression darkened. Well, my father and mother are pressuring me to mate. I have no desire for such commitments, so I ran away. Qi Hua spoke with a casual air, regarding mating as trivial, merely revolving around the females. He cherished his freedom and had no intention of settling down. Pressured into mating? Xuanqi was taken aback. It is common for parents to dote on their offspring, occasionally urging them to find mates. But to be coerced into such a union was a first for him. Is your father the chieftain? And why does he insist on your mating? What is a chieftain? Well, he is the one whom everyone listens to. Indeed, my father is the clan leader. Why does he press me to mate? Simply because I am formidable. Xuanqi. Chapter 77. Free and powerful labor, is it because of your prowess that you are compelled to find a mate? My father maintained that with such an exceptional lineage, I must ensure its continuation. Upon hearing this, Xuanqi's lips twitched in dismay. He vowed never to impose such expectations on his own offspring, regardless of their extraordinary talents. It was only when he thought of his child that Xuanqi suddenly became aware of the passage of time. When he had entered, the sun was still shining, albeit in a waning light, and now it was nearly set. Indeed, not long after this realization, the illumination began to fade. With a swift motion, two flames erupted simultaneously. Xuanqi seemed to have an epiphany. He extinguished his own flame and said, I will gather some twigs and use your everlasting fire to ignite them. In truth, this eternal flame could burn even in the absence of fuel. Xuanqi's primary concern was to establish a designated area for the fire and to delineate it from the surrounding woods, lest they inadvertently ignite the forest. As night fell, Xuanqi and Qi Hua, the two beasts, gathered around the campfire, engaged in light conversation. To be honest, it was only after I arrived in the central continent that I realized how splendid the outside world truly is, Qi Hua remarked, gazing into the encompassing darkness. Within the Dragon Clan, tales have been passed down since the era of his grandfather, depicting the outside world as wretched. and the bloodlines of the beasts beyond as utterly mundane and commonplace. It was said that even the weakest of their kind would be considered among the strongest in the outside realm. Before venturing out, he too had held such beliefs. Upon his emergence, he beheld a landscape adorned with verdant trees, crystalline rivers, and streams, all basking under the gentle warmth of sunlight and a soothing breeze. The soil was fertile, teeming with wildlife, and sustenance was abundant, while the interactions among the Orcish folk were marked by warmth and camaraderie, elements utterly absent in the Western continent. The majority of the Western continent is characterized by vast plains, interspersed with continuous mountain ranges and gorges. Spring is the most delightful season, heralding the growth of flora and the proliferation of fauna, transforming the arid expanses into lush grasslands. However, the spring on the Western continent is exceedingly brief, lasting a mere month and a half instead of the customary 3 months. Although it is still spring, the region swiftly transitions into the sweltering season, with prolonged daylight and only fleeting moments of night. As this time unfolds, vegetation gradually withers, and what was once a verdant grassland slowly succumbs to a desolate expanse of yellow sand. The winds of the Western continent are parched and scorching, with the spring waters perpetually murky, in stark contrast to the pristine clarity of the central continent. With the arrival of the sweltering season, the land becomes increasingly arid, with drought prevailing for the majority of the year. The rainy season that follows is eagerly anticipated by both the orcs and the flora and fauna alike. Though it is termed a rainy season, precipitation in the Western continent is sporadic, as if the beast god, in a bid to preserve the life of this land, bestows a life-sustaining elixir to sustain its vitality until the onset of winter. In the frigid season, the cold is indeed bitterly harsh. However, it is fortunate that the orcs, having evolved from beasts, possess thick fur that shields them from the worst of the chill. In the absence of water, they can quench their thirst with snow, though hunting becomes considerably more challenging during this time, as many wild creatures enter hibernation, and those that remain active are seldom seen. Fortunately, the duration of winter on the Western continent is relatively brief, akin to that of spring, and both orcs and beasts alike stockpile provisions in advance to endure the cold months. As winter fades and spring arrives, the snow-capped mountains gradually release their icy grip, nourishing the plains below, where dormant seeds buried beneath the yellow sands awaken and begin to flourish once more. This cycle of life persists endlessly. As for the long-held belief within the tribe that the orcs outside are feeble, that notion is profoundly misguided. He has encountered orcs of equal strength, and he himself is celebrated as the foremost warrior among the dragon kin. Whence comes this ancient wisdom that speaks of the inferiority of external orcs? It is mere rumor, nothing but baseless gossip. Were it not for the certainty that he would be unable to return if he ventured back, he would eagerly relay the wonders of the outside world to his fellow orcs. Those who have lived near the Crimson Flame Mountain for nearly 100 years ought to step beyond its confines and behold the beauty that lies beyond. Once he gathered his thoughts, Chihua gazed expectantly at Xianqi and asked, "May I accompany you back to your tribe? When shall we depart?" Xianqi looked on with a puzzled expression. What did he mean by, "when shall we depart"? Had he promised that he could accompany him back? Why do you wish to return with me? Would it not be better for you to seek out a tribe of your own? With your formidable strength, there would be no shortage of tribes eager to welcome you. Xuanqi replied, "I must decline my apologies." Upon hearing this, Chihua immediately moved to sit beside him, his clear and innocent eyes fixed upon Xuanqi. "Because I only know you," he stated. Throughout their journey, Xuanqi realized that he was the sole name he had learned among the orcs. "Isn't that enough to consider us acquainted?" Xuanqi was left speechless. "Is that truly a valid reason? If you return with me, the most I can offer is for the chief to arrange a cave for your accommodation. I shall be quite occupied in the days to come, so I hardly have the leisure to entertain you." Xuanqi subtly declined. "Occupied? With what?" Chihua inquired, curiosity piqued. "My partner is due to give birth in a few days, and following that, I must engage in 2 months of egg incubation. In my clan, one cannot stray far from the snake eggs during this period." As Xuanqi spoke, he absent-mindedly tossed dry wood into the fire. Chihua stood and then resumed his seat across from Xuanqi, his expression one of perplexity. "What is so wonderful about pairing up? It seems that every single one of you is intent on finding a mate, revolving around the female, without a trace of freedom. However, you are my first friend, and during your incubation, I could venture out to hunt and bring you food." Xuanqi responded, "That is entirely unnecessary. Can you guess why I have come here? To hunt? Knowing that I am here to hunt, do I still require your assistance in delivering the prey? Moreover, it is unnecessary. My companion has other beastly partners. If food truly runs scarce, he will naturally embark on the hunt himself. Insufficient provisions? Such a notion is unfathomable. Besides, who would desire his help in procuring prey? What would such gossip imply? Xuanqi cast him a glance, aware of his ignorance. Yet it was precisely this awareness that rendered her unable to reproach him. Xuanqi, how vexing. Oh, very well, you tend to your own affairs. And I shall amuse myself with mine. When shall we return? Qihua had already tacitly accepted the notion of accompanying the other back to the tribe. Xuanqi surveyed Qihua's innocent and earnest demeanor. Well, perhaps it was indeed a fortuitous development for the Lion King tribe to gain an additional 9th-tier beastman. Do you genuinely wish to return with me and join the tribe? Indeed. Let us proceed. Where to? Xuanqi regarded the earnest beast before her with a faint smile. Hunting. Once we have slain enough, we shall return. Is this not free and powerful labor? Just perfect. Given their combined strength, it would not be long before they filled their space, enabling them to journey home. The onset of night would cloak his black dragon form in the skies, rendering them invisible to other beasts. Otherwise, if they returned by day, he would be troubled by how to escort him. Mounting his beastly form? That was absolutely out of the question. Chapter 78. It must be taken home first. Xuanqi and Qihua commenced their hunt within the misty forest, swiftly engulfed in the cacophony of anguished cries and flickering flames. Xuanqi's speed was remarkable, prompting Qihua to match his pace, enhancing their efficiency in the pursuit. With their relentless efforts, the ground in this vicinity soon became strewn with the remains of their quarry. Xuanqi traversed the area, elegantly sweeping his hand to absorb the prey into his spatial realm. You possess spatial abilities? Qihua expressed his astonishment. Xuanqi arched an eyebrow and retorted, What? Do you not have one? No, I do not. His intention was merely to tease, truly. Observing the flames in Qihua's grasp, Xuanqi inquired, A dual affinity for fire and wind? Qihua nodded, conjuring a small whirlwind with his other hand. The combination of the fire-wind dual elemental abilities, complemented by his race's unique indomitable flame, formed a harmonious synergy. Qihua, retracting his powers, gazed at Xuanqi. Are you endowed with fire and spatial abilities? At that moment, Xuanqi smiled with pride. I possess both ice and fire capabilities, in addition to a high-level spatial ability. Wow! Qihua exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before asking, Then, why did you not employ your ice abilities earlier? Xuanqi replied, Have you considered the time? It is dark. Utilizing fire illuminates the surroundings more effectively. Moreover, at the very beginning, when you unleashed that indomitable flame, was it not I who employed my ice abilities then? Why do you even question it? I seem to have forgotten. Xuanqi, surveying the plethora of prey surrounding him, ensured that no embers remained before contentedly making his way outward, with Qihua closely following. Upon exiting the forest, Xuanqi instantly transformed into his beast form, while Qihua morphed into a black dragon. Follow my lead. I must first attend to the prey by the water's edge before returning to the tribe, Xuanqi succinctly instructed. Qihua nodded and ascended into the sky. As the serpent and dragon journeyed through the night, suddenly, Qianxia awoke. Typically, she would sleep soundly, yet today, for reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable pull, leading to her abrupt awakening. After glancing at her abdomen, she called out for Han Chuan. Why is Qianxia awake at such an hour? Han Chuan, hearing her call, promptly entered, somewhat puzzled, as Qianxia had never stirred at night before. She usually slept deeply. I don't know. It just happened so suddenly. I can't shake the feeling. Is Xuanqi returning? Or perhaps, was it merely her longing for Xuanqi that stirred her awake? Surely not, for he typically returned the following day. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Qianxia smiled sweetly. Yes, I crave fried meat, the fatty kind. Very well, Han Chuan chuckled softly, then lifted Qianxia, carrying her to the dining table. Once she was seated, he began to prepare their meal. Fortunately, the 2 pieces of meat in the basin had thawed early, allowing the preparation of the meal to commence without delay. Meanwhile, a serpent and a dragon arrived at the water's edge, taking a brief respite before igniting 2 everlasting flames. Xuanqi began to process the prey, while Qihua received guidance from Xuanqi on how to cut the prepared meat into suitable portions. Their swift actions were harmoniously synchronized, one efficiently handling the processing, the other adeptly slicing the meat. The prey was soon ready, prompting Xuanqi to escort Chihua back to the tribe. As night had fallen, most of the orcs were in slumber, except for those stationed at the gates. Chihua's request to arrange a cave with the chieftain would have to wait until the following day. Approaching the tribe, Xuanqi urged Chihua to revert to his human form swiftly. Should the gatekeepers discover a dragon hybrid had entered the tribe, it would be only a matter of time before the entire settlement learned of it by morning. At that point, Chihua would undoubtedly find himself the center of attention among the orcs. After all, the dragon lineage had not graced the world in ages. The sudden emergence of a dragon hybrid, especially one of the 9th rank, would surely cause an uproar. This urgency was precisely why Xuanqi had chosen to travel through the night. Had it been day, he would have been at a loss as to how to escort Chihua home. It was inconceivable. If a dragon were to appear in the sky, it would not be long before orcs from all corners would converge in search of the dragonkin. As the two approached the entrance of the tribe, the gatekeeper orc greeted Xuanqi warmly. Upon noticing the unfamiliar face beside him, he inquired, "Xuanqi, who is this?" "This is a friend of mine. He wishes to join our tribe. Unfortunately, we returned rather late, but I will take him to see the chief tomorrow to explain the situation." "Ah, understood. Please, do come in." Xuanqi nodded and led Chihua into the tribe. It seemed that tonight he would have to accommodate him at his home. The two gatekeeper orcs watched as Xuanqi and Chihua walked away, suddenly puzzled. Isn't Xuanqi usually in beast form when he comes and goes? Why is he walking this time? You're right about that, but why concern ourselves with others? Upon reaching his own cave, Xuanqi noticed that his dwelling was still aglow with firelight, while the neighboring coral's cave had long since succumbed to darkness. Given the brightness of the flames, could it be that Qianxia had not yet retired for the night? That was unusual. She had never been one to wake at such an hour in recent days. Xuanqi hurried into the cave, with Chihua quickly following suit. "Han Xuan, I still want to." "Xuanqi, you're back."
Huh?
"And who is that orc following you?" Qianxia, initially intending to express her desire for more food to Han Xuan, caught sight of Xuanqi entering the cave, accompanied by a tall, dark-haired orc. To her astonishment, the orc's eyes were crimson. For reasons she could not comprehend, her first thought was of a Western vampire. Xuanqi swiftly stepped forward, enveloping Qianxia tightly in his embrace. "Ah, you're back." After a brief moment in his arms, Qianxia withdrew, grasping his hands as she scrutinized him with evident concern. "Are you all right? Are you hurt? I felt an overwhelming sense of worry for you this afternoon. It was quite unsettling." This afternoon? A tremor coursed through Xuanqi's heart. That was precisely when he had clashed with Chihua. Could it be that Qianxia sensed it? He placed one hand gently on Qianxia's abdomen and leaned down to kiss her.
I am unharmed.
How could your husband possibly sustain injuries so easily? The richness of his voice resonated in her ears, leaving Qianxia feeling as though her very body were melting. "I'm relieved to hear that.
I was so worried about you."
As Xuanqi and Qianxia indulged in their affectionate moment, Han Xuan cast a puzzled glance at Chihua, who stood nearby. He took a step closer, fixing his gaze on him as he inquired, "Who are you?" Chihua, with his golden short hair, offered a friendly smile. "Greetings, I am Chihua, here to join the tribe." "Join the tribe?" Han Xuan scrutinized Chihua, noting his long black hair, crimson eyes, robust physique, and height comparable to his own. Apologies, but he could not ascertain what beast Chihua represented. "What is your true form, and why do you wish to join the tribe?" Chapter 79. A point of no return. Just as Chihua was about to speak, Qianqi interjected. "Chihua, come sit down." "Han Xuan, you too. I have something to discuss with you both." Han Xuan gave Chihua a scrutinizing glance before proceeding to take a seat opposite Qianxia. Chihua followed closely behind, settling beside Han Xuan and directly across from Qianqi. As Qianqi sat next to Qianxia, he grasped her hand and said, "Before we delve into this matter, I need everyone to prepare themselves mentally." Qianxia and Han Xuan exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound sense of bewilderment. It was the first time they had witnessed Qianqi's demeanor so solemn. "What is it? Just tell us already." Han Xuan, unable to contain his impatience, thought to himself, surely he isn't about to announce that the beast man he brought back is Qianxia's third beast husband? No, absolutely not. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a scowl began to form on his face. Yet, in the next moment, his grim expression transformed into one of shock and trepidation. "Chihua, he is of the dragon clan, a black dragon, a 9th-tier beastman.
He wishes to join our tribe.
What? Han Chuan exclaimed, standing up in disbelief as he turned to Chi Hua. The Dragon Clan? The legendary Dragon Clan? At that moment, Han Chuan's expression was akin to a palette spilled over, a riot of colors. The Dragon Clan, and to top it off, a ninth-tier beastman? Wasn't it said that ninth-tier beastmen were akin to mythical beings? And now there were two of them. There was originally a legend in the household. But how is it that this legend has brought forth a legend of its own? Qianxia, being an outsider to this world, was initially taken aback by the mere existence of dragons, unaware of their status within this realm. Had she been informed, she would undoubtedly have uttered the golden legend. Chihua glanced at Han Chuan with a slight smile and inquired, "Yes, I am of the dragon lineage. My true form is that of a black dragon. May I join your tribe?" Han Chuan, momentarily silent, regarded him with a contemplative gaze. Qianxia took in Chihua's appearance. His long black hair cascaded around him, and his eyes sparkled like exquisite rubies, radiating brilliance. His features were chiseled and striking, exuding strength, while his thin lips bore a mischievous smile. In modern terms, Chihua resembled a multicultural blend, his rugged yet handsome visage embodying a perfect creation of the heavens. "Why does a dragon wish to join our tribe?" Han Chuan inquired. "Because I had departed from the Dragon Clan and have nowhere else to go. After meeting Xuanqi, I returned with him," Chihua replied. As soon as the words left his lips, Han Chuan's sharp gaze turned towards Xuanqi, seemingly reproaching him for casually bringing a beast along. Xuanqi, however, did not meet his gaze and merely stated, "Do you no longer desire those eyes?" Instantly, Han Chuan's demeanor softened and a smile graced his face. "Han Chuan, damn it. If I could defeat you otherwise." "Qianqi, you think I can't handle you? What does your dragon form look like?" Qianxia was quite curious, wondering whether the dragons of the beast realm were akin to the dragons often spoken of in modern times. "Do you wish to see?"
Wait. No.
Qianqi exclaimed in terror, but before he could finish his words, Chihua had already taken several large steps forward and transformed into his dragon form with a swift motion. Suddenly, there was a thunderous sound, and the cave was engulfed in dust. Cough, cough. After the dust settled, a massive dragon form filled the entire cave entrance. With the dragon's horns having punctured a large hole in the stone ceiling, debris scattered across the ground. The neighboring coral family was abruptly awakened by the tremor. "What is happening? Was there an earthquake?" Coral, bleary-eyed, sat up in her grassy nest, while Yinfeng and Kuei Zhe warily surveyed their surroundings. After a while, realizing that there was no further disturbance, they coaxed Coral to sleep again. "Damn it! The cave I painstakingly organized." Han Chuan was on the verge of a meltdown. Qianqi, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his forehead. Regret, such profound regret. If only I had known not to bring him back.
Kiwa,
Awkwardly wedged in the cave, finally turned his gaze downward to Qianxia and said, "This is my beast form." After speaking, he swiftly reverted to his human form. Observing the consequences of his actions, Chihua awkwardly chuckled. "Would it suffice if I compensated you with my share of the hunt?" In truth, his misunderstanding of his own physique was at play. During his time among the dragon kin, they resided in caves nestled within steep mountain cliffs, and their kind naturally traversed in their beast forms. At that moment, he had not given it much thought. The cave appeared ample enough, and thus he instinctively transformed into his beast form. Little did he realize that this cave could not accommodate his beastly stature. Did he not perceive the magnitude of his own form? Could he not assume a smaller beast form? Qianqi, exasperated, found himself too weary to chastise him. Typically, when beast men transformed within caves, especially those of considerable size, they would instinctively shrink their forms, as demonstrated by Qianqi. Conversely, if their beast forms could be comfortably housed within the caverns, there would be no need for such conscious reduction, just as Han Chuan did not require it. His form fit quite well. Yet, Chihua lacked this understanding entirely. He had lived his life in such a manner, accustomed to slumbering in his beast form. Among the trio, one was in a state of frantic irritation, another was as still as stagnant water, while only Qianxia marveled at the spectacle with wonder and curiosity. This was not the ethereal dragon of modern tales, but rather reminiscent of the dragons from Game of Thrones. Like the magnificent Drogon. Oh heavens! She had always adored the three dragons from the series and often fantasized about the exquisite experience of raising a dragon, akin to Daenerys. Although she does not possess the dragon now, She feels an immense joy and satisfaction just to witness it. Qianxia couldn't help but chuckle at the flustered demeanor of Qihua. It was as if Qihua resembled those university students who take on summer jobs, her eyes reflecting a naive innocence. The night had grown late. It was time to tidy up the house, as my great serpent and mighty lion would soon be burdened again. Qihua, this is the consequence of your actions. So you must contribute more. Qihua awkwardly nodded in agreement. Of course, of course. At this moment, Qianxia began to feel drowsy and, after offering a few instructions, allowed Xuanqi to carry her back to sleep. Xuanqi and Han Xuan had initially intended to direct Qihua to clean the cave, but then reconsidered, realizing that this individual was unfamiliar with the tribe, and if she were to inadvertently toss stones into someone else's cave, that would truly become a significant issue. Chapter 80. A curious mind. After a thorough cleanup, it was ultimately Han Xuan who had done the most work. Once he cleared the final stone, he turned to Qihua and, through clenched teeth, uttered, "I detest beasts." Qihua replied, weak and innocent, yet unafraid. Xuanqi observed both Han Xuan and Qihua, contemplating the situation. It seemed there was no other option. Thus he declared, Han Xuan, Qihua, you shall share a bed tonight. Absolutely not. Why should it be you and him? Han Xuan retorted, because I am the foremost beast husband, and I have returned. I will be sleeping with Xia Xia.
Besides,
I can only enjoy her company for a few more days before I begin to incubate eggs. After that, I shall not have the luxury of sleeping beside her. Xuanqi was all too familiar with Han Xuan's reasoning. Upon hearing this, Han Xuan conceded, realizing the validity of his words. Given that he would be occupied with incubation for 2 months, he decided not to contest the matter. He glanced at Qihua beside him and scoffed, how infuriating. There is now a gaping hole at the top of the cave. Thankfully, the floor is somewhat protected, otherwise, if it were to be damaged, this beast would surely drag me to gather stones. The deepest part of the large hole had already been fashioned into a spacious nest, capable of accommodating 3 or 4 beasts comfortably. Xuanqi instructed Qihua to wash off the dust at the cave entrance, ensuring that the freshly made nest remained clean. After a flurry of activity, the beasts gradually drifted into slumber. To everyone's surprise, the first to awaken at dawn was none other than Qihua. Qihua gazed at the slumbering Han Xuan on the opposite side of the grassy nest, silently rising to a seated position. He seldom slept in his beastman form. Thus his rest was somewhat restless. Qihua began to survey the entirety of the cave. The stone walls on either side were impeccably hewn, and the cave was adorned with a layer of an unknown material that rendered it both even and pristine. Moreover, the wooden object he had sat upon yesterday. All of these elements sparked a sense of wonder within him. Did the beastmen of this tribe live in such a manner? It appeared quite delightful. As Qihua continued his exploration of the cave, Han Xuan awakened, turning to find him already conscious. A flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes before he quickly composed himself, rubbing his eyes before rising to his feet. At that moment, Xuanqi emerged from a small opening, and after exchanging a glance with Han Xuan, they proceeded towards the cave entrance to prepare for their morning routine. When Han Xuan opened the wooden barrel to fetch some water, he was met with an unsettling discovery. The barrel was entirely empty.
Han Xuan.
Xuanqi. Both turned their gazes toward Qihua, who, bewildered, stared back at them in confusion. Qihua. Had he done nothing after waking up? Han Xuan took a deep breath, mentally instructing himself to remain calm. It was fortunate that Qianxia was still asleep, otherwise, he would have scolded this dragon without hesitation. Xuanqi looked at Qihua, his expression equally inscrutable, recalling how he had advised a brief wash the previous night. Goodness. He had used up an entire barrel of water. Let him fetch the water, then. Xuanqi transformed into his beast form, swiftly wrapping his tail around the large wooden bucket and darting outside. In the Fox Clan village, Fuyu had awoken early, too exhilarated to find solace in sleep. What fueled his excitement? The newly arrived rabbit beast man in the village was none other than Qianxia's sister.
Today,
he could venture to the Lion King clan to share this delightful news with Qianxia. With that thought, Fuyu decided against sleeping any longer. He transformed into his beast form and dashed out to hunt, planning to seek Qianxia after satisfying his hunger. Before long, Xuanqi returned with the water, and the two quickly freshened up before commencing their respective tasks. Xuanqi retrieved several pieces of meat from the freezer and placed them in the water to thaw, while Han Xuan began washing the pots and dishes, filling a pot with water and returning it to the stove. Chihua also rose, curiously glancing at the large freezer before following Xuanqi and Han Chuan's lead in freshening up. The first taste of fragrant wood left him wide-eyed with delight. After rinsing his mouth, he felt invigorated and fresh. Good heavens, what had he been consuming during his time with the Dragon Clan? Xuanqi stepped outside the cave, observing the sky and sensing that it was nearly time. He then retrieved a substantial piece of energy beast meat from his spatial storage and handed it to Han Chuan. Let us prepare it directly. We won't have time for the meat to thaw. We'll feast on the thawed meat afterward. After accepting the meat, Han Chuan deftly sliced it into smaller pieces with a wind blade and began frying it in the pot. Xuanqi intended to prepare a hearty meat soup. He retrieved a portion of energy beast meat from his spatial storage, specifically the silver wind cut, which had been diced into smaller pieces, rendering it ideal for soup. Chihua observed their actions with palpable confusion, pondering the purpose behind it all, particularly the large stone. Nevertheless, the aroma wafting from the meat was undeniably enticing. As Qianxia stirred from her slumber, the delectable scent of food roused her appetite. Upon hearing Qianxia's call, Xuanqi and Han Chuan exchanged a glance, after which Xuanqi gestured for Han Chuan to attend to her. Han Chuan, grinning broadly, eagerly complied. Did you sleep well, Xia? Today, I've prepared both grilled meat and soup. Would you care for some sweet potato leaves as well? Han Chuan inquired while helping Qianxia to sit up. Yes, please. Could you roast a sweet potato for me? She replied. Certainly, Han Chuan said, lifting Qianxia and carrying her outside. As they passed by Xuanqi, he requested a roasted sweet potato, continuing to assist Qianxia with her morning routine. Xuanqi quietly produced a sweet potato from his spatial storage and tossed it into the fire. Chihua watched the duo with a lingering sense of unease, sensing something amiss. Despite the fact that both beasts were clearly attentive to the female, their demeanor felt markedly different from that of the Dragon Clan. By the time Qianxia had completed her morning preparations and seated herself at the dining table, Xuanqi had already served the meat soup, while Han Chuan brought forth a hearty bowl of grilled meat. Xia, start with some meat. The sweet potato will be ready shortly, Xuanqi said, his gaze tender as he looked at her. Han Chuan took the sweet potato leaves from the stone table outside, washed them thoroughly, and began to sort the greens. Chihua was somewhat astonished. Did they truly consume such foliage? He quietly approached the stove, observing Han Chuan skillfully preparing this unfamiliar plant. Soon, Han Chuan had finished cooking the greens. Qianxia savored the delightful combination of fried meat and sweet potato leaves, followed by a sip of meat broth. A culinary experience beyond compare. Once Qianxia had emptied her bowl, the sweet potatoes were perfectly roasted. Xuanqi let them cool before presenting them to Qianxia. Would she prefer more meat broth or fried meat? Qianxia smiled gently at Xuanqi. I could indulge in another bowl of fried meat. Xuanqi affectionately ruffled Qianxia's hair. Very well. After Qianxia was satisfied, Xuanqi and Han Chuan began to tidy the table. Chihua observed, realizing it was time for the males to partake in their meal. When shall we venture out to hunt? I am quite famished. Chapter 81. The New Beastmaster? Xuanqi and Han Chuan exchanged a glance at Chihua. The former wore an expression of indifference, while the latter rolled his eyes in exasperation. We do not consume raw meat anymore, Xuanqi declared as he approached to inspect the thawing meat in the dish. Chihua appeared bewildered. If not raw meat, then what should they eat? Surely not just the scant amount that barely filled a gap between teeth. Since the Lion King's tribe adopted stone pots for cooking, no beastman had consumed food in their beast form. The distinction between eating in beastman form and beast form lies in the quantity required. The former demands considerably less sustenance, but leads to quicker hunger. In contrast, consuming food in beast form necessitates a substantial amount of prey, followed by a period of digestion before one can shift back to beast-man form without succumbing to hunger for a considerable duration. Naturally, if extensive physical exertion follows a meal in beast form, hunger will return more swiftly, though it remains more enduring than in beast-man form. Prior to Qianxia's introduction of stone pot cooking, the males tended to favor eating in beast form. Now, with the advent of delectable culinary practices, they evidently prefer to dine in beastman form. If we are not eating raw meat, what is this? Such a meager portion. How could it possibly suffice? Chihua protested vehemently. Without a glance in his direction, Xuanqi proceeded to the freezer to assess the quantity of meat available. The ordinary wild beast meat was nearly depleted, and only a scant amount of energy beast meat remained. Thus, Xuanqi filled the portion with the energy beast meat, leaving a small space available. After having breakfast, He ventured out to hunt for ordinary game to satisfy his and Han Chuan's daily sustenance. Xuanqi considered sending Han Chuan to hunt, yet Han Chuan lacked spatial abilities. Even if he managed to catch something, he could only bring home a single prey, and it could only be processed at home. With only 2 beast men available, it was naturally impossible for both to hunt simultaneously. Therefore, rather than sending Han Chuan out, it would be more efficient for him to go alone.
Suddenly,
An intriguing thought crossed Xuanqi's mind. He contemplated how much more convenient it would be to have an additional beast man. One could remain at home to care for Qianxia, while the other could accompany him on hunts. In this scenario, the quantity of prey would be limitless due to his spatial abilities. Alternatively, he could seek another beast man with spatial powers. Seeing Xuanqi lost in thought before the large ice block, Qihua approached and waved his hand in front of Xuanqi's eyes. No response. What could he be pondering? At that moment, Qihua noticed the ice block was empty, yet filled with an abundance of meat. Really? Is this ice block capable of such utility? Qihua's sudden exclamation jolted Xuanqi back to reality, just as Han Chuan arrived, carrying the thawed meat, announcing, "The meat is thawed." Xuanqi shook his head vigorously. What was he just thinking? He actually contemplated finding a beast husband for his partner. As for Han Chuan, that was one thing, but now, well, his thoughts, albeit peculiar, were not entirely without merit. He decided to remain silent and simply await his meal, realizing he had spoken too much. Casting a sidelong glance at Qihua, Xuanqi retrieved the remaining 4 or 5 pieces of ordinary beast meat from the freezer, tossing them into water to thaw. He then began preparing breakfast for the 3 of them. After all, this fellow only dined at home once, so it was merely a matter of managing the food. Besides, they would need to procure fresh meat soon. After Qianxia had her fill, she sat on a stool, observing her 2 husbands as they busied themselves. Qihua, akin to a child, flitted about, peering here and there, his antics rather amusing. Qianxia, are you awake? I'm coming in. A voice called out, Coral. Qianxia quickly responded, I'm awake. Come in. Qihua looked curiously towards the entrance, and then back at Qianxia, wondering who could be visiting at this early hour. When Coral and Yinfeng entered, they immediately spotted Qihua. After exchanging glances, Coral hastened towards Qianxia, while Yinfeng made his way briskly to Xuanqi. Qianxia, have you found a new beast husband? Coral exclaimed. Hey, Xuanqi, has your Qianxia found a new beast husband? They both asked in unison. It is often said that like attracts like, and indeed, the reactions of Qianxia and Xuanqi mirrored each other perfectly, both wearing expressions of utter bewilderment. What nonsense are you spouting? Coral and Silverwind exchanged a glance, then turned their attention to Qihua, resuming their inquiries. Who is he? What is this male? Qianxia remained speechless, pondering, so, is the essence of humanity merely to spectate? Considering that Qihua would eventually need to meet the beast folk upon joining the Lion King tribe, it seemed prudent to facilitate their acquaintance. I shall introduce you both. He is a friend of Xianqi, here to join the Lion King tribe. He returned late last night and spent the night at our home, so please refrain from jumping to conclusions. Qihua, allow me to introduce you. This is Coral, and that is her first beast husband, Silverwind, who resides in the adjacent cave. Since you are joining the tribe, it is only fitting that you become acquainted. Coral and Silverwind responded. Oh. Qihua smiled. Hello, I am Qihua from... Qihua, wait. I will take you to meet the chief. Xianqi interrupted just as Qihua was about to mention his origins from the dragon clan. Confused, Qihua looked at Xianqi. But upon seeing the latter's serious expression, he simply acquiesced with an O. Silverwind squinted, observing the interaction between Xianqi and Qihua. Sensing that there was an undisclosed secret between the 2 beasts, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. How curious, this is rather exciting. Qianxia watched Qihua's bewildered and somewhat helpless demeanor, stifling her laughter, though inwardly, she was nearly in stitches. It is primarily the juxtaposition of such a face with this expression that elicits great amusement. It possesses a certain delightful foolishness, creating a striking contrast. Qihua, please take a seat. Soon, Han Chuan and Xuanqi will have the food ready. Just wait a moment, she said. Qihua nodded at Qianxia and then proceeded to sit down in the same spot as the previous evening. Han Chuan cast a glance at the group, shot a disapproving look at Yinfeng, and with a slight snort, continued to grill his meat. Yinfeng, you mischievous rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? In stark contrast to Yinfeng, Shanhua remained utterly oblivious to any peculiarities. Joining the tribe, of course, means seeking out the chieftain. Qianxia, did you know there was an earthquake last night? Chapter 82. Why could it not be him? Upon hearing those words, Qianxia instinctively cast her gaze across at Qihua. Qihua had initially been tilting his head, observing Xuanqi and Hanchuan, when he heard Shenge's remark. He was pondering the source of the earthquake, bewildered by his ignorance of it. Suddenly sensing a piercing gaze, he turned to find Qianxia looking intently at him, only to see her silently raise her eyes towards the cavern ceiling. In that moment, Qihua's realization struck him. This earthquake. Could it possibly refer to what transpired last night? Naturally, Shenge had noticed the exchange in Qianxia's eyes and followed her gaze. Qihua? She mused, then lifted her own gaze to the cavern summit. Wow, what a massive hole. I did say there was an earthquake. Are you all right, Xixia? This cavern has sustained such considerable damage. However, both she and Qianxia resided at the same mountain's base. How could it be that her home remained untouched while Qianxia's had suffered such a significant breach? Shenge's words caused both Xuanqi and Hanchuan to momentarily pause in their actions, while the creature responsible for the chaos, seated opposite her, appeared preoccupied. Although there was nothing in his hands, he busily wiped the surface of the table. Shenge looked at Qihua with confusion, who replied, "There's a bit of dust, let me clean it. Just tidying up." Shenge questioned, "Where did the dust come from?" Initially, Qianxia found it amusing to observe Qihua's transition from confusion to realization regarding his own actions. Yet, witnessing him feign busyness was simply too much for her to contain her laughter. Haha. Haha. Qihua, you are truly amusing. Haha. Qihua, this. Coral, Infeng, Xianqi, Hanchuan. Perhaps the laughter was a bit too intense. Suddenly, Qianxia exclaimed, startling Xianqi and Hanchuan, who hurried over. It's nothing really. I just laughed a bit too fiercely. My stomach just cramped momentarily. All is well, Qianxia said with a smile, patting her belly as she looked at the two. Upon hearing her words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, having thought that Qianxia might be going into premature labor or something of the sort. Fortunately, that was not the case. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed at the cave entrance, reminiscent of earlier times. Hanchuan, Qianxia, are you home? Hanchuan was taken aback. Was that not the voice of Fuyu? Had he come so early? It was indeed Fuyu. I mentioned to him last time about finding family. Perhaps he has some news. After informing Hanchuan and Qianxia, he stepped outside, while Xianqi returned to prepare breakfast. At that moment, Xianqi mused, really? Why are so many people arriving so early? They haven't even had breakfast yet. Finding family? What family? Coral looked at Qianxia, puzzled. Initially, Qianxia had not intended to discuss this matter with Coral, as it was quite a lengthy tale. However, recalling that Coral's third beast husband, Ling Chuan, was a black wolf beast man, she realized his assistance might be needed. Thus, Qianxia recounted the entire story to Coral. I see. I shall have Ling Chuan return to the Black Wolf tribe shortly to inquire further. Thank you, Coral. There is no need for such formalities between us. As they spoke, Hanchuan entered with Fuyu, a hint of joy gracing his countenance. Shusha, Fuyu has just informed me that there is a rabbit beast man in the fox tribe, who happens to be your sister. Is that truly the case? How wonderful! Qianxia exclaimed with delight. Although they had only located one, it was indeed a promising outcome. Fuyu stepped forward, his voice gentle and melodious. I have ascertained the details. This female is named Xia, and she too has been separated from her family. She encountered our tribe's beast men in the forest, and chose to return with them. Currently, she is bonded with 2 fox beast men in our tribe. As for your father and mother, she is unaware of their circumstances. I also conveyed to her your current situation. Your sister expressed her joy at your well-being, but she has decided not to visit you just yet. A few days ago, she had a misstep and fell, experiencing some abdominal pain. After consulting the shaman, it was revealed that she has recently become pregnant. Thankfully, the child is fine, but the shaman advised her to rest adequately. Upon hearing that her sister was expecting yet had suffered a fall, Qianxia abruptly stood, startling Hanchuan, who hurried to support her, while Coral also rose to assist. Shush. Take care. Qianxia turned to Hanchuan, saying, please give Fuyu several pieces of energy beast meat to take back to my sister, and also provide a piece for Fuyu. Understood. As Fuyu was about to decline his portion, Several pieces of fresh meat were unexpectedly presented before him. He lifted his gaze to discover it was the advanced orc. Suddenly, he realized he didn't even know his name. One piece is for you, the rest are for Sister Xia Xia. When Qian Xia mentioned sharing the meat, Qian Qi had already retrieved several fresh pieces of energy beast meat from his spatial storage, far superior to the frozen variety. Fu Yu gazed at the meat, hesitating to speak, but ultimately accepted it. Thank you, he expressed to Qian Qi and then to Qian Xia as well. No need for thanks, it is only right. Thank you, Fu Yu, Qian Xia replied with a gentle smile. Her soft utterance of thank you, Fu Yu resonated deeply within him, causing him to quickly lower his head and avert his gaze to conceal the slight blush on his face. No one knew how fiercely his heart was racing at that moment. Why are you still here with the meat? Hurry back.
Han Xuan my kid.
Visibly displeased at Fu Yu's apparent reluctance to leave. This meat is so fresh, shouldn't you take it back to enjoy it? The Fox clan doesn't have freezers. Fu Yu, feeling exasperated, rolled his eyes at Han Xuan, thinking how he often spoke when he shouldn't and remained silent when he should. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly noticed an unfamiliar figure seated at the table. He had completely overlooked the presence of a strange beast. A sudden pang gripped Fu Yu's heart as he discreetly surveyed the expressions of those present, only to find them remarkably composed, as if the existence of this beast man elicited no surprise whatsoever. In that moment, it felt as though his heart shattered into a multitude of fragments. How long had he been away, and yet she had already taken a new beast husband? But if a new beast husband was to be chosen, why could it not be him? Was he truly so inadequate? A profound sense of loss and sorrow enveloped Fu Yu. I'm leaving, he murmured softly before transforming into his beast form, seizing the meat from the ground and dashing out of the cave. Observing Fu Yu's sudden melancholic demeanor and his hasty departure, Han Xuan wore an expression of bewilderment. What madness had overtaken this young man? Today, he had even taken the meat from the ground without a hint of disdain. Qian Xia, too, was perplexed. She could not fathom how Fu Yu had transitioned from exuberance to despondency so abruptly. After all, no one had uttered a word against him. Chapter 83. The beast is foolish, yet fortunate. Xuanqi gazed at the departing figure of Fu Yu, his brows slightly furrowed. This fox seemed to possess an unusually intriguing aura. Suddenly, Chihua's voice timidly emerged. When can we eat? I am hungry. He truly wished to diminish his presence, yet his hunger was undeniable. Qianxia and Shangu simultaneously turned their heads towards Chihua, observing his awkward and cautious demeanor, which exuded an air of pitiable vulnerability. Qianxia, I shall return to inform Ling Chuan. I am leaving now. Infan, let us go home. Before Qianxia could utter a word, Shangu hastily exited the cave, momentarily tugging at Infan's sleeve. Qianxia watched Shangu's retreating silhouette before directing her attention to Xuanqi. Is the food ready? He seems quite hungry. Xuanqi glanced at Chihua, then nodded at Qianxia, before proceeding to serve the fried meat from the pot. Han Xuan, please chop the thawed meat in the basin and prepare another pot of soup. Understood. He feared that there might not be enough food. Xuanqi placed a bowl of fried meat in front of Chihua, who curiously reached out with his hand. Hey, aren't you afraid of getting burned? There are chopsticks, Qianxia instinctively remarked. Chihua halted momentarily, raising his gaze towards Qianxia. What are chopsticks? Qianxia glanced at Xuanqi, who was sitting beside her, and pointed to the chopsticks in his hand, saying, These are called chopsticks, used for picking up food. Observe how Xuanqi utilizes them. At that moment, Han Xuan had also placed all the meat into the pot, and then brought over a large bowl filled to the brim with the fragrant broth he had prepared earlier. Chihua looked at the bowl of glistening, golden broth before him, both curious and tempted, and inquired, What is this? This wooden vessel is intriguing, and so is this food. He had never encountered such items or dishes before. Han Xuan shot a glance at Chihua, then turned to fetch a bowl and a soup ladle, while Qianxia hurriedly asked him to bring an additional pair of chopsticks for Chihua to use. For Han Xuan, this breakfast was rather displeasing, as most of the food he had cooked was consumed by the dragon, leaving him quite displeased. Xuanqi, however, paid little heed to Chihua's hearty appetite. He understood that Chihua had never eaten in his beast form before, and it was only natural for him to indulge upon his first experience. After all, he too had been in a similar situation, and it was only after acclimatizing to his beastly existence that he had gradually adapted to his current form. His appetite in beast form was merely 3 times that of Qianxia's. Chihua struggled to master the use of chopsticks, ultimately resorting to using his hands to grasp the food, devouring a substantial amount of the broth. Although he felt he had not entirely satisfied his hunger, he was content. It must be said, the flavors of the food produced in this manner were indeed delightful. Han Chuan, please summon the chief, he requested. Xuanqi gazed at Chihua and Han Chuan across from him, while Han Chuan, without uttering a word, abruptly turned and exited the cave. He was eager to rid himself of this individual as soon as possible. After Han Chuan's departure, Xuanqi addressed Chihua in a tone of utmost seriousness. If you wish to join the Lion King tribe, you must acclimate to living in your beast form.
Why?
Chihua inquired, perplexed and bewildered by the demand to adopt a beastly existence. The dragon clan has not made an appearance for an exceedingly long time. The moment you reveal your beastly physique and prowess, it will undoubtedly attract numerous beastmen to our tribe. Their intent is to persuade you to join their ranks and offer their protection, perhaps even compelling you to conquer other tribes on their behalf, all while presenting you with corresponding conditions. Xuanqi had traversed many regions, and he had witnessed the fervent recruitment of beastmen, not only of the 9th tier but also of the 7th and 8th tiers by those formidable tribes. Thus, he refrained from displaying his own strength in public. Even hunting was conducted in remote areas devoid of beasts. Suddenly struck by a thought, Xuanqi cast a puzzled glance at Chihua. How did this fellow traverse from the western continent to the Misty Forest? During their time in the Misty Forest, he had previously inquired if any beastmen were aware of Chihua's strength, to which Chihua had replied in the negative. However, Xuanqi had not considered asking whether he had transformed in front of other beasts. Yet, it seemed unlikely. If he had, there would have been a commotion long ago, and he would not have been allowed to remain in the Misty Forest or accompany Xuanqi back to the tribe. Without the ability to transform into a beast form, how am I to hunt? Shall I simply starve? The reluctance of Chihua was palpable. Did you truly feel satiated by the meal today? Xianqi inquired, observing him intently. Not entirely, but it was adequate, Chihua confessed. In truth, he still yearned for more, had it not been for the piercing gaze of Han Chuan, laced with a hint of malice.
He sighed,
reminding himself of his host's hospitality. I am curious. You likely have never transformed before other beastmen. During our time in the Misty Forest, you mentioned you had not revealed your strength to others. How then did you traverse from the western continent to the central continent, ultimately arriving at the Misty Forest? Xianqi's curiosity was evident, while Qian Xia listened with wide, inquisitive eyes upon learning that Chihua hailed from the western continent. It is the first I have heard of the western continent. Chihua shrugged nonchalantly. When I officially crossed from the western continent into the central continent, it was under the cover of night. I hunted in the forest along the border, and once I had my fill, I sought a cave to rest. When I awoke, the night had fully enveloped the land. I continued my journey, and as dawn approached, fatigue set in, prompting me to eat and sleep again. If I awoke early, I would wander nearby, until I stumbled upon that so-called super tribe. Qian Xia exclaimed, Ah, I see. So, it was merely a matter of time zones. At that moment, she felt a surge of admiration for Chihua. Indeed, there is wisdom in the saying that fools often enjoy serendipitous fortunes. From the words of Xuanqi, it becomes evident that Chihua's identity holds significant weight among the beastmen of this world, especially considering he is a 9th-tier beastman. Should his existence become known to the outside world, various factions would undoubtedly vie for his allegiance, seeking to bolster their tribe's power or even to invade others. However, this Na'vi Chihua, oblivious to the complexities of the outside world, made no effort to conceal himself. He journeyed innocently from the western continent to the central continent, traversing the Misty Forest, where he ultimately encountered Xuanqi. Along his journey, he visited the super tribe and met other beastmen, yet he remained devoid of any psychological defenses. Had anyone inquired about his origins, he would have readily proclaimed himself a dragon, a 9th-tier beastman. The astonishing part is that not a single beastman ever bothered to ask him. Chapter 84. He wishes to join the Lion King tribe upon returning to the tribe. Fuyu first delivered the meat to Qian Xia's sister before retreating to his den, curling up in his beast form. At that moment, the Fox clan chief, Huluo, unexpectedly entered. Upon seeing his offspring's magnificent fiery red fur, his heart swelled with an undeniable pride. In their crimson fox tribe, a creature resembling their illustrious ancestor, an 8-tailed fox adorned with a golden hue, had emerged for the first time. How could he not feel proud? Truly, his child was exceptional. However, as he observed his young one wrapping its tail around itself tightly, emanating an air of despondency, he suddenly sensed something amiss. My dear child, what troubles you? Speak to your father, and tell me what has transpired, Hu Luo inquired with utmost caution. His careful demeanor stemmed from the fact that his cub was exceptionally strong-willed. Previously, a female in the tribe, who adored him immensely, had spurned numerous suitors in her pursuit of him. Not only did he reject her advances, but he also cruelly remarked on her appearance, declaring that he could never harbor feelings for someone he deemed unattractive. That day, the female's parents had come knocking at his door, demanding an explanation. It cost him a fine piece of white bear pelt to placate their anger. If you do not fancy her, then simply refuse. Why speak ill of her looks? He mused, for she was indeed quite lovely, ranking among the most beautiful females in the tribe. Nevertheless, she proved patient, resuming her pursuit after nursing her wounded heart for a mere 2 days. As a father, he naturally hoped that his child would find a partner soon, especially since the intended mate was an exceptional female within the tribe. He offered a few words of encouragement, only for the child to leave the tribe and never return. Initially, he believed the youth had merely gone hunting, but when half a month passed without a word, he faced the ire of his partner. It was only recently that this troublesome offspring returned to the tribe. Upon his return, the female had already chosen a mate and had several beastly husbands. Hearing his father's voice, Fui raised her tail slightly, revealing her enchanting fox-like eyes. Father, how did you pursue mother? Foxfall, upon hearing this, propped his chin on his hand, lost in reminiscence. Suddenly, he turned his gaze sharply to his child. This lad. Has he found a female he fancies? Foxfall immediately crouched before Fui, his tone brimming with excitement. Child, please tell me, do you have someone you like? Fui lifted her 8 tails and nodded affirmatively. If you like her, go after her. Without pursuit, how can there be opportunity? Let me tell you, I pursued your mother before her coming-of-age ceremony. You cannot imagine how many males sought her, each aspired to be her first husband. I brought her food and flowers daily, accompanying her wherever she wished to go. On one occasion, while out with your mother, we encountered a rogue beast man who attempted to seize her. At that time, I fought with the determination to stake my very life, ultimately driving him away, though I sustained considerable injuries. Yet, from that moment on, your mother harbored affection for me and chose me as her first beast husband during her coming-of-age ceremony. Fuyo listened intently, quietly committing it to memory. The pursuit involved offering food, presenting flowers, accompanying one another wherever desired, and providing protection. Suddenly, a silhouette of a woman with long black hair flashed through his mind, and the once erect tail drooped down, enveloping him. For a moment, Hilo was somewhat bewildered. Just moments ago, everything was fine. His tail was held high and swaying, yet now it lay completely down. What's wrong, little one? Has that female already spurned you? No, Frio replied glumly. I haven't even pursued her yet. How could there be a rejection? Then what is this demeanor of yours? Hilo inquired, puzzled. It had only been a day or 2 since they last met, and she had already acquired a new beast husband, and moreover, her first beast husband was formidable. Oh, so the female he admired has taken a beast husband, and one who surpasses him in strength. What? Stronger than him? Hilo crouched down, deep in thought. In this forest, if a young one possessed exceptional prowess, the entire woodland would surely be aware. His offspring was currently at the 7th tier, yet in this forest, the only one slightly stronger than him was the Lion King's clan member, Han Chuan. What? Han Chuan? Hilo abruptly turned to gaze at his offspring, astonishment filling his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. When did Han Chuan find a partner? He tentatively inquired, little one. You wouldn't have taken a liking to Han Chuan's female, would you? Fuyu remained silent, merely blinking her fox-like eyes. Indeed, Han Chuan has truly found a partner. His companion currently has several beast husbands, though none of them are likely to surpass your strength. You two are at the 7th tier, only a step behind Han Chuan in advancement. Leave, Hu Luo exclaimed, perplexed. He had barely begun to speak before being dismissed. Fuyu thought, I was already annoyed, and this only adds to my vexation. Aren't you on good terms with Han Chuan? You are of the same tier. Could it be that he fears you might outshine him? However, as the foremost beast husband, he cannot reject the advances of other males towards his partner. Naturally, if his partner were to refuse, then it would not be acceptable. In the beast world, It is a rule that beast husbands cannot interfere with the pursuits of other males towards their partner. If the partner declines a male's advances, and that male persists, the beast husbands are permitted to intervene directly. Fuyu found herself somewhat speechless. After all, she too is a beast man. She is well aware of these customs. Why must they be reiterated? Han Chuan is not the foremost beast husband. That title belongs to a serpent beast man, whose strength may exceed the 8th tier. Han Chuan is not the foremost beast husband, so what does that imply? More than the 8th tier? Hu Luo was left bewildered. When did the Lion King tribe possess beastmen of higher than the 7th tier? Could it be that you are mistaken? It is not merely the 8th tier. Could it possibly be the 9th? 9th tier orcs are akin to legends. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hu Luo dismissed his offspring's assertions with a wave of his hand, only to be countered almost immediately. Father, do not forget that my talent surpasses yours. Can I truly misinterpret this? Fuyu shot a glance at his father, his 8 splendid crimson golden tails swaying gracefully behind him. Hu Luo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, his progeny had a point. Regardless, if the female has not rejected you, then pursue her. How can you know unless you try? Furthermore, if you do not express your affections, how will others understand your feelings? Can you not exhibit a semblance of my former charisma? Upon hearing his father's words, Fuyu sprang to his feet, his resolve solidifying. His father was right. He must convey his feelings. With this thought, Fuyu dashed out, exclaiming, "Thank you, father. I shall join the Lion King tribe."
What?
You little rascal, come back. Return.
Who understands?
I have endeavored to guide my offspring, only for him to seek another tribe. Chapter 85. He felt quite ashamed. Fox Luo gazed at the vanishing figure of her offspring, then glanced towards the entrance of her cave, her brow furrowing in concern. That troublesome child. Oh no. He is surely going to face the wrath of his partner. Meanwhile, in the Lion King tribe, Han Chuan and Sher Shan were making their way home. Sher Shan's face was a mixture of astonishment and joy, his lips incessantly murmuring, "My child. That truly is a member of the Dragon Clan. Is he really going to join our tribe? He is a 9th level beast man, isn't he?" At that moment, Han Chuan wore an expression of utter exasperation. Yes, indeed. Please, refrain from speaking further. Xian Qi has instructed us to keep this matter confidential. If you continue, the entire tribe will be in the know. Sher Shan promptly fell silent, yet the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Han Chuan had already divulged all the details of the situation when they were at Sher Shan's cave, and throughout their journey, his father had inquired innumerable times. He had provided the same answers repeatedly, only to be met with yet another round of questioning. He was weary. Finally, they arrived home. Sher Shan bolted into the cave, while Han Chuan observed his father's retreating figure, bewilderment etched on his face. Wait, we are at the doorstep. What does it mean to rush inside like that? Look at how unrefined you are. Inside the cave, Qian Xia, Xian Qi, and Shi Hua were seated around the table. Upon seeing Sher Shan's arrival, all three turned their attention towards him, followed by the leisurely entrance of Han Chuan. Qian Xia couldn't help but find the expressions on their faces amusing. One was filled with a sense of nervous anticipation, while the other exuded an extraordinary sense of relaxation. The sight of the father and son together was comically endearing. "Father, come and sit here," Qianxia beckoned, pointing to the seat beside Qihua. All right, Sher Shan responded, somewhat flustered as he approached and took a seat beside Qihua. He glanced at Qihua, then at Qianxia and Xuanqi, feeling a curious surge of anxiety. Observing his father's demeanor, Han Chuan let out a soft snicker before settling next to Qianxia. "This is the chief of the Lion King tribe," Xuanqi remarked, glancing at Qihua. Qihua turned to Sher Shan with a smile, greeting him warmly. "Greetings, chief. I am Qihua, and I wish to reside in your tribe. By the way, I am of the Dragon Clan, a 9th tier beast man." Sher Shan's excitement was palpable. "Oh, excellent. I will arrange for you to have a grand cave right away. You can rest assured while staying with us. If you need anything, just seek me out." At this moment, Sher Shan was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears. His father had indeed spoken of the existence of dragons. It is said that 9th tier beastmen are akin to legends, and during his tenure as chief, his tribe had the fortune to welcome not one, but 2 9th tier beastmen, one of whom was a dragon. How could he not feel exhilarated? Han Chuan observed his father's reaction, internally scoffing. Is it just a dragon? Why the overwhelming excitement? Such a display. The Lion King tribe is currently a modest-sized clan, yet it boasts two ninth-tier orcs, one of whom hails from the dragon lineage. Should this information circulate, the Lion King tribe would undoubtedly become the center of attention. In 2 days, Qianxia is set to give birth, and following that, I will commence the egg hatching process. It is imperative that there be no room for error during this period. This matter must remain confidential. Xuanqi spoke with great seriousness, and the expressions of those present shifted to one of earnest gravity. I understand. I will manage this aspect well, Lion Mountain said, contemplating the arrangements with a newfound authority. Appearing more like the chief he was meant to be. Xuanqi then turned his gaze toward Qihua, his golden serpent eyes suddenly sharpening. If you are to reside here, you must heed my words. You are not to transform into your beast form at will, nor disclose your origins or strength to any other orc. When you wish to hunt, seek us out, and I will have Han Chuan accompany you. Should you venture out to hunt on your own and be seen in your beast form by others, do not return to the tribe. Go wherever you please. This is a time of particular sensitivity, and I cannot allow any potential dangers to arise. Xuanqi's chilling admonition sent a shiver through Lion Mountain, while Qihua furrowed his brow, eventually nodding in acquiescence. To be frank, Xuanqi's words left him feeling uneasy. What of being a dragon? Why must he hide? After all, he was not incapable of defending himself against others. Qianxia did not overlook the myriad expressions on the faces of those around her. Upon observing Qihua's countenance, she deliberated for a moment before deciding to elucidate her thoughts. Qihua, I believe it is imperative to clarify a few matters. While we wholeheartedly welcome your desire to join the Lion King tribe, you must also recognize that in just a couple of days, I am to give birth. Once the child is born, Xuanqi will immediately embark on a 2-month incubation period. For his kind, once the incubation commences, he cannot stray from the serpent's egg. Otherwise, our offspring may tragically perish within their shells. Should news of your status as a 9th-tier beast man belonging to the dragon lineage reach the outside world, as Xuanqi has indicated, there will undoubtedly be unrest. The Lion King tribe could soon find itself inundated with numerous high-ranking beast men drawn by your presence. However, we cannot guarantee that they harbor benevolent intentions towards our tribe. You may perceive yourself as a 9th-tier beast man, possessing strength that surpasses all others, yet we must remain vigilant. Not all beast men are benevolent. Their genuine intent may well be to entice you into their fold. But what if, at that juncture, they deem the Lion King tribe weak and entertain malicious thoughts, seeking to seize our resources or capture females? How many adversaries could you possibly withstand alone? In this tribe, aside from you and Xuanqi, the most formidable among us is Han Chuan. However, should other prominent tribes send their beast men to extend an invitation to you, those sent will undoubtedly be of considerable prowess. When the direst moment truly arrives, and Su and Q is unable to act while hatching the eggs, with the other beast men lacking the prowess to rival the adversary, can you single-handedly safeguard the Lion King tribe? If, of course, I am merely hypothesizing. Should such a scenario transpire, and I were to be taken away, Su and Q would undoubtedly take action. However, in such a case, the offspring I have so painstakingly carried would never have the chance to enter this world. Thus, this is the reason Su and Q imposes these restrictions upon you. Q Enxi's words left Chu's pupils trembling, and he instinctively glanced towards Su and Q, only to catch a fleeting glare directed at him. Who lowered his head, his jet-black hair cascading down either side, obscuring any glimpse of his expression. At that moment, a weight settled within his heart. Regarding Su and Q's constraints upon him, he had initially harbored considerable dissatisfaction. He had even thought at that time, we are all 9th-tier beast men, and in terms of combat, he might not even prevail against me. Why should he command my obedience and impose limitations? Yet he never anticipated that it was for these reasons. He felt a profound sense of shame. Chapter 86. With a resounding sound, Xuanqi gazed at Qianxia, his eyes brimming with tender affection. He had never articulated his feelings for Qihua to Qianxia, yet she now perfectly encapsulated his innermost thoughts. She was simply wonderful. Xuanqi took Qianxia's hand, intertwining their fingers. And as she turned her head, she was met with the fervent love reflected in his eyes, prompting her to smile sweetly at him. An air of sweetness enveloped the two. Han Chuan, not oblivious to the interaction between Qianxia and Xuanqi, felt a pang of jealousy and seized Qianxia's other hand, placing it within his palm. When Qianxia turned to face Han Chuan, she was greeted by his pouting expression. With a resigned smile, she gently pinched his cheek. At that moment, she thought, why are you still jealous? Honestly, though your sulking face is rather adorable, haha. Had there been no one else around, Qianxia would have undoubtedly comforted Han Chuan. But with Shan and Qihua present, she could only postpone her efforts. Shan, being experienced, quickly grasped the situation at hand. Clearing his throat, he said, ahem. I shall take Qihua to see his cave. Upon finishing his sentence, he rose and beckoned Qihua to follow him outside. Qianxia stood as well, and the two beasts beside her hastily followed suit. For a moment, the five of them exchanged glances. Perhaps we should all go take a look as well. After all, it would be good to know where Qihua resides, right? Qianxia was the first to break the awkward silence, though it seemed she too felt a bit uneasy. With a beaming smile, Lion Mountain glanced at the three individuals before him and said, let us explore together. Shall we proceed? Quickly retracting her hands, Qianxia stepped away from the dining table and made her way outside, with Xuanqi and Han Chuan promptly supporting her on either side. The group first passed by Coral's home before arriving at the cave adjacent to it. Qianxia was somewhat astonished to discover that there was, in fact, a cave here. The route they took led them past her own house before reaching Coral's, and the stone wall at the cave's entrance jutted out slightly, creating a visual illusion. She had always assumed that Coral's house marked the end of the path, which is why she had never ventured to explore it before. This cave is the second largest in our tribe. The largest belongs to Muna, as she has an abundance of beastly companions. Aside from her, no other household in our tribe boasts such a large number of beastly family members, thus leaving this cave vacant, which is now occupied by Qihua. Lion Mountain discreetly cast a glance at Qihua. At home, the cub had complained to him about his large beastly form, which had caused damage to their dwelling, prompting him to consider this cave as an alternative. As the group entered the cave, its long-abandoned state appeared somewhat disheveled. The further they ventured inside, the more spacious the cave became, resembling the shape of a trumpet. With the encroaching darkness, both Xuanqi and Qihua summoned a flicker of flame in their palms, illuminating a vast area, while Han Chuan steadfastly supported Qianxia beside them. Qihua gazed at the cavern, his countenance devoid of any joy. This cave, grand though it may be, offered little else of merit. What are the materials that should adorn the ground? Why were they absent here? Qianxia stared in astonishment at this vast hollow, which perhaps rivaled the combined sizes of her own home and that of Coral's. She wondered if it could possibly accommodate Qihua's beast form. Contemplating this, Qianxia turned to Qihua beside her, inquiring, Qihua, do you think this cave can contain your beast form? Qihua glanced back at Qianxia, and in the flickering light, he beheld her sparkling eyes. This particular gleam had shone forth the first time she expressed a desire to witness his beast form. It seemed as though she truly cherished the sight of it. After surveying the cave once more, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. When I transformed that night, I was cautious, my wings remained folded, and even then, I filled the space. To be candid, this cave is indeed quite spacious, yet I am somewhat apprehensive. I shall transform and see. Upon finishing his statement, Qihua gestured for everyone to step back, mindful of potential unforeseen consequences. Once a safe distance had been established, Qihua swiftly transformed into his beast form, resulting in a thunderous roar that stirred a cloud of dust and debris. Meanwhile, in the adjacent dwelling of Coral, she was seated at the dining table, indulging in a delectable meat stew when a sudden explosion startled her greatly. Her beastly companions rushed to her side, eager to shield her from harm. Silverwind, swift and agile, scooped Coral into his arms and darted out of the cave, followed closely by the others. As they stood outside the cave, they observed their fellow tribespeople nearby, some dancing joyfully, others engaged in idle chatter, while the young ones frolicked about. Coral looked up at Silverwind, then glanced at the other beastmen, who exchanged bewildered glances with one another. What was happening? I recall a similar occurrence last night. I even thought it might have been an earthquake, but upon closer inspection, it certainly did not resemble one. Coral expressed her confusion while nestled in Silverwind's embrace. Silverwind, harboring doubts, turned his gaze toward the cave on their right. He distinctly remembered that cave to be uninhabited, yet the recent sound seemed to have emanated from that direction. Gently setting Coral down, he remarked, the sound appeared to originate from that vacant cave. I shall investigate. Wait, I want to go too, Coral exclaimed, eagerly grasping Silverwind's arm. He cast a sidelong glance at Qi's and Zhu Yi, who promptly positioned themselves on either side of Coral, while Ling Chuan and Lefeng trailed closely behind. Thus, the six of them commenced their venture into the cave. Inside, as the dust settled, Qianxia and the others finally beheld Qihua's beast form, leaving Lion Mountain utterly astounded, nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. Amidst the astonishment regarding Qihua's transformation, Xuanqi silently contemplated whether he could fully restrain him in his beast form. However, it appeared that Qihua was slightly larger than he, yet this posed no significant concern. If on solid ground, Qihua might not be able to surpass him. Qihua felt that the cave was somewhat inadequate for his beastly form. He found himself somewhat constrained, even lowering his head. When he first transformed into his beast form, he hadn't considered the implications, and as a result, his head collided with the stone wall above with a thud. It wasn't painful, but it did leave him slightly disoriented. Qihua, resembling his initial appearance, gazed at Qianxia, who was captivated, her bright, sparkling eyes filled with wonder, which brought him great delight. Meanwhile, Qianxia's mind was racing with thoughts. Wow, wow, wow. Zhugang, Zhugang. Chapter 87. Shall we take a touch? Noticing the evident delight in Qianxia's eyes, Qihua gradually lowered his head towards her. A gentle, magnetic voice then emerged. Shall we take a touch? Is that permissible? Qianxia's eyes sparkled with even greater enthusiasm. Meanwhile, a glint of coldness flickered in the eyes of Xuanqi and Han Chuan, as both harbored a similar thought. This dragon, could he be attempting to flirt with Qianxia? Just as Qianxia was about to reach out and touch the dragon's head, a startled cry echoed from behind. The crowd turned to see the Coral family, their expressions filled with astonishment as Coral covered her mouth tightly with her hands. This interruption caused Qianxia to retract her outstretched hand, and Qihua reverted to his beastman form. Yin Feng stared at Qihua in disbelief, then shifted his gaze towards the composed Xuanqi. Ah! So this was the reason he deliberately interrupted Qihua. He feared that Qihua might inadvertently reveal his true identity as a dragon. What happened to the bond of brotherhood? Yin Feng shot Xuanqi a disdainful glance. Xuanqi, perplexed, looked at Yin Feng, puzzled by his sudden outburst. Coral hurried to Qianxia's side, her astonishment palpable as she gazed at Qihua, inquiring, Qianxia, is it true? Qihua is actually a dragon? Although she had never encountered a dragon, she had certainly heard numerous tales recounted by the aging beastmen regarding the dragonkin. All the descriptions she had previously listened to suddenly aligned in her mind, prompting her to exclaim in surprise. Qianxia glanced at Coral and then at her beastly companions, silently sighing within. She had not intended to conceal the truth from Coral and the others. Rather, she had planned to wait until Qihua was settled before finding an appropriate moment to explain. However, it seemed they had discovered the truth ahead of her. Yes, Qihua hails from the dragon lineage. I had meant to inform you once he was settled, but it appears you found out first, Qianxia said with a hint of resignation. So, that loud noise in the middle of the night last night was also his doing? Coral inquired, her curiosity evident. Qianxia, slightly embarrassed, nodded in response. I had mentioned wanting to see his beast form. Coral placed her hands on her hips, her small face puffed up in indignation as she regarded Qihua. I am surprised you are a dragon, but even if you are, you cannot be causing such commotion. It was the middle of the night. Why could you not simply sleep peacefully? Last night? In the middle of the night? Wasn't that when Qianxia expressed her desire to see his beast form? Qihua looked at Qianxia with an innocent expression, and at that moment, their gazes met. Qianxia quickly averted her eyes, feeling awkward, and proceeded to explain to Coral. Last night, Coral, it was actually my fault. When I realized he was a dragon, I impulsively expressed my desire to see his beast form. Qihua, without a second thought, transformed him right away. So, the large hole in Qianxia's house was indeed caused by Qihua. No wonder she glanced at him in silence during the earthquake, then looked up at the ceiling. Coral regarded Qianxia with a peculiar expression and suddenly reached out to touch her forehead. It's nothing, Qianxia. How could you even think of having him transform at home? Aren't you afraid your house might collapse? She harbored serious doubts that Qianxia had become so accustomed to watching Han Chuan transform that she had lost the concept of the size of his beast form. Moreover, Xuanqi always transformed outside the cave. Perhaps she simply hadn't noticed. Qianxia awkwardly scratched her head, remaining silent. At that moment, her mind was solely preoccupied with the curiosity of what kind of dragon he was, without considering the consequences. Meanwhile, Xuanqi was being circled by Yin Feng, his eyes filled with a sense of betrayal. No wonder you deliberately interrupted Qihua today. You were afraid he might let something slip, right? I regarded you as a brother, and you treated me like a game. He truly felt he had misjudged him. Yin Feng was exasperated. Xuanqi cast a sidelong glance at him and coldly uttered 2 words, "You're insane." Observing the group engage in casual conversation, Chi Hua quietly approached Shan and softly inquired, "Could you arrange a cave for me, similar to the one in Xuanqi's home, perhaps a bit smaller?" Lion Mountain turned his gaze towards Chi Hua, momentarily unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words. What did he mean by a cave that was paved with something? Observing the perplexed expression on Lion Mountain's face, Chi Hua furrowed his brow. As the chief of a tribe, it was rather disappointing that he could not grasp the essence of his statement. "I am referring to a cave with a flooring," he reiterated. This time, Lion Mountain understood. He was indeed talking about a cave with a floor. "You mentioned flooring. The floor in Qianxia's home was laid by Xuanqi and Han Chuan. If you desire a cave with a floor, I can have Han Chuan teach you. And then the entire tribe can assist in crafting it together," he continued. He could teach him how to do it, and once learned, they could collaborate. But it should not be the tribe's orcs who did the work for him, as that would reflect poorly. Xuanqi and Han Chuan are quite remarkable. "I never expected these 2 beasts to possess such skills," Chi Hua remarked, surprised by their intelligence. Lion Mountain smiled with satisfaction, then turned to look at Qianxia, who was conversing with the Coral family. The 2 of them were indeed clever. The idea for the flooring had occurred to them while they were renovating the cave. And subsequently, Qianxia provided an even better suggestion, leading to the beautiful flooring now in place. Thanks to their ingenuity, every household in our tribe now enjoys the benefit of flooring, and we even have ice boxes. When it comes to the freezer, Chi Hua is reminded of the large ice block in the cave. He observed Xianqi and the others retrieving meat from within, frozen solid, before placing fresh meat inside. Although he did not fully comprehend this action, it was primarily due to his lack of familiarity, as it was his first encounter. Xianqi and Qianxia had already clarified matters regarding Chi Hua with the Coral family, ensuring everything was understood. Perhaps due to the seriousness with which they spoke, a solemnity enveloped the faces of the 6 beasts in the Coral family. "What's the matter? Why does everyone look so grave?" "These are merely speculations about events that have yet to unfold. We are just considering the worst-case scenario," Qianxia remarked. "Moreover, only we are aware of Chi Hua's situation, so there is no need for such pessimism." In an effort to lighten the atmosphere, Qianxia sought to dispel the oppressive tension that had settled in the space. Suddenly, Chi Hua made a surprising suggestion. "Qianxia, may I stay with you? This cave has no flooring. And the chieftain mentioned that other beast men would assist me in constructing one, but I feel that would be an inconvenience. Perhaps it would be better if I lived with you. That way, I wouldn't trouble anyone else." Chi Hua believed his idea was quite commendable, as it would spare others from any inconvenience, and he could also keep an eye on Xianqi's egg incubation. However, the next moment, all present turned their gazes towards him, each wearing a different expression. Yet, he discerned that Xianqi and Han Chuan seemed inclined to reprimand him. Chi Hua was taken aback. Chapter 88. "I wish to join the tribe. Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Chi Hua asked, bewildered. At that moment, Yin Feng suddenly spoke up. Shan, weren't you just eating? Come on, let's head back for more food. We can't let ourselves go hungry." Yin Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Kuei and, without hesitation, lifted Coral into his arms and made his way outside, followed closely by Kuei and the others.
Hey?
Coral was utterly perplexed. She had intended to observe the situation further when suddenly she was swept away. Yin Feng remarked, "Goodness. If we don't leave now, when will we?" Just look at Xianqi's dark expression. I need to take care of some matters concerning the tribe. Chi Hua, if you have anything to discuss, just let Han Chuan come find me later. I must be off." Lion Mountain hastily concocted an excuse to depart. It was best for him to vacate the scene of this youthful drama, lest he hinder their emotional expressions. Watching the figures depart, Chi Hua was filled with confusion. Why is everyone leaving? He then heard Han Chuan grit his teeth in response. How can you even ask that? Chi Hua remained perplexed. Why should he feel hesitant to inquire? Since everyone has left, let's head home too. We can discuss things there, Qianxia suggested, sensing the tension in the atmosphere. She surmised that Chi Hua's earlier proposition of cohabitation had sparked animosity between Xianqi and Han Chuan, leading to their current hostility. Though she was aware that neither of them would resort to physical confrontation, the atmosphere was indeed rather tense, prompting her to intervene hastily. Xuanqi offered no glance towards Qihua, instead wrapping his arm around Qianxia and turning to leave. Han Xuan shot Qihua a glare before also turning to depart. Qihua found their behavior perplexing, yet instinctively felt compelled to follow them as they made their exit. What are you trailing us for? Isn't this your cave? Surely you don't intend to accompany us back? Han Xuan scoffed, his tone laced with derision upon noticing Chihua's movements. Qihua halted abruptly, caught in a state of indecision, neither advancing nor retreating. When Qianxia turned at the sound of his voice, she observed Qihua standing there, his expression a mixture of embarrassment and confusion. His demeanor suddenly reminded her of the time she had been left at her friend's home by her mother, the headmistress. She too had felt unwelcome, standing awkwardly in a strange abode. Han Xuan, please don't be like this. Chihua's cave cannot be tidied up in an instant. Qihua, why don't you come home with us for now? If you wish to learn about flooring, Han Xuan can teach you how to create it. Once you master it, you can lay the floors yourself. Come now, let us return. Xuanqi said nothing, merely observing Qianxia's actions quietly before casting a glance at Qihua. Seeing Qianxia's protective stance towards Qihua, Han Xuan huffed in annoyance and exited, muttering under his breath as he went. Xia, how could you speak ill of me for the sake of a stranger? How could you defend someone else at my expense? Even asking me to teach him how to lay flooring? My heart is truly heavy. Of course. His voice was so faint that Qianxia heard not a single word. Confused, Qianxia gazed at the retreating figure of Han Xuan, who was leaving in a huff, and then turned her attention to Xuanqi. Did I say something wrong? Why does it seem like Han Xuan is upset? Never mind, Xia. You need not concern yourself with him. His occasional whims are hardly surprising, Xuanqi replied with a gentle smile, continuing to embrace Qianxia as they walked forward. He then addressed Qihua, saying, You should accompany us back. Any matters can be discussed later. Qihua nodded eagerly and fell into step behind them. After leaving the cave, Shirshan sent word to gather everyone together. He first announced that new members would be joining the tribe and assistance would be needed to prepare the cave. The community responded with enthusiasm. He then artfully rephrased the details regarding Xuanqi's status as a 9th-tier beast man, omitting the fact that the new member, Qihua, belonged to the Dragon Clan and was also a 9th-tier beast man. With a serious demeanor, he conveyed the worst-case scenario to everyone. The atmosphere grew tense, as such matters are not to be taken lightly. Rest assured, Chief, we will remain vigilant, the crowd responded resolutely. Yes, please be assured. We are all aware of the situation. With a satisfied nod, Shirshan announced the meeting's conclusion. Before addressing this matter, he had not been overly concerned that the news of Xuanqi being a 9th-tier beastman had spread. The distances between tribes were quite considerable. Even to the neighboring Black Wolf tribe, it would take a beastman most of the day to reach them in their beast form. When delineating territories, tribes intentionally maintained a significant distance from one another to avoid disturbances and to ensure that future expansions would not encroach upon the domains of others. Thus, it could be said that a tribe operates entirely within its own defined boundaries. Furthermore, if the information had indeed leaked, those who might come seeking him would have already done so. The absence of such visitors thus indicated that the matter remained undisclosed, and with his current notification, it was even less likely to be disseminated. No beast man would take the security of their tribe lightly. They would only fight for their tribe. And conscientious beastmen would never engage in actions that could harm it. Presently, the only common ground between their tribe and the Black Wolf tribe was the riverside, where encounters were infrequent, typically limited to the occasional sighting of 1 or 2 beastmen from the Black Wolf tribe. Just as Lion Mountain was contemplating his return home, a golden lion appeared, leading a strikingly red fox before him. Hiss, this fox is truly beautiful, yet it seems so familiar. Chief, this fox requested to see you, and I have brought it here. I shall take my leave now, the golden lion beastman stated before swiftly turning to depart. As the ethereal figure transformed into an Orcish form, he gazed intently at Lion Mountain and earnestly declared, Chief, I wish to join the tribe. You wish to join the tribe? Lion Mountain responded with surprise, instinctively wondering why a fox would forsake the waterside to join the Lion King's tribe instead of the Fox clan. He recalled that the only member of the tribe with a fox consort was Coral, and beyond that, there were no other fox beastmen among them. At that moment, he failed to recall that the fox before him was the very one he had dined with in celebration of its birth. Indeed, I wish to join the tribe. My name is Floating Jade. Oh, Floating Jade, what a lovely name. Wait, hold on, you're called Floating Jade? Lion Mountain's heart raced as he suddenly realized Floating Jade was the offspring of that old rascal, Fox Luo. Chapter 89. Both feel perfectly aligned. Shershan gazed at the ethereal Fuyu with a complex expression. How could he dare to accept him into the tribe? If he were to agree to Fuyu joining the Lion King tribe, he feared that the cunning Luo would confront him in a heartbeat. Not to mention the moral implications of such a decision. Fuyu, have you quarreled with your father? Shershan inquired cautiously. To be honest, he could think of no other reason for Fuyu's desire to leave the Fox tribe and join the Lion King tribe. No. I simply wish to join the Lion King tribe, Fuyu replied earnestly, as if he held a genuine fondness for the tribe. Shershan retorted, I find that hard to believe. Well Fuyu, if you wish to spend a few days enjoying the Lion King tribe, I can arrange accommodations for you immediately. However, if you are speaking of joining the tribe, that is out of the question. Why not? I am merely a 7th-tier beast man. Wouldn't my joining strengthen the tribe? Fuyu protested. Upon hearing that Fuyu was a 7th-tier beast man, Shershan regarded him with newfound admiration. Indeed, the lineage he shared with that rascal was commendable. Both of their offspring had reached the 7th tier. However, he knew that he himself was slightly more formidable, and Han Chuan should surpass Fuyu as well. No means no. He reiterated firmly. As I said, if you wish to stay and enjoy the tribe for a few days, I can certainly arrange a cave for you. But joining the tribe is simply out of the question. It's preposterous. Although he often clashed with that old rascal Fox Luo, he would never stoop to such underhanded tactics. Respect for the rights of beasts is paramount. Thus, the only remaining path is to form a bond with a female from the tribe, is it not? Lion Mountain suddenly paused, pondering the notion. Well, in a certain sense, that is indeed the case. Wherever the female resides, the male must follow. Should he choose to unite with a female of the Lion King tribe, it would inevitably mean his integration into that tribe. Lion Mountain cast a dubious glance at Floating Jade. Which female from our tribe has caught your eye? Floating Jade coolly shot him a sidelong glance. I won't tell you. Hey, you little rascal. Truly, he is his father's son. That cheeky demeanor is utterly identical. Very well, it matters not if you choose to remain silent. You may return, for the Lion King tribe has no cave available for you to dwell in. With that, Lion Mountain turned and departed. At that moment, he mused to himself. Within 3 seconds, he would surely call him back, likely to say something along the lines of not being able to divulge anything just yet, but would share when the feelings had deepened. Indeed. No sooner had Lion Mountain taken a few steps than Floating Jade called out to him. Please wait, it's not that I don't wish to tell you. It's simply that I am fond of someone, yet I do not yet know if that person reciprocates my feelings. That is why I have come to the Lion King tribe. If, in the future, our feelings grow stronger, I will share it with you. Does that sound reasonable? Lion Mountain, with his back turned to Floating Jade, closed his eyes, crossed his arms behind him, and gently shook his head, a proud expression gracing his features. He pondered. What did he say? How did he express it? Truly, like father, like son. If it weren't for the circumstances, he would have applauded himself. Can he not manage the elder and yet struggle with the younger? Composing himself, Shershan turned to face Fuyu with an air of authority. Very well. I shall arrange for you to stay in a cave for the time being. However, I must make it clear that if your father arrives, you shall handle it yourself, for I shall not intervene. Fuyu nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains. It's merely his father. It is manageable. He fears him the least. Upon observing Fuyu's agreement, Shershan instinctively stroked his chin, contemplating the most suitable cave for Fuyu. Suddenly, a thought ignited in his mind, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Fuyu, currently there are no available caves in the tribe, but there is one that is quite spacious. Would you be amenable to sharing it with another orc? Shershan believed this arrangement to be extraordinarily perfect, as the two could assist each other in tidying the cave. With this in mind, Shershan added, that cave is adjacent to the one where Han Chuan resides, which is just splendid. If memory serves me right, my offspring used to play with you, did they not? What a magnificent arrangement. Fuyu, initially hesitant, lit up at the mention of the cave being next to Qianxia's residence. Absolutely. I can fully accept this. While living with Qianxia is out of the question, being so close is truly a stroke of good fortune. At this moment, both the elder and the youth deemed the arrangement utterly perfect. Very well, I shall make another trip. You will accompany me as I speak with the newly joined orc, and thereafter, you may reside in the same cave. The remaining matters can be deliberated among yourselves. Thus, the two proceeded toward Qianxia's abode. Meanwhile, upon returning to the cave, Qianxia and Xuanqi found Han Chuan sulking at the dining table. Upon noticing Qianxia's entrance, Han Chuan initially intended to voice a complaint, but upon catching sight of the figure behind her, his expression fell, and he resumed his sulky demeanor. Xuanqi guided Qianxia to sit beside Han Chuan. Casting a stern and indifferent glance in Han Chuan's direction, he spoke with an air of authority. Enough of this. If I return later to find you still sulking like this, I shall not hesitate to administer a beating. Han Chuan, who had been fuming, turned to Xuanqi in disbelief upon hearing these words. So, I am the sole casualty in this world? Xuanqi understood Han Chuan's jealousy. His current behavior was merely a plea for comfort from Qianxia. He comprehended this sentiment, yet he would not indulge him. It was clear that Qianxia would not have only the two of them as her partners, and in the world of beasts, no female was ever limited to just two mates. Two mates often struggled to adequately care for their companion. He was unafraid of confrontations, and protecting Qianxia was unequivocally within his capabilities, yet the essence of a multi-mate arrangement in their realm transcended mere safety. It encompassed much more. It was still early spring, and as the seasons progressed, the hardships would only intensify. Even a beast as formidable as he faced difficulties when confronted with the challenges of nature. By that time, the most pressing issues would be food and water sources. The addition of each beast handler signifies an increase in strength, enabling the search for additional sustenance. 5 individuals can procure 5 portions of food, while 2 can only secure 2. Even if they make a second trip, they would still fall short compared to the efforts of others. Thus, this is the crux of the matter. If every new beast handler were to exhibit such behavior, Qianxia would inevitably grow weary and disheartened. As the occurrences multiply, it remains uncertain whether Qianxia would continue to draw near to him, a prospect fraught with uncertainty. Furthermore, given that Qihua and Qianxia currently share no substantial bond, such antics seem unwarranted. Should they form a partnership, would he not be courting disaster? Chapter 90. Have you misunderstood something? After Xuanqi finished speaking, he strode towards the exit. As he passed by Qihua, he coldly instructed, "Come with me." Qihua, bewildered, glanced at Qianxia and Han Chuan before turning to follow him outside. Once Xuanqi and Qihua had departed, Qianxia turned her gaze to Han Chuan, who still wore a puffed-up expression on his small face, seemingly even more inflated than when he had first entered the house. Was it due to Xuanqi's recent remarks? Qianxia secretly chuckled to herself, though she displayed no outward signs of amusement. She reached out and playfully poked Han Chuan's inflated cheek, teasingly inquiring, "What's the matter? Why so upset?" Upon seeing Qianxia's attempt to cheer him up, Han Chuan initially felt a flicker of sweetness in his heart. He yearned to smile, but resolutely stifled the urge. No, this was insufficient. Thus, he continued to maintain his sulky demeanor, though his peripheral vision frequently darted towards Qianxia. How could Qianxia possibly miss Han Chuan's every move? She could no longer resist the temptation to tease him. "Ignoring me, are you? Very well, I shall reciprocate." With that, Qianxia abruptly averted her gaze, refusing to glance at him, ultimately turning her attention towards the entrance. Han Chuan was taken aback. This was not how he had envisioned it. "No, Xiaxia, I." Han Chuan grew anxious, wanting to articulate something, yet at a loss for how to express it. Qianxia turned her back to him, so Han Chuan could not discern her expression. However, after he spoke, Qianxia continued to ignore him, which only heightened his anxiety. "Xiaxia, please don't disregard me. Turn around and look at me. What's so fascinating at that entrance? Am I not appealing?" Han Chuan, in a flurry of desperation, resorted to his charming tactics, recalling their effectiveness with Qianxia in the past. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Han Chuan, Qianxia was on the verge of laughter. As he was oblivious to her reaction, Qianxia remained unresponsive to his words. In his impatience, he promptly seated himself on the chair before her. Upon approaching, he discovered her stifling a laugh. Han Chuan exclaimed, "What? Now I'm even more frustrated." He plopped down onto the chair, crossing his arms, his face puffed up even more than before. Qianxia, caught in the act of her laughter, felt a moment of embarrassment but quickly shifted to a playful tone. "What's wrong? Let me guess why you're so upset. Is it because Qihua expressed a desire to stay at her home, and that displeases you?" She leaned in closer to Han Chuan as she spoke, prompting him to steal glances at her. Qianxia thought to herself, her big lion is truly delightful, ha ha ha. With the conversation now flowing, Han Chuan abandoned his previous pretense. facing Qianxia directly and meeting her gaze. Xiaxia, why do you seem utterly unfazed by Qihua's remarks? Or have you perhaps taken a liking to him? At this moment, Qianxia found herself somewhat bewildered. Why did she feel astonished by Qihua's words? When had she ever developed feelings for him? No, Han Xuan, are you misunderstanding something? Why would I feel surprised by Qihua's remarks? How could you possibly think I have a fondness for him? Han Xuan gazed at her with an air of melancholy, then spoke in a tone tinged with grievance. He expressed a desire to live with us, and you exhibited no reaction whatsoever. If you were not interested in him and contemplating his role as the third beast husband, why were you so composed? When Qihua made that statement, Han Xuan's immediate instinct was to look at Qianxia. However, she displayed no emotion and did not utter a word. Moreover, she even defended Qihua afterward. Was that not indicative of her affection for him? Now he felt even more wronged. Upon hearing this, Qianxia likely began to grasp certain unspoken rules of the beast world that she had not yet comprehended, and coincidentally, she had engaged in an action that led Han Xuan to his misunderstanding. If Han Xuan is mistaken, does that not mean Xuanqi might also be misled? Qianxia instinctively glanced towards the cave entrance. Surely, Xuanqi would not seek Qihua to become her third beast husband, much like he had previously pursued Han Xuan as the second? With a hint of exasperation, Qianxia rubbed her forehead and looked at Han Xuan. May I inquire why you believe my lack of reaction to Qihua's words implies that I have feelings for him? When a male expresses a desire to cohabit with a female, it essentially constitutes a proposal for companionship. Although he clumsily excuses his request by claiming that the cave lacks a floor, his true intention is to form a bond with you. Moreover, Xia, you did not reject him. Qianxia was astonished. Was there truly such a notion in the beast realm? If at this moment Qihua were present, he would undoubtedly be left in utter bewilderment upon hearing Han Xuan's words. Qihua, I merely thought it was because there was no floor. Qianxia took a deep breath, seated herself upright, and grasped Han Xuan's hands, gazing intently into his eyes. You have misunderstood this matter, Han Xuan. Have you forgotten that I hail from another world? To me, Qihua is simply a friend of Xianqi, and in my world, it is entirely normal for friends to stay over. Besides, regardless of the circumstances, one of you will always remain by my side. Thus, I harbor no concerns about Qihua behaving inappropriately. Just look at his adorably naive demeanor. He lacks the wit for such antics. At this moment, Han Xuan was rendered speechless. How could he have forgotten that Qianxia was from another world? Feeling somewhat uneasy, he scratched his head and inquired, So, Xia, does that mean you do not harbor feelings for Qihua? Qianxia shot him an exasperated glance. It's not as if I must develop feelings for every male who approaches me. She dared not mention that his initial arrival had been entirely accidental. Xuanqi embodies the notion of love blossoming after marriage, while Han Xuan represents the gradual development of affection over time. Initially, her interactions with Han Xuan were merely fleeting encounters. Subsequently, Xuanqi advocated for her to take on a second beast husband, a proposal she ultimately accepted after weighing various considerations. As a modern individual, she may not have engaged in romantic relationships, yet she is no stranger to the dynamics between men and women in the contemporary fast-paced world. Additionally, the nature of men in the beast realm differs significantly from that of their modern counterparts. Although her connection with Han Xuan lacked depth prior to their union, men in the beast realm assume full responsibility once a relationship is established, diligently caring for their partners, who are then free to pursue their own happiness. This understanding facilitated her readiness to embrace the situation. Love manifests in myriad forms. Whether it be Xuanqi's love that evolves post-marriage or the enduring affection that grows between her and Han Xuan. Regardless of the nature of their relationships, they cherish her, and she, in turn, holds deep affection for them. Chapter 91. What distinguishes this from a beastmaster? After Qihua followed Xianqi out, the two stood silently at the mouth of the cave. Xianqi remained quiet, and so did Qihua. An eerie silence enveloped them for a moment, until Xianqi turned to the somewhat awkward Qihua and spoke. Do you harbor feelings for Qianxia? Feelings for Qianxia? Qihua looked utterly bewildered. When had he developed such feelings? Xianqi had been observing Qihua's expression since he began to speak, but at that moment, all he could see on Qihua's face was confusion. This kid's reaction hardly seemed indicative of infatuation with Qianxia. Yet, if he did not hold such feelings, why had he uttered those words? Qianqi, clarify yourself. Why do you think I have feelings for Qianxia? Qihua asked, his face a portrait of perplexity. Had he not mentioned before that he saw no merit in pairing up, that he preferred freedom over revolving around a female? As for coupling, at least for now, he had not contemplated it. He could not fathom how Qianqi arrived at the conclusion that he liked Qianxia. It was indeed a strange notion. If you do not like Qianxia, then why did you express a desire to live together with her? Qianqi inquired, observing Qi Hua's innocent visage. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he tentatively added, "Are you aware of what that statement implies?" Qi Hua, still unable to comprehend, questioned, "What was wrong with what I said?" "I merely meant to inquire if we could share their living space, since there was no floor." "What is wrong with this statement? What other meaning could it possibly convey?" "I simply find the cave lacking a floor, and it has nothing to do with my feelings for Qianxia." After hearing Qi Hua's words, Xuanqi felt utterly speechless, even experiencing a slight headache. Indeed, he could not perceive this beast through conventional reasoning. When he expressed his disdain for the absence of a floor while wishing to reside with them, he genuinely meant it. He merely found the lack of a floor unappealing. Perhaps for other beasts, such statements might subtly imply a desire for companionship, but for this simple dragon, it was indeed just a matter of distaste for the flooring situation. It felt as though the current dragon clan and the present beast realm existed in entirely different worlds. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Xuanqi regarded Qi Hua with utmost seriousness as he explained, "You dragons may have been isolated from the world for far too long, rendering you unaware of certain unspoken social norms. For instance, when you expressed a desire to live with Qianxia, we interpreted it as a wish to become her partner and share a life together." Qi Hua's pupils widened in shock.
No.
I had no idea you perceived it this way." He was baffled as to how such a straightforward statement could be construed in that manner. In their dragon clan, if one harbored affection for a female, they simply inquired if she wished to become a mate. If she agreed, they would proceed to mate and perform the ritual. If not, they would move on. There was no need for such convoluted expressions here. Suddenly, he realized that his ancestors were indeed correct. The world outside was truly peculiar. In our dragon clan, it was not unusual for other beast men to reside within a cave, which is why I inquired about it at that moment. Please do not overthink my question, Qi Hua explained further. Xuanqi nodded, scrutinizing Qi Hua with a hint of significance in his gaze as he asked, "Do you wish to become Qianxia's beast husband?" Qi Hua looked at Xuanqi, his brow furrowed, momentarily perplexed by the implication of Xuanqi's words. To become Qianxia's beast husband? Strangely, he suddenly recalled the way Qianxia looked at him in his beast form. Her beautiful eyes sparkling, seemingly filled with affection. Could it be that Qianxia had feelings for him? Yet, Qi Hua quickly dismissed that notion. She appeared to be enamored only with his beast form, for she had never shown even a hint of affection when he was in his human guise. "What are you thinking?" Xuanqi interrupted Qi Hua's reverie, noticing he had been lost in thought and had yet to respond to his question. Coming back to reality, Qi Hua met Xuanqi's gaze directly, saying, "I am contemplating the intention behind your inquiry." Xuanqi paused for a moment before replying, "What could it possibly mean?" "Currently, Qianxia has only me and Han Chuan as her partners. Can you name any female in the beast realm who has merely two partners? When you made that remark earlier, it led me to believe that you harbored feelings for Qianxia. If that were the case, it wouldn't be impossible for you to become the third beast husband. After all, your strength is formidable. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing these words, Qi Hua felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Indeed, his strength was undeniable. "I wish to inquire, when Qianxia seeks the beast husband, do you not feel a twinge of jealousy?" Qianxi was taken aback and did not respond to this query. Of course, he experienced jealousy. Yet, he understood clearly that neither of them, as beasts, could adequately care for Qianxia. Furthermore, as the foremost beast husband, he bore his own responsibilities and duties. Han Chuan, being younger, could afford to indulge in petty tantrums and playful affection with Qianxia. His sole obligation was to ensure her daily comfort and happiness. However, Qianxi was different. He had to consider the future. Once the offspring arrived, he would be occupied with egg incubation, leaving him unable to assist. At that juncture, all responsibilities for caring for Qianxia would fall solely upon Han Chuan. Moreover, the offspring would remain by their side, living together with them. At that time, Both he and Han Chuan would be tasked with the dual responsibilities of nurturing Qian Xia and tending to the young ones, a prospect that would undoubtedly overwhelm them. In fact, even now, he sensed the weight of their impending busyness. To be candid, I have not yet contemplated the matter of forming a bond. It was merely my father's insistence that compelled me to flee the Dragon Clan. I do not perceive any affection from Qian Xia towards me. Let us set that aside for the moment. However, I can assure you that during your egg incubation period, should Han Chuan find himself overwhelmed, I will assist in caring for Qian Xia. Qi Hua spoke with genuine sincerity, yet Xian Qi found himself at a loss for words. Xian Qi remarked, "Then, how does this differ from being a beast husband?" Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, a voice interrupted him. "Ah, Qi Hua, Xian Qi. How fortuitous that you are both here." Lion Mountain led Floating Jade before the two, and in that moment, the expressions of the three beastly figures, excluding Lion Mountain, varied greatly. Xuanqi inquired, "What brings him here?" Qi Hua remarked, "Isn't that the beast man from this morning?" Floating Jade observed, "Is this the first beast husband orchestrating something? It seems he intends to make a noteworthy impression." "Chieftain, do you have something to discuss?" Xuanqi asked in an unusual tone. Lion Mountain chuckled as he glanced at Xuanqi, then turned to Qi Hua, saying, "It's nothing of great significance. I merely came to speak with Qi Hua." "You seek me? What is it about?" Qi Hua expressed his surprise, not anticipating that Lion Mountain had come specifically for him. Chapter 92, "You are qualified." Here Lion Mountain pointed at the Floating Jade beside him and spoke with a beaming smile. "This is Floating Jade. He wishes to reside in our tribe for a while. Unfortunately, we currently have no vacant caves. I was thinking, since your cave is rather small, how about allowing Floating Jade to stay with you? That cave still needs tidying up, and you two beasts could conveniently organize it together." At that moment, Qi Hua turned to Xian Qi, his face a picture of despair. "Is it truly impossible for me to live with you all?" Xian Qi cast a casual glance his way and replied, "Sharing a living space is not out of the question." Upon hearing this, Qi Hua's eyes sparkled with hope. But in the next breath, Xian Qi added, "As long as you become a beast husband." Qi Hua. Meanwhile, none of them noticed that Floating Jade was utterly flabbergasted. What did he just hear? This individual named Qi Hua was a new addition to the tribe, and wasn't he the partner of Qian Xia? Before he could revel in his excitement for even a moment, he overheard Xian Qi's words to Qi Hua, and his heart sank further. This foremost beast husband intended to make the new arrival Qian Xia's third beast husband. I wish to become Qian Xia's beast husband." Floating Jade's sudden declaration left the three present in stunned silence, with Lion Mountain appearing the most taken aback. Lion Mountain exclaimed, "Goodness! Are you saying you have set your sights on a female from our tribe? You mean you fancy my cub's female?" Floating Jade, "You should return. Our tribe has no caves available. Come back another time." Floating Jade. Lion Mountain was determined to take Floating Jade away. His son had only recently bonded with Qianxia, and at the time of their union, Qianxia was already with child. They had barely enjoyed a few days of blissful life together. And just as the time for childbirth approached, an unexpected rival appeared. This simply could not be tolerated. Lion Mountain declared, "I shall protect my child's happiness." "Chief, there is nothing more to attend to here. You may return." Xuanqi spoke solemnly, his gaze fixed intently on Floating Jade. Upon hearing Xuanqi's words, Lion Mountain awkwardly released his grip on Floating Jade, his eyes darting between the three of them. Very well, if there is anything needed, have Han Chuan contact me," he stammered. "Indeed," Xuanqi replied. As Lion Mountain turned to leave, he cast one last glance at Floating Jade, and continued to look back as he walked away until he could see nothing more. Once Lion Mountain had departed, Floating Jade stood somewhat awkwardly before the two men, though he maintained a facade of composure. "Well, it seems we now have a proactive beast husband at our doorstep. So you need not worry about caring for Qianxia any longer," Qi Hua remarked with a mischievous grin as he patted Xuanqi on the shoulder. Xuanqi shot him a fleeting glance and replied, "Yes, should he become a beast husband, he will reside with us, and you shall dwell alone over there." Qi Hua's smile faltered, and he walked away to sit on a nearby stone, contemplating the prospect of becoming Qianxia's beast husband. Xuanqi shifted his gaze from Qi Hua to Floating Jade, observing him in silence. After taking a deep breath, Fuyu stepped forward 2 paces, gazing intently and resolutely at Xian Qi. "Xian Qi, I aspire to become Qian Xia's beast husband. My strength may not rival yours, yet I am not lacking. I shall strive to enhance my abilities further.
I
have deep feelings for Qian Xia. Qian Qi remained silent, merely observing him. Fu Yu felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, despite his heartfelt declaration. Qian Qi offered not a single reaction, leaving him somewhat at a loss. After a flurry of thoughts, Fu Yu decided to press on with his self-introduction. If the esteemed beast husband, Qian Qi, continued to remain unresponsive, he would pursue Qian Xia regardless. I am Fu Yu, a 7th-tier fox beast man and the son of the chieftain of the Fox clan. This year marks my 20th cycle. I possess the golden elemental ability and the art of enchantment. Additionally, there exists another ability within me, yet it remains dormant. I am aware of its presence, but unable to wield it. I fervently wish to become Qian Xia's partner, to care for her and share a life together with you. Fu Yu's words resonated with sincerity and determination.
Oh,
You possess an ability that you cannot utilize? Qian Qi expressed curiosity about this dormant power. Indeed, it has been with me since I awakened my abilities, yet I have been unable to access it, and I remain uncertain of its elemental nature. Upon hearing Fu Yu's words, Qian Qi lowered his head slightly, stroking his chin, intrigued by this peculiar circumstance. Suddenly, he realized that since his arrival at the Lion King tribe, he had encountered many things for the first time. The first instance of witnessing lightning-based abilities, the first sight of a dragon, and now yet another first, a power that could not be utilized. How peculiar. For a moment, Xuanqi felt as though he had traversed countless places in vain. He glanced at Qihua, who was deep in thought beside him, and asked, Qihua, how old are you? Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, Qihua replied, 22 cycles, why? In the next moment, Xuanqi expressed his disdain. No wonder your father urges you to find a partner. At 22 cycles, you still haven't sought a mate, unlike me. Xuanqi continued, unlike me, my child is about to be born. Qihua responded with a bewildered expression. He shot Xuanqi a fierce glare before returning to contemplate whether to become Qian Xia's beast husband. To be honest, this decision was rather challenging for him. Xuanqi observed Qihua and Fuyue, his previously gentle smile fading. In truth, Fuyue and Han Chuan were already considered exceptionally gifted beast men in this world. They merely happened to encounter Xuanqi and Qihua, who were even more extraordinary. Many beast men still believed that 9th-tier beast men were generally older, unaware that they were merely 22 cycles old. This was the essence of innate talent, a chasm that could not be bridged solely by effort. However, since Fuyue and Han Chuan were only 20 cycles old by the time they reached 22 cycles, they might very well be 9th tier as well. Everything would depend on diligence and the passage of time. Just as Xuanqi was about to speak to Fuyue, Han Chuan emerged from the cave. Xuanqi. Ah, floating jade. What brings you here? Han Chuan was taken aback upon seeing floating jade. How did this fellow return again? In the presence of Han Chuan, floating jade felt a mix of awkwardness and guilt, pondering how to respond. Before he could gather his thoughts, Han Chuan continued, never mind. I have no time to deal with you right now. Xuanqi, I must attend to some matters. You should go in and take care of Xiaxia. I must leave. Without granting Xuanqi the opportunity to reply, he swiftly transformed into his beast form and dashed away. Xuanqi cast a glance at Floating Jade, and then at Qihua. He addressed Floating Jade, you have proven yourself here, but whether you can become Xiaxia's beast husband depends on her choice.
Come with me.
Floating Jade nodded with delight and promptly followed Xuanqi into the cave. Chapter 93. Do you want both? During the time when Xuanqi and Qihua were out, Qianxia managed to soothe Han Chuan and then broached the subject of searching for her family. As previously mentioned, she intended to leave messages for other tribes once she was prepared, and the timing now seemed opportune. The Lingxuan from the Coral family and the Black Wolf tribe had already departed, leaving only the journey to the Mammoth tribe ahead. Therefore, Han Chuan was now en route to the Mammoth tribe. As Qianxia savored her fruit, Xuanqi entered, accompanied by a figure named Fuyue. Oh, what brings Fuyue here? Qianxia glanced back, expecting to see Qihua, only to find him absent. Where is Qihua? Has he gone to tidy up the cave? Meanwhile, Qihua sat at the entrance of the cave, lost in contemplation. Without a partner, returning to the Dragon Clan seemed impossible. A beast returning to the Dragon Clan would undoubtedly be coerced into finding a mate. It appeared that having a mate was somewhat preferable. Yet, if one were to be bound in such a way, wandering freely would become a distant dream.
Ugh.
Forget about wandering. I cannot even transform into my beast form right now, what a farce. Inside the cave, Xuanqi and Fuyo took a seat opposite Qianxia, who cheerfully offered each of them a piece of fruit. Has Qihua gone to organize the cave? Why haven't I seen him? She inquired between bites of her fruit. He's outside pondering the living arrangements, Xuanqi replied, taking a bite of his fruit, only to grimace as the tartness overwhelmed him.
Qianxia, do you
not find this fruit exceedingly sour? He looked at her with concern. Qianxia glanced at the fruit in her hand and took a bite. I think. Chew, chew. Chew. It's not sour at all, quite. Chew, chew, chew. Delicious. Fuyu couldn't help but smile as she watched Qianxia. Her current demeanor resembled that of adorable younglings at mealtime, utterly charming. Qianxia shifted her gaze toward Fuyu. Fuyu, are you here to find Han Chuan? He just stepped out. Fuyu quickly waved her hands. I'm not here for Han Chuan, I. Xia. He is here to seek you out. He wishes to become your third partner. After witnessing Fuyu's struggle to express herself, Xuanqi decided to straightforwardly articulate the situation. The sudden revelation caused Qianxia to halt mid-bite, her expression one of sheer astonishment as she looked at the two before her. How had the person she believed to be Qihua suddenly transformed into Fuyu? And why did Fuyu wish to become her partner? Fuyu, how do you intend to become my partner? Facing Qianxia's unexpected reaction, Fuyu straightened her posture and earnestly gazed at her, speaking sincerely. Qianxia, I like you and wish to be your partner. I want to help care for you alongside them, and I possess the strength to look after you well. Just as Qianxia was taken aback and unsure how to respond, a voice echoed from the entrance of the cave, drawing nearer. Xuanqi, I've made up my mind. I shall become the third beast husband of Qianxia. Qianxia? Xuanqi. Fuyu. As Qihua entered the cave, he discovered 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon him, prompting him to instinctively touch his face. Is there something on my face? Why are you all staring at me like that? Upon hearing this, Xuanqi pressed his forehead in exasperation. So dull, utterly dull. Meanwhile, Fuyu cast a fierce glance at Qihua standing before him. Initially, Xuanqi had intended for this fellow to assume the role of the third beast husband, but he had previously declined. Now that he had expressed willingness, it was clear he sought to usurp the position. Sensing Fuyu's combative spirit, Xuanqi leaned on the table, cradling his head with one hand, and spoke slowly. Do not entertain such thoughts. You cannot contend with him. He is a 9th-tier beast man. Xuanqi's words doused Fuyu with icy realization, sending a chill from head to toe. A 9th-tier beast man. This fellow is comparable to a legendary entity. Suddenly, Fuyu seemed to grasp something, swiftly turning his gaze to Xuanqi, incredulously inquiring, Are you also a 9th-tier beast man? He still vividly recalled the overwhelming pressure Xuanqi had exuded during their first encounter, a sensation that had left even the beasts trembling in fear. His mind was quite agile. As Xuanqi spoke, he rose and took a seat beside Qianxia, with Qihua occupying the position Xuanqi had just vacated. At this moment, Qianxia's mind was in utter disarray. Initially, she had a strong inkling that Qianxi might consider consolidating Qihua's intentions. However, who could possibly elucidate the current circumstances for her? Qianxi gently took Qianxia's hand and caressed it tenderly, gazing at her with warmth. Xia, I have always felt that relying solely on myself and Han Chuan is insufficient to care for you properly. After I hatch the eggs, the responsibility of your care will entirely rest upon Han Chuan, and should he venture out for hunting or any other tasks, there would be no beast at home to attend to you. After much contemplation, I believe our family needs to welcome additional members. This would enable us to better care for you and the soon-to-arrive offspring. Upon finishing, Qianxi turned his gaze toward the 2 beasts across from him. His initial intention was merely to find a companion for Qianxia, ensuring that once the cubs hatched, they would not be overwhelmed and could provide adequate care for Qianxia. Yet, unexpectedly, 2 had arrived at once. Perhaps you should embrace both of them. They're quite formidable. Ah? Qianxia exclaimed in disbelief. She stared, wide-eyed, at Qihua and Fuyu before glancing back at Qianqi, momentarily at a loss for what to do. You both should step outside for now. Allowing me some time for solitary contemplation, Qianxia stated with seriousness. She needed a moment to think calmly. Very well. We shall remain at the cave entrance. Xia. Should you require anything, just call out. Xuanqi released her hand and rose to her feet, casting her gaze upon Fuyu and Qihua. receiving the unspoken cue. The two stood as well, and together the trio exited. Qianxia observed their retreating figures, her thoughts a whirlwind of complexity. She understood that Xuanqi's intentions were rooted in goodwill, akin to his quest for Hanchuan. The very fact that Xuanqi suggested she accept both suitors indicated that they had passed his scrutiny, leaving her with the simple task of acquiescence. Having never experienced romance in the modern world, she suddenly found herself presented with not one, but two illustrious gentlemen. And now, yet another pair, all of whom were strikingly handsome. In matters of the heart, Qianxia felt she remained shackled by her contemporary worldview. She perpetually envisioned a gradual journey from strangers to familiarity, ultimately leading to love. However, since her arrival in this realm, neither Xuanqi nor Hanchuan had adhered to such a leisurely pace. While the notion of love blossoming after marriage and growing fondness over time seemed to flourish, she found herself constrained by these preconceptions. This. Chapter 94. Confirmation of status. After a prolonged internal struggle, Qianxia ultimately resolved to alter her rigid mindset and adapt to the customs of her surroundings. After all, this was not the modern era. The emotional perspectives in this world were rather straightforward. When one feels affection, they promptly come together, followed by mating and marking the bond of partnership. Subsequently, the men assume their responsibilities and obligations as partners. In contrast, the modern world dictates a more gradual approach, wherein even if affection is present, one must take the time to understand the character and integrity of the other person and ascertain their sincerity before deciding whether to embark on a relationship. In this realm, such considerations are largely unnecessary. The men of the beast world need not fret over loyalty, as they would rather perish than fail to protect their companions. Such a stunning red fox, coupled with the thoughts of a dragon. At the cave entrance, Xuanqi and Fuyu stood with their arms crossed, while Qihua squatted at the entrance, glancing left and right with an air of nonchalance. Though Fuyu appeared composed on the surface, he was inwardly consumed by anxiety, terrified that Qianxia might reject him. He had even prepared himself for the possibility, should she decline, he would leave this forest and never return. Qihua, however, held a different perspective. To him, whether Qianxia accepted or rejected him was inconsequential. He had agreed to become a beast husband for two primary reasons. First, he felt an inherent need to seek a partner, and second, returning to the dragon clan alone would inevitably lead to pressure to pair up. Yet, he found none of the females in the dragon clan appealing. His impression of Qianxia is rather positive, while he cannot claim to be particularly fond of her. He revels in the sparkle of delight in her eyes when she gazes at him in his beast form. Moreover, Qianxia is exceptionally gentle and attentive to his feelings, which starkly contrasts with the females he has encountered in the past. Although he has only been here for a day or two and has had limited interaction with Qianxia, he finds Xuanqi to be quite agreeable. Considering the accommodation issue, he contemplates that forming a bond might be a prudent choice. Initially, he was apprehensive about the loss of freedom that might accompany such a union, but now he realizes that the distinction between having freedom and being bound is negligible. Thus, he concludes that bonding might be the better option. At least it would afford him a dwelling with a solid floor and delectable meat, wouldn't it? At this moment, Xuanqi feels a twinge of anxiety. The suddenness of the situation has caught him off guard. He has yet to broach the topic with Qianxia, as he merely intended to gauge Qihua's sentiments. He had even prepared himself to suggest to Qianxia that she take Qihua in should she express any fondness for her. However, with the unexpected appearance of Fuyu, the trajectory of events has shifted entirely. Xuanqi, you may enter now. I have made my decision. Upon hearing the voice from within the cave, the three exchanged glances of curiosity before making their way inside. Xuanqi, Fuyu, and Qihua found themselves seated across from Qianxia, each displaying a distinct demeanor. Fuyu sat upright, his expression composed, yet beneath the table, his hands trembled slightly. Xuanqi sat with an air of solemnity, though a hint of anxiety lingered within him, stemming from the concern that Qianxia might be displeased by his sudden actions. In contrast, Qihua exuded a nonchalance that was far from feigned. He was genuinely unconcerned, never once entertaining the thought that he might not be chosen. Observing the expressions of the three, Qianxia couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. So, who among Fuyue and Qihua would be the third beast husband, and who the fourth? In that fleeting moment, all three turned their gazes towards Qianxia simultaneously. Fuyue thought, this is splendid. Qianxia has accepted him. Xuanqi reassured himself. It seems that Qianxia is not upset, This is wonderful. With the addition of the other two beasts, they will surely be able to care for her even better. Chihua boldly declared, I told you so. How could a dragon as handsome, exceptional, and charming as I am possibly be overlooked? I shall undoubtedly be the third. Chihua announced his position without hesitation. But Fuyue was not pleased. Xuanqi offered you the opportunity, which you declined. It was only after my insistence that you claimed to want it. Why should you be the third beast husband? Fuyue retorted, a spark of agitation in his voice, though he quickly reined in his emotions, reminding himself to present a favorable impression to his partner. However, his excitement stemmed from Qianxia's acceptance rather than a dispute over the position of beast husband with Chihua. How about a duel between us? Chihua provocatively suggested, casting a challenging glance at Fuyue. Chihua, do not overstep your bounds, Xuanqi interjected at an opportune moment. A 9th-tier warrior was pitted against a 7th-tier one. It was evident that this was nothing short of bullying the beast, was it not? Upon hearing Xuanqi's remark, Chihua merely pouted and fell silent, while Fuyue, beneath the table, clenched his fist tightly. Deep within, Fuyue silently vowed to elevate his own prowess. One day, he too would rise to become a legendary 9th-tier beastman. At that moment, Han Chuan was still en route to the Great Elephant Tribe, utterly unaware of the calamitous events unfolding at home. Xuanqi gazed tenderly at Qianxia and inquired, What do you think, Xiaxia? What is your perspective? Qianxia deftly tossed the question back to Xuanqi. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xuanqi replied, Fuyue is third, and Chihua is fourth. I had indeed intended for Chihua to be the third beast husband, yet when I broached the subject with him, he clearly declined. Then Fuyue appeared. Qianxia smiled gently at Xuanqi, before turning her gaze towards Chihua and Fuyue. I share your sentiments. Fuyue should be third, while Chihua takes the fourth. Fuyue was elated. Qianxia was different from other females. In truth, under such circumstances, most females would undoubtedly choose Chihua as the third beast husband due to his superior strength. Yet Qianxia did not. She disregarded the matter of strength and fairly allocated their ranks based on their arrival order. Fuyue's peripheral vision caught sight of Xuanqi, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude within. Xuanqi was indeed commendable, a truly exceptional first beast husband. He did not allow himself to feel slighted due to the formidable strength of Chihua. Instead, he treated both of them with the utmost fairness, much like Qianxia. He possesses a truly admirable character. Now that the status of the beast husband has been clearly established, it is time for Qianxia to share her own matters. Allow me to mention a few things first. In just a couple of days, I shall give birth. Following the delivery, I will need to observe the traditional postpartum confinement, which Xianqi will explain to you. Hence, during this period of recovery, it seems we cannot engage in mating. We shall wait until my body has fully recuperated before resuming mating and marking. This current phase is not suitable for such activities. Once the child is born, the confinement period will provide an excellent opportunity for us to bond, marking the beginning of a gradual process. Everything unfolds in perfect harmony. Chapter 95. You are forever unlike others. I feel a bit weary. Xuanqi, could you carry me to rest? Xuanqi immediately lifted Qianxia and brought her back to the grassy nest in the small cave. Sitting on the nest, Qianxia gazed at Xuanqi with a hint of concern. Today's events unfolded rather unexpectedly. Han Chuan was absent, and even before he mentioned seeking a third partner, he had already displayed jealousy towards Chihua. Now, with the current situation, Xuanqi gently assisted Qianxia in reclining, placing one hand on her pregnant belly, channeling some energy into her, all the while smiling down at her. Xiaxia, you need not worry about these matters. I shall manage everything. You should rest well. If Han Chuan chooses to create a disturbance, I would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. Seeing Xuanqi's tender demeanor, Qianxia felt somewhat reassured and nodded slightly, but then a sudden thought struck her. With two more people at home now, what about our living arrangements? Xiaxia, you can sleep peacefully. I will ensure everything is taken care of. Do not fret. Just sleep. Xuanqi gently interrupted her.
All right.
With that, Qianxia closed her eyes, only to open them abruptly a moment later. Why am I opening my eyes again? She looked at Xuanqi's handsome visage, noticing the profound affection in his eyes that seemed almost tangible. Her own eyes momentarily glistened. It suddenly dawned on her that she had been overlooking him. If Han Chuan could feel jealousy towards Chihua, then surely Xuanqi would too, wouldn't he? However, she had only comforted Han Chuan and neglected to soothe her first partner, and now there were two new partners added to the mix. It was her fault. Qianxia placed his hand on her face, and he gently caressed her cheek. What is it, Xiaxia? Is there something you wish to tell me? Xuanqi inquired tenderly, gazing at her. I overlooked you. I am sorry. Han Xuan is so jealous. Surely my serpent will feel the same. I consoled Han Xuan, but did not attend to my serpent. I apologize. She only noticed Han Xuan's jealousy and did not consider that he too could harbor such feelings. At that moment, Xuanqi's heart jolted. Inexplicably, his eyes felt misty, and he quickly turned his gaze elsewhere. After regaining his composure, he turned back to face Qianxia. Why are you apologizing, silly? Your other partners were all chosen by me, and you have never expressed a desire to seek more companions. All of this is willingly accepted by me. How could I possibly feel jealous? Do not let your thoughts wander. Han Xuan was still young, his thoughts were simple, and feeling a twinge of jealousy was natural. Besides, Xiaxia, you have only me and Han Xuan as your beast husbands. In this world, that could be a source of mockery. Furthermore, I am your first beast husband. It is my duty to arrange everything for you. At this point, Xuanqi's voice faltered. Xiaxia, just knowing you think of me this way brings me immense happiness. Thank you, Xiaxia. In an instant, tears streamed uncontrollably down Qianxia's face, each large droplet striking Xuanqi's palm, causing him to shudder with its warmth. Why are you crying, Xiaxia? Please don't cry. Xuanqi, flustered and at a loss, found himself in a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts. Qianxia wept inconsolably, torn between guilt for having overlooked Xuanqi and heartache for his selfless concern for her, which was painfully endearing. Xuanqi, you are my first beast husband. You will forever be unlike anyone else. With red-rimmed eyes, Qianxia choked out her words, and in the next moment, a cool pair of lips pressed against hers. Outside, at the dining table, the two sat in a peculiar silence, ignoring one another. After quite some time, Xuanqi emerged from the small alcove. Upon seeing him, Fuyou immediately rose to her feet, looking to him with a question. So, what should we do now? Hearing her words, Qihua also lifted his gaze to Xuanqi, seemingly awaiting his direction. Tonight, both of you should share space with Han Xuan. Later, when Xiaxia wakes, we shall see if she is willing to move to the larger cave. As Xuanqi spoke, he pulled out a chair and sat down, adopting a serious demeanor as he regarded them. Since you are both Xiaxia's partners, I expect you to maintain your composure and refrain from engaging in any jealousy-fueled antics. Such behavior would only place Xiaxia in a difficult position. The sequence established by you two was determined by Xia and me, especially you, Qihua. Do not secretly harbor resentment towards Fuyu in your heart. I had offered you an opportunity, yet you chose to decline it. Oh, what are you saying?
Am I?
Qihua, regarded as such a beast in your heart? Is my heart so petty? It is only natural for any male to vie for status. Since you have already designated your foremost beast husband and companion, I shall accept it without complaint. I have not uttered a word against it. At this moment, Qihua felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The matter of familial status is something every male would contest, and he had remained silent once it was established. So, what is the purpose of singling him out now? Humph. Xianqi cast a casual glance at him before continuing. Now that you reside here, you must abandon the lifestyle of your dragonkin. You must acclimate to living in your beastman form. Sleeping and eating must all be done in that shape. And you are not permitted to transform into your beast form lightly. Adapting to a life as a beastman is not particularly challenging. It merely requires a few days of adjustment. If you previously consumed food in your beast form, transitioning to your beastman form may lead to an increased appetite and quicker feelings of hunger in the initial days, but once you adapt, your intake will stabilize.
Oh. Qihua replied in a subdued tone.
At this moment, the words prohibiting transformation into his beast form were the least palatable to him. Meanwhile, Fuyu stood nearby. His jaw dropped in astonishment, staring incredulously at Qihua before shifting his gaze to Xianqi. What had he just heard? The dragon clan? Qihua is not only a 9th-tier beastman, but also a dragon. In an instant, Fuyu felt disheartened. It seemed that within this household, he and Han Xuan were the weakest. Xianqi observed the two, who had inexplicably lost their vigor, a look of confusion adorning his face. What are you doing? Pull yourselves together. I am about to impart knowledge to you, and you must pay close attention. Upon hearing that Xianqi was going to teach them, the two beast men regained their spirits. Xia Xia's mention of sitting the month referred to the period after she had given birth, when she was forbidden from exposure to wind or cold water. When caring for Xia Xia, you must have used only warm water for bathing her. The meals prepared for her should exclusively consist of the energy-rich beast meat from the misty forest. At this juncture, Xianqi rose and walked over to the refrigerator, opening it with a casual glance towards the two. They promptly stood and joined him by the refrigerator. The meat inside is all from the misty forest. We will use this for Xia Xia's meals, as I will be hatching eggs at home for the next 2 months. If the meat runs out, simply come to me for more. I will not be replenishing it frequently. Chapter 96. Good news. As Han Chuan arrived at the entrance of the tribe, he coincidentally encountered Ling Chuan. He inquired whether there was any news regarding Qianxia's family in the Black Wolf tribe. The delightful revelation was that a newly joined White Wolf beastman in the Black Wolf tribe turned out to be Qianxia's brother, who expressed his intention to visit Qianxia at the Lion King tribe the following day. This was indeed splendid. Han Chuan's excitement was palpable as he clenched his fists tightly. During his time in the giant elephant tribe, he had located Qianxia's parents as well as her younger brother and sister, from whom he learned about their arduous journey. They had been separated due to an encounter with a pack of wild beasts, leading Qianxia and her White Wolf brother to flee separately within the forest that divided the Lion King tribe and the Black Wolf tribe, while her mother, along with her 2 younger siblings and an elder sister, made their way toward the territories of the giant elephant and fox tribes. Regrettably, the elder sister became separated from her mother and siblings along the way and was ultimately discovered by the beastmen of the fox tribe, who brought her back to their village. Meanwhile, Qianxia's mother and the younger siblings eventually reached the domain of the giant elephant tribe, where they were discovered by the beastmen of that tribe and subsequently integrated into their community. Later, Qianxia's fathers, following the traces of beast tracks, arrived at the giant elephant tribe to reunite with them. Tragically, however, Qianxia's biological father lost his life in a confrontation with a band of rogue beastmen. Han Chuan conveyed the news of the elder sister being pregnant in the fox tribe to Qianxia's parents, who also indicated their plans to visit Qianxia at the Lion King tribe the next day. During the period when Qianxia was asleep, Xuanqi meticulously instructed Fuyu and Qihua on the intricacies of caring for Qianxia, including culinary preparations and the usage of household tools. Fuyu excelled in all aspects, particularly in the culinary arts. He managed to create Qianxia's favorite dish with remarkable finesse, utilizing merely 1 cow. As for Qihua, well, it's best he focuses solely on eating. Han Chuan achieved the desired flavor using 3 cows, while he himself required 2. Fuyu, on the other hand, produced a perfect dish with just 1. Qihua, however, was a different story altogether. He expended a staggering 8 cows. Most notably, he depleted all the cow meat in his possession. Yet the result was still charred. Xuanqi had long ceased to expect culinary contributions from him, as the household was adequately staffed. With 2 beasts remaining at home, and given that he could not transform into his beast form for hunting, it was prudent to keep him at home to assist in caring for Qianxia, while the others would take turns providing care. Xuanqi regarded the several bowls of charred beef on the table, then glanced at Qihua, who was slouched on a stool, gazing upward with a slightly rounded belly. Burp, hic. Qihua sat there, staring blankly at the ceiling, his expression one of utter despondency. You must finish all this meat yourself. Should you dare waste it, I would have no qualms about confronting you, Xuanqi remarked beside him, delivering a rather nonchalant threat. Those were all the hard-earned prey he had captured, and it was already disappointing to see them treated so poorly. If they dared to waste his efforts further, engaging in a scuffle was not out of the question. Otherwise, would it suffice for me to transform into my beast form and devour it all?
Kiwa weakly uttered.
I truly cannot eat any more. In this beastly form, I am incapable of consuming even a morsel. Qianqi simply replied with 2 words, no way. At that moment, Qihua gazed at the beast, which had already departed some time ago. Sitting opposite Qianqi, Fuyu struggled to suppress a laugh. Who understands? He had taught Qihua countless times, yet Qihua always managed to burn every piece of meat to a precise crisp. Is that not a form of talent? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a voice came from the cave entrance, and in the next moment, a grand golden lion strode in. Han Chuan reverted to his beast form, casting a puzzled glance at Fuyu and the despondent Qihua before his gaze returned to Fuyu. The sun was gradually setting. Why linger in my abode if you do not return to your fox tribe? Fuyu appeared somewhat restless, instinctively glancing at Qianqi across the way. Qianqi shot a glance at Fuyu, then at the still desolate Qi Hua beside him, before his attention settled on Han Chuan. He rose and began to walk outside. Han Chuan, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Han Chuan, puzzled, glanced at the oddly expressioned Fuyu before turning to follow Qianqi out of the cave. As the two stood outside the cavern, Han Chuan gazed at the solemn expression of Qianqi, and he could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. Han Chuan, you must understand that Xia cannot possibly have only the two of us as her partners, Qianqi stated. Upon hearing Qianqi's words, Han Chuan's heart sank. Could it be that Qi Hua was truly destined to become the third beast husband? A wave of discomfort washed over Han Chuan, yet he recognized the validity of Qianqi's assertion. His previous behavior stemmed from a desire to secure more affection from Qianxia while it was just the two of them. I understand, Han Chuan replied glumly. You are the second beast husband. In fact, you can be regarded as the second male Xia has encountered since arriving in this world. I hope we do not witness such temperamental displays again. You must realize that the two of us alone cannot adequately care for Xia. This is self-evident.
Is it not?
Han Chuan lifted his gaze to meet Qianqi's, remaining silent, but nodding in agreement. Observing Han Chuan's demeanor, Qianqi let out a soft sigh. As a fellow male, how could he not comprehend the motivations behind Han Chuan's actions? However, such behavior was inappropriate. It would only lead to Xia feeling emotionally drained and conflicted. We all cherish Xia, and she, in turn, loves us all. Consider this. If there are other beast husbands in the future and you continue to act this way, what might the others think? Wouldn't that place Xia in a very difficult position? Xia is indeed fair to both of us. Even if she were to have new beast husbands in the future, she would still treat each of us with the same impartiality. One should not feel that love will be diminished by the presence of other beast husbands. Perhaps it might be for other females, but our Xia will remain steadfast in her fairness. Do you understand my meaning? I know that in the future I shall not be this way again. Han Chuan felt a twinge of sadness, yet he acknowledged that Xuanqi spoke the truth. In this world, the two of them alone could not adequately care for their partner. Eventually, other beast husbands would join this family, and he must adjust his mindset accordingly. Qianxia is no ordinary female. She has always been equitable towards both Xuanqi and him, showing no favoritism, which is indeed rare. He enjoys the same treatment as the first beast husband. What more could he possibly desire? Chapter 97. New members observing Han Chuan's expression. Xuanqi discerned that his words had been absorbed. I must convey something to you, but brace yourself mentally, he began. Although he initially intended to be forthright, the delicate dynamics between the newly appointed beast masters and Han Chuan prompted him to offer a gentle warning first. At that moment, Han Chuan appeared somewhat bewildered. He had thought the matter was concluded, only to realize that there was more to come. What is it? We have welcomed new members into our family. Upon hearing Xuanqi's pronouncement, Han Chuan felt little astonishment, as he had long surmised that Qi Hua might ascend to the role of the third beast master. Just as he was in the midst of self-reassurance, Xuanqi continued, there are 2 new members. 2? He was taken aback, suddenly recalling the oddly behaving Fuyu from earlier in the cave. Without hesitation, Han Chuan turned and dashed into the cave. Fuyu, you wretched fox. Stealing from me in our youth was one thing, but now you seek to take my partner? I shall eliminate you. To be frank, Xuanqi had not anticipated such a turn of events. He hurriedly followed Han Chuan into the cave. No fighting in the cave. Xiangxiang is still asleep. The mention of Xiangxiang's slumber quelled Han Chuan's fury, and the tempestuous winds and lightning that had ignited in his hands dissipated instantaneously. Unbeknownst to Xiangxiang, her peaceful slumber had averted a looming conflict. Fuyu had anticipated Han Chuan's reaction, and thus, upon his entrance into the cave, she had already activated her golden abilities, remaining seated calmly and motionless on her chair. Observing the utterly exasperated expression on Han Chuan's face, Fuyu tentatively suggested, perhaps we should step outside. I could give you a few strikes. In truth, he was well aware that Han Chuan's temper flared swiftly but dissipated just as rapidly. Initially, he might feel irked at becoming Qianxia's new beast husband, yet once he calmed down, he would likely come to see his new role as a family member as a rather favorable choice. After all, their long-standing friendship had always followed such a pattern. Furthermore, excluding Qianqi and Qi Hua, the strongest beast men in this forest were indeed just the 2 of them, thus he was undoubtedly qualified to be Qianxia's partner. Han Chuan shot Fuyu a disdainful glance and retorted coldly, "Such comforting words. If you possess the skill, then refrain from using your abilities and allow me to strike you. To rely on your powers is hardly a display of prowess. That is out of the question. If I were to let you strike me without my abilities, I would surely perish." "Your expectations are quite fanciful," Fuyu responded as ever with his characteristic sarcasm.
Hey,
"You despicable fox, you truly deserve to be dealt with," Han Chuan exclaimed. Xian Qi, look at him. Is he not bullying a new member? As the first beast husband, you ought to intervene. Han Chuan's expression was one of utter disbelief. Just as he was about to voice his frustration, an untimely interruption occurred.
burp.
The intense atmosphere was abruptly shattered by an exceedingly loud belch, causing the three to direct their disdainful gazes towards Qi Hua, who was reclining against the table with his head tilted back. "I need to step outside for some fresh air," Fuyu declared as he hurriedly exited. Feeling that lingering even a moment longer in such an atmosphere was utterly intolerable. Subsequently, Xuanqi and Han Chuan stepped outside. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but they both felt as though the air had been tainted. Qi Hua, however, was indifferent to their antics. They could engage in as much bickering as they pleased, for no one except Xuanqi could ever hope to rival him. At that moment, all he desired was to alleviate the discomfort in his stomach. He had overeaten far too much. A glance at his masterpiece nearby elicited a rare urge to weep. Having lived for over 20 years, it was the first time he felt tears welling. Unable to eat more, and barred from transforming into his beast form, he implored the beast god for salvation. He was genuinely on the brink of tears. At the cave entrance, Xuanqi, Han Chuan, and Fuyo stood in a row, with Fuyo instinctively waving his hand through the air before him. To prevent another quarrel between the two, Xuanqi took the initiative to steer the conversation. "Han Chuan, the freezer now contains only energy beast meat, and since I will be home for the foreseeable future, I shall refrain from replenishing the stock. Once the meat is consumed, simply come to me for more. This way, we can avoid the need for defrosting." Han Chuan nodded in understanding. At that moment, a subtle smile graced Xuanqi's lips as he regarded Han Chuan, feeling a flicker of delight within. It was evident that youth, with its lack of experience, made one easily influenced. With more people in the household, whether to relocate the cave would depend on Xia Xia's opinion. "Presently, my thoughts are as follows. Qi Hua will remain at home, while you, Fuyo, and I, oh no. It should be you and Fuyo shall take turns staying at home to care for Xia Xia alongside Qi Hua whenever you need to venture out. I have already imparted all necessary knowledge to them today." Han Chuan, perplexed, inquired, "Why is Qi Hua fixed to stay at home?" Upon mentioning this matter, Xuanqi and Fuyo exchanged a knowing glance, and then simultaneously rubbed their foreheads. Consequently, Xuanqi recounted the events of the afternoon spent teaching cooking to Han Chuan. After listening, Han Chuan expressed his agreement with this decision. In truth, he was not bound to remain at home, however. Whoever took him out for hunting must venture into areas typically devoid of beasts, for his identity must remain undisclosed at all costs. Just be cautious, he advised. Once Xuanqi finished speaking, he observed Han Chuan and Fuyo exchange another glance before they responded in unison. "Let him stay at home then." Following their declaration, the two looked at each other with astonishment, clearly surprised by their unexpected harmony. However, for Han Chuan and Fuyo, taking Qi Hua out was out of the question. Should he act impulsively and transform into his beast form, they, being mere 7th-tier practitioners, could not contain him. Clearly, only Xuanqi possessed the ability to keep him in check within the household. Suddenly, Xuanqi recalled that he had originally intended to go hunting today, as their supply of ordinary wild game had dwindled significantly. The interruption had caused him to forget this task, and coupled with the cooking lessons earlier in the afternoon, it could be said that they now had not a single piece of ordinary wild meat left. Casting a glance at Han Chuan and Fuyo beside him, Xuanqi felt a sudden wave of disdain. What of the wind element?